Are we live? Right. That's it. Sorry.
Great start. Hello.
Great start. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the UK Nationals. My name's Baz the Bard, and I've been joined by Paul Wright. Many of you may know him from the UK scene. Sort of like Paul, unfortunately, you fell foul to the ELO system this year.
Yeah, I listened to Carol. I took Reinhard to PT, and I got maximum punished. So that was fun.
Yeah. But you know, the same thing happened to me. I missed out on sort of like on UK Nationals, sort of like 2021. Things changed, opportunities open. You know,
Absolutely.
You're here. That's the main thing. You're here at the UK Nationals. Sort of like you can get to participate in sort of like the whole event.
Absolutely. Timelines just coalesce into this moment, and we're all here for it.
Yeah, indeed. Joining us also is Az from Go Again Gaming, sort of like a aficionado for Aelia cult. So he's riding high on, you know, Aelia's popularity and how well she is doing. So looking forward to seeing Az sort of like his commentary with Paul throughout the day. So what we've got is 3 rounds of Classic Constructed, followed by 2 rounds of Draft. That will be today's event. We will be showing the second draft. When the second draft is going ahead, we will show you the first draft. So you can see sort of like all the picks that happened. And when you will see those games. Draft 1, we will show you sort of like those games, so you can pick up the draftee. And see what they picked. So pricing, sort of like all important pricing, really.
That's what everyone's here for.
Indeed. Well, we're not. 13th to 24th place, $225 US. 9th to 12th, again, $225 US. A Nationals playmat, which is very nice, and the all-important World's invite, you know, all the way in Osaka for the very lucky people that get to go there this year. This is where sort of like everybody wants to be. 5th to 8th place, $400 US. A playmat, World's invite. Very nice, thank you. The lofty heights of 3rd and 4th, $600 US. A gold foil legendary. Everybody likes to see these open. What do they get? Playmat as well, and the invite. You know, second place, where dreams are made of. First place loser, some might call them, but sort of like $1,200 to ease the pain. Gold foil again, the playmat and the invite. But what everybody really wants, don't they? They want to be the national champion. They want to raise that flag at Worlds. I would love to do that. That would be so good. Sort of like to hear your name called out, wave your banner, walk down the aisle as everybody's cheering. That would just be fantastic. So who will it be? Sort of like Matt Folks is here, 2021 champion, 2022 champion George Rogers here, and obviously our reigning champion, our defending champion Alex Kitsu is here as well. So hopefully he will be playing round 1. We'll get him on. But let's talk about the meta a little bit.
Yeah.
The all-important meta, it's shifted. How are you feeling, Paul?
Well, initially everyone was on Enigma, weren't they? They were really high on Enigma with Noah's great double win on the Battle Hardened and the PQ Plus.
Yeah.
And then everyone was like, there's a best deck in format that we're not talking about, isn't there? And in the US, we saw it. We saw there's one name on everyone's lips today, and that is, how do I get past Zen?
Yeah, indeed. There are players who have got sort of like a game plan for it. They're quite happy into it. They're not fearing going into Zen. You know, it's not a favourable matchup. You know, that has not been solved yet. It's too early to solve. But obviously, there are a few people who just go, yeah, I think I've got this sorted, and hopefully we'll see those,
Absolutely.
you know, come through. But Arsenal Pass did say Zen was the best deck, and it has been shown.
It has been. I think everyone pretty much agreed in their tier list, didn't they? We saw a lot of there's some disagreements initially, but as it went on, I think the first sort of the top 4 or 5 decks, pretty much everyone agreed, didn't they?
Yeah. Aelia, Kano, Enigma, Nu, Prism, and obviously Zen. Obviously, Kano didn't make it through into the top 8 for US Nationals. Some might say sort of like Kano players don't know how to draft.
Some might say.
But, you know, talking about that, Sammy Braben, who plays Icelander, fantastic wizard player, won the call-in in Birmingham. Didn't do very well last year because his draft game wasn't that great. But he's spent this year just drafting. He's on Kano today, so we will see if Sammy can put that rumour to bed that Kanos can't win. But Kanos did very well in the call-in in Minneapolis. 3 Kanos made it into the top 8. Didn't win. That was won by William Pistol on Aelia. So showing that Aelia has actually got what it takes to stay at the top.
Absolutely. Aelia has just been an aggro deck that's really stuck free from the heavy hitters meta all the way through. And before that, even against Dromai, which was initially a bad matchup, they worked it out and they got it through it. So I think maybe the same with Zen. I mean, if Zen's not going to block, so if you can get some big dominates through and just get some hit effects through, then Red and Ledger gets you there, doesn't it? So yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
Indeed. We do have some technical issues at the minute. Keeps freezing or phasing out. Alan is working on that, so bear with us. We're in a slightly different location to where we were at the Calling Liverpool. We're on the terrace. It is very nice up here, I must say, and not in one of the main halls. But you've walked the room.
Yep.
Today. How's you feeling from the players?
People, it's an interesting one. People are enjoying the draft especially, but you talk to people and they're not quite sure. It's very much, I know what I'm doing, but the question is, what is the rest of the pod doing? And that's what it all comes down to in draft. Whereas CC, I think everyone has planned for Zen, but have they planned for the wider meta? We saw Enigma, traditionally a bad Zen matchup. They were getting through to the top 8 because they're good into a lot of the other matchups. Yeah, so maybe some people have become too hyper-focused on Zen, and you need to think about the wider room.
Yeah, it's really weird because initially when they spoke about Miss Vale coming out, everybody went to Nu. Nu was like the hero everyone was talking about. Nobody talked about Zen at all. Nu has not she's not really come through. She's very popular. Yes. We're going to see a lot of Nu today. I think she was the 4th best pick for US Nationals, but she just is not picking up what you would think would be those matchups to prey on Zen to get through. Shamir Sami's playing her, so a fantastic player in his own right, a good assassin player, and he has got a plan into Zen. He thinks he can pick them off, and hopefully we'll see, Sami later on in the event. But it's more relaxed today. It's weird. Every other Nationals has been really nervous. You've been in these Nationals. It's just you look around the room, then the nerves are going. Everybody's really relaxed. It's really weird. Everyone's well prepared, more prepared than most years.
Yes. Well, I think it's, as the years have gone on, people have been getting better and better. I mean, I spoke to Matt Folks before the event, and he was saying he won the first Nationals, but in the first Nationals, there was some, people were just getting used to the competitive play, because a lot of people, Flesh and Blood was their first card game.
Yeah, absolutely.
So now we're going into, the 4th year now, so that you've got a lot of people who've really just focused on the game, and you've seen their development year to year, which is fantastic to see.
Yeah, indeed. So obviously we've got teams now. We haven't seen that many teams in the UK, but there's 3 main teams. So we've got Team Sigil, we've got Team Toxic. They're the 2 main teams we have. There's Team Scotland. Let's not forget Team Catton. I say Team Catton because he's the most well-known player there, but obviously Lila, Matthew Duggan, James Thorgood, all fantastic UK players. Hopefully we'll be getting Rob on for an interview. I have interviewed all the other teams, but it would be nice to get his perspective on basically where it is, how you look at going into a new meta, and the thoughts behind it. So I see people talking in the chat. It's nice that Johnny Chapman's here, the best player in Malta. Johnny was obviously in the same position as you, went to Pro Tour. Yep. Elo fell foul of Elo, and he's not here. So you are missed, Johnny. Yeah. All right.
And also, I just leave a shout out to Jack Raven. He was meant to be here, and he's a great player. Unfortunately, he was a bit unwell, so he's not able to make it. So hi to Jack. Yeah,
fantastic player from the Southampton Meta with Francesco Giorgio. Obviously, the winner from the Calling Liverpool. He's here with Sean Nolden and his team. So today and tomorrow, we have a raffle going on. It's £1 a ticket. You can pay via the QR code. You can pay via PayPal. There are some fantastic prizes to be won in the raffle. So it is we have a tiering system, or if you're more familiar with the stretch goal. So if we hit those targets, more prizes will be going into the raffle. Okay, and we'll be disclosing those prizes as we go through the day. There potentially is a draw near the end of the day, but predominantly most of the draws will be going on later on, between the end of Swiss and the beginning of the top 8. So we have Up the Ante play mat, Figment of Protection mat, Wage Gold extended art pack, promo pack, Iris of Reality cold foil promo, and many, many more. So lots to see. We'll show those off later, so you can see what's up for grabs. Erica's loving Team Sigil. They will be on. Team Macho Grande. Yeah, Rob Andrews. Yeah, that's local to me from Manascrew and Whitney. That's Nathan Hills. He played Dory last year. Dory Axes. He's not on Dory Axes this year. They've got a whole new plan. So it'd be nice to see it's always nice to see your locals. Isn't it? Who are you rooting for?
I'm rooting for Scotland. They've got some spicy decks up there, and they did very well last year. We saw Sharif getting to the top 8. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, he lost on Lexi to that horrible CNC for 12 from Alex on Briar, which just should be illegal, shouldn't it? It should not be allowed. And also we saw Declan come in for 9th place. He just bubbled this year, so I'm hopeful that he'll be in the top 8 this year.
Yeah, I did talk to him. It was weird because I said to him, "Oh, we streamed you last year," and he went, "Yeah, you kind of went wrong last year." So I mentioned about draft. You can see he was sort of like he's still suffering from sort of like Monarch draft. He was like, "Please don't talk about it," because he got 9th because of it. But like you said, Team Scotland have got some spice. Pretty much half their team are all rocking Riptide. So it'll be interesting. They're very, very enthusiastic about playing this Zen matchup with him. So we shall see how that pans out. Okay, so we're going to have an interview with one of our sponsors, and this is Thistle Tavern. Okay, we'll see you soon. Hi everybody, and welcome back to the UK National Championships from Liverpool. I've been joined by one of the stream sponsors, Stuart from Thistle Tavern. Thank you so much for sponsoring the stream. Tell us a little bit about Thistle Tavern and what you guys do.
Yeah, hi everyone, I'm Stuart. So Thistle Tavern is jointly owned by me and Andrew Rayner, based up in Aberdeen, Scotland. Mm-hmm. Thistle Tavern, we've been trading online, selling Flesh and Blood singles to start off with since last April. We have now branched out into a few more games. You might have seen on the website, we've got Sorcery, One Piece, Lorcana, but Flesh and Blood still remains our favourite game. The one that we're here down in Liverpool for the second time vending. We were here earlier this year.
Yeah, absolutely. The calling. Yeah.
Yep. So at the moment, we are currently in the process of getting our store ready in Aberdeen. We're going to be opening a physical premises on the 29th of this month. An exciting joint venture for us there. We're looking forward to welcoming people in to get their hands dirty playing the games that we've been trading online so far at thistletavern.com.
Yeah, you've done really well. I mean, Andrew's like a mainstay player in the UK scene. You guys kind of like lost your store in Aberdeen, didn't you? Like your gaming store, and that's why you made Thistle Tavern. That's why you got together. That's what I heard. Is that true?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. So me and Andrew, we've been playing games together for about 4 years now. Started with Magic the Gathering. Post-COVID is when Andrew really got into Flesh and Blood and convinced me to join in a couple of armories, and I've been playing as well. Not quite to the same standard, but that's fine. So when our store closed the start of last year, we started playing in the local store that we still have. It's a Geek Retreat, which is fine. We saw how busy they were getting. We wanted more. We thought, you know what, there's actually room for a second store in Aberdeen to really help push and grow the scene. Mm-hmm. And that's what we're looking for with the Thistle Tavern Games Hub. We're basically going to invite people down to play games. We're definitely going to encourage a lot of new players to come down. We're looking at running 3 fab events a week, CC Armory, a draft and Blitz, just trying out a few different things to see where we can start to pool other gamers in from different games. Yeah. Because, for us, and certainly for Andrew, he thinks it's the best game on the market right now.
He's doing extremely well. Thank you so much for supporting sort of like the UK. I mean, you've travelled far for conventions as well. You did sort of like was it Warsaw you were at? You've done some of the other international ones, haven't you?
Not vendoring, but right. Andrew certainly has travelled to most of the international. He was obviously at the Pro Tour in LA, which was a great experience for him and a great chance for Thistle Tavern to meet some of our international customers as well. We definitely like enjoy coming to these bigger events. We just feel like with the store opening, we're going to take things a little bit slower for the rest of this year and only try and travel where there's a real key need for vendors to support the local scene. Obviously, we enjoy getting out of Scotland and coming down. Hopefully, soon we'll start to see some of these bigger events happening in Scotland. But who knows what the future
There's a growing
holds.
scene up there. You guys, when it comes to pro quests, sort of like are certainly pulling the numbers up in Scotland now. So it's fabulous to see. So Thistle Tavern, where can people find you on the web? What's the website?
Yep, the website is just thistletavern.com. So you can go in there and browse through all the different products that we're offering. Obviously, for those that are supporters of Push to the Point and Baz yourself, there is discount codes available through their patrons. So I would definitely encourage people to support their local content creators as much as they support their local game stores. And hopefully, if anyone is traveling up to Scotland, I mean, we're definitely looking at running regular monthly events that are sort of like bigger win-a-box style things. And hopefully, within a few short months, we'll be able to host our own fab sanctioned events.
Excellent. Brilliant. Thank you so much for coming on, Stuart.
Yep,
Brilliant.
appreciate
Thank you so
it.
much for
Cheers.
sponsoring us. Stay tuned. There's more action to come. More rounds, more fantastic draft rounds and CC. So stay tuned. Bye.
Hello and welcome back. So you're joining us just as the players are getting set up. They've just had their 50 minutes started, so we'll be starting with the stream any minute now. I'm Paul, and I'm joined today by Az from Go Again Gaming. So
hello, welcome to the UK Nationals in Liverpool. It's my first time here actually, and first time just doing any sort of casting gig. So
don't tell them
I'm
that.
leaning on your shoulder today, Paul. But yeah, it should be fun. Thanks for everybody who's joined us so far. I can see that a lot of people in the chat. We make best. Apparently, you're a good Rhinar player.
I don't know about that. I was stalking my deck in the channels in the Purple Discord, and some people did not agree. So we'll see how it goes. Hi, Sean. Anyway, so the meta so far. US last week. What did you think?
Oh yeah, a lot of Zen. Obviously, that's going to be the main pick for the weekend, I think. Just pure Unga Bunga style. The suite of armor that they have as well is absolutely insane. They can pivot really well from the Traverse universe and the what's it called? What's the card called? The Tiger one, the one that you make the Tiger, the boots.
Yeah. That's right.
That one. Yeah.
Don't worry about that.
Yeah, but yeah, that's going to be the main pick, I think, going into this weekend. But also we had the Battle Hardened and the Calling in the US as well. So they were won by Kano and Aelia. So I think we're going to see a lot of those as well.
Absolutely. When Zen comes in, he's not going to be blocking. So you need to disrupt him any way you can.
Exactly.
And I've heard many players already say, "Where is the ice?" And quite frankly, the new set coming out with as soon as people saw Rosetta and Aria, people were like, "Great, ice is back!"
Yay.
Ice. No, we've not got ice coming back, guys. You're going to have to get used to this.
Pure lightning.
This is the future.
Yeah.
So we'll see. You need to have disruption, have hit effects, or you just need to kill them fast like Kano.
Exactly.
So we'll see how it develops over the course of the day. We don't have a backup table today and this weekend, so we will be hoping for a few of the slower matchups, so we can show you some more gameplay. But we'll see how it goes. So we're kicking off with Alex Kitu versus Adam Harbinson.
Defending champ.
So the defending champion last year. So last year he was on Briar, but now he's on Dash. He's been playing Dash for a while now.
Yeah. And I love Dash because obviously you can go a lot of ways of it. Whenever you're presented against a Dash, you just never know what to expect, whether it's going to be pistols, whether it's going to be full boost. There's a lot of things that Dash can do, which is why I think Alex loves the decks. It's very, very dynamic. And there's a lot of interaction that Dash has as well through things like Pulse Wave and T-Bone, as I mentioned earlier, the armor suite from like KO and Zen. If you can T-Bone those things out the way early, that's another thing, a piece of interaction that Dash has. A lot of people don't have.
Absolutely, but if you're going to talk disruption and interaction, you speak about new.
Oh yeah.
There's nothing more interacting than playing your opponent's deck.
Absolutely, yeah.
But with Dash having boost cards,
there?
with Dash having boost cards, they're not much good for the new. So we'll see how this one goes. It's going to be interesting.
Absolutely.
Okay, so the players are just getting set up now. They're just cutting decks.
Yeah, so nice to see the cult of new representing those sleeves there. Absolute new sleeves going on.
Absolutely, and the big question is, what item is Dash going to be starting with?
Oh, what do you reckon?
Or could it
Teclo Pounder.
I think it's going for a chamber.
Chamber.
Who's
going to win? Chamber.
He's got the chamber. There we go. Doesn't necessarily mean that he'll be going slow, but he'll be wanting to go again on those pistols.
Absolutely.
Okay, they're just pulling out.
Yeah, it's not IO, it's the original Dash we make best.
Absolutely.
Inventor extraordinaire. Yes, we see a Counter Providence, a Teclo Foundry Heart, Achilles Accelerator, and a Stonewall Gauntlet as well in the arm slot.
A lot of people are talking this up for Zen, but let's see if it's any good against new. Obviously, as soon as a player closes the chain, the Gauntlet stops blocking. So it'll be interesting to see how it works in this matchup. Okay, Alex is kicking off. Just loading up those pistols, just going first. Filtering his hand and going to Arsenal. So the benefit of being Dash is you can load that pistol as many times as you want. You only ever get one bullet, but you can always put as many cards as you want into there.
Exactly.
So. Okay.
Now over to Adam on new, one of the new heroes from Part of the Miss Vale.
It'd be interesting.
Seeing a lot of play.
It'd be interesting to see how he uses the mask. Once she's transcend and you can get that chi into pitch, you can start getting Dash to discard cards, which I imagine is going to be very powerful. Okay, let's see.
Starting off with a Spider's Bite here, coming in for 1.
Everything Dash is blocking with his attack action, so this is going to be very relevant. Let's see if Dash cares.
Well, speaking about the mask as well, is you might not be able to get the ability from new because your opponent might not be running any blues, but if you've got those cheese towards the end of the game, that mask is absolutely insane.
Absolutely.
But coming in with a Beckoning Mistblade for another 1, so if this hits, their next blue attack gets +1 and go again, if I remember correctly.
Absolutely.
And then a desires of flesh. Coming into the flesh. Lovely. So here we go. Let's just go again for 2.
Let's see if Dash is going to block. Oh, straight in with the armor block. Not being scared about using that armor.
Oh, wow.
Prognosticate is great, but really you do want a reaction to go with it. We see he's got an empty hand, so it is just a prognosticate for 1.
Yeah, because you can't do the double reactions from the armor plus another card because he doesn't have one. So yeah, just coming in for the 1. Still a relevant on hit.
It is. Alex is thinking about it. It's only 1, but he is thinking. So let's see. He might just want to play out his hand, but maybe he does not. Let's see. So very much in the tank.
Yeah.
Straight away, round 1. He's not taking any chances.
No, exactly.
They're playing for keeps. So
very cool and collected player. Very nice guy as well.
Absolutely. He was my roommate in the PT, so we had a great time in LA.
Nice. Yeah.
And he did very well in LA as well. So yeah, I believe he got top 24, top 32. So
wow. Yeah.
He's a very consistent player on Dash. And of course, the Liverpool Baton Heartened last year, he got, or the beginning of this year, he did get into the top 8 as well. So he's getting results in with Dash. Okay.
Team Sigil slaying it.
Keeping a 5-card hand. Let's see what Alex comes out with. Okay. Yeah.
Couple of updates there behind the screen.
Right, we have vision now.
Yeah.
Okay. No problem at all. Okay. Okay, and off we go. Looks like Alex has got quite a blue heavy hand, so it'll be interesting to see how he plays this one out. Okay, start off with the pistol. He knows he's got the go again.
Absolutely, that's what he's using now, the induction chamber.
And then we're off to the races with the boost. Okay.
Pitching a T-bone.
Away we go. So what do you think New's game plan is going to be in this one, in the wider game?
What, at large? Or
yes.
It's a tough one, isn't it? I mean, Assassin is one of those heroes that I think can prey on certain things, but it's the race that she might not be able to do. And that's how I feel anyway. There's a lot of interaction there. It can prey upon certain things, but is it fast enough?
Absolutely.
So.
Yeah, and Dash can go fast or slow. It's the great thing about the deck. It can play around new, especially all sorts. Okay, we're getting some more blues in Banish, but with boost, they're not that much use, are they? These Mechanologist cards. So I don't think Dash is going to be too scared about the new at the moment. 0 to 60 to 0 to 60. Love to see it. Again, straight in with the armor. They're not being cautious. They know that Dash doesn't have that many hit effects. So you maybe just want to catch that armor as much as possible from the beginning. And finishing off with a pistol.
And obviously those they have battle worn as well, so you can still play the effects later on, which is fantastic. So just trying to conserve life at this point, I imagine. But yeah, there we go.
Okay, there we go. Just cleaning up.
Robert Andrews, what's the tape covering? That is covering up the calling. This is an old mat that we've had to procure for this tournament today. I hope everyone's doing well in chat. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks for tuning in today for the UK Nationals in Liverpool.
Yeah. And Charlie has corrected me. I did say prognosticate, not prognosis. So thank you very much, Charlie. Picking me up on card names immediately.
Assassin Wizard Cross. There we go. Maybe in the future. But coming in with a Beckoning Mistblade for 1.
Just to confirm, Charlie, it's not covering up another channel's name. It's covering up the calling because we are not in the calling. We are in the Nationals.
That's right.
Okay, coming in with the blue, and we can see there's a Transcendent hand.
Bonds
so
of
straight
Agony.
away, news coming in there.
Bonds of Agony for 2. This is the one that that when it hits, you go and search their deck and hand for a card, isn't it? And then they, yeah, that's a good one. Deceiving as well, just coming in for 2. With a resource floating. What is that in his hand? Is that a Transcend card in the hand there?
It is a Transcend card.
Yeah.
We're about to see some chi. Remember to de-chi after every game, folks.
Absolutely.
Absolutely important. Okay, Alex is thinking about the block. He's not taking this lightly. He's not just thinking going to pedal to the metal. He is thinking about blocking.
It's like you say, though. You know, he's got the pistol set up, so he's 10 life ahead right now. He can just lean upon that strategy, and that's what I said earlier about Dash. She can just do so many things. Very dynamic. But yeah,
absolutely. you just need to slow dash down and get to the end game, because when you're boosting cards, that deck's not going to last forever.
Yep.
So we'll see how it goes. So far, I think Alex has been quite lucky into boosting away quite some low power cards, but when you start boosting away some decent reds, then you get a bit more scared. So let's see how it goes.
So an Eradicate going back on the bottom with the Preserved Tradition, and now he's getting the Chi back and activating the Mask as well, so getting that Banish. Getting that Banish, so it is just...
and coming in for a Fang Strike for a +1.
There's
Coming
the
in
one
for
floating.
6.
It's pretty good. And
that's why you want to get your early blocks in. They don't know when you're going to use those reacts.
Yep.
So, very heads up play. Maximum velocity, gone from hand. I guess if you're not going to play it out this turn, then you don't really want it in your hand.
No. And I guess he's also, by blocking with the maximum velocity, he's actually protecting the maximum velocity from being searched for in his deck, right, to be banished. So I guess he doesn't want those banished either, perhaps?
Absolutely. And now we can see that we've got a T-Bone in Alex's hand, so Adam's really going to have to keep hold of that battle-hardened feat, because if as soon as he gives that up, he's going to have to start blocking with Tunic or Mask, and I don't think he wants to do either of those.
Absolutely not, no.
Oh, looks like Dash is not going to be searching for items today, folks. So,
No.
Spark of Genius, all gone.
You're a genius no more. Spark is gone.
But maybe Dash doesn't really care about items in this game and is just going for the attack. So maybe Alex, we'll see if it affects Alex's game plan as we go through.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just shuffling the deck.
Yeah, apologies about the cards. They are now flashing up as and when. But Bonds of Agony, as you can see, very fantastic card. Great art as well from
Absolutely.
MST.
Okay, just clearing up now.
Let's put the Beckoning Mistblade in the... There we go, nearly. Nearly went into the deck there.
Don't want to be doing that. Okay, back to Alex now.
Thanks for everybody who's joined us today on this 9:30 AM here in the UK, wherever you might be watching. Let us know in the comments where you're watching from. We're a very international community here at Flesh and Blood.
Johnny's saying he's shocked that Alex is not nice, simple attack into pistol and Arsenal. Alex setting up again, so let's see how much disruption New's got.
Netherlands, Brazil, lovely.
Great to see.
Keep it coming.
Welcome, guys.
Must be early for you then. Well, Brazil at least, and Netherlands is maybe 1 hour ahead from us.
Absolutely. Okay, coming in with a pistol, and we can see we've got Codex coming in after this. So,
what's a one cost that he's got in his graveyard there with the one floating that he can play? Ooh. He's got Tunic as well, so it could maybe a 2 cost that's in his graveyard, perhaps.
Here we go.
Lovely Marvel as well. Lovely old job.
Those Marvels, beautiful.
Oh God, yeah.
Okay. So we've got the Fragility coming in, and so -1 on those on the pistol, and coming back in with the Prognosis.
Another one.
So it's the third Prognosis of the game.
Brilliant. Norfolk, Bournemouth, Nottingham, Uganda, Malta.
Hello to Uganda.
Oh, fantastic. Truly global. Thanks for tuning into the UK Nats. We're having a great time. Hope you are as well. But yeah, 2 go again on this.
Good to see you represents the go again. He has no other cards to play, but it's always good to see.
Yeah.
But he could be coming in with another pistol if he wants to get that value at the Tunic. But really, is that the best use of the Tunic? 1 damage? I'm not too sure. Let's see.
No.
Okay. Alex being very studious. Okay.
He knows there's nothing else after this, though. There's nothing represented there, is there? No extra damage, no Fang Strikes, nothing. So,
yep.
There we go. Just cash
just
that
wanting
in now.
that crown, and is he going to be okay? He's not even using the crown. He just wants that block. So he's got a 5-card hand.
Oh yeah, let's go. Canterbury, nice. I've been there a few times. Lovely old place. Canals, brilliant stuff. Keep the locations coming. This is what it's all about. Cool. Alex on the play now. Starting off with a Sprocket Rocket. Banishing a Magnetic Shockwave, so not getting the +1, I believe, is that. If it banishes an item, you get +1. So not getting that, unfortunately.
Yeah. Lovely stamped card there from Alex, showing off his PT experience. Oh, hello, Oscar. One of our UK players has moved out to South Korea. Good to see you.
Oh, really? Wow. Nice. I saw him at a gig recently. He was at a Fight Star gig. I'm not sure whether you know that band. Charlie from Busted's other metal project.
I take it was in the UK, not in Korea.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, that weapon, as we said, battle hardened. The battle worn equipment comes into play, so he doesn't have to block with his mask.
He's just T-boning all over the place. Love it.
This is going to be painful. Oh,
so he's going to be drawing out he's going to be drawing out one of those equipments, which is just what I mean. This card is, I think, is absolutely insane in Mechanologist. T-bone is just absolutely insane.
And once that mask is gone, not much use for that chi versus Dash.
Exactly.
So this is going to be very painful for New. But Dash is also banishing those power cards. A lot of red cards coming into banish now. So maybe Dash will just pull into a blue hand that she can't really use. So let's see. So Alex is just looking at a hand from Harpoon, so to see which card he wants to make block. So obviously he cannot use the Transcend card, but he's got two good. So we've got the Venomous Bite and the Bonds of Agony, both of which he can use. He's boosted 4 times. So anything with 4 block or below, and obviously we've only got a 2 block there and a 3 block. So let's see what he wants to get rid of. So so he's leaving that react, which is probably going to go to Arsenal for next round. But so it's going to slow New down for a turn and give Dash a turn to go wild.
At least he knows as well what's going to be in the Arsenal. You can sort of bank on the fact that react is there as well now. So the information that you get from, I know a lot of people say, information is not worth any value, but it really is. As long as you know what's coming and you can set up correctly, it is definitely worth a lot. Chat is saying that Adam did miss a ponder. That is correct because of the codex. A bit unfortunate, but these things do happen at this level. So
they're playing very cleanly here. So sometimes things get missed, but they're playing through it and they're not too worried. So we'll see how this goes.
Exactly. There's no chaos on this stream, not this time. The UK Nats is not cursed this time. It's already cursed with me here. Anyway, Spider's Bite coming in for 1. Lovely old job.
Yes.
Looks like he's just taking that to the face, isn't he?
Yeah, he's not scared. Venom Spike cannot be used on weapons, so we know he's safe.
I think this is Adam's first time on camera. Yeah, it does get to you. Like, I've been on camera before, missed tunics, and these things do affect you. It is tough, especially round 1 when there's already a lot of nerves in the room, a lot of expectation. So it's definitely one of those things that high level players do have to contend with on these tables for sure.
He's been playing hard up in the north. I've played against him a few times, so he's got the composure. It's just occasionally things get messy. It's what happens in a live game. So.
Exactly.
Okay, coming in for pistol. Go again.
Just grinding him down.
See Alex just sorting himself up, just getting some water. Always important to stay hydrated, folks,
Absolutely.
even in round 1.
It is pretty hot in here. We've seen a lot of people sporting a lot of floral shirts and what have you, so it's a little bit toasty in here in the UK. And that's
the Liverpool weather's treating us well, which is not what you'd expect from the UK.
No.
So
yeah.
Off we go. Okay, just loading up. This might be a bit of a setup turn, then if you're just loading up. Oh, okay, but he's not loading up the chamber, so he's going to be going hard.
Yeah, let's do this. Hydro homie, absolutely.
Got twin drive there. I don't think he's got maximum velocity. He's only boosting once. He's not too worried. Harpoon's gone. That's a bit annoying, but I think Dash is still... He's got the lead. The Master's gone. I think Dash is going to be happy right now.
I think so, yeah. Just coming in hard and fast. The twin drive, fantastic card from the Evo set. Not Dust Till Dawn. What was it called?
Bright Lights.
Bright Lights, yeah. Seems like a while ago. Another Sprocket Rocket coming in. And is that another Mega Nexic he's banished? Or has he chosen not to banish?
Just a nip has just been blocked. That's a great reaction from me. So that's really sad to see gone. Okay, so At's got one more card. Is he going to play it out? Is he going to Arsenal? Or he's thinking about just pistol and Arsenal. Let's see how it goes. Pistol for 2. Pew pew.
Pew pew.
And no blocks there.
And I love Alan or Baz behind the scenes flashing up the white border cards just for extra tilt. On today's stream, which is fantastic. Keep that coming, lads. If you can hear me, you probably can.
Okay, so straight in with a dagger now. Alex knows there's a react in Arsenal, so is that going to change his plan? Maybe he's going to decide it's not worth blocking because he knows it's going to be hitting anyway. He's got an item in hand, so he can only block a few times.
Yep. Does the Fang Strike hit weapons too? Does it?
No.
No.
It's attack action cards only. Yeah. So he knows it's just whether he cares about blocking for the pistol.
Yeah.
But we see a high velocity in hand. And that is such a signature card from Dash. Once you start getting in those action points, that pistol is going to be coming in. The question is, does Adam have any interruption, any disruption to be able to get him down and make sure he can't get a lot of value out of that? Because every blue is going to be coming in for 4 or 6 value. Yep. Okay, we've got to eradicate. So this is going to be banishing a lot of cards then if this react comes in. So we know the Venom Strike is, I believe it was a red. He's got the Tunic Live, so it could be coming in for +4. Does Dash want 8 cards being banished?
Yeah, that's relevant against this deck that wants to boost away for the damage and the life gap that is inherent at the moment.
Alex is looking at his hand and he knows he's got high damage. Does he really care? Can he finish it off before he gets to the end of the deck?
Maybe that's what it is. Yeah.
So it's still a very valid decision on his part.
So this is representing 7 because of the card in the arsenal, which is the
And he's still got 1 block in his armor, so maybe he's deciding save a card for being banished and get that armor block in.
Yeah.
Or maybe he just wants to save it for a blue 1. So he's still thinking.
Yep. There he is. He's in the tank. Look at that. Just thinking of these players are on a next level. How they operate at this level. It's insane. But yeah, representing Team Sigil, bunch of lovely folks on that team.
Absolutely, the black and white jerseys.
Yeah, absolutely. I did try and send my application in, but
did they respond?
Absolutely not. I've got no credentials, mate. So I'm just like, nah. But yeah.
Okay, so we've got in the +4, so it's coming in for 8. So he's taking 7. We're going to get some banishes. Let's see what the banishes bring. Okay, so 1, 2, 3.
Teklo Pounder, Throttle, T-Bone, back up, and a High Octane.
High Octane.
Okay, then. All right. But yeah, just taking it all to the face, obviously getting that 1 block off of the armor just to conserve a little bit of life, but he's just going to crack back with those 5 cards now and really close the gap.
So what do you do when you banish an High Octane? You play another one.
Another one.
So
white border as well. Fantastic. Maybe it's the shirt. That's why they're using white borders. It's like yeah.
But black and white, it fits the color team.
Exactly. Yeah.
So yeah, coming in 0 for 60 yellow. Oh no! Disaster. Second High Octane. So there's no more High Octanes in the deck.
Nope.
So this is the last big pistol turn at least. T-Bone.
Block out that with.
Okay. Oh, interesting. The Tunics.
It's the only one that can block, isn't it, for 1?
Well, you don't. His question is, does he want the 1 block? He could always come in with that Battle Lawn equipment and get a -3 on it.
Yeah.
So obviously, you cannot put more counters on his armor, so you might just get lots of minus on that 1 equipment. And then finally,
he's just wanting to conserve life now.
So
isn't
it's 60. Maximum velocity's off. Okay, so we might be seeing a banish from Teklo to get a few more value out of that pistol. But let's see how Alex finishes up. Okay, looks like we might be starting to see the pistol play.
Yep.
Here we go, just loading up.
3 action points remaining.
Yep. Coming in, clearing up. Now, of course, because he's loaded the pistol, he needs to close the chain. So very clean play there from the players. Yes. So they're saying the situation is not getting better after that Eradicate. The Eradicate did all it could, but it's the thing with the Eradicate is it's not direct disruption, is it?
No,
You're only hurting the deck.
Yeah.
So that can be valid to dash for the late game, but the question is, can New survive the late game? Pretty soon we might be seeing a fatigue matchup with New just blocking out. So
yeah, exactly. They're in a race at the moment, aren't they? So
yes.
Alex not worrying about the direct interaction with the deck, so he just wants to crack back as much as possible and just strip the cards from hand, which is what he's doing now.
And a sink below red onto pistol. That's not what you see. Blocking 4 and a 2.
No.
But let's see. So Alex snap back is we're into the fatigue now. So what we're likely to see you do is just block. So let's see what Alex got. He's lost a lot of his power cards. We've seen a lot of High Octanes gone. We've seen maximum velocity gone. So yes, it'll be interesting to see. Is it enough?
Yeah. Maybe a little bit of a pivot in strategy from the New now, just knowing that maybe this just wants to start blocking. Morning, DK. You're from Ireland, aren't you, if I remember correctly? I've seen your name about on Twitter and what have you. Good morning indeed.
Yeah. And Johnny pointing out, once you get into the fatigue point of the game, it's not great with those Transcend cards in your deck.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
No block, coming in for pistol for dagger for 1, which is not what you want to be doing when Dash is on 21 health. So let's see how long it is until those no blocks come out. Okay. loading up pistol might be a bit of a setup. Dash isn't too worried now that there's a card out of Noo's hand, so that's automatically taking down the power level quite a bit of the Noo. Let's see, 3 cards in hand. So
coming in with a yellow throttle.
Zipper
hit. Sorry, they all look the
right,
same, don't they?
I was saying before the match, the thing with casting is you realise you've got these little pet names for these cards.
Exactly,
When it comes to naming them, that's when you realise suddenly in the mid-game. So here we go. Oh. Okay. Great to see the boosted counters from Buy the Token, I believe those are from. So
that's right, yeah. One of the sponsors of the stream today, Buy the Same Token.
Buy the Same Token. Buy the Same Token. Sorry, guys. But yeah.
Oh, we need to press the thing on the TV. Press OK on that, otherwise we're not going to be able to see anything.
Sorry, guys. It's our TV was about to go into standby mode, which we do not want. So.
So we're interacting with the stream here a little bit.
Okay, Bonds of Memory coming in for 1.
That's the one that when it banishes something with the same name as something that it hits.
Yep.
Do have our partner Mist Vale book on hand.
2 cards.
There we go. Cheers for the flash up, team. Behind the scenes.
Ah, fantastic.
Yeah, so same name as one there in the graveyard.
Yep.
Don't worry, as all the Met cards look the same. Absolutely, Rob. Cheers for tuning in as well, mate. Hope you're doing well. Be nice to me, please. This is my first rodeo.
Okay.
We're having fun.
Question is, can Dash set up a maximum velocity? When you're on 8, that maximum velocity will be enough to close the game.
Absolutely.
We've seen, I think, 1, maybe 2 in the graveyard now. So the question is, where's the last one? So maybe 2 more. Let's see. T-Bone again. Well, we're not too worried about the equipment now. That equipment's blocking for nothing. Okay.
Teklo core as well there.
Okay. And off we go. So T-Bone coming in.
So not blocking for anything.
But then getting a card on top. So Dash is loving to see that. But he's probably going to be blocking a hell of a lot now. So, but Dash's deck is starting to get a bit lower.
It is, yeah. You can see the graveyard sort of piling over the top of that there. But maybe that's just because of the snaps that he's got his equipment in. That's why it's taller. Never mind.
Absolutely, folks. If you want to confuse people your deck, your graveyard, put some snaps in there.
There we go.
Yeah.
All these little micro edges that you can use to your advantage. But yeah, 0 to 60.
Okay. 0 to 60 red coming in.
Banishing a throttle.
Okay.
Blocking for 3, taking 1.
Is it going to leave me with any cards? So we can see Tekla Core. Question is, does he want to slow down and just play out that Tekla Core? Just build up for next round.
Maybe.
Being 20 health. Does he really mind about slowing down? Okay, Sprocket Rocket red coming in.
That is banishing a Teklo core, so it does get the +1 as well, which is relevant just to push that extra damage through.
A new blocking with those reacts, because when you've got 1 card in hand, it's very difficult to use them. So, okay. Oh, yeah, we're just coming in for the kill now, folks. So just pistol into pistol.
It's a tough spot for you right now.
Yes. Alex, calm and composed. But still, yeah, just it's very difficult to find to use those mech cards. That's the problem. They can get a technical core out, but that's not much use at this stage in the game.
Nope.
So just going to be a dagger for 1 with that no block. You do not want to see that in your hand. Okay, back to Alex with a 5-card hand. Can he close it out this turn, or is it going to be next turn? Here we go.
Did you see what he put in his arsenal? Do you remember what that was?
No, I did not. But you can see.
But yeah, there's a couple of there's a zipper hit in there. There's another sprocket rocket. But yeah, look at the composure. Absolute composure.
And he's got the sink blow, so even if they had no block, it's not too bad. But it's a bit late in the game now. So.
Oh, okay. Is that scramble pulse?
Dash close. Yes, scramble pulse. And benching the throttle.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Clean block.
Clean. Gets rid of a card. Draws a card. Not sure what it was, but
risky play at this stage of the game when you don't want to pull into those no blocks. So let's see. Okay. Not much damage. I think I'm seeing some blues in Alex's hand, but when you're on 2 health, any damage will do.
Exactly, yeah. And Scramble Post, again, another card that interacts with equipment. Well, it's not obviously not relevant right now, but maybe that's another tool that Dash has with the fridges that are available in this meta at the moment.
Closing the chain to load up on the pistol. And away we go. Pistol, pistol, pew, pew.
Pew, pew, white borders, let's go.
We should have really started counting how many times this pistol goes off, shouldn't we?
Maybe next time.
Maybe next time. Oh, and snapping the accelerators. So we are going to be going in for an extra action point here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, into
5.
a throttle. Red throttle. So there we go. Double block. So the question is, what is that last card in hand? Okay. Double banish off Teklo, the chess piece, just to get the two resources, which might be the death knell. No hands in block, just has to load up the pistol. And
just to make sure.
Absolutely. Just to close out the game. There's a fist bump. So great play from Adam, but just wasn't enough. Dash is a hard one for New. Cannot use those cards, and as soon as that mask goes, you really lose a lot of value out of those chi cards. So tight play from Alex, and commiserations to Adam. He played a tight game. It just was not enough.
Absolutely. Alex, defending champion, winning his first round on stream. Awesome job. Good win for Team Sigil.
Absolutely. Great to clean.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also, the thing to note is this is the 4th Nationals. This is the first Nationals where the reigning champ has managed to win the first game.
Oh.
So it's looking good for Alex. Every other time, the reigning champ loses the first round.
Oh, okay.
So I bet Alex is happy with that.
Absolutely.
So yes. So congratulations to Alex, and I'm sure we'll be hearing from him soon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So what do you think of that game?
That was pretty good. Yeah. A lot of the cards that I thought would come into effect, like the T-bones and what have you, really did well to strip away the armor block as well, which I thought was pretty cool, and the pulse wave harpoons as well. There's a lot of cards that Dash has access to at the moment, which I think are just absolutely fantastic. So well done to Alex to piloting that to the win.
Absolutely, and the issue is that, as Johnny Chapman pointed out in chat, New can use her chi to start using those mech cards, but really the only one that's any good is the Teklo Core.
Yeah.
Everything else is you can boost, but what are you going to do apart from banishing a card? You're not giving anything go again, so Mech are really protecting themselves in this meta.
Absolutely, yeah. We're going to cut to a Chaos Cards ad now as well, so we'll be back to do it all over again very, very soon at Liverpool UK Nationals, baby.
See you soon, guys.
See you soon.
We are Chaos Cards, your ultimate destination for trading cards, tabletop games, hobby accessories, and all things flesh and blood. We're a family business with a passion for gaming, having grown from a small local shop to a leading player in the industry. Our friendly team is here to help you find the perfect addition to your collection, whether you're a seasoned gamer or just starting out. Discover the Chaos Cards experience today. Visit us at chaoscards.co.uk.
Hi everybody, welcome back to the UK Championship in Liverpool. I've been joined by Alex Kitsu, the reigning, defending UK champion. Never easy, round one. You knew we were going to pick you. You were all teed up, ready to come on.
Yes.
I did say to you, Dash. Why Dash? I mean, I know she's like, leading the living legends, sort of like leaderboard at the minute, but not necessarily the most popular pick going into, this meta.
Yeah.
What's your reasonings for her?
Yeah, and I want to say I was very surprised. I was looking at the U.S. Nationals meta, and I saw it was something very small, like 7 or like 11, something like that, dashes. Very, very, very small amount. And I was like, people just don't respect Dash. Or like, I understand to some degree because to some people it can be a bit boring, maybe, let's say, or maybe like it's not the new, fresh thing, right? But she's very, very powerful. Even if you pit her up against the new Mystic heroes, she has game into all of them, in my opinion. No, to be fair, is the most tough one for her.
Yeah.
Just because you're
that Eradicate,
yeah.
Jesus, yeah.
You're both. It's like a team project. You're both working on banishing your deck. Yeah. So.
How did you feel when that Eradicate came off? Because you knew that he had Venomous Strike or his Venomous Fang in the arsenal, so you knew it was coming in for a lot.
Yes, I knew I was gonna be taking 8 from the Eradicate. It was a tough situation. It was hard for me to think about that turn, and I still think maybe I did the wrong choice there. I did have for the first time, because the entire game I didn't really draw a power card, and the only time I drew a power card was the turn that he had the Bonds of Agony. And I had to block with it because otherwise he would have banished all of them from my deck, which was going to be really bad. But then finally I drew the High Octane, and in my mind I was like, this is my one chance where I will not be disrupted. And be able to manage to put him on a low amount of life. And from that then on, I knew that the game wouldn't be about life anymore. It would be about fatigue, because I knew I was going to push quite a lot of damage. But obviously I was going to have to take a big toll on my deck to do it. So it was a really tough decision, and I'm still not sure if I did the right thing. But my opponent really figured out how to pivot the right situation to fatigue. He said maybe he did it a bit late, but I think it was right, because if he does it earlier, I can also play more conservatively. That's the thing.
I mean, you've got the pistol plan, haven't you? Like,
yes.
I'll just play the pistol plan. But sort of like when you say about banishes, like you had like all your sparks gone. It's just like, that was a hard pill. That came out. I was sitting next to the table just going, there's no Teclo cores coming out now. And we saw High Octanes get banished. I mean, you only had that one High Octane you played. Everything else was in the banish zone. You just like, there's a couple of Max V's in there gone. You just like, you were running out of options for sort of like big turns. But you navigated that really well. The first defending champion ever to win sort of like round one. So well done on that one. It's looking good. Last year you were saying you started off with a round one win, but that was from a bye. So no bye for you this year, I'm afraid.
No free wins. No free wins.
You weren't here for your team practicing draft yesterday. How are you feeling for the draft side?
Yeah, I wasn't there yesterday, but we did have a mini draft camp with the teammates the weekend prior. So we have really focused on trying to figure out this format. I have to say it's one of the most complex ones, and most of the time when we do the draft, we have like some sort of strategy that we are always like, oh, this is the strategy, we're always going to do this strategy, and we can guarantee a 2-1 or above, right? I don't think in this format is possible. You have to adapt. You have to figure out what's open and just play your seat, basically.
So for those people who are not familiar with draft camps, I mean, sort of like, for me coming into sort of like Flesh and Blood, I'd never played draft before. The card games I played, there was no draft format. So sort of like when sort of like draft camps were introduced, I was just like, well, how does that work? Does everybody just sit around the table and we just play a few games of draft and, see what's what? How does it actually work? Is there a format, a formula that you're looking for? People do pack one, pick ones. Let's discuss all of our picks. How?
Yeah. It was interesting. It was a bit of a mix. I didn't know myself because this is the first actual draft camp that I've done. But we drafted with a couple of the toxic guys as well. And they had done this sort of stuff before. So they said, the first thing that we did is like we did a normal draft, but we wrote down all of our picks at every single point in the draft. And we said also, we made a small note to say, like, why did I pick this over this, maybe? Or like, maybe I've noticed that some card is missing. I would write down that as well. And after we've done the draft, we asked the people, like, oh, how much of this did you get? How much of that did you get? Were you this hero? Did you pivot? What's happening? And then if we see a discrepancy, we can analyze the notes and we can see, oh, I made this decision because of X reason, and the other player would be like, oh, I think you should have done Y decision because of this other reason. If you analyze all the things. So like it causes a lot of discussion, and maybe people can learn from each other that way.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
that was one way. And we had another one where it was just like a timed draft to simulate the actual
what's going to happen here today.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. They did that yesterday. Dave from Dark Sphere, he had the timer. All you guys were drafting to time, and it was like, blimey, this is super serious. I mean, sort of like, you've done really well. Warsaw was when your team came out, sort of like, 2 top 8 finishes, one in the Battle Hardened with Sammy, top 8 for you for the calling in Warsaw. You're just like, okay, these guys you're super serious. It's just like, it's no messing about. It's just like we're after results, and you can see from sort of like the practice that you guys have been putting in even yesterday, and like you were saying with draft camp.
Indeed.
But thank you so much. I wish you all the very best.
Thanks,
Will
Baz.
you be our 2-time UK champion? We shall see. But all the best with that. Thank you
Thanks,
so
Baz.
much. Stay tuned. Round 2 will be coming up soon. More CC to come, so don't go anywhere.
Hello guys, welcome back. We're just setting into round 2. So, what do you think so far? That was a great game from Dash.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got we've got a sick game now going forward. We've got a Ranger off, which is absolutely fitting because we've got Aelia versus Riptide.
So we know we've got a few Scottish players. I believe for the Scottish team of 4 players on Riptide, and they're very confident about their deck. And
there's a whole team on Riptide.
There's a whole team on Riptide.
Wow.
I can tell you that, folks. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. We haven't got the meta report just yet. We'll try and get that later on in the day. But we do know that, and he's against Liam Holden, who's had very consistent results.
Yeah,
nice. He did very well last meta in the on the Pro Tour in LA with the Decimator Dory.
Oh yes, yeah.
Doing lots of blocking, but now he's Aelia now. Not so much blocking.
Not so much blocking. No, absolutely. Yeah. So Aelia is just very, very good, as we all know. She's positioned as an aggro deck, but she can also interact with the other aggro decks as well because of the interaction that she has, plus the evasion as well, which is fantastic. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this Riptide goes in because I'm not too familiar with Riptide, whether he wants to go aggressive or defensive because he has all the traps and everything.
He's got all the traps. There's different builds out there. There are some builds that go quite aggro, and there's some builds that do block a hell of a lot. So it'll be interesting to see whether he's got the sideboard space for all those traps. So yeah, but we'll see how it goes. Now we didn't see much success from the Rangers than the US. We saw some Aelias up there, but not so much Riptides. It'll be interesting to see how the Riptides do throughout the day.
Absolutely, yeah. I can't wait to see this one. It's going to be good fun. And second round, getting to cast an Aelia game, it's a dream come true.
Absolutely. Of course, your favourite hero?
Absolutely, yeah. I've been playing her since I got into the game during Monarch, and here we go.
Here we go.
This is the story. Let's go.
Okay.
Liam Holden 1-0, Declan Patrick 1-0.
And the big question, Yuzi's asked it, is will Liam be packing his Dreadbore? Now, Dreadbore, no attack reactions from a hand.
No D-reaction from hand, yeah.
D-react, sorry. So that's pretty good against those traps.
Yep.
So let's see how Declan does against those. Okay, they're just getting set up.
Yeah, Death Dealer is like the main sort of gassy card in Aelia, though, isn't it? Every time you pitch into it, you draw a card. It's just, people have been saying, it's basically a 5 intellect hero. And you can always access the top of your deck through, Death Dealer or your Skullbone. There's so many things you can do, and that's why a lot of people love playing her.
And for Riptide, he wants to be blocking from hand, so he can use his ability to load Arsenal.
Yep.
If Dreadbore's there, then unfortunately, he's not going to be using his ability very much.
Exactly.
At least not on the opponent's turn. So.
Yeah.
Pebble Hat's asked if there's any Rosetta spoilers. Now, there's not going to be any spoilers associated with this stream, unfortunately. We know as much as you do. We'll be talking a bit about the spoilers later, but we do not have anything new for you, unfortunately. We do not have any spice from LSS.
No, not this time round. Maybe next time, if they like the stream.
Yeah.
I know some of you's watching.
Hello to LSS all the way in New Zealand. I'm not sure what the time is over there, but they can watch and catch up. It's fine.
Yeah, it'll be like 11:30, 12 o'clock over there.
Okay, maybe they're watching.
Gamer time, mate. Gamer time. We stay up all night playing this game, but this is interesting because we got Liam on Aelia, but Declan repping the Aelia sleeves.
Yes, well, of
Very
course,
confusing.
last Nats, Declan was an Aelia player, and he did make 9th place. He bubbled. He was devastated.
Outrageous.
So hopefully this time he can close it out. So yes, myself and Declan were in the same draft pod, actually, in Nats last year.
Oh, okay.
And we all agreed it was the best draft pod we ever had. Just a really nice folks. So
good.
Can always count on that from the UK players.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Liam is actually one of my locals. So he's from Manchester. So local to Manchester, to Liverpool, sorry, not too far away, only an hour up the road.
Yeah.
So yes, he's traditionally very much, as I said earlier, he likes his blocking, he likes his fatigue. He's been playing Oldham, he's been playing Decimator Dory, but he's always had Aelia in the back pocket as that aggro hero for him. So he's always had the reps, so he's had it in his back pocket this entire time. So it'll be interesting to see how he plays out over the course of this meta.
Absolutely, yeah. And I remember playing against Liam in the Calling Birmingham, and he was playing Bravo at the time. So someone was saying, it must be fatigue Aelia.
Yes.
that obviously going on that thread is played a lot of Guardian. So
yeah, I wonder how many unmovables are in his deck today.
Absolutely, yeah. But obviously Declan, if he bubbled out with Aelia last year, he's going to have a lot of knowledge into what he's playing into as well, which could help him a lot. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this. Nice little Ranger off.
Absolutely. Don't see it very often, these Ranger mirrors in this meta, so great to see. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of blood pox.
A lot of plagues going around. It's going to be a dirty time in the pits today.
Okay, so New Horizon in Riptide, and let's see. Okay, standard loadout in the Aelia.
Using the new long draw half glove as well, which is a lovely addition from MST in the expansion slot. Which in Aelia can protect against Warmonger's turns and everything, so it's pretty good. But you can see Liam just repping the aggro, bullseye and snappies. Let's go.
Because Warm Wonders is probably pretty good for Riptide. He's got a lot of attack action cards he can use.
Yep.
But he does have those actions as well, so I probably doesn't have it in his deck. Let's see how it goes.
So starting off with a Remorseless and drawing a card, pitching a Battering Bolt. Going to have a look at the top card. I think it's a Searing Shot on top.
And
triple
react.
Okay, here we go. Aelia straight away. That's coming in for 14 damage plus the no, is it 14? No, 13 damage.
Counter coming out and creating a ponder, and Seek and Destroy, of course, means that he's going to be losing his hand at the end of the turn.
Absolutely. So
no Arsenal for Riptide.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
That's pretty good for turn 0. Already down to 27 health. That's pretty much a blitz game.
Wow.
So it looks like we might be having a fast one today.
That is. The thing is as well is like he sent all of that damage for 0 and then still got the ponder as well. That is insane.
But it's on the Death Dealer, so going out for the aggro. Not too worried about these traps today.
No, I don't think so. Not after a start like that either. He's up to the races.
Classic Aelia indeed.
Absolutely scowling flashback.
Okay. Plays playing very cleanly and repping. So they're both
GG, Jack is saying. That's funny.
Don't say it's over yet, Jack. Come on.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Give the players a chance. So, of course, with that New Horizons, you really do want to be setting up those double arsenals, and that's not going to be possible this turn. So
no, that's savage. But yeah, pitching the Intoxicating Shot in to load the Drill Shot, drawing a card, playing a Seek and Destroy, followed up by what can only be described as another buff.
A Deadeye.
Yeah.
Don't think we'll be seeing any aim counters today.
Oh wow, we're just going big. Big Chungus.
Prismatic ley lines there. Almost said lens. It's ley lines. So what that will do is it'll give +1 to red cards, +2 to yellow cards, and +3 to blue cards. Not so relevant, but since there's no further attacks coming this turn. But in terms of, you're pretty happy with that, aren't you?
That's pretty good, yeah. Sorry, I misspoke as well. The Seek and Destroy on the next to New Horizon is actually the reminder of the trigger, but he has still played a Seek and Destroy there as well. But yeah, this is coming in for 11 damage. Looks like he's just going to take it.
Big haymakers coming in here. So
absolutely.
Let's see what the -1 counter's going on to.
Absolutely
Tunic.
huge. Yeah.
Okay.
You don't want to be blocking with that unless you absolutely need to, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, there's not much armor there anyway from Aelia, but there we go.
And the Seek and Destroy just goes to the other side. Now, of course, it's not a disease, but it's always good to see it representing the other board.
Yeah.
Very clean play from the players. Okay.
Cool. So he's activating the cross wrap to see what's on top, and it's a take aim in the arsenal. So he's just deciding whether he wants to access that top card through Aelia's ability, but you can access it through Death Dealer as well if you've got the right lines and composition in your hand. Spicy, absolutely. Move back best. You know all about the spicy.
Oh, when the fingers come out and they start counting their damage, that's when you've got to be scared, haven't you? Okay, so Take Aim, of course, has reload, so he can always put something back into Arsenal if he wants to. So the question is, does he want to play it out?
Yeah, Take Aim's actually come into a lot of Aelia lists recently. I think it is a very, 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 very awesome card. The fact that you don't have to use Death Dealer, you can get another activation out of there. It's very, very good. And are we going to see the reload now? Yes, we are. So we can still activate Death Dealer after this if it has a go again.
Another Seek and Destroy!
Oh, my word.
3 turns and 3 Seek and Destroys. What's going on?
Nice to see the Memorial Ground as well. So he's just going for the absolute dominated Searing Shot yet again. Holy hell.
Oh, just counting up the damage. Let's see how it goes. We don't miscount here. So 13 damage coming in dominated +1 on hits.
Wow, it's like throwing hammers in that room in there. Ridiculous. Any backup
and
games?
lacing with inertia. Again, when you've got inertia and you've got Seek and Destroy, I don't think you really care about that inertia. It's
Absolutely
not the main concern right now.
Wow.
But at least you can bottom deck things rather than put them into Graveyard. But of course, Graveyard is really useful for getting those Codex hits.
Absolutely.
So you do want to manage your Graveyard just a tiny bit as both players, as Riptide and as Aelia. Coming with Tar Pit Trap, so the hit effect will not happen.
Okay, so that cancels out a few on hits then. I think it is just it cancels out everything, right? If I remember correctly, Tar Pit Trap. Not sure if we can get a flash up for that, but I'm pretty sure it cancels every on hit. Or maybe not. Can't remember.
Still got the Seek and Destroy there, so yeah, we'll see
we'll see.
We'll get that up. Okay. Remembrance there. I mean, not remembrance. See another.
Oh my word!
Now we've got
insane.
There's more than one Seek and Destroy per turn now.
Wow,
this is crazy coming in.
Nobody's keeping any
remorseless, and this is remorseless.
Wow.
This got to be painful as Aelia, having your own cards being played back at you like
Absolutely.
this. These Aelia's going to be knowing these well.
Only if the attack has go again. That's it. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah. So Tar Pit wasn't active. Jack. Awesome stuff. Australia, New Zealand are in the chat. Ian, Right Time Gaming, how's it going, mate? Nice to see you here. But yeah, if anybody's new to the stream, welcome. This is the UK Nats here at Liverpool, and let us know where you're tuning in from. But there's a lot of backup streams. There's Spanish backup. There's loads of stuff going on this weekend.
Oh, so Azalea's actually blocked. We said she wouldn't block, and here she is blocking.
Oh, we're using our words,
Paul. We don't know anything as
We know
casters.
nothing.
Okay, so it's not going to be a massive turn from Aelia, but when you've got that 8-point life lead, do you really mind?
I don't think so, no. I mean, that's 2 cards there, but essentially you can still activate Death Dealer and draw a card, but he does have a tunic as well. So again, it's... Oh, there we go. He can rain razors.
Oh, he's deciding what he wants to pitch here. Yeah, of course, that Memorial Ground's not going to be much use to right now. So, yep. Batching Bolt into Rain Razors, taking 1 hit off the Remorseless, so that's fine.
And this could hurt as well, because obviously when Battering Bolt hits, all non-action cards get discarded and you lose that much life. So if it hits and he's got other traps in hand, he can lose that much life as well. And he's got a combat trick with the Rain Razors in hand as well, so he can push that through if he wants to.
And of course, it also hurts in Riptide if he has any Rain Razors in his hand.
Exactly,
so
yeah.
It's quite good against those instants as well.
Mm-hmm. Now we can see a couple of laces.
Okay, we've got a bit of a block here, but of course we're going to see
He's
it.
just going to push
there
the damage. Just going to push it
over the top. Okay.
Kiki, how's it going?
So let's have a look at the hand. Oh, hi, Kiki, of course.
NZ showing up.
On the Rainbow Pitch. So, yeah, and I believe Rainbow Pitch has still got space in their tournament, so check those guys out.
Absolutely, yeah.
Fantastic to see representation.
Absolutely. Great calls for that league. Nice to see a Season 2. But yeah, they're just throwing haymakers at each other. It's an absolutely fantastic game to watch. Very, very quick, though.
Yes. Of course, we thought them would be the fast games. Not the only fast deck out there.
Yeah. Okay, so...
Okay. Bolton shots coming into...
I think he used a tunic for that. He must have done.
Yeah.
Okay, Bolton shot. Needs a buff behind this to obviously give it go again. So that's what he's going to try and find. Go Riptide. Yeah, absolutely. We can do this.
Oh... Yeah, we're unbiased here. We're fans of all ranges.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, I used to be a Lexi player, so I have much love for, and certainly got my eyes on Riptide coming into the future.
Oh, God, yeah. Cool. So this is going to come in for 6 go again on hit Blood Rot, on hit Reload, with 1 card in hand and 1 in Arsenal. So this is just threatening damage at the moment.
Yep.
So
6 plus 2 off the Blood Pox, of course. I don't think Azalea's going to be paying 3 for any of those.
I don't think so.
Just pure damage here. And of course, if you get hits, get reload, but there's no extra Arsenal with something face down in Arsenal, so that doesn't matter so much. But of course, it's go again, and that's really what the Riptide wants.
Yep.
Question is he going to follow up with a big hit effect, or is it just going to be something quiet?
Just getting some damage in.
So what's the worst thing that you think could come up? We could always see an extra buff into a Codex is probably the worst thing right now with that.
Yeah, that's true.
As Arsenal being open,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know. Let's see. I didn't look at the hands last time, chat, so you probably know more about the hand than I do.
Yeah, really thinking about this. I mean, this represents 8 damage, which would put him down to 15 at the end of the resolution of the Blood Rot. But yeah, I just don't know. I just don't know if Aelia just wants. Looking at the hand there, I think it's just 2. It's all reds, I think.
It's all reds, and of course you used the Tunic Cup last time.
Exactly.
So it's really,
yeah.
it's an empty. Yeah.
So you could try and push the Bullseye Braces if you do want to respond with a lot of damage, because you're going to have a pitch of red into that Death Dealer to get something in there, and then you're going to draw it. But yeah, there's a few things that you can do, but he's thinking about.
Got some buffs there. It's just a question of how much he can hit back.
Exactly, and there's a follow up still as well, isn't there?
Yeah.
Right, so.
Because Riptide, if it's just plain damage, he might decide he just wants to take it to come in for the kill.
Yeah.
He's still got a lot here, so he's going to be coming in for 2 arrows here. So 23, he's got that 12 points, but those 12 points could narrow quite fast here.
Mm-hmm. One of the cards is an Endless Arrow. What on Declan's side, Oscar? But yeah, he's in the tank. It's in the tank, baby.
Now Liam's just thinking about every option here. He's got his pen up. He's thinking about taking it. He's just going to take it.
Just going to take it. So
okay.
Representing a life total of 15 after the Blood Rot right now.
Yeah. Okay. See what's in hand.
What's the follow-up going to be?
Oh, okay. So it is the Endless. You're right, chat.
Nice one.
Chat is always right.
Chat is always right.
Now, the thing is, with the a card in hand, that Endless coming back to hand, it could be punishing there.
Mm-hmm.
You've already got a hand for part Arsenal, so you're already kind of IPing yourself there. There you go. That second card's just not being played.
No.
There.
So drawing into a tar pit, a codex, and a deadeye there, I think,
Okay.
alongside the. Yeah, can he? I think he can threaten 11 this turn. Obviously, he's still got the block on the New Horizon and the long draw. So basically, at 14 life in that regard.
But of course, with tar pit in hand, he has to be careful because he's going to be giving it go again with those snaps. Then that's
True.
when the tar pit's coming out.
That could be a good time to draw it then if he wants to overextend this turn. That could be a good time to have it. To be fair. Nice to see a lot of Liam supporters in the chat.
Yeah, Ollie there, another one of our Manchester players. Good to see Ollie.
We can see the bullseye braces being cracked here. As expected to go a little bit wider. This is going to punish now with the tar pit, isn't it?
Oh, coming in for 5, so it's got that go again immediately. Don't even need to use snaps, but little does he know, he's not going to be using that reload. But then it's not really a hit effect, is it? So
no.
That's he can. So they're pretty neck and neck at the moment. Of course, having a 2-point lead, but with that blood pox out, that's going to disappear.
Basically on 11. Basically, and this turn could be devalued by that tar pit.
Yeah. Okay, so we're not using the tar pit yet. And there we go,
there
tar
it is.
pit's out.
Okay, so...
Going to take 1 point of damage there off the Riptide hit effect. So of course, we're trap triggers.
That's relevant.
And he will not get the reload. Now, I
No
bet
reload.
Liam's hoping for that reload because obviously he's going to have to use his arrow now, which isn't too bad now with Death Dealer. You know, you get to draw a card. The question is, what do you draw?
It's still a 0 cost as well, so you can pitch a Death Dealer, load it in, fire for 4, and then whatever you draw off the top could push it up to a 7. But yeah, that's a bit of a shame. But we'll see what happens next. Here we go.
Loading to having to pitch that red there. Okay, so we've drawn into a blue sniping. Not really the hand. You can arsenal it for later. He's not going to be too disappointed there. But of course,
there we go.
Pressing premeditate a ponder there. So is that ponder really going to be useful with the spire sniping in hand? He's probably going to want to just arsenal it. So let's see. So threatening a 7 and...
it's cool that he's got the spire now, though, because it means he can just search for the evasion at this stage in the game.
And of course, the tar pit, I believe, is still active. He blocked it out, so the next time a hit effect hits. So I believe he will not going to be getting the ponder, but really Liam's going to play through. He doesn't mind too much.
Yeah, exactly. He's got an arsenal anyway, so he's got that card in hand anyway, so that's fine.
Yeah. The only thing is, if he could keep a hand of that blue in hand, it means he could have pitched for the blood rot. So it is still relevant.
Yeah,
so, yep. I bet Liam is missing that ponder right now.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Players joking around.
Yeah, it's good that they can still have fun in these high pressure environments.
Of course, yeah. So
as we all do.
I count both Liam and Declan as close friends, so it's great to see them having a good joke together. So yes, pretty even matchup so far. Of course, checking out the quivers. Now we've got Driftwood in the Riptide and the Crow's Nest. Those quivers really came in useful from the outsider set.
Yeah.
Because it was always a bit behind. We were saying, well, what can go into... you can't put anything on that offhand because it's two-handed. So
exactly.
Thank you, LSS, for quivers.
Yeah.
Great design.
Great design space. And it's just there's no opportunity cost for it. You just put it in regardless. But yeah, we've got...
okay, checking the graveyard, which is the sign of a codex coming out.
Looks like it. Also play for the blood rocks if it hits. Yeah, absolutely. DK.
Top tips for Rangers, if you want to make sure the opponent doesn't know if you've got a codex, just check the graveyard every turn.
Yeah.
But as it is, it's very forecast here that there's a codex. Now, Liam is going to be arsenaling, so it won't be too bad for him. But of course, that fatigue is always relevant against Rangers. He's not going to be attacking from hand unless he's got a Ravenous Rabble.
Exactly. And pitching to Blood Rot Box.
Okay, pitching to Blood Rot Box. So he is going to have an open arsenal for that codex. So
yeah,
let's see. He wants that arrow in Arsenal by lots of things.
Looks like he drew 3 reds and a spire sniping there on that turn. But yeah, 4 with is it 3 with go again? I think it's 3 with go again unless that's the aim.
Yep.
Falcon Wing coming in.
Yep, 0 for 3. Falcon Wing. Another great addition from outsiders.
So
that means...
And aim counters could be a thing going forward as well, right? We just saw the new Aelia army deck, which obviously we can speak about in later on the stream. But that was a new buff that came out about aim counters. So aim counters could be a thing going forward in future Ranger design.
I had a chat with Declan last night about this new cards and line it up. I asked him what he thought about for Riptide, and he said it's insane.
Oh, okay.
So
nice.
it'd be exciting to see how both Rangers use it going into the future.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Codex of Frailties coming out. Not Marvel this time, but we won't judge.
They won't judge. No,
Nope.
Still a fantastic card nonetheless.
Absolutely
Doesn't
beautiful
matter
card.
the aesthetic.
Okay. Oh, what did he put into Arsenal? Did you see there? I was looking away the second.
I was
Declan's
looking at the.
Oh, there we go. Oh, Remorseless. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's going to be threatening damage and also threatening more damage
Damage
once
on the
goes.
back end.
So of every buff that Aelia plays, it's an action card. So that's going to be costing life.
It is indeed.
So going to be coming in for 5. This is going to be tough decisions for Liam.
It means he's going to go down to 4 if he lets it through, plus anything he plays on his next turn could get him down very low.
So the chat has asked if Liam missed a ponder. He did not miss a mod ponder. The tar pit trap was active and therefore the hit effect did not trigger.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Clean
Tar
play
pit
from the
trap.
players.
Tar pit trap says the next time something, so he wouldn't have got it. So.
Thanks.
But yeah.
Oh, Declan looking happy with himself there. Pulling himself back into the game here.
Absolutely.
Coming in for 5 and then, once you're down to 4 and you want to play, you can't play 3 buffs, can you?
No.
So it's damaging. And we haven't seen many traps also from Riptide. None of those collapsing trap or any of those
None
signatures.
of that so far.
So
No.
it'd be interesting to see if those come into play in a second.
Exactly right. Obviously, towards the end of the game, if you can try and trigger your traps, you can just ping them away. But here goes Remorseless.
Here we go. No buffs here, just a plain old 5.
Just a raw Remorseless.
Clean block there. Okay.
Absolutely. Buff and Aspire.
Down to a 1-card hand, so Riptide's not too worried there. He's going to get 5-card hands into Liam's 2-card hand, so I think Declan's pulled himself back in here.
Absolutely, yeah. But with the opt, we can have a look to see what we can. Oh, we got a Codex.
Oh, Codex.
All right.
Oh. So we got a... okay, so just a simple 0-cost play here, so he's not going to be dominating anything. But Searing Shot... A buff and Searing Shot when you're on 4 health, that's always relevant. So
yeah,
it looks like we'll be coming into the grind here. But New Horizons is there for the block if you ever need it.
It is, yeah. I mean, Liam, if he wanted to, he could also activate Aelia to access that Codex on top. So he could play I think he's got a buff in hand, so he could play the buff, then activate Aelia to get the Codex, and then play a card out of the graveyard with Codex to then get that Ponder back. So maybe he's thinking about doing that as well at the moment, because he can do that also. But yeah, I mean, there could be some things being missed here and there on these streams. You know, these players are in the tank, they're in the streaming room. You know, there's a couple of things that might be missed here and there, but these things happen.
But both Liam and Declan are very clean players and very competitive. So yeah. They're playing well. Tar pit trap stopped that Ponder, so don't worry, chat.
Absolutely.
Okay, so just think that is a choice. Do you want that Searing Shot or do you want that Codex?
Yeah, I mean, the Searing Shot represents more damage. Is there another Searing Shot in his graveyard? I'm not sure if there is there?
No.
The other 0 costs are just Bolton shots, I think, based on what's been played already. But you're getting the value out of the Frailty and the Ponder.
Yes.
So it could be what he tries to do here. And there's a Frailty in hand.
And he's going for the Codex. He is going for it. Okay, let's see.
So it's going to be a double Frailty. Well, on hit at least. You're going to get a Frailty regardless. But if the next attack hits, he's going to get another Frailty, which obviously does impact Rangers because they play from Arsenal. So that could be quite good.
I mean, for the grind now, just slowing each other down and just trying to get those effects through. So is he thinking about an Endless? He's going to put the... he's considering it and just see if there's anything else.
I mean, you're going to be getting a Ponder anyway, so you could opt for something else here, but maybe just wants the inevitability of the Endless Arrow coming back constantly. Codex is always the play here. Yeah, it's always a good line, isn't it? Ripping that off the top and playing it. Make sure your arsenal's filled up at the end.
And of course, Declan with his lovely Aelia jumper there, so he's really feeling the pain now.
Oh, wow, look at that silhouette. I didn't even notice that until now. Wow, where do I get one of those?
Maybe he's feeling a bit of regret now. We will see. Little did he know Ranger could be his demise here, but let's see.
Yeah. Drill Shot is also another good option, Uzi. Yeah, you're absolutely right, but I'm not sure if he had one of those in there.
Oh, still laughing it through. Let's see what he wants to do. Question is, what is in that arsenal?
Decisions.
It's just 6 damage. What's the worst? You know, just put one card down in front of it, go down to 2. It's fine.
On hit death right now.
Of course, those braces are gone now, and that would have been very relevant with Snap still live here.
Absolutely, yeah.
So Declan still has game here.
I don't think it matters which arrow. It's never going to hit. Yeah, very, very true.
Wow.
On hit death, Brendan. Absolutely.
We don't know that, though. The question is, how many traps is Declan sitting on? I can't see his hand. He's guarding it quite well.
I think it's a searing.
I did see a searing shot there, and I saw some sort of buff. I didn't quite see which one, but it looked like a buff to me. Did not look like a trap, so...
That's been a really cool game, though.
Yeah, of course, Endless Arrow, if it comes back to hand, it allows them just a 4-card block next turn if you ever wanted to, and just send an Endless back.
True,
so
yeah.
It does provide a bit of flexibility on Liam's side. Oh.
Yeah.
They're playing poker now, just staring each other down, putting their hands down.
Just doing arithmetic, like just trying to figure this out. And this is what separates the good from the great, Isn't it, really? Just figuring out what every single piece of card is worth on the board in these games.
Of course, being a Ranger Mirror, they both know each other's decks quite well.
Exactly.
They know what to expect. So they know what's coming. It's just a question of can they pull through.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, in the late game, these traps could come into their own here.
Exactly.
Aelia's taking the lead, but all it takes is a really well-timed trap. And turns it round.
Or on the other side, a well-timed, dominated, stacked arrow. So it's just exactly very, very good observation there from Jackson.
Yeah. Now, of course, with Death Dealer in, he doesn't have to worry. He can play traps from hand and just get around that dominate by just keeping things into put things into his arsenal.
Just pinging him down. Yeah.
Which becomes very relevant. Yeah, we'll see how this plays out. It's very even right now.
Of course, we've still got the block as well on field for Declan here. We've got 2 and 1, and the tunic as well if needed. So that is always a life you can lean back onto as well. Yeah, what is going on here?
What's going on?
There we go. Look at that. Using the
Clean
armor.
6 block. Premeditate. I wish he could play that, eh? And I bet he does too. So.
Yeah.
Well. Okay.
So the
frailty's gone
Honda should resolve. There we go. I'm not sure what that was. It was very quick.
No, very quick in. Don't need to look at it when you've only got 1 card.
Exactly.
Okay.
All
Lace.
So pitching the bolt and shot, loading in a Heat Seeker.
Heat Seeker. Of course, that puts a card into Arsenal at the end of turn.
Face up as well, right? So it opens up the Arsenal slot. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, then.
So that opens up a double Arsenal.
It does.
Which probably means that Riptide does not want to block with his hood next turn.
No.
Coming in for 7, and of course 2 more and hit with that Blood Rot.
Yeah, it's just representing 9 damage despite the frailty. So this is what a crackback.
Of course, the only block there is that cross wrap. That tunic is not going to be blocking today.
No.
So Aelia could always decide just to go for an armor block, but nope, we're going clean.
Cashing in the cross wrap now.
Okay, 7. He's scared of that Arsenal. Okay, so just going to be a single card Arsenal for Declan. Yep, no rain razors today.
Yeah.
So
I'm not sure if we know what's been established in Liam's Arsenal, maybe the Endless, perhaps, but I can't remember. But we will see. It's over to Liam now. Tunic to 3 as we go into the late stages of this Ranger Mirror.
yes.
Lace with inertia.
Right. Oh.
Drill shot for 7. Nice.
Okay. So could have go again off snaps, but he's not too worried unless he's got a Ravenous Rabble. We haven't seen any of those yet, have we?
No, we haven't. But also he's got Tunic available, so he can still Death Dealer as well. So if that's an arrow in hand, you can Death Dealer, draw a card, then fire it. So that could be representing another 7 there if he draws a buff off the top, which is pretty good.
Yeah. Aelia just taking the lead and just trying to ride Riptide down. But question is, what does Riptide have a response? That hand to the face says no. But okay, Declan's not smiling. That's not a good sign, Riptide. Come on, pull through.
Oh,
okay.
Look at the
back in the tank.
Yeah, absolutely. I love seeing all these emotions being displayed. Everyone's hearts on the table in these games. UK Nats. I definitely want that jumper though, but
well, maybe you'll be giving up after this game if it goes a certain way, but let's see.
Throwing in the Liverpool Canal.
Yep, we are right next to the docks here. The canal is just over to our left here.
Yeah.
So,
it's quite picturesque casting seat right now.
Okay. So Tunic's going in, so it would have been live next turn, but he won't be getting that value unfortunately.
I guess with drill shot, you do force the equipment block, don't you? Because it's going to devalue something anyway, so that's a good time to have it.
Oh, a buzzsaw trap.
Hold on a minute. This is the one that takes away all buffs from the arrow.
Oof.
So it goes straight back down to 4. But he is going to snappies it, and we are going to see the tunic into the Death Dealer. What's he going to get?
Of course, that valuable damage. Any damage is worthwhile right now, and that Riptide Trap Trigger.
Oh, come on. What's he going to get? What's in there? Drill shot plus what? Plus 3? No, it's a Judge, Jury, Executioner, the card that I spoiled. But, yeah, I'm not
Great fondness for that card.
Absolutely, yeah. But here we go. 4 coming in. It's a shame it wasn't a buff, but he's now got the Judge, Jury in his arsenal for the next turn. Coming in for 4 is still on hit death. Demands equipment or a card at the very least.
Now, of course, without an arsenal now, he is free to use that New Horizon.
Yep, true.
So that might be going in this turn.
Might be cashing it in now.
Because he's not going to get block off it, so it seems smart. He hasn't used the double arsenal that much this game, has he? So
no, he hasn't had the chance to.
Will he be able to in the end game?
Yeah, this game just started off just throwing absolute haymakers, didn't it? And now it's really grinded down to these last few points of value that you can get, squeezing away this drill shot. Again, this drill shot, I guess it does make sense to block with a New Horizon because you're going to devalue it if it hits anyway. But if it hits anyway, you're dead. So we'll see.
4 cards in hand. So is he scared about? Of course, Rain Razors would be the end of game here. So the question is has he drawn it off the top now?
That's what he's thinking, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, he's just gone for a clean block. He's not taking any chances there. Blocking 5 over the top. So he's happy with his 3 card hand.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, down to 1 arsenal now on the Riptide side. Okay. Premeditate.
That's pretty good.
Bolson
Making
shot.
use of Riptide's reload ability, essentially, to give this 7 go again. But what would the follow-up be? It would be a reload effect. So if he's got another 0 cost in hand, he can reload that and then fire that as well. Or if it's an attack action that costs 0, perhaps.
Well, of course, that breakpoint for 7, there's no more armor blocks left for Aelia. So that's a 3-card block.
Oh, yes, of course.
So look, it really is pulling it out. So it is really threatening a lot. But at the same time, if Aelia blocks this, she hasn't got much in return. And of course, with those traps, Riptide doesn't really mind them if you're going to throw 1 arrow at you.
Oh, yeah.
So
I guess in this position, you're like, in any other scenario, you're like, I take the damage. But because of the 1 life, the pings on the traps could be it. That is hilarious.
So we're really seeing the dynamics of this game, though. Aelia's been leading, but Riptide keeps pulling it back.
He does.
It really is a very even game here. It's anyone's game.
Both these players are getting down and dirty in the pits.
Discussing deck choices, it's always good to have a chat with your opponent about why they put cards in their deck,
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, Uzi saying, F it, no blocks. It's a tough one, yeah.
Yeah.
Because if you go down to 1, you're still getting potentially pinged away by the traps, but we'll see.
And of course, there's that ponder, so you might be able to attack again with a 0-cost arrow and then get an arsenal, which is just insult to injury, isn't it?
It is,
so this is not they really are the smile is just being transferred between the 2 patients, the players.
The 2 patients.
The 2 patients. Sorry,
they're diseased. It's fine. They got loads of blood rot. They got loads of frailty.
Sorry, guys. I should say I was working on call last night. Can you tell?
It's all good.
Fantastic to see.
We're having a fun time today.
We got that premeditate as a 2 block now. Tempting
to try 1 card block and try and knock for the win. Yeah, the dominate could be another out as well. Yes, because
could Riptide be bluffing? I mean, if he's got a 1-cost arrow, then that's not going to be much good here, is it?
No.
So it seems like a pretty even split between 0-cost and 1-cost arrows. So it could be an all or nothing play really between the 2 of them. They are really bluffing each other. It's a game of poker right now.
It really is. Yeah, because again, that Bolton shot, even if he blocks a little bit of it, it's still got the reload effect. So that card in hand, is that another follow-up? That's what they're thinking about right now in this moment, isn't it?
Yeah. Aelia was leading, but this could be the pivot point. This could be the part where just Riptide just pulls it round. And we saw those traps are devastating.
Mm-hmm.
Now, of course, a lot of them do need to be greater than their base or have go again, which is going to be difficult when you're only having a 2-card play. So maybe these traps won't be pinging, but they're still defending well. Great game from both players here.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, couldn't have asked for anything more from this Ranger mirror. Absolute battle in the pits, round 2 of the UK Nats.
And of course, Riptide has no tunic now, so could Liam get that value if he can just hold out for a few more turns? But could Riptide just grind him down? It's going to be challenging. Now the question is, okay,
He's
so taking
he's
2
like,
damage.
He's like, show me what you
Show
got.
me what you got. He's arsenaling it, and is he going to play it? He's going to.
It is a searing shot. Oh boy.
Oh, so of course, if that hits, it'll take him down to 1, and when you're at 1, there's
you die
one.
to traps.
Yes.
Oh mate.
What
a way to turn it around. Jeez.
Look at the face, Liam's face there.
God
that is a thank you very much from Liam.
It is, yeah. Wow. Okay.
Oh, he's saying I want to block with tunic. Not today, my friend.
Drill shot.
God
damn. Oh, he's absolutely devastated. Oh no.
That is not one happy man. Okay, so Aelia was leading, but this is the pivot turn. Riptide just pulling it round. Fantastic play.
Wow.
Crazy. Great to see.
That's what they were calculating in that moment. What is the follow up after this? If I let this hit the reload, what is it going to be after that?
Yeah.
But it was just another arrow, which is not a 0 for 4 as you would expect. It's a 0 for 5 because of the extra damage, putting him down to 1, which makes him vulnerable to traps.
Yeah.
Outrageous.
Liam was hoping that could be a trap. It could be a 1-cost arrow. Anything but a 0-cost arrow. Anything but searing shot. That 1 extra damage. Oof.
God damn.
That is the perfect card for this slot.
It really is, yeah.
Okay.
Well, they're having a great time nonetheless, though, which is always good to see.
Oh, Liam shuffling his hand. He's shrugging. He's taking it all in good fun, but he's in the tank. Okay, head to the temple. Fingers coming out.
No, exactly, Johnny. You are right. You can't afford to play around traps at this point. It's it's not your out, is it? But it's just one of those things worth pointing out. But we're going to see what happens here.
1 trap could finish the game here, so let's see how it goes. Ponder triggers, and that's away. So we've got 5-card hand from Riptide.
Release attention, so no D-reacts from Arsenal. Here we go, not a death whistle for potentially a... Yep, so this is going to be coming in for 7 dominate with the on-hit of 1 life loss.
So he's saying, give me a trap or you're dead.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
So, okay. This is really a back and forth between both players here.
Oh, God, yeah.
It's working on a knife edge.
If he has the trap, though, it's just death, isn't it? So he's just playing to the out, not caring about the trap. If you got it, you got it. That is it. Oh, he's got it.
He has it.
Oh, wow.
What's the hand? He just did not have it.
Wow. No trap in hand. Holy hell.
What a game.
What a game that was.
They both took the gambles there.
They did, yeah.
But unfortunately, it paid off for Liam slightly more than it did for Declan and the Riptide.
Yeah.
Fantastic game from there. 2-0 on Aelia.
Awesome. Well, that was just a game of 2 halves, wasn't it? Let's be honest.
Absolutely.
They were throwing absolute haymakers at the start of that game there, and then suddenly it grinded right down to a halt.
And of course,
wow.
in the first 3 or 4 turns, we saw more seek and destroy than we did see turns. There was 5 and 4 turns. That's insane.
That was insane.
Both opponents keeping each other off Arsenal. But you really did see that those range cards were really mirroring each other, weren't they? It's a true mirror match there.
Yeah.
But I just didn't get the value out of his traps. He only saw one of his signature traps. He got the but he saw the buzzsaw and he saw the tar pit, but it just wasn't quite enough there.
Wasn't quite enough, yeah. Wow, what a game. What a great round 2, and fantastic. Well done to both the players in there.
Yeah, I've got good hopes for both Riptide and Aelia in this meta. They both seem to be very well placed.
Yeah.
So good games to both players.
But we do have a awesome raffle going on at the moment as well. So if you want to scan the QR code, £1 per ticket, you can pay via PayPal. There's a load of good prizes in there. And the more entries we get into this raffle, the better the tiers get. Like if you imagine like a Kickstarter, where you get the different tiers and everything. The more raffles we get in here, the more prizes are going to open up. So if you want to scan that, £1 per ticket, you'll be able to get some cool stuff and help support the stream and us and and all this good stuff.
Yep. So we'll be doing the draw sometime between Swiss and the top 8, and we might do a draw later on today.
Yeah.
And we'll announce later on as the tiers open up. So yeah, if you like what we're doing and you support the channel, then please give it a shot.
Yeah, absolutely. But I can't wait to see what comes next in round 3. I'm just glad I got to cast one Aelia game today in the classic constructed section of this day, because we've got 3 rounds of classic constructed and then 6 draft.
Yep, so 2 full rounds of drafts, so 6 rounds in total. So going in for 9 rounds today. So we've got one more round of CC to come.
Mm-hmm.
People are asking about Zen. Now, there are some Zen doing very well out there.
Yep.
So we are hearing good things. But yeah, we'll see how it goes on stream. I don't think we'll be having many Zen apart from the drafting on day one.
Yeah.
We're trying to keep a bit of more of the slower games.
Bit of variety.
Yeah, and
exactly.
a bit more variety before we get into day 2. But I'm sure tomorrow you will be seeing a lot of Zen.
Exactly.
So don't you worry. And we've been seeing some tech out there, haven't we?
We have indeed, yeah.
So I believe last week we saw the Zephyr Needles coming out.
Oh yeah,
hitting for 2 and 2 in those aggro mirrors.
That was absolutely pivotal, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
The fact that no players want to block, just getting that extra value from the Zephyr Needle was fantastic. So
But we can say Zephyr Needle is not the only way to hit for 4. I'm just going to say that we have some spice out there in the field.
do we?
We do.
Do we know what it is?
We do know it is. So I'll reveal that later. So I'll see. I'll leave it a few more rounds, and
All right.
we'll see. Maybe later we'll reveal what the Zen are doing.
Okay.
But I'm sure we'll be able to see what they're doing. I'm sure you can guess from what I've said. But certainly George Roger, he's been putting the headings into the Zen channel on the Purple Discord. So I'm sure some people might already realise.
You can go and find it if you want.
Go find out what Roger just said. He's terrible at keeping secrets.
Yeah.
So so we've been seeing some great performance from all our teams. Of course, we got Team Sigil out there, and we got Team
Absolutely.
Toxic.
Team Toxic. There's
and
loads of other teams. The Riptide that we saw was on a team as well,
Yeah.
right?
So we got 4 Riptides out there. We'll try and find out after this round about how all the Riptides are doing.
Yeah.
Because it'll be interesting to see. And of course, we're coming in for an interview with Liam soon with Baz.
Oh, fantastic.
So yeah, Liam's had some really solid performances in the past. He just needs to get across that line.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, he got top 8 in the Liverpool calling, which was the sealed and draft.
Mm-hmm.
So he really does have the composure from draft. So I can't wait to see how he performs. And maybe we'll see him later on in the top table of draft if he does well in the next round.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, we're going to cut to an advert for Heavy Play now, another sponsor of the channel. So thanks very much, and we're going to get on the interview as well with Baz and Liam in just a hot second.
See you guys.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the UK Championship in Liverpool. Liam Holden. Oh, my God. What a game. What a game. I mean, I picked Declan. I was just like, wow, I want to see this Riptide. Like, people were talking about it. Dylan talked himself up, saying it's a really good one. You never know who Gem's going to pair into. When they said he was pairing into you, I was like, okay, we got a good game. I wasn't expecting you to be on Aelia. I was... what I mean? You're known for sort of like fatiguey matches. You're known for playing Oldham. You went into heavy hitters. You were playing sort of like I videoed you playing Kasai, and Decimator Dory. Aelia, it's a complete change for you. Why?
Yeah, so obviously I played I think a PQ back in York and I won on Aelia, and the play style is good. I like it. Mm-hmm. I like the puzzle of sequencing your turns together to get the most value out of your hands, but. Not a massive fan of Zen and stuff, so I was like, I'll just play the aggro deck that I think has got the best chance of winning, and that's just Aelia. So
nice. You find the disruptions enough to put him off?
It can be, yes. I've got a bit of extra disruption in my list for Zens, more than the normal list. Yeah.
So when you walked into the stream room, you saw Declan, you just went, "What you on?" and you went Riptide. You audibly groaned.
Oh, it's a weird back and forth because I've got Dreadbore in my sideboard.
Yeah.
So I think if he's fatigue and I play Dreadbore, I win. If he's fatigue and I don't play Dreadball, he wins. And then there's like a it's like a weird vice versa. If he's on aggro and I play Dreadball, he just wins. So you've got to like pick a lane and just hope that you pick the right one.
Yeah.
But I figured that nobody's going to be playing Fatigue Riptide, so as much as I'd want to play Fatigue Riptide, so
I mean, I thought this game was going to be over in like 10 minutes. You came out with 2 turns of 13 dominate. It was just like, oh my God. I mean, even Declan's face was just like, what we're going to do here.
sometimes this early hits hot. So
Well, you say that. I mean, he came back responding to 11s. It was just like, okay, we got tit for tat here. It slowed down. It was very, nail biting at the end.
Yep.
Like the rapport between you guys in the room was fantastic. As much as me listening to sort of like the commentary, you've got to go back and listen to that. But sometimes it's a shame that we don't have the audio in the room, because that was something to to hear. Like, what were your feelings when things slowed down? That was.
I think it was about. So I knew when the buzzsaw trap was gone, I was a bit more comfortable because then I can dominate and know that I'm not getting shrunk to zero, back to base level. So it was about trying to find out how many traps he's playing, what kind of life total I can go to, and whether or not my last attack will turn on any of his traps. So on the last turn, with the bolt and shot reloading, I was just trying to work out what arrow puts me to. I thought the arrow was going to put me to 2. And I was like, I've got the dominate and the release attention, so it only puts into 1 trap, I live. And then obviously there's a searing shot which puts it to 1, which then changes the decision again. So I was like, how many traps are turned on by me dominating a 7?
Yep.
And then I got to the conclusion it was only boulder trap and inertia trap, and the aggro list don't really tend to play them that much. So I was just like, it's got a 1 and hope that he doesn't draw it.
Thing is, it's knowing what your opponent's going to see. I mean, like you're saying, there's only 2 traps that are going to come out. I wouldn't know that, but that's where you're a seasoned player. Know the games, know what your opponent can do, and you can get through the stickiest of situations. You certainly navigated that so well. How are you feeling about draft? With another round to go in CC, draft coming up.
I feel okay in draft actually. Like I actually came into this room with 0 expectations on myself because I was like, I'm not playing the meta deck. I'm not like at my best. I've got no fatigue hero to play, so I'm like, I'll just come in and see what happens, and I've won 2 games. So hopefully, if there's 3-0 in the draft, we can start working on some stuff. And
the problem is when you start worrying about it. You've come in here quite carefree, and it's like, keep that going, because that seems to be working.
Yeah.
So good luck.
Thank you very much.
Round 3 on its way. Don't go anywhere. The games have been amazing so far. There is more to come.
This is the RFG deck box. The top has a translucent shell with a polished showcase window. This allows you to display your favorite card, like your commander, and makes it easy to always find the right deck. And the top and bottom shells magnetically connect, so it stays nice and neat during gameplay. This is the RNG dice box. It magnetically attaches to your deck boxes so that you can easily move it from deck to deck. Unlike competitor deck boxes that either have a dice compartment or not, this way you can manage a single dice kit and move it from each deck so you never forget your dice. To access your dice, simply slide open the tray and magnetically snap it to the shell. And when you're done, slide it back in and the magnets lock it all in place.
gonna get the fist bump. The Phoenix rises. What an incredible display by. Listen to this room right now. This room is erupting, celebrating our Flesh and Blood World Championship.
Welcome, traveler. You must be starving. Please, come inside. I think we can satisfy your appetite. Anything you like. Intimacy. Or perhaps ecstasy. Come a little closer. I won't bite. Tell me, what do you desire?
Beware the tongue of the snake. Her fangs shall soon furrow. Pleasure is but the shallow illusion. Walk the true path, and you shall see clear. Those who seek may discover formless, perfect, the serene, unchanging infinite. Eternally present.
Eternally boring. Why don't we play rough?
Embrace the solitude.
Embrace the sensation.
Look within.
Look at me!
Just a breath.
Just a taste.
Enough! A tiger does not fall prey to the snake. The tiger walks its own path. Those who flow as life flows know they need no other force. The heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved, the source of all movement. The center is unbound and free.
Walk the path, seek the truth.
Hi guys, welcome back.
Welcome back.
So we're just setting up some things for round two. They're just judges just sorting some things out.
Yeah, you might be able to hear him shouting in the background, but they are just logistics of these tournaments are big things.
But what we do have is the meta count.
We do indeed.
So let's have a look at that. This is the first time we're looking at this completely new.
Oh,
there you go.
Completely new. Speaking of new, she's up there.
She is second most played.
The elephant in the room, which is Zen, obviously coming off the back of US Nats, one of the best decks in the room, clearly. But we are back, Scowling Flashbag. We are back.
The big question was, what would the Zen representation be like? And you can tell it's up there. It's up there in the 20%, maybe. We haven't got the total count, so I'll work that out in a bit for percentages. But Zen very popular right now after that peak performance from the US Nats.
Absolutely.
Really showcasing what the deck can do. And it looks like people are scared of Enigma. There were more Enigma players in the US than we've seen in the UK. So it's still up there on 10. It's not doing too badly. But certainly, those Enigma players want to be avoiding those Zen.
Absolutely, yeah. But I mean, as we can see, Aelia's up there as well. KO's up there as well. Love the shirt as. Oh, cheers, mate. Thanks very much. There's a lot of flowery shirts going around today, but yeah, we've got a great event going on here down in Liverpool for the UK Nats. Love it.
Yep, absolutely. So a lot of people prepared for the Zen meta with the Aelia and New.
Mm-hmm.
And also we see Kano and Prism both have games into Zen, so it'd be great to see. We might be casting a Prism game next with Matt Folks, but we're just trying to sort of set things out. We might change at last minute, so keep with us, guys. We'll let you know.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Of course, Dash. Now we saw Dash. Alex perform well with Dash early on, but there's only 5 of them, so still the mechanology is dropping slightly. There we go. There's the percentages. Thank you very much.
Lovely.
29% Zen, so we have about 100 players here. So
30%. Wow. Well, basically 30%.
Basically, yeah.
But we've had some.
Oh, it's not correct.
It's not correct.
It's not correct. Don't worry, the percentages are off.
There we go.
Okay, it's just put the percentages on the numbers, so there are more than 100 players.
We've got the producers in our ear like this. So it's not correct. They're talking rubbish.
Thank you, Alan.
Cheers, Alan. Yeah.
So So we got high hopes. Like we saw Kano performing in the Battle Hardened, and certainly Prism as well. There's always been that outsider who performed well in the last meta with the heavy hitters, because how are you gonna handle those hit effects is the question. So
what, from Prism?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, you can't really just no blocks Prism, because obviously every time you do that, you go search for a Figment, then you wake that up, and it's constant value on the board, isn't it, going forward? So
absolutely.
Yeah, Prism is pretty cool. But obviously the Kano suffers into it, which I think was the the contention as to whether we put this game on the stream or not. But we'll see.
Yes. We are showing Kano Prism next round.
Okay,
so
there we go.
That is confirmed. So I believe it will be Liam Holden and sorry, not Liam Holden. We've just had Liam Holden. Liam Canning. So they're both local players of mine. We've got 2 Liams locally.
Loads of Liams.
And so annoying.
Liam's good at Fab.
Yeah. So and Matt Folks. So Liam and Matt are long-time friends back from long-time card gamers. So this is absolutely fantastic to see 2 friends playing against each other. So we'll see how that goes.
Absolutely.
It will be a Prism Kano. I'm sure Chat can tell you how that will go. But yeah, we'll have to see how many poppers Kano's carrying.
You like Prism though, don't you?
I'm a long-term Prism fan. So I started out on Dory, and as soon as Monarch came out, I was straight on Prism.
Yep.
And I just never left until she LL'd, and we had to move on.
Just one of those characters that people just absolutely love. I don't know whether it's the aesthetic or the board state development style of the game. Yes. You tell me. Why do you like Prism?
So early on, obviously, we had the first Prism, the Sculptor of Arclight.
Sculptor of Arclight, yeah.
So the first Prism, she very much had a board state, which was very novel for Flesh and Blood in those days. Obviously, we had a lot of attacking, a lot of defense reacts and attack reacts. But in terms of having an aura board state, that was very, very new. And obviously, you had that thing of trying to get the board, trying to get that double tome turn. That was really important back in the day. You had to build up a double tome turn.
Divinity.
So you could play maybe 2 auras in a turn. And then, of course, we had the Everfest, and you didn't have to worry about playing 2 auras ever again. You could do that quite a lot easier.
Absolutely.
So Prism's always had game, and this new, obviously, when the double aura version came out, we really did see a decline in terms of the aggro herald plan. So when we had Awakener of Soul through the form of the new Prism, we certainly did see that aggro herald plan just came into its own by being able to tutor angels, being able to
completely new game style.
Play out angels, absolutely.
But the lists as well. I mean, I've produced a bit of content on Prism as well. But there's a list, or the lists out there at the moment can do Iris or Luminaris, right? They can draw upon both things.
So there's going into the meta. There's 3 main builds right now for Prism. You've got the Vestige Rapture plan, whereby you've got the Rapture plan for your aggro matchups going Herald aggro. Then you've got the Vestige, which is really good for that famous famous ALS loop.
Yep.
Check out Fino Black's video if you want to see that. But we don't see that this time. And then there's also the Mono Rapture, which is great for aggro and just not worrying too much about those victors and warriors. And then finally, they have the Iris plan, as you say, which is a lot more blue heavier and likes to use Vestige. And as we saw in the US, sometimes they don't even bring in Rapture, just bring in Vestige just to get that value for the pitch. Okay, so we're going to be seeing this Prism Kano match. So I'm sure Kano players will understand how this goes.
Look at the chat. Why? Why would you do this?
Why would you do this? Because we love to see Matt's hat.
Absolutely.
That's why.
That is the reason.
Now, if anyone familiar with Matt's Nats 1 debut, the famous blue dice. Do you remember the blue dice? Were you playing at the time?
I don't think I was playing at that time, or at least watching stream.
So, not to forget the tunic, Matt brought in a giant blue dice.
Yeah, when he was playing Briar.
That's
right.
I believe they changed the tournament rules soon afterwards, so you couldn't just bring in a giant dice.
Visual aids.
Yes, indeed. But I can see this blue dice is now transformed into a hat, so it's great to see it.
So you can still, it's a little bit of a visual cue there with the fluff hanging down,
Absolutely, absolutely.
Just a stylistic choice, I'm sure.
So yes, so we've got Liam with his lovely heart sleeves there.
Absolutely. It's like a holograph over the sleeve, isn't it?
Yes, holographic sleeves. He's been so excited about those all week.
Dennis, F in the chat for Kano. How many Fs can we get in the chat? Come on.
No, it's not over until it's over, guys. We are going to see this through.
If we get 30 Fs in the chat, I'm gonna put a raffle ticket in. Which you can go and check out as well, by the way. The raffle's got some good stuff in it.
I can assure you we did not choose this matchup. It is how Gem decided. All hail Gem.
It is,
So,
Gem overlords.
When we did see the Kano Prism, we were deciding, were we going to stream this to, maybe save some face? But no, we decided Liam is a great player and maybe he has some game here. We'll see how it goes. No, guys, don't put the F in chat. Come on, guys.
We made best to put like 49 chats in there, 49 Fs in there.
Well, you did say 30 Fs is all you wanted. You didn't say there to be different people.
Exactly. True.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
look at you breaking down my game plan. God damn it. But yeah, all hail Gem. Absolutely.
Yes. So we'll see how this one goes, but I'm sure Matt's not too disappointed here.
No.
Okay, Liam's good to see us laughing.
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's see if he can keep that smile.
This is to go.
Oh yes, so Liam in chat. Has noticed Liam's trousers. He is famous for his trousers. We'll see if we can get him standing up at some point.
Okay. All right.
I'm not sure if he's got his hamburger trousers today or the heart ones. He's got lots of different trousers. So it'd be great to see what choice is chosen for this meta.
Yeah. Well, the shirt's quite colourful, isn't it? But maybe we'll see the trousers later. Anyway.
So the important thing we see here on the Prism side is we've got one null rune and obviously the spell void in form of the halo. So choosing to bring in footsteps instead of a second null rune, which can be an interesting meta choice. Now, if Kano's got poppers in this matchup, then that footsteps is really going to come in handy. Otherwise, you probably want two AB just to be able to defend against that Kano's first turn. So
as a Kano player, do you have a lot of poppers in your deck for this matchup, or do you just hope that you just don't draw into it?
There's two ways of thinking about this matchup. One is to go help a lever aggro and just try and kill Prism. Now, Prism starts off on 32 life.
Yeah. So
the question is, will she get through? Now, obviously starting off with an Erudition, which has a Dominate, and Kano does not bring in D-Reacts, especially not in this matchup. So the question, he's already getting a hit in here because not much of Kano's equipment's block. So this is already not looking good for Kano, but certainly Kano, what Kano needs to do is, as Jack says, his 5% chance of winning is just to pop off turn 1 and get there.
Absolutely.
But you have to get through the Angels first. So this is going to be interesting to see what happens.
We are going to pitch to Kano.
Okay, we are pitching to Kano and just seeing if we can.
Deja vu.
Deja vu, it's okay, but this is a fast matchup. Have you really got the time to make the most of Deja vu?
No time to be drinking potions in this game. No time. Turn 0 edition rip. Absolutely, Kieran.
We'll see. We'll see. Lovely signed card on Liam's side, which was actually inside a tip. That was a present from me. So.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
I got him that from LA. So yeah, it's great to see the players using it.
Sorry, which card is that? Which side? Oh, the Ragamuffins.
Ragamuffins hat. So yes, Joseph Chow, if he's
Joseph Q,
if he's watching, love your art. He's absolutely fantastic. So.
Yeah, the Herald is still being presented here. Questioning the 2 cards on the hit.
Oh, showing his hand. So that's the. Okay, he is just going for it. If you're going to hit, you're going to hit.
All right, there we go then. So floating 2.
So floating 2 with Kano. Let's see what he can hit. Okay,
Drinking his potion straight away.
Oh, straight away. Okay, going for it. Not hanging around here. Oh, I see. So he can do it so he can get his tome. So this could be the play to get the tome and then be able to pitch into it to draw again.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what's going on here.
A little bit of interaction here on the table.
But certainly in terms of the poppers, some Kanos do bring in poppers into this matchup. But the difficulty you have is obviously poppers are not good when you top deck them for the combo.
What I mean. Yeah.
So you really have to be careful. As a Prism player, have died to a Kano who just got the poppers at the perfect time and it didn't interrupt their combo, but you can die both ways with poppers. So it's interesting to see. So okay, so we've drawn up from that.
Drawn into another E-pot.
And of course he knows the top deck is going to be another tome because he has set it up that way. So let's see. Oh, there you go. There's the second tome. Okay. So drawing 2 more cards. So really, Liam spent a lot of time drawing cards.
Yeah. That's the best part of the game, right?
Yeah. So he's played so many. So he's played 3 cards to draw more cards.
Pretty much, yeah. Just filtering. Turn 1, you know.
Absolutely. We saw it turn 1 from Dash. Now we're seeing it turn 1 from Kano. Okay, top deck. What is it? Anything good? Please not be a blue. Please be a red. He's keep. Okay, he would not let chat see. So unfortunately, we do not have a look on that.
I love how this is turn 0. He's just going for it.
Okay.
Waning Moon.
So played a non-attack action card this turn, so we can Waning Moon, but does Prism care? Now, obviously, I only got 1 AB, so only probably going to be blocking 1 if anything, but is there going to be anything spare? And I've got, I see. So Matt has got the Tome of Divinity in hand.
What does this mean, Paul?
So what this means means Prism is very happy. Okay. So what Prism's going to be doing is going to be hitting with Erudition.
Yeah.
And then once you've hit with Erudition, that's going to draw you 2 more cards and put your card in hand in Soul.
Right.
After that, you draw 2 more cards. You've got 4 cards. You're pretty happy with that, right?
Yeah, I'd say so.
But then you pitch into Tome of Divinity. If you have a light blue, you've got the. In fact, no, we do not have the Vestige, so we're not going to be able to see the light blue 1 card pitch for the Divinity. But certainly, if you've drawn 2 cards, you're probably happy to pitch into 4 to draw 3 more cards.
I'd say so.
So yeah, so you're making 2 cards into 3 basically.
There's a lot of
depending on how it goes.
One, isn't there?
So at the very least, it's going to be filtering your hand, isn't it, to see if you can draw anything better. So he's got a choice of what he plays from what he draws, but maybe he'll be happy just to. There we go. Okay, yep, he's just going to pitch away.
Lillian in the chat, you're absolutely right. Both are drawing cards all over the place.
Oh. This is the meta you love to see. Just draw cards. No need to do actually, and no damage so far. Just drawing cards.
Just drawing cards.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what it's all about. 30 to 32. Just, see how many cards you can draw. It's like a little mini game almost.
Yeah.
I'm glad we had this game on stream after all because it's just drawing cards fest.
And we got first blood. There's some. We're seeing some damage there. There you go. Kano has brought Prism down to Kano's life.
There we go.
There we go.
Cool.
Playing on a level board now.
Level playing field now.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's all fair now.
Yeah.
Okay. Taking 5. Okay, as expected. So maybe Liam's hoping to catch Kano on a offhand, so he can pitch into his ability and maybe try and hit when there's not many cards in hand, but doesn't look like it. Okay, so we've drawn 2 cards. Now what would really be painful here is if Matt can play something between. So
yeah, because that doesn't have go again, does it? No, it does, because it's Luminaris.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the other thing is it's triggered Prism. So Prism should be bringing out a Figment. Let's see if he's thinking, but he's not brought out his Figment yet.
Is it a May? Is Prism a May, or is it you have to? Can't remember.
I think he has. You may search it. So you may search it, you believe, yeah, because, yeah. There you go. He's thinking about his Prism activation.
Jack Raven out of context. That sounds absolutely funny. I'm surprised by the moon.
No, it's Matt. Is Matt going to play his Figment? Please, Matt, just get your Figment. Oh, yes. There you go, Matt. So close to putting a card on the board.
Tilts his hat down as he goes as well. Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay.
He's channeling some Yeehaw energy today, which is fantastic. Yep. Shout out to the chat if you know All My Life by Falling in Reverse. That was a metalcore sort of cowboy tune that came out recently.
I just know it by Foo Fighters, but
yeah.
Okay, yep. Prism triggers now. He hasn't proceeded any further in the board state, so it's fine for him to activate Prism. He was just getting a bit too much in the tank, I think, there, but he's corrected himself. Okay.
There's a lot going on in this first turn.
The question is, does he want the protection or does he want the erudition? Do you want the ponder or do you want the shields?
With his shield, right?
Yeah.
We'll see. We will see.
We will see. Question is, can he play his hand out?
currently still searching for the Figment of Choosing, and because of the Rapture, that's going to be able to come in and be transformed immediately, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
So
Rapture makes the hero ability cost 2 less, and conveniently, Prism's ability costs 2.
There we go.
Game design 101.
Absolutely. Good stuff.
Okay, gone for Figment of War, so going for the Create a Courage token. So next attack action gets +1, or next attack gets +1. But obviously, Prism does not really have much of a weapon, so we will be looking at an attack action card, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Philip, please don't fall asleep on us. We're trying our best here.
Okay, so we'll be creating a courage. He will be creating a courage. Come on, Matt. There we go.
This is the cosplay competition, according to Oscar.
Okay, yep, he's remembered. No, he's okay. So you should. There's the courage token. There you go. Making sure we have clean play, doing things in the right order there. So immediately activating.
Bologna.
So the question is, does Kano want to punish? Now, if you just threw a little attack into that angel, it'd be gone. Okay, so we can see there's a Raff, Angelic Raff in Prism's hand.
Oh, that's a react, isn't it?
It's a react, so maximum punish here from Matt. Hit with the erudition, get a courage, and then get to hit a bit more. So he's attacking with the angel. Now Kano can just attack the angel and pop it if he can get attacked for more than one with that 2 floating with Null Rune there. So let's see if Kano goes for it. Okay, just representing the damage there, coming in for 4. Now these angels don't have hit effects on their own, and Bologna certainly gives +1 to other angels, so I don't think you'll be wanting to activate that, even if you could. Now he has no soul, so that's not a concern. But
he has no soul.
It's just a nice angel to attack with right now. It's certainly keeping your big angels in this matchup, which are going to be your eruditions and your protection, certainly in terms of your figments. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. Just wanting that 4 ward attack for 4 right now.
This
okay,
is really
Liam's
interesting.
thinking about it.
I've never watched this sort of match before. I've never watched a Kano Prism before, so it's interesting to see that all of this is going on turn 1 of the game.
so Liam's probably thinking, if I just Kano and shoot for 2, he's going to have to lose that angel unless he wants to lose the halo.
Right.
But the problem is, if you it's going to anything that attacks for more than 1, it probably is going to cost you a pitch, and he's only got red there.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so he's throwing in the Ragamuffin straight away. So he's going to see, drawing into a Kindle. That's very good for him.
One of the new cards, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Kindle powerhouse for card, being able to let you to draw and everything. But it's really good with the Ragamuffins, which he's just used. So unfortunate in a way, but we'll see if Kano can bring it round. So he knows that he can attack for more. There you go, he's got 0 cost. That's the thing he was worried about, because if you haven't got 0 cost, then you won't be able to play it unless you pitch that red. And if it's a 2 cost, you're going to struggle. Okay, so he's playing Kindle to draw a card, and it's going to create Amp 1. Now, Amp 1 coming in with Rosetta, we're seeing some Amp cards.
Yep.
So great to see the originator of Amp come into play.
Going to see a lot more of that, I expect, going forward.
Absolutely. Great effects. Okay. Coming in, so now responding to this 5. Now he's not going to be able to block it. It is going to wipe out the angel.
So people in the chat saying this is why the moon was the wrong decision. Do you know why that might have been?
So with the moon, with the Crucible, you can certainly give +1 to your equipments, and you can pop off in a bigger combo turn.
Right.
So the question is, are you trying to go for a big combo, or are you just trying to get a bit of extra damage in?
Yeah, okay.
So certainly, Waning Moon's, I'm not much of a wizard, but certainly I think you see it much more as a sort of a mid-range game plan, whereas the Crucible just helps you get that big power turn off.
Yeah.
Certainly, if you put a +1 on your Wildfire, that's infinite value.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, we're just seeing Matt's just in the tank there. And certainly the other thing to remember is Ether Quickening has the surge ability that if it deals more than 4 damage, it will go again. But obviously it's not going to deal more than 4 damage with that angel on the board. Yeah. So yes, so it's not threatening much damage, but certainly once he loses that angel, he loses his go again. And of course, those footsteps do save him from heralds being popped, but they do not save him from angel dying. So
that's true.
We'll see. It looks like this might be the end of Matt's turn here. There we go. So he's just paying 1 for the arcane, and then the angel takes 4 ward. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, so we've done a lot of drawing cards and
Wow.
and a bit of damage there. So let's see how this goes.
Oh, so over to Kano now then.
Okay.
Finally. That was the first turn of the game.
A lot of interplay there. Now, people do traditionally think it's very favoured and a very fast game, but certainly when you get a lot of those draw cards, it does mean you have to think about things and think about how you play out your turns. So, yes, we'll see. This is Kano's big turn before he has to start worrying about
Aether Flare being banished.
so many
alongside a
angels.
Snapback.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Turn 0 took 13 minutes, Dead Summer. Absolutely.
Yes.
That's what it's all about, UK Nats. We're a cursed event, apparently. Anyway, coming in with a red snapback, which is it 3 arcane damage?
I believe it's 3.
And then you can play another card, can't you, from that?
Absolutely. So it's a fantastic card if you're playing it as an instant using its ability, but suddenly off the top, every card's an instant.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, there we go. Okay.
Cheers, production team, for flashing up cards that I have no idea what they do, but I'm here for the fun.
Don't tell the stream that. They'll eat you alive.
That's all right.
There we go.
They know.
So
know
any
anyway.
moon coming in for 2. Okay. So Matt's not thinking here. He's cashed me the check. I'll just send it. Okay. Yep. He's asking if it's coming in for 3. No, it's coming in for 2 because it's his own turn. So yep. Here we go. 25-25. It's a level game so far.
Perfectly balanced. Going in with a Archangel of Triumph.
Right. Popper's not so much of a problem against Kano.
No.
Certainly we can see none in his hand there. So, yes. So, coming in for... There we go. Coming in for 7. Using that courage token.
7 with go again because of Luminaris. If it hits, you can go and get a Figment and you can awaken it to get your allies on board, which Kano doesn't like because they've got Ward.
And not every Herald is a hit effect, but in Prism now... Hitting is a hit effect.
It is, yeah.
So you don't really mind as long as it says Herald in that top line and you've got a yellow in your pitch. Now, the Saints note, pitch in the the Figment of Erudition there, so it's in hand, so he's not going to be able to tutor it this turn. So likely he's probably going to go for the protection just to get a few shields out against Kano. But we'll see how this turn plays out. Yep, he's just going to take the damage, see if he can throw something back.
Out of Vidago Gamers, 3-card 5. That sounds like a bolt-in turn, mate. Back in the day.
Okay, yep. So we're just taking it here. Okay.
So he is going to be able to go get straight into Soul, go get a Figment if he wants to.
Just checking his hand first, and then he'll activate Prism, and we'll go from there.
We'll go from there.
So the question is, what Figment? My bet is on protection. What's yours on?
I would say, I'll just say get the shields out.
Yeah.
Get the shields out, get the protection going.
Okay, here we go. Searching the deck. So do you have much experience with the Prism then?
Not really, no. I'm a Ranger player, aren't I? So it's just like, whenever I see Prism or any Illusionist, I'm just like, oh, go away.
Of course. As Aelia, not the biggest fan of Prism.
Absolutely not the biggest fan, but yeah. I do like the design space of the fact that they can, with the Heralds, it's more of an aggro thing, on hit effects attached to it. You know, I do like the new design of it, but
of course, the Outsiders gave some great tools for Prism. You know, you saw the Tar Pit traps were hell for me when I was playing Prism. People think that the Heralds just not counting as a hit effect doesn't matter that much because they're still big damage, but
it does.
You do feel it not being able to get a hit effect and not being able to get a Figment. That's a double hit, a double whammy for Prism.
It really is.
So
your hero ability and your equipment just means nothing at that point.
Absolutely. But here we go. So here in this Kano Prism game, we're just getting out the Figment, and we'll see. Back in the deck. There we go. Protection. There we go. Get the things. Now Liam is a Prism aficionado as well, and you can see that nod of the head there. He approves.
He approves of the ward. Absolutely. But of course, this can awaken into what's the angel called? The Prism.
Aegis.
Aegis. That's the one.
Beautiful Aegis.
Is it Aegis?
I believe Aegis is protection. Yeah. You're making me check now.
Oh, yeah. It is Aegis. Yeah, absolutely. There we go.
There we go.
Cheers, production
team.
Do
not question me.
Do not question me and my Prism ways.
But when you're against Kano, quite frankly, every angel's 4 ward, isn't it?
Every angel is Aegis.
Yeah. So you're using it mainly for protection. It's always good to keep one out there on the board just to activate it when you want to, so you don't have to worry too much about wildfire. But certainly, so far, Matt's taken the angle of just activating them as soon as you get them. So both very valid strategies.
So as a Kano, how do you, once they start establishing allies, how do you get through that then? Is that where the waning moon comes in to try and clear them down? And
certainly. So look, Kano's got a few tricks up his sleeve. So the thing, he really wants to get those wildfires through to get a combo through. But obviously the angel will take your first ward.
Right, yeah.
So when they activate an angel to create that forward ward, or awaken an angel, to create that forward, what he can do is then he can Kano off the top to try and just get a weaker attack and just pop the angel with a weaker attack.
Right.
Or he can throw in the waning moon and just say, here's 3 damage. Let's pop your angel, and then you're back into the game with the wildfire hitting for as much damage as possible.
Makes sense.
So it really is about, but that still is value because you're stopping Kano hit as big a combo immediately.
Yep.
So it's a challenging play on the Kano side, certainly. Okay, Cindering Foresight there, allowing him to opt. Great card that we weren't seeing that much play of, but it's come into in recent metas, I believe. The Kanos have really been playing it out. So
I think the new hero Blaze wants to use it as well because it's opt, cares about opt, doesn't she, in blitz and what have you. But I don't see much of it.
Absolutely. It's always been a bit of a joke that Kano doesn't really have much of a sideboard because they've got one plan and that's the combo.
Absolutely.
Certainly, Margin Bay putting in joke cards into his sideboard just because he can.
Just because he can. Yeah. He's just that good on the hero, you know.
Now the major effect here is we've got a Herald of Judgment. The Herald of Judgment's effect is it means the opponent cannot play from Banish Zone, which normally isn't that much effect, but against Kano, wants to play from Banish.
Yeah.
So this is very annoying for Kano right now, coming in for a plain old 6. 6 is a number that Prism is very fond of.
Oh, absolutely.
And hates in equal measure. You attack for 6, you get popped for 6, you get popped. So let's see how it goes here.
But this is the chain ender, isn't it? There's nothing else after this.
Nothing else after this. And also, Prism's only got 1 card in hand, so Kano can still pop off right now and just get some damage in, whilst there's no card, whilst Prism can't do much in return. Okay, so Ether Arc coming in.
Just angel death is the goal. Absolutely.
Right now, yep, no angels on the board right now, just keeping that Figment nice and tucked away. So that they can just activate it when that wildfire comes out or some other big effect. Maybe a spindle. Good to see Jack Raven in chat. So we said earlier Jack hasn't been made kicks, he's unwell. So hope you're well, Jack, and good to see you in chat.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Another Prism and just Kano aficionado. There's something about illusionists and wizards coming together, and certainly with the next set coming out, I think we are about to see a lot of illusionist players becoming wizards.
Absolutely.
So let's see how it goes. We have lost the video on our side of chat. There we go. It's come back. It's fantastic. So sorry about that. Okay, it's just coming in for 2. But certainly, I do think, certainly as a Prism player myself, I am eyeing up Aelia. I don't even know what he does, but I want to play him.
Oh, God, yeah. The robot looks fantastic.
Amazing.
Have you seen the scale of it as well? Like
huge. I want to know what old Aelia. What does the old Aelia look like? I'm hoping he'll be like relict and old and kind of moss growing on him, you know?
Yeah.
In the forests of Aria. But we'll see how it goes when LSS reveal more. Okay, coming in for just a 2 and Waning Moon. Is he cashing in his Metacarpus note here?
I think so.
Yeah.
Gives it +1, isn't it? So it's now coming in for 3.
Yes.
Unless,
Well, the thing is with the Ether Arc, it does create a ponder on hit. And now on Matt's side, he's only got 1 AB, so buffing it to 2 means that he's definitely getting that AB unless he activates an angel or uses his Halo. Halo's a power card for Prism. Being able to be able to put a card in Soul and fetch the Figment you want is massive. But against Kano, a lot of the time you just do save it for Spell Void. But is a ponder enough to use it against? Because you've got those big power cards in the form of Wildfire, and so to a lesser extent you have the Ether Flare and the Spindle. Spindle, I can't remember the full name right now.
Aether Spindle's the opt
Aether
one.
Spindle, correct, yeah. So there are some powerhouses that you probably do want to save your Halo for. Okay, just pitching there. Now pitching Angelic Wraths, getting more value out of defense than from the react. Snapback coming in as an instant because you've played non-attack action cards. A great play there from Liam. Okay, it's coming in for 3. I believe the Ether Arc is still on the board. Yes, it's the Ether Arc hasn't done any damage yet.
That just deals 1 arcane to each hero, doesn't it, that one? If I remember correctly.
Yep. Unfortunately, in a 1v1 match, there's only one opposing hero.
Absolutely.
And that is Prism.
If only he did 1 arcane damage to all targets, that could maybe do some stuff.
Okay, getting that Ponder trigger, that's really what Liam wanted this turn, wasn't it? He just wanted that Ponder. Okay, Metacarp's Node wasn't activated. He just wanted to put it on the trig there for activation if he wanted to. So great to see clean play there from the players. Okay. Blocking with a Blazing Ether, that's really the card you want in Arsenal, isn't it?
It really is, yeah.
But with that Ponder, hopefully you can draw a power card off. Okay, just correcting the life values. Okay.
Nice to know that the chat as well, like a lot of them know each other, don't they? This is quite a close-knit scene, luckily.
Yeah. We're all friends here in the UK, so good to see Johnny and good to see Jack. Okay, let's see. Just fetching a Figment now. The question is, what one do you want next? Erudition would be nice now with that empty arsenal. The problem with fetching a Figment, I'm sure every Prism player agrees, is you have to find that one of a kind card in your entire deck, and sometimes you look for your deck and you just can't see it. So,
Ravagers, okay.
Oh, Ravagers, okay, interesting. Not going for the Ponder. I thought, sorry, it's the same turn that he still pitched Erudition, isn't it? So we haven't got that back in the deck yet. That's why. Okay.
So a lot to keep track of on these games, isn't there? This matchup in particular.
Yeah. With Prism, you have to take it slow and steady because you have so many different things you have to activate, and remember what happens at the same time and what takes precedent and priority. So certainly, yeah, very clean play there from Matt, and he's just choosing this opportunity just to awaken an angel. Okay, so he will be
Sakem.
Okay, there you go. He's remembered to take a card out of Soul. There we go. And that's the end of Liam's turn, so we'll be able to activate that Ponder.
Cool. So go straight into the arsenal. Lovely old job.
Yep. Question is, does Prism want to do anything on Akane's turn? Probably not. Probably not bringing many auras into this a matchup.
No.
There we go. Activating the Ponder. Back to Matt. Okay, this is when Prism really puts on the pedal to the metal. So we are seeing one angel on the board currently and a 4-card hand.
So you want to be throwing in a Herald and then coming in with the second.
Maybe not coming in with the second, because when we saw previously when that angel gets popped, your turn's over. So sometimes you just want to throw two heralds. It really is.
So not even using it offensively, just keeping it there for defense.
Yeah, it depends. But then the downside of that is it means that Prism then has no cards in hand, and Kano can go combo.
Right.
So it really does. It's this interplay between how much wards on the board, how much are they defending, and how much they're attacking for.
Just pure arithmetic, isn't it? Really. Wow.
And when you're looking at arithmetic, 7's a number.
It is a number. Yeah.
So without D-reacts, 7's probably hitting here. So we've got Kano's already on 14 health. So
50% of his life total.
50%. Yep. This is it. There's not many turns in this game, but when it comes down to it, this is an aggro game when neither player has 40 health. So it is a fast game. Okay, so that's coming in. So
just taking it to the face.
Liam's coming down to 7. So now Matt's just thinking about what Figment he wants to fetch.
So there's a moment here where Akano can respond to the on-hit of the Prism. Yeah.
If he wanted to, but with 2 cards in hand and an angel on the field, you're looking at, as Akano, you have to presume that it's probably yellows in hand. Prism loves the yellows to get the go again off the Luminaris. Angel's Glow. Yep, so just getting a, there we go, just getting a Ponder off the Erudition. There we go. Just cleaning up the... Liam has a certain way he likes the board, you know? Sometimes you have to clean up. And if you're good friends, you know, just touch each other's boards. It's fine.
Absolutely.
But
There's nothing wrong with a clean game state, is there, you know? So
absolutely. Okay. So just shuffling the deck again. Matt in the tank just thinking about his next move. Okay. And of course, that lovely Marvel Kano on Liam's side there.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful card.
Yeah, I mean, you do have a lot of options for pimping out your deck in this game, especially if you're an illusionist or whatever. You got a load of options to get all those marvels, pimp it up to the max.
And of course, that Cold 4 Prism, the Nats participation prize last year. So great to see Matt wrapping there. And Matt's, of course, he's had some great success in the PQ season. He's won, I believe, on Victor and on Prism. So he's really is at home on Prism. He's had a lot of reps of this deck.
So he went and got the erudition. Is he transforming it now, though?
He's thinking about it, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Now, once you've got one angel on the board, having a second one, it's a bit of a luxury play, isn't it? Do you need it? Okay. No. But the thing is, you've always got that protection there sitting there. And with 2 cards in Soul, you could always awaken one angel now and one next turn. So, yeah, it's quite threatening here for Kano right now.
And this is the stage we're at. So before he transforms, he's now got a window to. Is that why we're at here? Right.
I believe Liam. I believe he's just passing. He's not really letting Matt. Kanans are normally very good at letting the opponent know when he wants to hold priority.
Yeah.
So we can see Liam's very still right now. He's not asking for priority, so it is just Matt deciding what he wants to do next.
Cool.
And it does seem to be he's trying to decide if he wants to awaken an angel or not. Certainly, it's you don't have to be too worried since you already have one angel on the board. But yes, certainly he's just thinking his outs and just making sure he's playing optimally, and there's no harm in that. He's got multiple lines he can take, whether he wants to throw that second angel to his second herald, or whether he just wants to awaken an angel right now.
Very much committing to the bit with the blue sparkly hat there.
Yes,
love to see it.
And you can tell they're thinking once they start tapping them on the table, everyone's got their little tells for what they're thinking. Aren't they?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Okay, so we are awakening the herald of the angel. Are we going to attack with it though? He's put 2 cards from Soul, so he is going to attack with it.
All right.
Now you've got that. You've got the Sakir. Is it Secum, who is going to be protecting. They've got the extra wars, so Matt doesn't have to worry too much about it. So he's just letting. Now Soraya draws 2 cards when it attacks. So Kano does have an opportunity here to throw out a bit of damage before Prism draws up.
And this one has go again, right? So the one that's floating at the moment could be then another herald after this as well, perhaps.
It could be another herald after this. He could just pitch a load into AB, which is probably not going to do with only one AB, but certainly he could always attack with a second angel as well. So he's got multiple outs here, but probably second's probably just there as ward, let's be honest. Mm-hmm. So it's whether Kano can throw out 2 lots of damage, because if it throws out 2 lots of damage, then that is going to wipe out that angel.
Yep. This is round 3. So after this, we're going to be going into draft, aren't we?
We are going to draft.
You're going to see a new face in the booth. Demos is going to come into the booth and go through the draft a little bit. I'm not sure what we're doing, because I think there's a gap where the draft happens and then the decks are played from that draft. We don't actually have like a live draft following today.
So for competitive integrity, what we'll be doing for the draft is we're going to be, I believe we're going to be recording the draft, and then we're going to show it after the draft rounds. So you will be able to see someone drafting, but we're not going to do it before the rounds, just in case someone got intelligence from being able to see what cards someone's drafted. So we will go through that, but it will be afterwards. So the gap while everyone's drafting the first time, I believe we will be doing a break and going through the meta.
Yeah.
But yes, we'll just take it easy, and we'll see how that goes.
Absolutely.
Okay. So this
is still attacking.
Still attacking. We've still got time to fill. So there we go. Liam's thinking about attacking. He is thinking. He's doing the maths now. What was it? Was it 2 reds and 2 blues in hand? Just thinking about what the chances of what that top deck is. Okay, so Liam's allowing it to proceed, so he will be drawing up. Okay, we're on to the next stage of the game. So we get to see these 2 cards. What are these 2 cards going to be? Now the thing the problem, one of the problems with Prism is she's stuck into this 747, the jumbo jet attack
Oh,
strategy.
yeah, the bowing. Yeah.
So
Right.
so you can attack with a herald and then an angel and then another herald. But the problem is, how do you extend past that? Does he have a wrath? Sometimes players use dissolve reality, which would just be extra punishing, just being able to get rid of that arsenal. So it'd be interesting to note we are just going for another herald, but that is for lethal. So coming in for 3. So coming in for 7 and on 3 health. So this is not looking good for Liam. He is going to have to block this out. At least give a few cards. There we go. So he's at least going to have to give 2 cards here, unfortunately. So this is what we see with the Prism Kano game, where the Prism, it starts off fairly level, and then the Prism just pulls ahead.
Spirals out of control, yeah.
Prism right now on effective 29 health with those 2 angels on the board, which plus 2 spell void, so effectively 31 life right now. So sometimes Prism's life total can be deceiving right there. It doesn't necessarily mean what it shows. So we're just activating the Ponder and deciding what he wants to arsenal. Again, going into Kano when you've got a card in hand, so they can't really pop off because you've always got that pitch for the AB. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Into Liam's turn. He's got that tome in hand. He's got 1 card. I think he's going to be drawing 2 cards somehow.
I think so. We're going back to that game, are we?
Yep. Back to the drawing cards meta. Here we go.
Yep, the F in the chat. Absolutely. There it is again.
There we go. Just making sure, that Matt draws up the right number of cards. Always good to see. It's always so when you're in the tag, it's so easy to draw an extra card. So great to see Matt just taking his time there. Okay, so ready for this 1 card play. Okay. The F's are in chat, but it's not over until it's over.
Not over until it's over. Coming
Kindle and Tome. So get to draw 3 cards here. So really want some blues. Okay, here we go.
So Kindle's condition for the draw a card is if you play another wizard before it.
No, if you have no cards in hand.
If you have no cards, right? I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that's why you want to play your instance out and so forth and sequence it. There are ways of sequencing it, whereby you just draw 4 cards off Ragamuffins.
Oh yes.
By playing the Kindle play, so it is quite crazy. Oh, and I have a figure. Here we go. Liam's not out yet.
Well in hand?
And Nourishing in hand as well. Nourishing probably not coming in for much. It's a dominated 6, but there's 8 ward on the board.
Oh,
so see if there's any play with this either figure coming through, which will allow him to opt for 2. Yep, to get Kano activation. Don't want to forget that.
Sonic Boom and Aether Spindle.
Yep. And a brilliant altar there. I believe that's from Ollie at Archon Altars. So great to see those cards.
Nice. The painted borders. Yeah, very nice.
Beautiful card. Okay. We're now just thinking, what is his outs here?
Sonic Boom.
Sonic Boom and Aether Spindle, blue. Neither of which do much right now. Okay. So we might be just putting 1 to the bottom of the deck. Let's see. Yep, just putting 1 to the bottom of the deck.
I can't believe this is turn. Is that turn 2 marker correct?
It's not been many turns this game.
Outrageous.
And that's why you can take your time. You know, if you know the game's not going to go long, take your time and make sure you're doing the right plays. Because you want to be playing optimally to make sure you just don't give anything up.
Yeah. So he is banishing Sonic Boom.
Yes. There we go. Okay. Just thinking. Oh, there's Ollie in chat in Russian Altus.
Nice.
It is one of yours. Do I remember that card better than you do, Ollie? Come on. Okay.
So what are we representing here?
We're representing AMP 1 on the board so far on the board.
Alrighty then.
Which love to see. With the new channel, AMP 3.
AMP 3, yeah.
It's a bit bigger than this, but you know, next meta.
The Millennium
Can't
Tree.
wait to see it. The Millennium Tree, absolutely.
That's going to be a fun set. That is going to be a fun set.
I cannot wait. Bring me a Cilio, please. Please, LSS. If anyone LSS is watching, if you want to like just DM us something that we can announce spicy wise in the chat, we'll happily do so. You know, why not? If you don't ask, you don't get, do you?
Exactly. Yeah, it's just worth throwing out there sometimes.
Just give us a hint, Carol. Just give us one hint.
Absolutely.
That's fine. Okay. So, yep, play a non-attack action card this turn. So can play Waning Moon. Just trying to get rid of those angels. Now, because we've only got one AB on the board, that is probably going to get rid of an Angel. But certainly it's got an Amp 1 because the Kindle does work on the weapons. So it's a question of whether we're going to throw in Halo here or not. No real reason to just eat up an Angel.
That's the cool thing about the new keyword amp is that it amps up all the like wizard staffs and stuff. Anything that deals arcane damage adds to that source of arcane damage.
Yeah.
So all those old staffs like Sergeant Aethertide and all those could actually see some play as well. Maybe not competitively, but just giving things extra lines you can do.
But also, isn't that the signature weapon for Icelander? So it's LLs.
No, not Sergeant Aethertide.
Oh,
that's the one from Dynasty, I think.
Oh, gotcha.
But yeah, here we go. Sonic Boom.
Here we go.
Here comes Guile from Street Fighter.
Coming in for 3.
Announce Lexi reprint. Let's go.
Yeah, bring back Lexi. Not right now, but later.
Ice Lexi.
I just want to see Lightning Lexi be a thing again. We got some great. We got one of our locals, George Jones. He does play Lightning when everyone was expecting. Everyone was expecting Ice, and he came in with Lightning and just
snapshot combo.
So, snapshot combo and E-strikes and all sorts. So yeah,
that's good fun.
I hope to see the other side of Lexi come back when she returns to the field. Okay, so we're just pitching a yellow. Now that Genesis obviously has no block on it, but when you're playing against Kano, you don't really care about the block. You just want that pitch.
Yeah.
So yes, Herald of Triumph just coming in for 5, but right now everything's lethal now, isn't it?
It really is, yeah.
And we know that there are Angelic Wraths in deck. We're not seeing any here, but certainly it is a concern. So we're coming into the end of the game now. We've seen that Wildfire, but it's on the top. It's can Kano do anything with this? Thing worth noting is there is no cards in Soul, so there are no angels being awoken right this moment. So all that Prism has to protect herself is that 1 AB and 2 Spell Void.
Yep.
So that Wildfire, does Kano just want to go for it? Is this the out? Do you want to play Wildfire just knowing that there's not much that he can do to block it? Okay, we're going for Kano.
Announce Briar. We've just seen all the heroes. Neve. I think it's Neve. Sorry if I've mispronounced your name there, but
hi, Neve. Of course, Neve, the great, I believe the cosplayer who has been playing some Briar, has been cosplaying as Briar.
Oh,
so
fantastic!
Of course, we want to see Briar come back.
Absolutely.
But without the errata, Neve, you saw what Matt did with the errata with Briar. So Neve, I believe Neve is Matt's partner. So if you want to blame anyone for Briar being errated, blame Matt. That's what I would say.
Absolutely.
Winning Nats 1 on that Cheerios Briar list that emerged in the US the week before. Absolutely filthy list.
In a pure innovation.
Yes. Okay.
But this Herald also has Go Again as well, doesn't it? Because
it does have Go Again because of the Luminaris. So it is kind of deciding it's now or never. Let's just see what we can do.
This game has been like nothing I've ever seen before. Like
it's a slow game, but they're having to think about all these things because there's so many options coming through.
Yeah.
Now it's obviously quite Prism favoured, but there are outs. Prism's not got that much health, and if you can catch her off guard, just get a big combo in and just get the damage in, and then you're playing ball. So Lesson in Lava. Great card, letting you tutor to the top deck. Yeah. That could be out, but there's no epots is the problem. You've got no resources to play it all out. Now you've got that Wildfire, but that's going to take up your blue. That's 2 costs, so it's not looking good right now in terms of being able to have that dynamic play. In terms of getting a double Wildfire or some sort of power turnout. So
I mean, if you had some set up there, I mean, having Matt at 21 is definitely reachable, right? But there is no resources there and nothing else you can really do, unfortunately.
And if you're not going to threaten Prism enough, she's just going to take it and attack you. And with only 2 cards left in hand, not going to take much to kill. Even an Angel will do it. So it's looking like Kano really does need to pull it out of the bag right here and right now. So let's see what the play is.
So you've got an Aether Dart in hand and then the Aether Wildfire, right? Yeah.
It's just doing all the maths.
Pure arithmetic. Tobias, I'm not sure when the calling Taipei is, but if you check the Fab TCG website, they might be on there. Not sure whether it's been announced yet, probably.
Pitching to Striders. We're coming in with Striders. So is this where Wildfire comes in? Okay. So again, we cannot awaken an Angel. There is no cards in Soul. So I don't think there's anything under that Prism card. So I think I think, Matt's going to probably just have to take it. And all he can do is block 1, and then after that he can come in with the Lesson in Lava. And do you know what plays Lesson in Lava?
Blazing Aether.
There you go.
Did I get it right, Paul?
You did.
I did.
If he's got the
Yay.
pitch. I think, is that Kano that... I don't know if he's got that Kano activation just sitting on the board there. I don't know if that's what he's representing there. I haven't been following the pitch closely. If chat wants to correct us, please go ahead. So, yep, they are pointing out the play. So... Okay, so that's what you're scared of, is what is Lesson in Lava going to bring, and of course, Blazing Aether is a zero cost. So
yeah, so he's going to have to track all of the, or try and figure out what damage is coming in for every spell that he plays after this. Is going to be, depending on what is let through now, going to be that buffed by that much. So
absolutely,
it's just figuring out all the maths.
Here's where the Spell Void comes in.
Yep.
Okay. Oh no, he's activating. Okay, he's going to be activating it so he can get an angel out. Okay.
From the protection figment, which is out, right? Yeah.
So he's activating Halo to put a Herald in Soul.
Oh, Halo.
Putting a Herald in Soul lets him get an angel, which he doesn't care which angel it is. It's going to die.
Yep.
So Prism cannot be sentimental about these angels. Unfortunately, she loves them, but also she doesn't care if they die.
Yeah, that's right.
So Rapture will be allowing her to activate it as an instant. So again, whilst this Wildfire is still on the board, we are going to be creating a full ward, which does ruin Prism's day. So yes, unfortunately, we do not have Crucible, so we can't buff that, so it's just coming in for 4. So, yes, so it's a way of just cleanly blocking out that ward. Liam doesn't care about, they're just leaving the board as it is because they know it's the end game now anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much. Okay, so now what Prism's going to do is going to play out Lesson in Lava for 3. So what that means is...
you can go search for anything less than the amount of damage you deal and then play it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's going down to 2, representing the Arcane Delts, because that's really important for this card. Now, most of your cards cost 2 or less anyway, so really all it is protecting life total right now from Prism, not really affecting the effect itself. So here we go. What are we going for? Okay, we're going for a Kindle.
So that's going to allow him to draw an extra card, right?
Correct.
And then amp up
and
whatever
amp
he
1.
plays. Yeah.
Yep, correct. Okay, so they're just leaving things there. Okay, there we go. And then...
So much maths.
There's so much maths. And obviously there's layers upon layers upon layers right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is all in response to the Blue Herald coming in, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay.
Jeez.
Closing up.
Wow.
Scrapped.
There it is.
Oh, there you go. It's all fun amongst friends. So, yes. Liam and Matt are old-time friends. So, yeah, unfortunate game for Liam. But sometimes those matchups happen, don't they?
They do indeed. Wow. That was crazy. That was turn 3, wasn't it, right?
Yes. So, as an uninitiated player, how does that feel as seeing the Prism and Kano matchup for you?
That was a brain burn, mate. If you weren't here, I'll be like, what is going on here?
Yes, well...
But that was fun nonetheless. That's a matchup I've never seen really play out. But
yes, that was a crazy first turn. To get that turn 0 erudition is exactly what Matt wants to see. So he just came out straight out of the gate. He really wasn't letting up. So great to see a win there for Matt. So Matt is obviously not the reigning champion, but he did win the first Nats.
Yep.
So certainly he wants to put his place back on that board. He's won a PT, he's won a Nats, he wants to be back up there. So yeah, Prism's a really great shout for this meta. You've got the Zen there, you've got the Enigma. Now Enigma's a bit of a questionable one for a Prism. There's a lot of talk about that matchup, because certainly if that board state gets developed and they just can clean the floor with Prism. So it'll be interesting to see how they handle that.
Yeah.
But certainly Aelia. Prism's happy to see Aelia, isn't he?
Oh, I don't like it anymore. I don't like Illusionist anymore. But yeah.
But again, we have to see the meta as it comes. So yeah, great. We will be going to an interview soon. Alan, can we get the meta back up? We'll be able to see that?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get it up.
There we go.
I'm not sure if we've had this up yet, have we?
We've had it at the beginning of the round. So you can see there, Prism, not a massive representation, but certainly a bit of a dark horse in this meta, I think. I think they do have the performance to be able to pull through.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this meta, as you can see, is Zen, right?
Yes.
What does Zen not like to do? Doesn't like to block. Prism has a lot of on-hit effects through the heralds, and then establishing that board state to then obviously take damage from the ward, but also deal it back, is a potentially a good spot for her to be in. So
absolutely, but Zen's so fast, he doesn't even need to be blocked. So the thing is, a lot of his things don't have hit effects on them. So Prism generally doesn't like to block. She's got the ward, but suddenly she's also, as you've seen, quite card hungry. So she needs a lot of cards there, which she can't deal with much with often a 2 or 3 card hand. So it is a question of what she can do to really pull back in that aggro mirror. So yes, it'll be great to see how they go. So we're going into a draft next round. So this is the last of the CC that we're going to be seeing today, but I think we've seen some pretty good games. That Riptide Aelia game.
That was vibes, wasn't it?
Yeah, if you've joined us lately on the stream, please go back and watch round 2. That was fantastic.
Was crazy.
But yeah, we'll be going to the draft. I think we will be taking a bit of a break during draft because we've only got we will be filming draft, but we won't be casting it live. So I believe we'll be waiting and showing some interviews and so forth whilst we're waiting for other players to draft. But what are you expecting from the draft then? How do you feel about the 3 heroes?
Oh, absolutely! I absolutely can't wait to see what happens. I mean, it's still very, very fresh at the moment. But yeah, I can't wait to see. Oh, judges in my ears.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can't wait to see what happens. I mean, I think we've got another caster, Demos, coming in to help us with the draft. So eagerly to get him on as well to go through it. But it's been a great day so far. I can't wait to see where we go from here. Really, to be honest.
Fantastic. Okay.
But yeah.
I think that's it from us. So I think we might be going. Oh.
We get another. You get something in your ears.
That's it.
Hi everybody, welcome back to the UK Nationals in Liverpool. I would say sunny Liverpool, but the lights are going down now. It's getting up to late on a Friday at Super Armory. I'm joined by one of our sponsors for this stream, Chad Valentine from...
The curved sleeves. Now you can get the sensation of going sleeveless with the curved sleeves. The rounded bottom corners perfectly match the corners of your card and feel great in hand. The top corners are still squared off to provide maximum tear resistance and weld strength. That asymmetrical design also means that when you're shuffling, you won't accidentally place a card in upside down.
Hi everybody, welcome back to the UK National Championship, and I've been joined by Ed Cardle from By the Same Token, no stranger to coming on and having a chat with me. Thank you for sponsoring the stream.
No worries.
Do you want to tell us what you guys do?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm from By the Same Token, and we make kind of a large amount of different tabletop accessories in acrylic for loads of different games, basically, and hopefully bling them out and make them a bit more immersive and a little bit cooler for everybody involved, a little bit clearer.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, you make them for the game that really matters, which
Indeed.
is Flesh and Blood.
The only important one, to be honest.
You've come with a special token today for the stream, sort of like transcend tokens. Sort of like these are coming in sort of like a blue and a white one as well.
Yeah, we've got a few different variants.
Yeah.
I mean, these are we got real secret drops here because these came off like the Lazarus prototypes like literally yesterday. And so first look.
Yeah. So as soon as sort of like LSS announced sort of like new rules, you're straight on it, designing the tokens. You made some for heavy hitters, especially sort of like the Vigor tokens, Go Again tokens. Who sort of like if you watch my show, you know, you very kindly did giveaways for that. So what you do for the community to make the game a lot more accessible and a lot more easy to see what's going on is fantastic.
I think the thing about it is that like anything that's made is something I want anyway. Like this thing, and I hope that's really obvious when you play with them, because like I want to play with this. I think it's useful, and hopefully you will too. You know, like.
Yeah. So yeah, you'll see them on the stream today. Sort of like most of the tokens, sort of like Ed tokens, or by the same tokens that have been made. You've made an amped one already. Sort of like they showed Rosetta the new set sort of like last week, and you've made an amped already. So you can't see it very well.
That is.
He's trying to get it, but yeah.
Soon we'll all be making rune chants, doing all sorts of badness.
So excellent, that's brilliant. I wish you all the very best. Who are you playing in the main event?
Dash, Inventor Extraordinaire.
Are you playing your Hanabi build?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can go faster than Zen. Let's prove it.
I played your list in sort of like my little online league. Yeah, it didn't go well against Zen. He had an 8-card hand, and I had sad panda face. But it is very nice. It is cool. Playing with Hanabi Blaster it's a lot of fun. It's whether or not you have enough time to build the counters up on the gun to really get it rocking. What special tech have you got against him?
We have, if I can find some rainbow foil cards, we have combustible couriers.
Okay.
And we have boom grenades. Now the idea is, because I run three Spark of Geniuses in the main, that is a dead card. I do not want to give tempo away to get an item, so we're turning that into basically an extra 0 to 60. And I hopefully have enough T-bones that he's never going to throw his items in front of that. They're either already gone, he's already done his stuff, or we've disrupted him enough that it's not clean, whatever he does. Okay. And we'll see.
Okay. What about Enigma? I mean, you know, wards. I know you do straight damage. You haven't got a lot of on hits. Like, you know, you're saying you've got combustible courier to try and make people block. But sort of like Enigma is like the other, sort of like we'd say, the bogeyman. But, you know what I mean? It can be a bit sticky.
Enigma's a funny one. I think I run that goes a bit more towards the kind of item heavy. We can wait a minute to build up. Once we start sweeping away the wards for the first time and get the momentum rolling, I think it's quite hard for her to really stop and get the state built up again. If we can do that consistently and just keep alternating max V, Hanabi, max V turns, it's very difficult for her to get back in the game, and you just present too much damage for fatigue a lot of the time.
Nice.
Like,
Brilliant. Okay, we'll see how it goes. How are you feeling about draft?
Terrible.
Okay, well, at least you're honest.
We'll see. I'll happily pull a cold foil and leave. No, it'll be good. I'm excited. But yeah.
The thing is, we've seen it before. Sammy Braben, sort of like, well known for playing Icelander at the time, went into last Nationals, smashed the field with Icelander, got into draft. Very poor drafter then. Things have changed for Sammy now. He's put a lot of time into it, but then he pulled it back with the last CC rounds and managed to get into the top 8. So it's still possible, but it's very dodgy.
It is dodgy.
You got to put the practice in with draft. You know, especially sort of like at these stakes. Dude, thank you so much for sponsoring the show. I look forward to the more sort of like tokens that come out with Rosetta when we start seeing more keywords that come through. But I wish you all the very best.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Stick around. There's more games to come. So, you know, maybe get a quick drink and then pop back and, you know, we're on to the next round. All right. Hi everybody, welcome back to the UK Nationals from Liverpool, and I've been joined by Shamir Sami, a familiar face in the UK scene, I should say. People might know you for the sheesh.
The big sheesh.
Yeah, indeed. Maybe people will hear it sort of like when commentary's going on, when you normally do a big play. Top 8, Lille, top 16, Baltimore.
Indeed.
Pro Tours, fantastic player. Some would say now that you are the top player in Pakistan.
Yeah, I guess being the only one probably does qualify me to be the top one, so something like that.
Yeah. I had to go out there for family reasons. That's where you are at the minute. But it hasn't stopped you playing. You've qualified for nationals, which is fantastic. It's great to see you back here.
Thank you, Baz.
You're a face that's sadly missed, like Johnny Chapman. Best player in Malta.
Absolutely.
But yeah, we're so glad you're here. But what we're here to talk about, Team Sigil.
Hello.
Team was debuted at Calling Warsaw.
Indeed.
So like, see all these varsity jackets. It was just like, holy moly, what's going on? What's this new team? Did very well.
Indeed, we had a fantastic outing at Warsaw with Alex Kitsu making top 8 of the Calling and Sammy Braben making top 8 of the Battle Hardened. We'd been working together as a team for a couple months before that, but we'd kind of been in the process of thinking, you know what, we want to get ourselves known, get the name out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's something great about that, and Warsaw was the ripe opportunity for us. We were very fortunate with how things lined up, and we took the opportunity when we had it.
Yeah, a fantastic debut. Fantastic, like you were saying. The results, top 8 for Alex, top 8 for Sammy. You couldn't ask for more. It was just like, we are here. Like you see, like a lot of countries have got their teams, especially America, Wolfpack, Magnolia Gaming. There's sort of like even like Metal Fab Tokens have got their own team now. So it's great that sort of like UK can show a team. But it's not just UK, is it?
It's not just UK. That's the thing about
You've got US players.
We do indeed. Our first US player with us was Austin Reddington, who is a phenomenal illusionist player and really, really upskilled our kind of ability to play into that class. Especially important as we approach kind of this meta game and future meta games, with Prism and Enigma being very much real decks these days. We had Vero, or Anthony Sorrenzio, joining us, and we very recently had Nick Tran, another fantastic illusionist player and good friend of Austin's, joining us very recently. So the plan is we are an international flesh and blood team. We are the best of the best. We are supporting the underdog to rise up through their journey and achieve new competitive greatness.
Yeah, it must be great when you look forward to sort of like worlds and stuff like that, where you can all actually get together as a team.
Oh, it's incredible.
Because normally you sort of like ruling satellite countries doing their own thing, but now people can travel, sort of like get together and actually meet up.
The PT is going to be huge for us. We are going to have a massive. I think all of us except Nick at the moment, I believe, are planning on being there. So it is, and Nick may well turn up. That's kind of in process. So it's going to be a big one.
All right, so let's talk about play testing. Sort of like how do you get together as a team to play test a new meta? How do you get ready for a nationals?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good question. I think a lot of it comes down to thinking about what you currently start with, and then what's being added to the meta that could impact it. So when we look to heavy hitters meta, we're looking at a massive injection of cards for Warrior, Guardian, and Brute. KO was kind of on top of the meta. Kasai is his natural predator. Victor is kind of finding his feet a little bit, but struggling in places. And when we looked at the heroes being added in part of the Misfail, it was just a shock to the system in terms of the power level of the set. We were calling this Aelia 2.0 in terms of the power level we were looking at, which was huge after a depowering in the game in Outsiders, and then a kind of shaky spot with Bright Lights, powering up again slightly in Heavy Hitters, and bam! Misfail is like, whoa, we are talking high power cards now. Yeah. So seeing Assassin and Illusionist get a big bump there was like, okay, maybe Guardian's going to be in trouble a little bit. Taking the time to figure out what Zen is doing, thinking, okay, this is a very powerful hero ability, but we don't really know how to leverage it yet. Yeah. We were collaborating not just kind of within our team, but between other teams in the UK as well. Shout out to Team Toxic, who are fantastic testing partners over the season. In the end, we kind of settled on, okay, the power level of the set is so high that we think it's back to kind of dictating the meta. Yeah. And when that happens, we need to kind of reevaluate from, okay, we need to build the lists. We need to know what a good Enigma list looks like, what a good new list looks like, what a good Zen list looks like. So that was kind of the first order of business. As soon as we got there, it was like, okay, run them through the gauntlet, see what they do into the current heroes. We found that the power level of the cards that they are running is just so high that while there is certainly a degree of like favored and unfavored matchups, I mean, Zen is to an extent going to struggle with the Victor's Disruption, and of course News. New is going to struggle with like the fridge from Warriors and from, well, not so much from Guardians, but certainly from Warriors, and just being able to stave off the aggression of the aggro decks. As we kind of found that, we still found that the power of the cards is ultimately what's carrying them through. And for me, that was a big choice in why I decided to take New to Nationals this year.
Okay.
Yeah. So bringing back the Assassin roots, I was finding success with Azuri towards the end of my time in the UK last year, just before the last national season. And Azuri was kind of my dark horse pick through Heavy Hitters meta as well. So I think I've got the skill set for it. I'm very confident in my build. We built it really to target Zen, because Zen is the breakout deck of the season, in our opinion. It's just the sheer unbridled aggression of that deck is terrifying. But it's got game into a lot of stuff. It's not a 2-deck meta. There are some other interesting players out there. Prism is another one to watch out for, I think, big time.
Matt Folks is on Prism.
Matt Folks is on Prism, and his list is formidable. I was testing it some earlier today, and I hope I don't meet him before the top 8. I'll put it that way. I hope I don't meet him before the top 8. Yeah, it's been a really exciting time. The team has kind of settled across a gamut of decks. Some people have jumped on on Zen, as the premier aggro deck. I've jumped in on New as kind of going heavy on the disruption. Some of them have gone with their old classics. We're going to see Jason Rolfe on tried and true Victor, but with some new power to back it up. And we're going to be seeing Alex Kitsu on tried and true Dash, I believe.
He got top 8 in Warsaw with Dash. He did very well. Sort of like we did hear, sort of like previously, he was going to be on Dash today. Hopefully, I'll get an interview with him. Whether or not it's already been shown, but it'd be nice to see sort of like why Dash. She hasn't got many She hasn't got many on hit, so it's really hard to disrupt or get Zen to actually want to block. And it's just like it just seems like it's a bit of a race.
It is a bit of a race, but at the end of the day, when you start with 6 value on the board via Tekla Pounder, and we're talking about 1 for 5 go again, 2 for 6 go, some of the really the most overrate attack actions cards to ever exist, like in the common slot. She's got game. She can pull it off.
And she's the hero with the most living legend points, so
that
she's there
she
for a
is.
reason.
She's just been in the meta for a very long time, mainstay, and it's gonna be a strange world without her very soon.
Don't say that.
That's true. That's true.
Sorry, McMahon. Deck. How's it going?
Really, really well. We've had some massive breakthroughs just within the last week. We had a little draft camp at my place last weekend in preparation for this event, and we tried a bunch of different kind of approaches to analyzing the draft. Once again, shout out to Team Toxic, who gave us some massive tips towards that. Kind of looking at it from the perspective of trying to analyze the picks as they're happening, doing just a classic silent time draft, discussing the actual draft process afterwards and figure out, whose seat was where, what influenced us towards these decisions. And at the end of the day, also just sorting out the kind of basics of deploying it on the day now.
Like earlier, you were doing timed ones.
Yes.
So you had Dave from Dark Sphere, he was timing you. So that must have been a massive benefit, sort of like considering it's time drafts tomorrow.
Absolutely.
So that was
practice
good practice.
what you're going to do.
Yeah. So sort of like previous drafts, a lot of people have been talking about force a particular hero. Do you feel that is a good strategy going into this one?
Absolutely not. I think some people could. I think there are situations in which, you open a pack and you see, you open a Manifestations of Miragai, which is probably one of the biggest bonds in the set, and you go, I would love to be Illusionist, please and thank you. And so at that point, yeah, sure, you're probably going to take Illusionist picks early, try and cut the seat, make sure that you pick your lane early. But if everybody does that, this set can end up in chaos, because previous draft sets have been able to facilitate, some heroes have been strong enough where you can have 4 of them in a pod, and it's not disastrous. Everybody's got a deck that works reasonably well. One of them could even 3-0 the pod. The moment there's 4 of a particular hero in this set, you start to feel it. It gets really rocky. Not least because, it's a blue heavy set, so everybody's really fighting for the reds. And if there's 4 of you, well, there's not really enough to go around for 4 of you. You're going to walk out with a deck with 20 blues and go like, here's my 0 for 2.
Did I make it through the draft shuffle?
So finding your seat is first and foremost in this, which is my favorite way to draft. I think it's a triumph of a draft set as a result. It's not a perfect draft set. The gameplay is very, very int heavy, which, is good in some ways. Not my favorite in others. But I think the drafting process is really interesting. It reminds me so much of being able to listen to signals in terms of like drafting in other games like Magic, and finding your seat being the most important thing makes me feel like I get to make decisions as a drafter. I get to listen and show that I know what I'm doing in a given draft, as opposed to just going, fi card, fi card.
It's been like that for a while.
It has been like that for a bit. I think you could go in with that strategy, but the people who will succeed are the people who are capable of figuring out what is happening in a pod within like the first half of the first pack and go, this is where I need to be.
Yeah,
go there.
Absolutely. But we touched on that you've got an international team. Obviously, US Nationals was last week. The benefits that you got from those US players is probably like, a bountiful amount of information.
Oh, absolutely,
you got.
absolutely.
Did that influence sort of like this week in any way?
Well, we kind of looked at, this time a week ago, we were saying US Nationals is going to potentially decide our deck choices, but if not that, it will certainly decide like your sideboard choices for any deck that you walk in on, because it's just, the first event of a given metagame, just the cover was blown. Everybody realized, okay, Zen is horrifically aggressive. KO is still a player in this metagame, but I mean, KO can't really hold up a candle to some of this stuff sometimes. And the moment that happened, it's like, okay, if that's the anticipated metagame, level 1 is everybody's going to be playing Zen, so we should target it. Level 2 is everybody's going to be playing the deck that targets Zen, so I've got to have something that also works into that matchup, like
absolutely.
Potentially Aelia, New, Victor, and deciding not just your hero choice, but also eventually your card choices in the deck was figuring out, what's our expected metagame, and US Nationals was a huge part of that for us.
All right, brilliant. Dude, I wish you all the very best.
Thank you very much, Baz. Hope to speak to you again soon.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll try and get you on the table.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm so looking forward to tomorrow. So
yes.
Right, so more games to come. Grab a drink. Stay tuned. Hi and welcome back to the National Championships from the UK. I've been joined by former UK National Champion 2022, George Roger.
Hello, how you doing?
Right, mate. Pleasure to see you as always at the big events.
And you?
Team practice. This is what everybody wants to know. Sort of like you're, what you could say, the team captain of Team Toxic.
Yeah.
How's practice been going for the new meta?
It's been going really well. We've done a lot. Like, it's been pretty full in for the last few weeks now. Everyone's very well prepared, I'd say, and like ready for draft and CC, and yeah, it's gone really well. And I think it's the most prepared we've been for nationals.
Okay, okay. Yeah. We'll look forward to later. So sort of like, has the US Nationals was obviously last week. Has that influenced basically what you've been playing, or were you kind of like on track?
I think it's influenced some of the players. A few of us had locked in anyway what we were playing. So we saw things that we kind of expected to see in the nationals. There were a few surprises, like the Enigma doing so well. But like under further inspection of data, like we saw reasons why Enigma did so well. So
okay,
yeah.
So some people switched to Enigma. Now she's on the radar.
Yeah, people are on Enigma now, and people are on fit cards to beat Enigma.
Okay. Now, obviously, this is going out when the event's on. People aren't going to know prior to nationals. Yeah. I'm expecting you to be on Zen.
I am on Zen.
Right, okay, yeah. Obviously, you won on 5. I was just like, yeah, George is a Zen boy through and through. So, have you gone with Needles? Or are you, like you and did, or are you on something else? Because Twitter, you went, I hope US Nationals doesn't spoil the sauce. So...
I mean, so he was very similar to me, Evan, where he went for a different weapon, because I'm also not on Kakara.
Okay.
I'm on Talishar instead.
Okay, right. Fair enough. Hopefully, we'll see how well you do. We'll get you on stream.
Yeah.
So, going back to practice, you've been drafting in person, or you've been drafting sort of like digitally?
We've had draft camps. We've gone physically and drafted, done some drafts this week as well, and then loads of drafts online.
Okay, so you think draft is pretty much locked in? Are you in the forcings then, or are you sort of like looking for certain cards for certain heroes?
There are like, I think you have to stay quite open in this draft. You can't really force a hero because you can get really screwed.
Right.
So you have to really read your signals that are coming towards you in the first pack and be prepared to pivot from what you want to play. I'd still say you take the best cards to start with and then sort of go with the flow. You have to like really sort of vibe it out and see what's coming your way before you make a decision. I don't think you can force, unfortunately.
Right. Not like previous drafts.
No.
You've gone, right, force Fi. He's the best ninja in the room.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I wish you all the very best, mate.
Thank you very much.
No crown this time.
No, but I'll try and get it back.
Yeah, indeed. I wish you all the very best. I'll try not to lose it. When you win, I'll try and stay composed. Right, let's get back to the action. Hi everybody, welcome back to the UK National Championship at Liverpool. I've been joined by Steve Broder. Now, you're a bit of an unsung hero. You're a judge. So you were sort of like a level 1 judge, level 2 judge.
Yeah.
You've stepped up for this UK Nationals for head judge.
Yeah.
So
so equally disliked now across all the players, because normally it's the head judge that's just disliked because they make the final call and decision.
Yeah, it's only if there's an appeal.
Yeah. So yeah, stepping up. Hopefully this year's going to be good fun and a lot of work has gone into it.
How would you encourage somebody to, if they were looking at judging, sort of like how would you encourage people to get into it?
I mean, the first problem that a lot of players will say to me is like, I've done the level 0 just because they wanted to try it. But
even I've done that.
Yeah, and then they're kind of like, oh, I don't know if I want to do level 1. And I tell players always just do the level 1, because you'll actually get a lot more information on rules you might not know, and certain triggers and resolutions, layers that you've missed because you've only played heroes that never play around that layer.
Yeah.
And then the problem is that a lot of players are like, okay, I've got my level 1. I don't want to judge now, just because why would it's one of the questions. Why would you judge when you can play a game you love, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, but then it comes up to actually encouraging players to jump in and say, this is your store that you play at. Just judge there and jump in, support judge your local head, like the local judge for the store, and then you'll find that kind of actually you can have fun as a judge as well. You socialize, you talk, you get to play, you get to be involved in a game just a different way. So like when I go to a store, I walk in and I end up talking to, like if it's a 32 player ProQuest, I'm probably talking to all 32 players and socializing and remembering names and having that side of things that you don't really get to enjoy as much when you're playing, because you're always in competitive mode, you're trying to play, you're trying to win. So I get that kind of enjoyment from it. But like, do your level 0, go do your level 1. Even if you fail it, don't suddenly leave it as that. Try again.
You've got a cooling off period, haven't you? You've got sort of like so many days, and then you can try it again.
Yeah. So it's 24 hours now for the exams for sets. So there's 3 sets a year, 3 exams a year that are based on sets. So we've done the heavy hitters one's already done. The Miss Veil one should be coming out fairly soon, next couple of weeks, or maybe up to a month. It should be done be online before the Pro Tour. Going from that, you do level 1, try it. You'll find out more as you do it and go over it. And even if you've done it once, sometimes just do it again, because you'll get questions. Whenever you do a test, it takes like 20 questions out of a pool of how many they've made on from Judge Hub. So each time you might find something you don't know. Go do it and then judge a couple times. Judge, your store. Come to a nationals. Come to a calling. To a battle hardened somewhere. And even if you don't plan on becoming a level 2 or taking it further, do your level 2. Even if you don't plan on submitting it to the way it works for level 2 is you have to do 2 exams, a rules test and a tournaments test exam.
Okay, yeah.
Once you've passed both, you get a review, and then it goes off to get checked by some of the higher ups from the Judge Hub, and they'll confirm or decline and say, actually, you haven't got enough experience. But even if you're not planning on getting that level 2, just do the exam and see what parts of your game you're missing. Because even if you're a player, you're taking that information to say, oh, actually, I've been playing this card wrong. There's a priority window here I didn't know. I could benefit from this. So,
especially when sort of like we're seeing new heroes come out, we're seeing new heroes possibly look at certain windows that weren't available before.
Yeah.
Sort of like, Wizards is a prime example, sort of like, when you're going to play these instants, when you're going to jump in to do things. I can't play Wizard for Toffee, but sort of like, if you know the instant windows for these, all power to you.
Yeah.
But, as a judge, you've got to know them as well. You just
absolutely. And, so I play Mech and Brew. I don't know what I know about arcane damage. So what I tell players as well is like, I actually love when there's an illusionist or a wizard in the meta, because it means that we have to remember triggers that because unless you're competing, you're judging at every big event. Sometimes you're going to all the callings, you're going to all the Pro Tours, you're going to Worlds. If you're not doing that, you take like a 6-month period of not judging. You kind of sometimes forget. You go, oh yeah, you do have priority here. Just because even though you know the base rules, you just forget it slips. So I do like when there's a wizard in the meta that's good, illusionist in the meta, because you go, okay, and now I need to remember these windows, and it keeps you on your toes.
So when you go to sort of like one of the big events like the Call In and Battle Hardens, something like there is sort of like there's a conference, isn't there? Sort of like the judges seem to sort of like squirrel themselves away to a secret room. Like me and Alan are sitting up our stream. They're like, there's a judge conference going on around here. What's all that about? Sort of like what are you guys talking about?
So normally judges apply to put on the judge conference. So judge conference is normally for, US Nats, I believe had one. We didn't get one here. We didn't do one here. But most callings, or pretty much every calling, a Pro Tour, will get one. And Worlds had a really big one last year. And what it is judges will submit a presentation they think will benefit the rest of the judges out there.
Yeah.
So they'll come on, they'll build a project, a presentation, and they'll just tell they'll tell Lamberto and Klaus what they want to talk about, and that will then they'll look at it and go, actually, we need this right now. This is information that we haven't seen yet.
Yep.
Then we go into a weird room, a quiet room in the back, as you say, and so what ends up happening is take turns just presenting to others. Earlier this year, Liverpool was a great one. Cecil Ember did one on catching card cheats with sleight hand tricks, because they're an ex-magician. What better way to learn than sleight of hand? And really great presentation. I tried to record some of it where they just kept catching off everyone viewing by saying, "Oh no, I made a mistake," but actually the whole time the card was exactly where they was exactly in the deck where they wanted it, and just showed how easy it is to say, "Oh, you cut my deck, but I still have the card here." So we're using our work experience and our knowledge and our history to educate other judges on, okay, you haven't had this opportunity. Here we go. I'm going to show you as quickly as I can in half an hour, 45 minutes, something that I'm very good at or very experienced at, and I can show you who didn't have that luxury of learning as you were growing up, or just through hobbies, right? So I did one in Liverpool as well I called it Exude Confidence, which is just talking to players, which a lot of the UK players will see is I will talk to almost every player. I try to remember everyone's name. Try to remember players' names, and it's like, but by doing that, I build, exuding that confidence, I'm building that confidence in them to say, actually, I want to make a judge call, because, you've done multiple events, Baz, like where you go, you see a player and you're like, they want to make a judge call. You can see in their eyes they really want to, but they just don't have that. They don't know the judges. They don't feel comfortable in the event, and maybe they're fairly new, and they don't do that. And so it's like, actually, by building a rapport with the players, they'll just shout judge, and just, they'll be more willing to make that judge call, which, if the more judge calls we're making, the more we're educating players on the rules. Realistically, we're just making our life a lot easier in the long run, because now hopefully in a couple of years we don't have any judge calls at Worlds, because everyone knows the game.
Absolutely. But it's about approachability, isn't it? Approachability. Like we'll see sort of like most of the judges for the UK nationals, like they're on the circuit, so you know them all the time. You got Cole, you got Aaron, you got PT. Just like okay, Michael is another big one for the UK. So sort of like
Jason Hamer, just the Papa Judge, we call him in UK just because he's dad judge, because he's a slightly older guy, and he's just, everyone goes to him and be like, oh, I need some help with this. Like, I'm really struggling with, it's not even might not be even a rules thing. It's just like, I am really struggling to get that motivation, to do that drive today, because I'm tired, or just long week or something else. And he's just, right, come on in, let's go. And he's just such a good judge in the community.
Yeah. So another question then, how hard is it? So like they bring out a new set, obviously people are going to be jumping on it, pre-releases and everything else. How hard is it to actually learn all the nuances of the new cards? Are you
once if you're new into the game, it's obviously a lot harder. But actually, when Misfell came out, there was a lot of judges who were very much like, there's a lot going on. Transcend is a new thing, Chi, triggering all these new things. Mystic being its own key word, a lot of judges were really worried it was going to be like, okay, there's a lot of rules, like illusionist level, complex illusionist versus wizard illusion, layered level stuff. And actually, once you've played the game for about a year or so, and you've done maybe your judge exam, your level 1, you start looking at it and you're going, oh, actually, this is fairly easy. But at first sight, so when a new set comes out, there is that fear of going, okay, there's a lot now, and I need to remember I need to know all the times this card can be couldn't be activated or could be layered, and then eventually you start to go, oh, actually, this is really easy. It takes you a couple of days, and you're like, oh no, this is good stuff. But even if you're struggling, there's the Rules of Wraith Discord, which is majority of the world's judges for Flesh and Blood, all in there. And you can just type in a word related to maybe it's the card. If you're trying to figure out all the modes for Warmongers, you just type it into Discord, and there'll be a bunch of judges who have asked the question, answered the question, and given you breakdowns on what technically can be done, what can't. So there's a lot of information out there. So even if you are struggling and you're not as experienced, there is the resource of. I mean, you can go on Judge Hub website, which is there's loads of forums, there's loads of articles and people talking, but also the Rules of Wraith Discord is a major resource for judges.
Is that tied in with the app? You got the Rules of Wraith app as well?
No, so it's separate
right,
thing. So Rules of Wraith is just an app, but I believe the Rules of Wraith, Judges of Wraith Discord is run by Joshua Scott, I believe,
right,
or Klaus. So one of the two major judges for the game.
It also helps if you've got you're friends with the judge and you can just message him on Discord and go, I'm in the middle of a game.
Yeah.
Help me out here.
Yeah.
I've done that with James Armstrong before on Armory and gone, I don't know how to play this card.
Sends a picture and be like, right, how do I resolve this?
So get to know your judges, that's for sure. Thank you so much.
No worries.
I hope you don't have a busy day tomorrow.
We both know it'll be fun. It's going to be, I'm really hyped. I think the judge team is insanely strong. Like I've said to all the other judges, is like I was starting to get a little bit anxious because it's my first head judge at Nats, and then you look at the team and you're like, well, if there is an issue, what a team to have behind me to support, right? Like it's insane. I've got James Armstrong, the previous 3 nationals head judge, to support me as my team lead. I've got Philippe, who's the German head judge. So I'm already there. I've got like several years of several tournaments of experience. So I'm going to be fine.
Whenever I go to an event, I see Cole and I'm just like,
can't miss him.
I mean, he's a huge, he's a huge guy.
6'6".
Like, I see Cole and I'm just like, we're in good hands.
Yeah.
There's certain judges that you just gel with. Obviously, I don't get down to London where your playground is
on purpose. So. Just doesn't like us as a judge. Is what he's saying. It's just, but no. Yeah, you should come down. We need to rematch at Bad Moon for that KO deck game.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, cool. I wish you all the best, mate.
No, thank you. But
good luck. Hi everybody, welcome back to the UK National Championship from sunny Liverpool. So sunny for you, you're bathed like a champion, mate, whereas I'm in the shade. Matt Folks, you don't really need an introduction. The first national champion, fantastic achievement, undefeated with Briar.
Feels like so long ago now.
Well, it is a bit of a while. You know, we're on UK Championship number 4, but you've done.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
Do you feel prepared for this one?
Yeah. There's certainly been like tournaments between then and between now where I didn't feel like I'd put the work in, but I feel really good for this tournament.
Yeah.
Like, so I'm playing Prism. It's not like a big secret or anything. And I'm pretty much like the only person I know playing Prism.
Yeah, you were going around earlier, so this is recorded with the Super Armory going on. You were going around going, I've got the best deck. I've got the best deck. This is the best deck.
Yeah, and I don't think it's like crazy broken. I don't think I have some insane edge over the field. I just think that like looking around the room at the decks that are here, like Prism certainly has some bad matchups into like the Brutes. The Brutes are the main one. Enigma's not a great matchup as well. But there doesn't seem to be that much of those.
Okay, that you know of.
Yeah, that I know of at least. And I think in... it looks like there'll be a lot of Zen, and I don't mind facing Zen. I'm pretty okay with that matchup. It's not amazing, but it's pretty decent.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's quite a few news, and that matchup's very, very strong for me. And then there's quite a few Azaleas. Again, that matchup's really strong. Like Prism of the decks, it's like the meta kind of is billed as like new versus the world. You know, it's new, and then quite a few decks which are designed to beat that deck. And I think that like Prism finds a good spot as the best of those decks at beating Zen that also does quite well into the rest of the ones that are meant to beat Zen.
Mm-hmm.
So also like I have a good amount of experience on the deck. I won a ProQuest on it last season, and
absolutely, yeah.
And it's just a ton of, I really like playing the deck. Like I've been really motivated to play.
Yeah, but the thing is, you played Prism previously before she LL, so you got a lot of practice playing her then. Now this new iteration, sort of like
there's a lot of similarities as well.
Yeah.
Like you can still play 2 auras on turn 1, and your opponent just goes and like they know that it's going to be a long game ahead of them.
So have you found with the US Nationals, has that changed your game plan at all? Have you had to look at your deck in any way, you know, thinking that maybe the meta shift is going to, you know, slightly be sort of like influenced by what happened last weekend?
It kind of, like I was pretty aware of where the meta was going to be anyway. Mm-hmm. The US meta shaped up pretty much what I was expecting. We expected Zen to be there a lot and do well, and it did exactly that. You know, I know enough of the UK players to know that there was going to be a lot of Zen here this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know a lot of the top groups have been on it, so like, I knew that I had to have a deck that was good into Zen. I made sure that my deck has a good amount of tech for the matchup. Mm-hmm. I worked through basically all of the options, and I'm pretty happy with where I've ended up on my list. Draft is always going to be a challenge. That's like, I guess that would be like my big question mark for the weekend would be draft. Okay. Like I have drafted an amount, like a decent amount, certainly more than I had for the last Nationals round with Monarch.
Yeah, but you were quite familiar with Monarch as well.
Yeah, I'd done a bit, but like I didn't do as much as I could have done. This time around, I feel pretty confident in the draft, but like you can never walk into 6 rounds of draft and, you know, be confident that you're going to walk out unharmed.
Yeah.
You know, the wheels can really fall off. So as much as I'm, you know, happy with my CC deck, I still hope to be able to get to that draft in good shape and then just about scrape through that. So we'll see.
Okay. You don't seem like we're talking about sort of like CC. You're like super confident. Like everybody knows you as confident. Seems sort of like you're not that confident about draft. It's really weird to see you like that.
It's like draft is. Like, I don't think you can achieve as high win rates in limited as you can in constructed. Mm-hmm. Like, the edge available is smaller, I think. Especially between, like, decent players. I still think I'll have an edge in the format, and I hope I do well, but, like, I just feel less confident, you know?
Yeah, I can tell. Like you're talking about it. Normally everybody's sees you as you are. Very charismatic. You're down playing the draft. We'll see how that shapes out.
Yeah, I mean, I hope I do well.
It's nice to see the fire in your belly again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I always feel so excited when I feel like pumped for an event. Like it's just the funnest experience for me. Like the first nationals was probably the most fun I've, even more so than the Pro Tour. Like the most fun I've ever had playing an event, because I've never been more locked in for an event than I was at the first UK nationals. Like just only one thing in front of my eyes, and that's like doing well in the tournament. And like I'm probably not there. Like I've proved enough to myself in Flesh and Blood that like a lot of the things I wanted to achieve I've done. But like I still am like brutally competitive. I'm not as like brutally cutthroat competitive as I was. That like that part of me is probably sated to some extent.
Yeah, but you're a lot older, you're a lot more mature.
It's been like 3 and a bit years. So and like a lot of the goals that I had from playing games are there, and it's more of a backseat for me. But like I still want to win so badly, and like there's still no one in the room I would pick over myself to win the event. Like
nice.
that remains to be true.
Yeah.
Like I saw some people were doing like tier lists for like who they thought the most likely players, and like I was looking at these tier lists, and I was like shockingly low. Like disrespectfully low on some people's tier lists, and I'm like, are these people paying attention? Like, are they who? Like, have they just forgot? Like, do they what do they think this is? Like, they're putting people like who are like their like greatest achievements are like top 64ing worlds above me on these tier lists, and I'm like, what? Like, I feel like I earned a bit more respect than that, you know.
But there's a lot more players coming in now.
There's a lot of good players. There's a lot of good players, but like, I feel like I deserve my spot atop any tier list of UK players.
Okay, UK players. Yeah. I mean, we're getting more players now. Sort of like the competition's getting more fierce. We're seeing that. Sort of like even when it comes sort of like to international events, call-ins going round, sort of like the Worlds. Sort of like where do you see yourself? In amongst sort of like the world players.
Oh, I'm not right there at the top. Certainly not now. Like maybe I was at points. But there are people more talented than I am who care way more about the game than I do, who put way more time into the game than I do. Those aren't excuses. Those are just facts.
Yeah.
Like,
but you can see that when you look at Michael Fung. He's just like, he's everywhere. Brody's everywhere. He's just like
those are two people who are like very good examples of that. Like from experience of playing with Michael Hamilton and Michael Feng a decent amount. Like normally when I practice with people, like you can feel like why you're better a lot of the time. You can see their mistakes, or like, you're winning matchups more often than you should. Like, whereas like I remember an experience of testing into Michael Hamilton before Pro Tour 1 where we were playing Starvo versus, I can't remember the matchup, maybe Starvo versus Chain. And we were playing it one way and he kept winning that side of the matchup. And then we swapped the matchup. And then he started smashing me on the other side of the matchup. And I was like, it's not the decks.
It's the player.
It's the player. And like, so those players, that does exist, like I wouldn't say that I'm as good as those people, and that's okay. Like that's, it's terrifying, like, and like kind of a humbling pill to swallow when, like, especially at times in the past where like I took a decent amount of pride in how much, like, in how good I was at this game because I put so much time and passion and effort into it.
Absolutely.
And to be like, I'm really proud of how good I am at this thing, and there's someone way better than me, and I don't even really know why he's that much better than me at it. It's like quite a humbling pill to swallow, but like nevertheless, it's just a reality.
Yeah. But the good thing is the top players are always willing to share and help, and and make people better than what they were previously. Like you had a chat with Michael Hamilton, afterwards, and get some tips. So it's always worth playing these players.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that we are mostly quite good at in the UK community. And I guess, like, I think I try to do that quite often. I'm not too secretive with my decks. Like, if people want to play with me and I'm around, I'll play with them. I'm not like hiding all my tech. If other people have done the work on decks, I'll keep that behind closed doors. But for like my own stuff, like for Worlds, I played Icelander. I did all my testing on stream.
Yeah.
I like streamed and built like a pretty clean Icelander list. I think it was like maybe not the best Icelander list in the room. It was like certainly very clean. I was really happy with how the Icelander list it was. And like I just streamed all of that publicly. I gave all that information out for free. And like even for this event, like if it, I've not been like a secret. If people want to know what I'm on, I've been playing Prism. Like, and then you get like some people who are like, oh, can't tell you I'm playing. Oh, it's behind closed doors. Don't let anyone know. You're like, well, what are you playing? Oh, I don't know. Like that. I'm too old for that stuff. Like I don't care.
We've got teams now, so sort of
yeah,
like
that stuff.
They're very much closed testing groups.
I'm not. I'm like I've been playing with like the Team Toxic guys. They're not so much of a formal team, but like they're all good lads, and like I hope I've gained a lot from playing with those guys, and hopefully they've gained from playing with me. Mostly they're just like my friends that I like playing with. I'm certainly not like part of any team. I just like playing games. So
nice. Dude, I wish you all the very best for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
And hopefully, we shall see you on the tables and follow your progress through the 2 days.
Yeah, hopefully I get a feature match. That'll be a good weekend. If I can play on camera and not make a complete fool of myself, then I'll be happy.
Nice. Right. Good luck.
Thank you, Barry.
Stay tuned, everybody. Action to come.
This is the ETB playmat. Conventional playmats are just giant mouse pads. You have to roll them up, they're hard to store. If you have a tube, often it doesn't fit in your backpack. The ETB playmat changes that. They're rigid internal panels, so it's easy to fold flat. They're secure magnets that keep everything shut, and it also fits in a 15-inch laptop sleeve.
We are Chaos Cards, your ultimate destination for trading cards, tabletop games, hobby accessories, and all things flesh and blood. We're a family business with a passion for gaming, having grown from a small local shop to a leading player in the industry. Our friendly team is here to help you find the perfect addition to your collection, whether you're a seasoned gamer or just starting out. Discover the Chaos Cards experience today. Visit us at chaoscards.co.uk.
Hi guys, welcome back. Okay, so we've just completed the draft. Thank you for waiting. Obviously, we have over 100 people drafting over there, so we had some judge issues to sort out, but it's all good now, and everyone's registering their decks. So joining us today, we've got Demos. Hi, Demos.
Hello. Nice to be with you all.
So we're about to go through all the draft rounds, but before we go through the draft rounds, we're going to go through the current meta, because obviously we've got the 3-0s. So if we can just look at the meta. So what do you think of the meta so far, Demos?
So I don't think there's any massive surprises in here based on what people saw last week at US Nationals and a lot of things that have been coming out of the smaller ProQuest Plus type events. I think the one thing that's surprising me here, Zen's the most represented, right? Not a surprise. New, a bit of a surprise seeing coming in at number 2 here. I would have figured some people would have thought, there's a couple too many clunky hands. I don't know if I necessarily want to risk it. Yeah. If I'm going to run a high roll character, let's run somebody crazy like Zen or Aelia or Kano if you want to play it that way.
Absolutely. I think if you want to counter and disrupt, New's the one to go for against Zen. But the question is, what do you do against the wider field?
Definitely. And it's the same catch with the Guardians, right? Mm-hmm. So again, we see 0 Bravos registered, but we are seeing a decent amount of Victors. Victor, pretty good into Aelia, pretty good into Zen. You have those numbers and you do have access to that disruption. Spinal Crush is always really good.
Yeah. And a shout out to all these low represented heroes. So I know we've got Tom Gordon on Katsu. So obviously a lot of Katsu players have jumped over to Zen. So great to see a Katsu player sticking with it. And I know we've got Scott Mines, Howling Mines on Dash.io. So we'll find out how they're doing in a bit. And Dory, I think, is a bit of a dark horse in this meta.
On one hand, yes. On the other hand, if you're playing Dorinthia and you're deciding, I really want to draw Glistening Steelblade turn 1, turn 2, Zen's not blocking, Azalea's not blocking. If I can start turn 2, turn 3 with 3 Dawnblade counters, maybe you can race. I mean, if that doesn't happen, it doesn't happen, but it's a nice dream. It's a really good feeling when it does. And, in a room full of this many people, I think at the end of the day, if you've got 2 people who just really love Dorinthia, they're going to bring Dorinthia. Yep. And I also think that's part of the reason why we have so many news. I know a lot of people really, really love Assassin. News, the new heat on Assassin. Let's give it a go. Let's have a fun day out.
Absolutely. Well, I see Kramer's in the chat. Hi, Kramer. He's asking for the standings. Let's move over to the standings. Now, we haven't seen the standings yet, so this is completely new to us as well. So, what stands out right now? Zen? Zen standing out right there. So, how many Zen have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4... 5. So 5 out of 24 in the top.
Yeah,
it's a fair amount.
Yeah, 4 undefeated, which is I think roughly what we would expect based on the slight overrepresentation, based on what we've seen in terms of people who have showed up. We do have an undefeated Victor, so you are playing a little bit of that matchup lottery, hoping you don't find certain matchups, but you find the right ones. You find the right ones, or maybe Scott's just found some heat that solves those problems. You've also got, some of your other role players that we would expect. Dash is always solid. We've seen Aelia prove herself time and time again. Enigma, again, maybe matchup spread. Maybe you're running an interesting enough deck that really evens a lot of those things out and gives you a lot of space for that skill expression as an illusionist. Yeah. And then some interesting picks here as well.
Yeah, so we got the Rangers. The Rangers are coming back. So we saw a fantastic Ranger Aelia versus Riptide round 2 on the stream. So go back if you haven't seen that. But I can see we've got a few Riptide at 3-0. So Gustavo and Andrew Rayner. I know Andrew Rayner is one of the Scottish team who's put a lot of work into this deck. So it's fantastic to see they're getting the results. And it's certainly Aelia is there to prey on Zen.
Always. Well, Aelia is just a good aggro deck now, full stop, right? 14 damage, 2 Blood Rots on hit. That's a lot of damage off a few cards. But the Riptide representation, I think we love to see on the 3-0. You got a chance to see Matt Fuchs run there on Prism, going 3-0 over Kano against Liam. Other than that, I think there's still some decently ranked 2-0s. We see another Victor, another new. Olivia still in contention. That'll be very interesting to see as well. But all of that doesn't really mean much over the course of these next 6 rounds because we are getting into draft. So
yes, we'll see how these draft rounds go. It doesn't mean a thing if you can't draft. So
definitely.
Okay, so if we move on to the raffle, so just to let everyone know, so we've got a raffle to support the stream. The stream is completely self-supported this year. So if you'd like to enter, the raffle is £1 per ticket. via this QR code. The terms and conditions apply. The main terms, just be aware, we do free shipping to anyone in the UK. If it's international, then get in touch if you win, and we'll be able to sort something out, whether it's picking up at another event or how we'd work that. So yes, if you'd like to support what we do, please contribute. And yeah, £1 per ticket, and it is tiered, so we will be adding more prizes to the pool as we get more entries. Okay. And also, thank you to our sponsors. So we've got many sponsors. We've got Heavy Play, Flesh and Blood Cards, and Thistle Tavern, who are both supporting us, supporting the event today, with stores at the event here.
We've also got sponsors in By the Same Token and Chaos Cards as well. Always happy to have everybody helping the stream, keeping the lights on. I know our international audience may understand this a little bit more, but it really does help keep the lights on. It feels a little bit like a public broadcasting appeal, something you've not quite got in the UK, but happy to bring a little bit of that international color in as well for some of these local and international sponsors as well.
Fantastic. Okay, so we'll move on to the draft pod and see what the draft pod looks like. Okay, so here are the CC heroes that the people have played in the top pod. So a lot of strong players here. We've got Jake Warburton, who's topped a calling, even Pro Tour even, with Aelia. So he's now on Zen. And we've got Samuel Parry. I know he's a really strong, I believe he's been doing Guardian in the past, but he's Zen as well. And Scott Morris there representing on Victor.
Yep. And Jacob Clements is, well, I've met him a few times, both times. He's just been very good at drafting. So interesting to see what deck he comes up with out of this pod as well. And then that next question becomes, is the hero you're representing in CC giving you an edge in the draft format, right? You know all of Zen's tricks. You know all of Enigma's tricks if you are playing them. We know some people here definitely are running that. I don't think we have the direct correlation. But something we should have mentioned is there is also a 3-0 Bolton. That should be discussed as well. My apologies for missing that one. Very interesting hero. I'm curious to see what the deck list is, if it's on that Hatchets list that we saw at US Nationals, or if it's on a more traditional Bolton list. But this is the pod we have now going forward, and I believe that it is a 2 Zen pod in terms of what was actually drafted. Here we go. Yes.
Here we go.
So
Jake's on the adults end still. That's an interesting pick for draft.
An extra 20 life's a real big advantage in this format, most definitely.
Okay.
But you can see Jake being very well positioned there, being that one of 2 Zens and in position in that respect, having 5 non-Zens passing cards down. So it'll be interesting to see what those new decks and those Enigma decks end up being.
And those Enigma are very evenly spaced, aren't they, in the pod? I mean, you can see Benjamin's going to have a bit of an advantage there with the 3 spaces before, but it looks like it might be quite even between them. So it would be interesting to see Samuel's deck versus the others being in the middle.
Definitely. And I'm also now curious as, our third Enigma in this pod, if you're passing to your left, Matthew Kenworthy, seeing what cards are in that deck. Did you end up with a lot of those premium Mystic Assassin attack reactions, or are you drafting a little bit more on the generic Mystic side, maybe making, a droplet work with some of the other really good, just that strong blue base, and then 1 or 2 ninja or assassin reactions to keep it going?
Absolutely. So what do you think about this draft meta? Who would you be gunning for?
If I had my perfect choice, I think I would just go for, I think I like playing Enigma the most, followed by New. But realistically, I think this is definitely one of those flesh and blood formats where I'm really just happy drafting my seed. I think all of these heroes can be really fun, really interesting. Would I play Zen full of tigers? Probably not. I'd probably play Zen full of mystic cards and try to do something weird on the side. But other than that, I'd be thrilled to play any of these heroes because, again, I think the fact that you do have such a strong blue base gives you a great amount of room to play with.
And the blues are the key in this set. There are so many great blues. And of course, when you're playing New, you want to take them out of your deck.
Well, but see, that's the interesting question, isn't it? If your deck is so much better than mine, if you know you've drafted the best deck at the table, you're not taking out those blue 5s against New, because if I have an average New deck, you're going to kill me before I get a chance to transcend anyways.
We'll have to see how it goes. We'll see. I'm not too sure who we might be seeing Benjamin, so we might be seeing an Enigma mirror first, but we'll see how it goes in terms of our first streamed game. So we've got a bit of a pack one, pick one now. So
Yes.
let's see. We've got a pack here, so we'll see what we would each do.
We do have a nice pack right here. It's a little bit of a pack one, pick one, and it's a little bit on just, let's find some indicative cards that we can talk about.
Oh,
Ooh,
legendary straight away. Okay, you're
here we
happy
go.
there you go.
All right, this is phenomenal. In an actual draft format, shame you couldn't be able to play it, but that is the Rainbow Foil 12-petal Kasaya. Very great news for the stream. So to start with here, I think we have some very interesting cards. Let me sort through these before we get there.
Okay, so what are you looking out for? What's the first thing that's going to stand out to you?
First thing I'm looking out for is, either anything really, really good in red or anything really, really good in blue. This is, I'm not going to worry too much about signals in respect to this because I think there's things you can talk about. You've also got some really, really good generics in here, or cards playable by everybody. We have a Grain That Tips the Scale, which can be very, very good in any of your aggressive heroes. There's a Blanche as well, a fantastic card in, I think in anybody's deck, realistically. 2 cards, 7 damage, turn some stuff off. And then we also have a Water the Seeds here that, again, can be really effective for any of these heroes. It can buff up your new daggers, it can buff up your spectral shields, it can buff up your tigers as well.
And 3 for 7s are so powerful in this set. We've
Yes,
got, of course, Battlefield,
definitely.
Bastion, and Blanche, both of which are fantastic.
We have Aqualapse for our equipment, which is quite strong. 1 resource, give something go again, be able to attack on the follow-up as well.
And of course, being cloaked, you don't know what it is until it's flipped. So it'll be interesting to see what we have on stream.
Yep. And then in terms of class cards, we've got some reds and some blues. I think the reds are better than the blues. We've got a red Waning Vengeance. We have a red Pouncing Key. So when you're looking at class cards, now is probably when we're looking into what we're sending on the signal. So if we were to take this Pouncing Key, the only other ninja card we'd be sending down the line would be a blue Flex Claws, which I think you'd be reasonably happy sending down.
And of course, with Enigma, you have to balance those instants with free blocks and all your blocking cards. And it's really hard to get the balance sometimes. Like I've played drafts where everyone takes the instants and suddenly you're stuck with all these cards that just have no go again.
Yep. But, you may not have go again, but Astral Etchings can come in as an instant. But Waning Vengeance, Astral Etchings, 2 decent cards. I don't think either of them are necessarily the best card that you want to be committing into Enigma. I think even if I were playing Enigma, I'd probably hedge my bets and pick the Blanche over any one of those individually. On the new side of things, there is also a blue Hay Shelter, which could be okay, but if it's a blue, I think you probably want to see a little bit of block, certainly before you're committing this early. And then we've got 2 Intimate Inducements in blue for our Assassin pool and 1 blue Bonds of Memory. So one of these is the foil. And then we'll see. I don't think any of these really scream, pack one, pick one to me. And then we've got yellow Evasive Leap and blue First Tenant of Wind. First Tenant of Chi Wind. So you can give something go again. It's a blue. It blocks 3. That's always very nice. But at the end of the day, what are your thoughts here? What would you
My
go for?
thoughts are I'd instantly stay open, take the Blanche. It's a 3 for 7. That's really good. I'd be staying open here or possibly going for the Pouncing Key, but I think I'd probably go for the Blanche.
I think I would largely be in the same boat. It's such a good card. It's one of the few forms of disruption that everybody reliably gets because even new, the Disruptive Assassin only has disruption at the higher level or the higher rarity of cards into those Majestics type of thing. I think it'd be the same thing. I'd take the Blanche. I would consider the Pouncing Key most likely, but it's hard to say no to Red Blanche at the end of the day.
Absolutely.
And, I think you're happy with the signals you'd be sending on that. You'd see what comes down the line and what happens further along. Maybe you probably get to see something decent on the wheel because there are a lot of quite playable cards in this pack. Like there's 2 yellows out of 14 cards, which is pretty good. Yellow's broadly the least playable here. nothing in here really gets me excited about a Mystic Synergy build necessarily. If you can, if you have a mediocre pack and you see a second Tenet, one of those, sometimes that's worth doing. Do something interesting there, build up, with that really strong blue base before you connect into something else or before you commit into anything else. Grain that tips the scale, though, also just a good card. Sometimes a little bit awkward in Enigma, though, because you have to either wait for them to get a second chain link sometimes, or if you are playing 2 cards on their turn, it really depends.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, how you value your transcends is so important in this set.
Definitely.
If you take it too early, you end up losing on the power cards. If you take it too late, suddenly everyone else has taken them, and you suddenly realise you can't really transcend. So it'll be interesting to see how that all plays out on our field.
Most definitely. Yeah. You won't be able to transcend, but on the flip side, maybe they won't be able to block, so it comes in swings and roundabouts. I also think the other interesting thing to note on the transcend card is half of them require targets and half of them don't. So Grain That Tips the Scales requires a target attack, as does Drop in the Ocean, buffing it and reducing it correspondingly. So sometimes that can be a little bit awkward. You can't double transcend with just those 2 cards. You need to commit some type of card to an attack and then follow those up, whereas something like Stir the Pot into Rising Sun, Setting Moon, you can just play them as is. They give you less direct actual play value as a result, because there's not strict numbers attached to them, but they can definitely give you more flexibility in that respect.
So what do you think about archetypes? What archetypes would you expect to see for each hero here?
I think archetypes really are going to depend on seeding. In this instance. So, if you are the third hero kind of at the end of the line, maybe you are taking some of those just generic Mystic Blues, trying to make them work with 1 or 2 class power cards. If you are spoiled for choice and you're the only Zen within 5 people, then you're probably catching a lot of premium ninja cards at a certain point, and you will just be able to go 4 go again, 3 go again, 2 go again, 1 go again, 4 go again. And that's a good archetype on its own, being able to just swing big numbers all the time. In terms of Enigma, I think you're also looking at other plays you can make. There's a lot of interesting things. You can go for the instant side of things, build up the board, attack with it on the same turn, or you can take the more vengeful apparition route, where you can, you set it up turn 0, turn 1, you play it out, you get to cheat out one of those really good action point auras that, buff your other auras or give you extra auras on the back of those as well. And the nice thing is, those also block quite well.
Absolutely.
So you can run a little bit of both.
That's my favourite thing about running Enigma, those tempo decks where you just do a load of damage and then you've got 6 or 7 sometimes wards just sitting there on the board. And if you can get the cats out on the board in draft, that is just a hideous card, isn't it?
It definitely is. There's lots of interesting things you can do in this set. Because of that good blue base, you can play into different archetypes as you go. I am curious to see what the balance is between players keeping in those really good blue cards against news, especially when you can kind of tell there's 3 in your pod. The new cards are looking a little bit thin. Does that mean, okay, their deck is weak enough that I can take advantage of this? I can run these blue 3 for 5s, swing, try to kill that new early? Or does it mean that, okay, well, if they don't have, if they're 1 of 3 and they're at the end of the line, if they don't have very many good cards in their deck, what can they do with it? They might just want to be looking to transcend and specifically steal my cards. Maybe I want to take those out. So that's something that I think has a different answer every single game and every single pod that you play. And it's one of the reasons why I think this is a really interesting format.
Fantastic.
Is because the sideboarding is so big.
So in terms of casting deck choices, we have casted the drafting or recorded the drafting for Ben Westmore on Enigma. So we'll be able to watch his picks after all 3 rounds. We're going to watch so that we don't interrupt the competitive integrity of the game. We're going to let all 3 rounds play out and then look at what card he's picked. So now we're going to go over to Declan Patrick, the Riptide that we saw in round 2, and an interview with him. And then we'll move straight into the draft. Okay, see you later.
Yeah.
Hi everybody, welcome back to the UK Nationals from Liverpool. It's late on a Friday. Super Armory's wrapping up and I've managed to grab hold of Declan Patrick. All right, fella?
Hello, how you doing?
Not too bad. We've had you before. Team Scotland.
Well, I've never actually been on your stream. I've played a couple of stream games, but you never interviewed me.
Yeah, it broke, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
So, as Aelia main, I've known you as Aelia
Yeah.
main anyway. But Team Scotland, there's rumours, came through that a lot of you are on Riptide.
Yeah, so there are 4 of us that are going to play the deck tomorrow, which is a bit out there.
Yeah, it's a bit. Normally, you just like, okay, you might see one, you might see 2, but sort of like you're saying there's 4 of you playing Riptide. Okay, so obviously the question, why?
So it's in our testing, we found that it's actually not too bad into Zen. We're probably about, I think about 45%, depending on which of us you speak to, that number varies. I also think we're going to see a lot of new over the weekend as people trying to target Zen after how well Zen did in the US Nats.
Okay.
And Riptide is so good into new because everything they do is playing into our game plan. They're
Right.
doing reactions, they're buffing their power, they're giving cards go again. And that's what we want to be able to interact with our opponents. And we basically, rather than new telling us not to play the game, we get to tell new not to play the game.
So where has this come from? Because Tim Dasukovic, obviously another Scottish player, mocks in the hole. He won an event sort of like in Scotland with Riptide, and it was like, wow, okay, I covered that on the meta report.
Yep.
Has it come from Tim and sort of like
Yes.
your experience with Aelia?
Yeah, so Tim and Gustavo, who did
okay.
well in the Battle Harden in Valencia in the same weekend,
Okay.
they are really the owners of the deck, and I came into it as I've wanted to stray away from Aelia as people are targeting her, and I think Aelia is not so good when people are like practiced into her and know what her game plan is. And yeah, we've iterated on the deck a lot since Mistveil, and yeah, I just feel like it's in a really, really good position.
Okay, so you said you feel comfortable going into Zen, even though you about 45% comfortable new. Obviously, right? Let's say Enigma, because these are the 3 next heroes. How are you feeling against Enigma?
Enigma's fine. We're still a ranger. We've got things like Murkmire. We've got Codex to put them into uncomfortable positions, and we just have a lot of aggression in the deck. And we find that Enigma, I mean, it's why she's such a bad matchup into Zen. She can't really deal with real hyper aggression, and I think our Riptide list in particular can be really, really hyper aggressive when it needs to be.
Okay.
So we're feeling good into a big majority of the meta. I think the bad matchups are Kano. Kano's just, I mean, everyone's scared of Kano, right?
Sammy Braven's praying,
and Guardian, so your victors, but there's not too many of them around right now, which is just a better reason to play it, because bad matchups aren't out there right now.
The thing is, you had a lot of Guardian players just went, I don't want to play it because of new, and she's preying on the blues, especially Terra Suns and stuff like that. Okay, Terra Suns, you're not going to really see it in Victor, but it's still sort of like a problematic. You get hit by a big number. How are you feeling draft-wise? Testing as a team, how's that gone?
Yeah, so we've done a lot of drafts, both online and in person. So Thistle Tavern did a whole draft day a couple of weeks ago. We had a lot, I think it was about 17 players up, which is a lot of players to get to draft. And I think a lot of people don't draft a lot in person until the event. So I think we're feeling okay. I think we're all comfortable with what sort of strategies we can go for, and yeah, probably the most confident I felt going into nationals in the 3 years that I've competed.
Yeah. So you feel like your draft games certainly improved. I mean, you were there, Monarch. I mean, it was an older set when Monarch came out. I mean, you're like, don't talk about Monarch. I can see that on your face. But
So, I mean, last year Monarch was the reason I didn't make top 8.
Okay.
Being the bubble at 9th place hurt last year, and that wasn't down to my CC record. That was down to a very poor first draft.
Okay.
So, felt like I had a lot to redeem myself in that respect and put a lot more time into draft than I did last year.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of teams drafting now, sort of like, and they're saying it's not a draft that you can force, and you've got to really put the time in.
Yeah.
Which you guys, 17 players for a draft, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
I mean, down in Manascrew we had 8, so we're still. It seems that everybody is paper drafting, when they can.
Yeah.
Which I've not really heard that before. It's just like the online drafts. But...
You compare it to Monarch, where Force Prism was the sort of ethos in the room, right? And you didn't really need to play that much of it unless you were going to play like a chain or something where it actually was like more intricate. A lot of the decks were pro stuff, whereas Mistveil feels really complex. There's a lot of moving parts. You've obviously got your chi and the crossovers behind heroes, and just it's definitely not a set I think you can pick up and play.
Yeah. Are you planning on staying open as long as possible? Try and figure out who's around you?
Yes and no. I think my strategy is just going in and picking the best cards until I get so many of the best cards for a certain hero that I end up naturally falling into it. But I think forcing leads to you getting car crashed at some point,
absolutely.
and I think if you stay too open, you get punished really hard for it.
Because you haven't picked up certain key cards you
Yeah,
might have needed.
exactly. And you might tell the other people down the way what to play, and then you realise that's what you should have been playing, so your pack 2 ends up a bit of a disaster.
Yeah.
I think just take the good cards and see what happens.
Right. Well, we shall see what happens tomorrow as it's being played out. This will probably be an aired when draft's actually going on. I wish you all the best. All the best for Team Scotland. I look forward to seeing how Riptide does, and hopefully, we shall see sort of like a Riptide.
I hope to be on stream. That's the goal. I always aim to be on stream. I love playing on camera because it's good. I think even from like a personal player perspective, I get to watch the games back. And
Yeah, absolutely.
See what I did wrong, and it helps me improve a lot as a player. I've always valued being on stream and having that sort of experience, which you don't get every day.
No, not at all. Right, okay, so let's get back to more games of Flesh and Blood. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Hi everyone, welcome back. So we're going to be launching straight into round one, which I believe is a Enigma Mirror. The plan is to follow Ben Westmore, who is playing Enigma, and we'll hopefully follow him through all 3 of his rounds. So what do you make of the Enigma Mirror then?
I think it has some good back and forth in some games, and then sometimes it's 20-0 or 0-20. And, you know, you can squeeze your way out of it sometimes. Other times you don't see the hands you need by the time they have their board up, and you're hoping. But I've definitely seen some good back and forth games. I've played some good back and forth games. Hopefully we get to see one of those.
And it's all about how you set up your wars and how you set up your offensive versus your defensive. So we'll see how it all levels out in the playing field.
Definitely.
Okay. Are we going over to the players now? Yep, here we go.
There we are.
So we've got Ben Westmore versus Anton. Okay, so Anton of Team Sigil. The Team Sigil are doing well. I've seen a few of their blazers or their jerseys up in the top tables, so good representation there, guys.
Including last year's national champion, I believe, as well, Alex.
Yep, Alex
Yeah.
GT.
Lots of jerseys walking around. Some I think more serious than others. Team Sigil's definitely one of the more serious ones. But it's good to see the camaraderie, at least within the teams and across the regions.
Absolutely. And Ben Westmore of Team Toxic. So we have a bit of a Team Toxic versus Team Sigil adversarial matchup.
There you
So
go.
it'll be great to see. There was talks about Team Toxic rename themselves to Poison the Well so that we'd be the counter to Sigil. But that didn't happen. It's a bit on the nose, isn't it? But
You know what? If we have life gain heroes in Rosetta, that might be the way to go. Maybe Poison the Well becomes that new best card that you can take. Beats Sigil and whatever else Verdance comes out with.
Absolutely. So we'll see which player's going first. We don't know yet. So they're just shuffling up and going from there.
Ooh, it looks like a full 4-card equipment suite from Ben there, though, and possibly the same for Anton as well. So that's so important in this format, especially if you're Enigma. If you can get a few of those Kikois and an uphold tradition, or really just anything that helps to block, you can do such a nice job protecting that spectral shield with counters on it. It's just free value over and over again. And having that armor that does cover 1 at instant speed goes such a long way for doing that.
Absolutely. Okay, we'll find out which player's going first. Oh, they're still shuffling. We have
They
to
are
fill
still
time.
shuffling.
How much time can we fill with the mirror?
We can fill as much time as you want because, well, again, assuming both these players are running full 4 equipment suites, it really does help a lot of dealing with some of the combat tricks that Enigma can have, whether it be on Uphold Tradition or through Astral Etching, the action that lets you, if you have a Spectral Shield at instant speed, give an aura even more counters on it. That can functionally work as an attack reaction. All heroes in this set have access to Grain That Tips the Scale, which can be another +1, but, if it only takes 1 damage to pop that Spectral Shield that has 3 counters on it, right?
Absolutely.
There is also a Mystic attack reaction as well that I don't think gets a lot of credit, but is still playable. And if you forget about it, like I have just done with its name, it can definitely catch you out. Wide Blue Yonder. So target attack gets +1 for each blue card you've pitched this turn. If you're playing Enigma,
that could be a lot of blues.
It could be a couple of blues, and it's just better lunging press because it can target weapons, and it can be that trick that you need to sneak some stuff over.
Okay, so we're drawing up here. Okay, let's see who's playing first. Looks like is it Ben?
Ooh. We have a Transcend card in Anton's hand there. So there may be some instant speed shenanigans, and both these players running a fully cloaked equipment suite as well. So we'll find out what those are as we go later into the game, whether it's full of illusionist equipment or whether it's full of the non-illusionist equipment.
Spectral Manifestations blue. So that's the card you want to see at the beginning. Well, maybe not turn 1. You'd like to see it a bit later in the game, but sometimes you just need to go again where you can get it.
Definitely. And I'm definitely not unhappy that it's a blue if I know I'm also holding a Transcend card as well, because that gives you the option to follow it up depending on whether or not Ben has those instant speed auras to try to deny, that being started.
And being stir the pot to get to shuffle the deck, and that's great because you don't need to target anything. A few of these are a bit awkward at the beginning of the game when you need to target something in the graveyard or so forth, which you can't do. So great that it's just shuffling is just a nice effect to have.
It definitely is. You're shuffling a deck that got shuffled as the last game action. But you know what? It's good to see that both these players are going through a very thorough process of shuffling that deck properly, reshuffling that deck, and making sure it's cut back. So we have now transcended. I'm imagining we're going to be pitching that chi, make another shield, build up that board, and you know what? There's
not attacking, just holding those shields there. So we're going to be protecting the queen on this game, I believe. So let's see. Is he going to attack with them? Nope, he's just passing back and arsenaling. So really not wanting the opponent to filter there.
Definitely. And you can see there's a lot of actions in Ben's hand, including what I believe is a Cosmic Awakening, which is that majestic that, if you try really, really hard and the rainbow hits the light just right, can swing in for 20. But here I think the debate is which of these action auras we're going to be starting with. So it looks like we have our red Essence of Ancestry, and as well as, is that a red Solitary Companion behind it?
I believe so. Oh, a single-minded determination.
Yes, there we are.
Okay, so let's see what... So not a lot of things that can create counters that will give you your go again there.
No, this may be an attack turn instead of an aura turn, because both of those will fully consume your action point as well. So playing out the Tidal Surge, which is, it's a big blue attack. It's not been buffed up quite yet, but 5 damage is 5 damage. It's going to take probably 2 cards off of Anton if he wants to protect both of those shields, or a card and an equipment, which I think you'd also be pretty happy with at this point in the game. But from Ben, it's just a tad unfortunate that with all these instant speed shenanigans, there's not really anything that can come out in this first turn cycle.
And of course, that Cosmic Awakening is going to go to the bottom of the deck. The question is, does the game last long enough to use it?
Well, the game has to last long enough, and you need the full 4-card hand, because you do still have to pitch 9, so you need to have 3 blues for it, whether they're cheese or not. You can't cheat it out as easily, especially if you don't have that lovely Traverse the Universe, which nobody's going to be running in this format.
You can wish.
Definitely. So Anton, thinking hard about blocks here, the hand looks like it can block to some degree. I think it's just a matter of optimizing, which of those blues you really want to keep for the next turn, or if it's worth giving up the board. But I don't think it's worth giving up the board at this point. You've got 2 Spectral Shields. It's 4 damage that swings almost free. 2 of it free, 2 of it having to pitch a little bit into it.
He has to think, does Ben have a Transcend card? Because if he can Transcend, then suddenly those shields are going to go.
That's true, but with 4 cloaked pieces of equipment, I'm assuming a couple of them will at least be able to protect, if that is the case. So the play may be cover 5. If you have the Transcend card, that's fine. I can give up a piece of equipment on this. Or just skip straight to no blocks, give up the board, and then rebuild. So we saw the gesture there where we're looking to take 3 damage, giving up 2 Spectral Shields with counters. I'm very curious to see how Anton sculpts this turn, because it's going to have to be really nice to give up what are 2 premium features.
But you really need to know when to hold them and when to fold them. And Anton's deciding not to protect those shields, even though they would represent 4 damage.
Definitely. So there's Waxing Spectre blue in hand, so that can definitely be played out, and then it looks like we'll be able to Transcend at some point after that. That's why.
That is why. So Strange Spectral Manifestation's red, and that is really a power card in this set.
It definitely is. Now, this Spectral Shield you are definitely protecting with a little bit more effort than you did on those other 2. On that previous board, you actually had to pitch a card to attack for that full 4 damage. With this, thanks to Enigma's hero ability, it just swings for free. So there's a lot of stuff that can get built up with this board. I don't know if Anton's going to end with too much ward, probably end with ward 3, but it's enough to threaten, and you only need to protect, really one of those, and be more than happy with it.
Of course, he's got another Transcend card in hand. So the question is, does he decide to Transcend this turn?
I feel like there's very little downside to it. After this Spectral Shield attack resolves, keep the chain open, give it a -1 so you're not losing that damage point. You can make another Spectral Shield. You can play out that Waxing Spectre. That will come in with that +1 counter as well, and then you just get to keep swinging.
We're really seeing the powers of the blues in this set. I mean, he's played 1 red and got 3 blues in hand, and he's coming for quite a bit of damage and ward there.
Most definitely. And we are now seeing a block from Ben here, which is, and especially blocking that first attack against an Enigma, probably says, the hand can't do too much, which is not the place you necessarily want to be in. You want to have something strong to swing back with when you are trying to specifically destroy that Spectral Shield with those 3 counters on it. So
we're just seeing Anton thinking now about his next play. Is he going to play the Waxing?
I think you do, because you play it, you get to swing with it for 2 damage. The ward sticks around to help, and it's not... You never want to play those instant orders on your opponent's turn, right? And is it worth arsenaling the blue Waxing if you can, play it and transcend this turn anyways? That kind of becomes the question.
Okay, so he's keeping the Transcend hit card hidden for now. And this is really one of the powers of the Transcend cards, is that you can actually target a previous attack on the chain. So even though you're giving it -1, you're not really losing anything, are you?
Exactly. It's -1 with the time machine. Maybe Ben could get that life back. Unfortunately, we've not got that.
But we do see a Battlefront Bastion. So that's the first one of the stream. So we'll see a -1. Oh, okay. So he's choosing not to transcend and to keep that card hidden.
So it looks like here Anton's kind of preparing to have a backup plan in case this board can't be protected. And, maybe based on some of the behavior that we saw last turn as well, maybe those cloaked equipments don't necessarily block at instant speed. If you're worried about that spillover being buffed up by that extra 2, if you don't have the equipment, maybe it's a hard sell. If you're worried that maybe the ward you have isn't enough and you want to keep that Transcend to build that board back later, here we have a Wounding Blow.
So it doesn't look like Ben at the moment is going to be able to use that second card in hand. The question is, was he expecting another attack at the end of that last turn?
Possibly. Instant speed, 2 cards in hand, or 2 resources floating and 1 card still. I think it would have been... I think we were kind of expecting another attack on that turn. Goes to show what we know necessarily. However, if Ben might still have a turn here if those boots are Aqualapse. You can give Wounding Blow go again, and then if you swing something like a Gravekeeping or a Fact-Finding Mission, you might be able to clear that board.
Oh, but Evasive Leap coming into its own there, the defense reaction, which is quite rare in this set. Although you need to protect your ward, you don't have that many defense reacts to do it with.
Indeed. So we didn't pitch into those hypothetical Aqualapse, so it was just that 1 card, 4 damage, keep a card in hand type of turn. And
people in chat asking what the tape's for. It's because this mat is a cooling mat, and obviously we're not in the cooling, we are in that, so we just had to cover up the cooling logo. That's the only reason why we've got duct tape on the mats.
We want to represent exactly what's happening today, not what happened necessarily a couple months ago. This is a new event, new exciting cards. As we're seeing that Spectral Shield get swung again by Anton, it looks like, coming in for 4.
And this is how it starts, isn't it? This is once you leave that shield up and you've got a lot of value off that 1 shield.
Definitely. But, even though Ben did only swing for 4, it took a full 2 cards out of Anton's hand. So, you may have some latitude here. This might be the turn you take some damage, depending on how strong that hand is. What do we have there? Oh, there's some interesting cards there. Astral Etchings, Haunting Spectre, a Spillover. The question is, are they going to line up quite nicely?
Okay, so blocking with the red Astral Etchings, you really want to play that card out. You don't want to be using it for block.
It's just so good at clearing the board.
Into a Waxing Spectre. Oh, a 4.
For 4. So this Waxing Spectre probably going to be the first ward to go if, Anton's probably willing to let it go. You can give that up. You have the Spectral Shield swinging for 4 anyways. That's a great way to spend these 2 cards. You're coming in for 4 damage, and you're really you're really helping protect your Spectral Shield for next turn. Because with 3 cards in an arsenal, it's going to be awkward to get through 4 ward plus, your other options, especially knowing now that Anton has what is effectively a tiny defense reaction in his arsenal with that drop in the ocean.
And we're seeing the real difference between these two decks now. We're saying that Anton's really coming in with a lot of go again and a lot of counters, but Ben's just being stuck with these quite awkward hands here.
Yes. It looks like Anton definitely chose the action or the instant and the go again side of cards, whereas Ben has a lot of these really strong blocking 3 defense auras. And it's interesting to see how that plays out in the mirror, and I'll also be interested in seeing how it plays out in the actual, in the non-mirror games in rounds 2 and 3 of this draft pod as well. Because having a lot of solid 3 blocks into New and into Zen is phenomenal. When you have these kind of awkward hands back and forth,
okay.
Ooh, interesting. Ben
Haze
here.
Shelter. Just using Haze Shelter defensively, so it's got Ward 4, but he's not used it to attack.
Definitely, and whenever you're Enigma and you are playing those instant auras on defense, it always feels a little bit, it's not the best feeling in the world, right? Because, if you can manage to play it out on your turn in a nice way, then you double up on that value. You get to attack and defend with it. So here we're seeing...
So Truce Retold was just used there just to put Haze Shelter straight back on the bottom of the deck, so he's not lost that from deck, which is always a positive.
Yep.
So we're just seeing Essence of Ancestry go on the board with red.
So that's the red one, which, interestingly enough, once it is destroyed, it will prevent the next red source of damage that comes in. So now Anton may have to kind of re-sequence that turn, instead of attacking with that default Spectral Shield for the first time every turn, which, why wouldn't you do it as Enigma? It may be better to attack with that Waxing Spectre, because if it does pop that ward 2, it won't necessarily be covered up on the back end. So here comes that Spectral Shield. We'll see how Ben blocks it, or if he's content to just letting it go, taking 2 damage, and then knowing that that Waxing Spectre is going to be a lot more awkward to swing through afterwards.
And of course, currently Ben's only got Ward 2 on the board, or Ward 3, sorry, with the head. So we've got Ward 3 on the board right now with 4 attack coming through.
But at the end of the day, he's got 18 life and not much of a board that he necessarily wants to protect, right? Essence of Ancestry gets its value once it's destroyed, not while it's on the board. Whereas cards like Waxing Spectre have their value when they're on the board because they have that counter, they have that go again, they can keep these things cycling. So I think if I was in Ben's situation, I'd be pretty happy taking this if I have a hand that I'm comfortable playing back, and you're going to have to throw damage to start breaking through some of those wards. Each turn as Anton adds another ward, it's harder to get back.
And of course, with the 30-card deck format, every card matters. Every card you're blocking with is a card you're not attacking with. So you really need to make use of both on both sides of the turn with the Enigma. So,
well, except for that Haze Shelter that we just saw, that card you blocked with it, and because of that Truth Retold, it will be coming back to you eventually.
Astral Etching's red coming in as an instant, as he already has a Spectral Shield on the board. So that's used basically as an attack reaction now. It's not an attack reaction itself, but using it as an instant, always good.
Definitely. Now if you're Ben, I think you just can't block. You need to keep every single card in your hand, even if it's just to give you one extra little point of value. That might be the one extra little point that manages to pop that Spectral Shield. But we'll see. If you have the awkward hands that we've seen him have in previous turns, there's not necessarily much you can do about it. But a free weapon swing for 7 with go again every turn is either going to run you out of life or run you out of deck real fast. So there's got to be some response coming up.
Not even Anathos is a 7, so to be able to protect that would be big for this game.
I mean, it's a rock with no restrictions. That's how often can you say that, realistically?
Okay, Ben's just thinking. So although he could always play some instants here before it hits. Okay. Okay, and what do we get? Haze Shelter blue.
Blue Haze Shelter. Well, spending 2 cards to block 2 is never a position that you really want to be in, and I think it just says that Ben has drawn another one of those really awkward hands.
And he's got the Transcend, he's got Drop in the Ocean, I believe, but it's is it going to be enough, or is it just going to be a drop in the ocean?
It's a drop in the ocean this turn, but it lets him take a Spectral Shield on his own turn, and then maybe there can be some strong follow-up there as well.
Okay. Coming for 6 with 5 ward on the board. Okay.
Do you think Ben is holding on to an Uphold Tradition in the arm slot there? Because based on his play pattern, I'm not certain that he is. Otherwise, I think you may just you probably hold on to that Haunting Spectre from last turn, that red one that you can just swing for 4 with Go again. But I think he may not have that source of Go again, right?
No, I think in the arm slot he's got the Aquamarines. I think he flashed it one of the first turns. So I think that's so he's waiting to play an attack rather than an aura. But yes. Oh. Okay. So
I think we just forgot that Anton's turn is just getting started.
Yes.
He's got 2 cards in hand, and he's still coming in with even more force. Now, it is worth noting that Essence of Body is now live. So if this Waxing Spectre does get swung, it won't deal any damage. But that's not what's coming in. What's coming in is a Solitary Companion. So good way to end the turn. You have more ward.
Single-minded determination. So yes, more ward on the board.
Sorry, I'm terrible. Those 2 cards, I will get confused every day.
Understandable. I do the same. So many cards with similar names in the sets. Okay, so we are just going to be. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's not Uphold Tradition. I was wrong.
Interesting. So I guess he was holding it, waiting for the right moment to play it out. But now I think you're back into a corner. You really got to try your best to clear out that board as best you can. I think we know there's a blue Mystic card in that arsenal. I think it's one of the tenets. I didn't get a good eye on exactly which one it was. So, we're not coming in for too much damage this turn, but it might be enough to at least stop the board growing, and then maybe we draw that really, really nice aggressive hand next turn to maybe get rid of that 7 damage free Spectral Shield.
What can we see in the hand? We can see a big blue sky there, and a Transcend card.
Oh, homage to the ancestors. One of those other ones doesn't need to target. It's a free life. It's absolutely phenomenal. Oh, and a Moon Chakra as well. And a red Moon Chakra to boot. So interesting. I wonder if that one makes its way into the arsenal and is there just as insurance for the rest of the time.
Anton definitely wanting to protect this board for the rest of the game now. If he can just protect this, then you're looking at a lot of damage each turn.
Yeah. It definitely is. But the hand blocks a little bit awkwardly. I mean, Big Blue Sky you can make do a lot of work if you play it Transcend, get that extra defense buff, and then you have another chi. You can cover that ward 1 if you want to. You're also Transcending, which will automatically turn your... will turn on that Moon Chakra as well. I think it's going to be really, really tough for Ben to punch through some damage here.
Yes. Okay. Another drop in the ocean. Third one this game.
I think it's Anton's first one. He's just been holding it in Arsenal for a while. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so he has transcended now, so he can always pitch in to create another shield.
Yeah.
First 10 out of chi.
And droplet. Interesting. So this droplet's now coming in for 6, which is probably the best case scenario for Ben. 2 cards. We know you're holding a blue in the arsenal. Being able to swing for 6 is probably a good way of getting this done. And then 6 damage. You know what? I think there's enough ward on the board. Maybe you give 1 card. You say bye to the red Waxing Spectre, and your single-minded determination, and you end the day happy that you still have your 7 attack weapon swinging.
Absolutely.
That being said, you can also just cover it. You have transcended this turn. That Moon Chakra is going to do a lot of work.
Of course, homage to Industry, just keeping it in hand. Is he going to be saving that for later, or is he going to be playing it later this turn?
Well, arsenaling his last Transcend card paid off really well for him. On this turn, it turned on that Moon Chakra, which could now just cover 5, right? You give that, and maybe that single-minded determination. 1 card, you cover it. You still have a full board that can keep swinging. if you want to, you can even play that homage now, make that Spectral Shield, and you've still got enough resources to just keep swinging. It just depends if you want that one life or you want the ability to transcend later. Oh, opting to keep the full board by destroying the Kikoi body, Sky body Kikoi. There we are.
Those instant protections just really coming in value there to protecting board state.
And there we are. There's that 7 attack, go again, free weapon swing coming off from Anton.
So we have Yorgos. Hello, Yorgos, asking if this is Team Sigil. Yes, it is. So Anton is part of Team Sigil, and Ben is part of Team Toxic. Okay, so here's the onslaught. 7.
And again, it just looks like one of those awkward hands. First Tentative Chi Moon and Vengeful Apparition aren't necessarily two cards that play super well together. Ben's doing his best to try to protect that Spectral Shield. I don't think even he thinks it's going to be staying alive at this point because there's so much more damage represented on the board. With Anton still holding 2 cards, one of which is, a Chi. That will just be another weapon swing.
And now this is 15 damage off 2 cards every turn. How long can you stem the bleeding?
I think this is probably your last turn. Maybe if you block with every card here and you draw that really, really nice aggressive hand next turn, maybe you just survive being able to play it out. If you have, really nice equipment, maybe that Heirloom of Rabbit Hide to save you 4 life, if you go down to exactly 1. But other than that, I think this is one of those illusionist mirrors where it's someone has a board, someone doesn't, and we're going through the motions.
And another shield, so that's another 2 damage. So now we're looking at 17 damage on the board. This is a crazy turn for Enigma. Sometimes she just pulls it out. She's not an aggro deck, but sometimes when you keep your board state, this is what happens.
Definitely. I mean, 7 go again sounds pretty aggro to me. It's just once you're there, if you have it, you have it. It's...
And Ben doing his best, but he's just had some very awkward hands early on, didn't he?
Yeah. Unfortunate you have the actions instead of the instants. Spectral Manifestations, though, that's really the card you wanted to see to start the game. Or, ideally on a 4-card hand where you can follow it up with something really big, swing a Blanche or a Battlefront Bastion right after it. Give them some reason to take cards out of their hand, make it a little bit awkward for them, but just 4 damage. Probably easy enough to cover up, and then, you pitch and you're swinging.
Yeah, I'm trying to stay optimistic for Ben. He's a good friend, but I really don't know what he's got to come back from this. It looks like too little, too late right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is just one of those illusionist mirrors. And, I don't think we've seen... We saw the Haunting Spectre come out from Ben, but other than that, I don't think we've really seen a lot of those premium instant speed auras. We saw him block with an Astral Etchings at one point because it came at a bit of an awkward time. And then this red Spectral Manifestations, which it could definitely be enough to get the game started, but to catch up in this game, I don't think it's quite there.
And now we're looking at a double transcend turn. Anton really not letting up. He's not budging an inch on this game. He's really just filling out and optimizing every single turn here.
He definitely is. And I think he's shown some really good discipline on arsenaling those transcend cards. Because there have been 2 instances where he's had the opportunity to play them for, nearly the same value. Like he would have gotten full value from playing them out. He would have transcended, created the shield, and then swung with it. But showing that discipline of being able to put them in arsenal has made those subsequent turns, you've drawn to it really nicely, lets you do that double transcend. It really turned on that the moon chakra as well. I think the discipline that he's showing with this, I definitely think is to his credit. As I also think to some degree this board state definitely is as well.
Absolutely. 17 damage on the board. This is going to be painful. Okay, and we can see there's a Transcend card in Ben's hand, so that is not going to be blocking even if he wanted to. So, let's see. Okay, he's just... Yeah. He's seen the writings on the wall now, and he's just... I don't think his hand's going to block enough.
No, I don't think so. I think that, well, speaking of writings on the wall, those astral etchings, I think, were what sealed this game, turning that shield from 4 into 7 every turn. That has now swung 3 times, has really bumped things up.
Absolutely.
And it also created that sense of urgency as well, that I don't think Ben was really able to swing back with, because he didn't have those, he's I think we've seen him swing for 9. If you want to break a board like this, you're going to have to be swinging for 12 or 14, which is really, really hard to do as in this format, especially as Enigma. You really need to have the right 4 cards, or the right 5 cards even, and I don't think Ben's quite seen that.
Absolutely. It's all stemmed from that one Spectral Shield with 6 counters on it, hasn't it? Once that got in, it just opened up the rest of the game for Anton, and he's really just pushed hard ever since. So we're looking at a Waning Vengeance there.
So this will take Ben to 1, but it will create a Spectral Shield on the way out. So, theoretically, with just what's on board and no more attacks, maybe Battlefront Bastion and a piece of Arbor can help get you there. But other than that, I think it's a tough spot. Although Ben's still thinking, he's still doing some math.
Yeah. Yeah. There's not much longer that Ben can hold out for us, though.
No.
He's hanging in there, but
he is hanging in there.
The question is, what can he do in return?
Well, that's the thing. I think the answer is wait, and if Anton draws 2 blues, he's got to do this all over again. But he doesn't have that. He doesn't have the equipment next turn, and it's just becomes. We've got such a strong board. We've ran out of Spectral Shields. Yeah. There we are.
Ben did his best there. He's well played, but unfortunately, it was not enough.
No.
So we've seen. Sometimes people talk about the 20-0 Enigma plan. This isn't quite. It didn't go quite that strong. But certainly we did see there. Once you start getting a hold on the board state, there's no letting go.
Most definitely. So the life total said 17, but we had so much ward on that board. The effective life total was over 20. I think I'm putting this down in my book as one of those 20-0 Enigma games. And it's, we saw it happen now. Hopefully we get to see a different matchup. And if we do see Enigma versus Enigma again later today, hopefully it's that nice back and forth. But yeah, absolute props to Anton. I don't think we should discredit him saying, oh, he got a board state first. He won based on luck, because like we said, the discipline of arsenaling those Transcend cards, even though you could have played them out during that turn, paid off dividends for him. It really helped him keep that board pressure up turn after turn after turn, because if that offensive pressure and the building of the board state lessen at any point, it can definitely come back. Ben didn't quite have the window to do that with his cards, unfortunately, but I think it was good insurance from Anton that he kept it going.
Yeah, we saw Ben had the etchings and he had the manifestations, but they just didn't come out in quite the right order for him to play them out.
Yeah.
And so he had to use them in blocking, and you're losing so much value there, and especially not enforcing pressure to look at the board state of your opponent. So, yeah, Anton played that one really well. We've got a question in chat from Yorgos. Will they watch the draft process? Yes, we will watch the draft process of Ben after the 3 rounds. So we're protecting the recording just for competitive integrity, and then we'll be showing that after all 3 rounds about Ben's drafting process.
Yep. And I think it'll be interesting context to go through and see, what was he Enigma from the jump? Possibly we saw a couple of red haze shelters in there. That's a pretty good card. It's not the most premium card in Enigma, but it's definitely something that, if you have 2 reds, you're probably committed into it. You're committed into it. You're happy with it. And I think a lot of the other cards in that deck, Ben was probably happy with. I don't think it was necessarily a misdraft based on what we've seen. I think it's just, you make do with what you can, and sometimes you don't quite get there.
Absolutely. So we'll be moving on to round 2 soon. But first we've got a advert from one of our sponsors, Heavy Play. Okay, see you guys soon.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects. Snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
We are Chaos Cards, your ultimate destination for trading cards, tabletop games, hobby accessories, and all things flesh and blood. We're a family business with a passion for gaming, having grown from a small local shop to a leading player in the industry. Our friendly team is here to help you find the perfect addition to your collection, whether you're a seasoned gamer or just starting out. Discover the Chaos Cards experience today. Visit us at chaoscards.co.uk.
Welcome back, guys. We're about to launch into round 2. So we're into the first round of draft, in round 2, which will be Matt Kenworthy on New versus Ben Westmore on Enigma. And this is the New that we were talking about at the beginning of the analysis, weren't we?
Yes.
So it's in the third in the chain. So it'll be interesting to see how those two builds compare.
Yes, definitely. And, I think we've seen a little bit of Ben's deck so far, so we kind of have an idea of what we're getting into there. We've got a good amount of those 3-block auras, a couple of the 2-block auras, and then a few hay shelters to round things out. But I'm curious to see what we see coming out from this New that is, third in line there as well. Are we going to see a lot more of those kind of blue generic Mystic cards? Or are we going to see, maybe if he committed into New a lot earlier than the other News, maybe there are still a lot of really premium assassin cards in there as well.
Absolutely.
It'll be interesting to see as the game evolves. And on a bit more kind of unofficial gossip, there's word that at one of the top tables, there was a 0 New table. So 4 Enigma, 4 Zen, 0 New. How do you think that happens?
That happens by people avoiding New. So traditionally, I feel like now we've caught to a very much a zeitgeist or meta whereby people are thinking Zen's really powerful, just straight out of the gate aggro. You know how that works with Ninja, don't you? Then you've got Enigma, who's got very much a very strong tempo play. But then you come to New, and New's all about the interactions, but it's about lining the right cards up. You need to have your attacks, you need to have your reactions. And so I'm finding a lot of competitive players are avoiding it because it's that slight concern about consistency, about seeing the cards when you want to see them, and also being able to get through the ward of Enigma. So I think maybe people are avoiding that, and because of that, people just aren't seeing the open signals that, hey, New's open here.
Well, if there's 0 News, I think you have to see the signal when you're past that red hiss on, pick 10 or whatever it is. I think at that point you have to have, you have to consciously say, no, I'm not in New. I don't like it for reasons outside of this. It's the eternal debate in Fab. Do I draft my seat or do I draft what I'm comfortable with? Because even drafting your seat, even in high-level Fab draft events we've seen in the past at some callings and stuff, some people try to draft their seat, somebody switches up, and you get this really nasty, janky pod that's the same result. And, well, maybe if everybody forced, it would have been cleaner. Or if everybody forces, you end up with a 0 New table. So here are the overall draft hero pulls. New, slightly underrepresented here. And Zen and Enigma up towards the top, but I don't think this is, very clearly a 3 Enigma, 3 Zen, 2 New is the correct at every table, right? Maybe at a couple.
And we were also hearing one of the other pods had 1 Zen, and that Stan Tripp, push the point Stan Tripp, who loves Ninja, so I bet he's a very happy boy right now. So although we sing it's an equal representation across the board, across the entire Nats, I think actually if you go into individual pots, we are seeing some quite extremes on both ends.
Definitely. And I think it does come back to that philosophy of, are we forcing, are we not, are we playing our seat? And, maybe sometimes when you are playing your seat, that it might be correct that there is a 1 hero at that table. Because if all those cards are yellow Companion of the Claw, maybe there's only enough non-yellow Companion of the Claws for 1 Zen.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah, sometimes if those cards aren't popping out as you as a very clear signal because they're just a weak yellow or even a blue, then maybe you're just not deciding it's worth it because really someone else could be taking all the reds. So it sometimes can be hard to read, especially in these sets with lots of blues.
Definitely, right? Everybody automatically gets that blue base. All right, how far are we going to stretch the reds? Which yellows are good enough to make the cut, right? Not everything can be a yellow that comes in for 6, for example.
Absolutely. So we're heading into the game now. So we have Matt on New and Ben on Enigma. So yes, we heard some question about how many rounds. So we've got 2 more rounds of this draft, and then we've got another draft with 3 more rounds, and that will be it for today. And then tomorrow we're going into 6 rounds of CC.
So that's importantly 3 rounds of CC in the remainder of Swiss, and then 3 rounds of CC as we work our way up through the top 8 there as well. So you'll see 6 on the broadcast, but unless you're one of those lucky and skilled few, you may not necessarily be playing through all 6.
Okay.
All right.
So
we've got our game starting here.
Hey, let's see who's going first.
Both players looking like they're having a good think on what we're looking at here.
Already a Transcend card is jumping out at me.
Yep. And it's one of those really nice ones. That might be one of those ones that, you park in the arsenal and you wait. we've seen Ben pull out a droplet in his deck before. I don't think there's, a cleaner 2-card combo in this format than droplet into Path Well Traveled, take that card back. You're at its absolute floor for Enigma is a 2-card 7, and the turn just gets to keep going on after that.
Okay, starting off with a Hay Shelter.
Into Red Waning Vengeance. I think this is a great way for Ben to set up this board. You've positioned some ward. You don't have the counters quite yet, but we did see him arsenal that premium Transcend card. So we'll see how this evolves.
Okay, starting off with the Mistblade. Always a good way to start.
Definitely.
Okay, and I can see a hiss in hand. Maybe wanting to arsenal that for later. Let's see.
Arsenal that for later, or depending on, I think, maybe how willing Ben is to let, that Hay Shelter go. Maybe it's implying he doesn't really want to pitch a blue this turn to buff it up and get that extra spectral shield value off of Waning Vengeance. We'll have to see. These daggers are really, really good, especially on this turn 1 at that exploratory nature, right? So
he's cashing in that Hay Shelter immediately. He's not even trying to get the extra ward on it. So he's very much realizing he's not going to be pitching into a blue this turn, which you don't really want to do on your opponent's turn unless you have a very good reason for it.
Certainly.
Okay, into a second.
To another Beckoning Mistblade. At this point, maybe you're debating if you can find a way to keep that Waning Vengeance. You can put that Uphold Tradition counter on it on your turn. It's a great way to get things started on the go. Or you might give a card here. This may also be a decent opportunity to play out that drop in the ocean. Maybe if you really, really want to, you can play out the Path Well Traveled double, or you can use that lovely equipment suite that we've seen come out before.
Cashing in equipment for 1 value is great when you've got those wards on the board. You really don't want to lose that the Waning Vengeance to just a 1. Okay, so we know the hiss is in hand. The question is he going to use it here? So coming in for 3 on a Bonds of Memory.
So Bonds of Memory, probably not going to be getting too much value on the life gain, but it's 3 damage. It's threatening that Waning Vengeance. And, you're playing against an assassin. Do they have an attack reaction? I think, Ben made a pretty good call there saying, you know what? Absolutely, you're attacking me for 3. I have ward 3. I'm happy to let it go. I've got a hand. You'll see what it is next turn.
And it means that now New starts to build up that Banish zone, and that's what she's about in the end game, isn't it? Just building up those blues and getting that into the Banish to try and play them out afterwards.
Oh, and it's the Cosmic Awakening. That could be a fantastically fun thing to play out of the Banish zone. That Hay Shelter, though, also a really good pickup because it will always be at least ward 2, because you will have to pitch a blue, in that case a Chi, to activate New's ability. Good instant speed thing to get in there to maybe play around some of the sneaky things that Enigmas can do as well.
And really, New doesn't really mind too much about these blue auras. At the end of the day, 1 life is 1 life, and if you're going to gain it, then they're instants. You can play as many as you like from Banish Zone.
Yep.
Okay, coming in for 4. Now we know there's a Transcend card.
And we know it's Path Well Traveled. So this is exactly that dream combo that you're looking for. So off of these 3 cards that we see represented, the pitch card, the played card, and the card in the arsenal, we're going to have an attack with 6 with Go Again that could make a Spectral Shield that will come in for 2 Go Again for free. You still have a resource floating, and you're still going to have 2 cards in hand. I think this is, maybe less so than Ben's last game, a fantastic way to get this started.
And there you go. We're told the future there, coming in for 6, giving it the +2. Fantastic way, and giving it Go Again as well. So this card's going wider. Now, maybe Matt saw this coming because obviously he's got some cards in hand, and no one wants to IP themselves. So, yes, we'll see how this plays out. So we've now got the shield coming in for 2, for free. Okay.
And Wounding Blow on the follow-up. This is just a really good, clean turn. This is, 12 damage turn, straightforward. And Ben gets to end on an arsenal. Whether it's offensive or defensive, I think he's happy either way.
Absolutely. Wounding Blow was a bit of a, not a high pick in WTO when it first came out in Welcome to Wraith, but it really is. And you want any 0-4s you possibly can. That breakpoint is so important.
You definitely do. I think it was a little bit of an unsung hero in WTR. It could round out a lot of really nice Dorinthia turns. Obviously great in Katsu, 0 for 4, discard, do what you want with it. We're starting with a blue coming from Matthew here. Desires of Flesh. So we're looking to hit and banish an attack off the top of the deck.
And when you see an assassin attack you for 1 with 2 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal, it's not fine. Nothing can go wrong.
Well, we know that what's in arsenal there is that Slither from last turn. That was made by that hiss that didn't end up getting used. So it'll be interesting to see. Oh, there it is. So we're coming in for that 1. Oh, that 2. Being buffed up by Grain that tips the scale here.
Seeing the value of these blue attacks just for getting that Transcend out. Now, there's not really that much Ben has that you can play for now, but anything you can get is worthwhile.
Yeah. Oh, we spoke too soon.
Wow. Okay. Suddenly got a lot better.
It certainly has. What would have just been a Haze Shelter for 1 and then a Cosmic Awakening for 0, or I guess Haze Shelter for Ward 1 value or Ward 2 value, depending on how the next turn goes defensively, and then Cosmic Awakening for 0 because you can't actually pitch for it, is now just going to become that Ward value and then a Droplet for 4. So straight off the top, some good value there. And we're seeing that Spectral Shield disappear.
Okay, now we're going to see the Banish effect for Desire of Flesh.
Ooh, Tidal Surge.
Another blue. Suddenly it's got quite dangerous.
It definitely has. And, it's only now that I've looked over at Matthew's equipment suite there. It seems to be very light. And I thought it was just the black sleeves blending in with our dark-colored mat. But nope. So there's no Aqua Lapse here to give this Droplet or Spillover that surprise go again. But there might be something in hand still that can pull something sneaky and tricky out. Or, if we have a spare blue, pitch to Dagger, force that block, and then play out that Spillover. Or Tidal Surge, pardon me.
Yeah. So it's Tidal Surge for 7. Not too worried about, not too sad about that when there's only 4 cards in Banish. That's a top pick.
Oh, definitely is.
And I was playing out that Haze Shelter just for free life.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, we'll see how Ben wants to block this. Now, he hasn't got a board state, so at least he has nothing to protect right now, but does he want to take 7 damage?
Against new, it's always dicey. You know they have those attack reacts. So far, the only one we've seen has been a yellow Slither, and I think we've seen a couple of, some other yellow cards that maybe aren't your favorites in Matt's deck here. So maybe that might be a signal to Ben. Maybe I can chance it a little bit lower because I don't necessarily think he has those premium reds, those double troubles, those venomous bites, all that. But we'll see.
He's taking it. He's got the pen out, and he's, not blocking at all. So we'll see what Ben can strike back with. Now, as opposed to the last round, we've had the mirror. At least now that Ben can really form an attack to swing back. So we should be hopefully seeing a bit more of a tempo change between each play now than we saw in the previous round.
Definitely. So, there's no ward to get through. You can just go straight into the damage here.
And it was tree into a Droplet.
So that's going to buff up our Droplet because we played the blue card beforehand, and we're going to also be drawing a card off of that first tentative Chi Moon as well. So hopefully there's some way of giving this go again. Otherwise, you're ending your turn with just a few too many cards in hand. But, there always is with these things.
But what is that in hand? Another Transcend card.
And it's another path well traveled.
Absolutely brilliant.
These are exactly the cards that you want to be running. Droplet into Transcend or Tidal Surge into Path Well Traveled is just such a good combo. It's the cleanest combo that I think any hero in this format can run. It's universally applicable. The downside is, in order to do that, you need to, 1, draft those Path Well Traveleds, and 2, be able to play them out without new playing back those blue Mystic attacks against you like we saw last turn.
Okay, so flipping over Aqua Seeing Shell and drawing a card.
Yeah, so we saw that Pathwell Travel Transcend turn into that Spectral Shield that's now attacking, using that Aqua Seeing Shell to help cycle out that card, turn that blue into something else, and also being used for that armor. Wow, into the spillover on the follow-up. Another, this really just is, that big blue, like all those Mystic buffed up attacks coming out from Enigma here.
Absolutely. But needing to be careful because New is going to play them right back at you if you're not careful. So really, New, it looks like Enigma's really going on the offensive here to try and close the game before all these blues come back.
Definitely. But that being said, there's already a droplet in the banish zone. And, with something like a Passover, you can just add more fuel to that fire pretty easily if you're Matthew. At the end of the day, you don't necessarily need 5 fantastic cards in New's banish zone. You're more than happy with just 1 or 2. And I think he's seen that 1 or 2 in there already. He's just trying to figure out the math on what's worth preserving in terms of life totals here and what's worth swinging back.
Okay, so Matt's just going to take that down to 7. So we're reaching the end game now. But now Matt's got no armor whatsoever. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out since Ben's got 3 pieces there.
Certainly. So we're pitching a Bonds of Attraction to come in with our Beckoning Mistblade. That 1 damage here can be really annoying. It can kill that Spectral Shield, or it can just be a really easy decision to go, you know what, I have a Battlefront Bastion. I think I can cover both your daggers with it, or, you know what, here's my equipment that will cover it up as well.
Oh, he's thinking about it. Yep, it's the Battlefront's coming out.
It is a great card to cover because it either covers the next dagger, which may or may not be coming depending on what's being played out, or it leaves that 1 floating prevention on the next attack that you can just block normally and have a little bit of insurance there against, some of those more fringe attack reactions like Intimate Inducement or any one of the blues.
And of course, with 1 shield there, if you can have that 1 prevent on top of that, it may even dissuade New from reacting at all. Oh, okay. Keeping a hand. Again, need to know when to fold them, and sometimes it's just not worth protecting a shield, even just for 2 damage.
So the shield's been gone, which to me says Ben must like his hand to a good degree, and I see why. There's an Astral Etchings in there. There's a Waning Vengeance. It looks like another way to Transcend as well. Those are, all 4 of those cards can definitely be played out. The question is, do you want to potentially allow this Beckoning Mistblade to hit? Because if that blue attack gets go again, it might be a nasty trick with Transcend on the follow-up. We'll have to wait and see.
When you see New swing at daggers twice, sometimes it's because she's desperate to use those daggers, and if you can just deny those 2 daggers, it can end up doing a world of favours for you. So It'll be interesting to see how this one plays out, especially with so much armour still on the board.
Interesting. So we're pitching to play out the Waning Vengeance. So a blue has been pitched, so the secondary effect is active. So we are going to create a Spectral Shield on the back of this. Notably, a blue card has also been played, so anything that transcends is now online as well. And then we're coming in with a yellow Impulsive Desire with 1 floating. So there is still that card in Arsenal. We may have some sneaky tricks up our sleeves. But at the end of the day, is it worth necessarily protecting that Spectral Shield, or do you wait, Transcend, and then just have another one? Because you do have the Life Lead, right? It's 1 card in Arsenal. You know it can't be just a Nick, because this has 2 base power. At most, this is going up to 6. 4 life, probably not exactly, or 5 life, I suppose, after the ward. Not exactly where you want to be against New, but it's still very playable.
Absolutely, and by not blocking with the Battlefront Bastion, you've basically had the same effect there. You've created a Spectral Shield, which means you still have that 1 prevention carrying over, except what it does allow you to do is Transcend, because you've played a blue. So a very heads-up play there from Ben. Okay, so we've reduced it down to 1, and there is 1 Spectral Shield, so those should cancel each other out. But the question is, what is in Arsenal for New?
And, if it is an attack react, is it even worth playing now? Or do you save it for next turn when you know you need to clear that board state, right? I think we've seen some good Arsenal discipline. We were talking about Anton doing it last game. I think Ben showed a decent amount of it this game by arsenaling that drop in the ocean. Make sure you get value on it on your opponent's turn. Having to pitch the Battlefront Bastion to play out the blue Waning Vengeance for 2 cards on 2 defense, 3 because you got to play the drop in the ocean. A little bit awkward, but I think at the end of it, I think Ben is pretty happy with where he's ended up on this turn. He's still got 3 cards. He can make that Spectral Shield, swing it in, and then follow it up. We also know there's an Ancestral Etchings in there as well. So
Just thinking if there's anything he wants to do at the end of Nu's turn before it switches over. Nope, he's decided it's going to go to his own turn. Okay, let's see how Ben starts this turn. I think it's pretty even so far. I mean, Nu's really had the offensive for now, but Enigma seems to be pulling it back and is certainly on the life gain now.
Definitely. And I think a lot of what we've seen come out of Enigma here hasn't necessarily been a lot of illusionist Enigma tricks. It's just been, here's some solid blue cards. I'm going to end my turn with some degree of ward on the board, and it's going to give me that incremental value over the course of the game, over the course of these turns. And I think it'll be interesting to see what's being held in that arsenal. Because I think if that's a really good react in arsenal, I think Matthew might be pretty happy. If it's, a mediocre yellow attack, maybe less so. He may not like where he is.
Of course, we know what's coming next, and that is if Ben's not he's not playing it on the right. Okay, he's not playing it as I say. I was hoping to lead up to Ben's play, but he decided to check his graveyard first. So
it's important information, absolutely. You built the deck, you know what's in it, and now you're thinking, okay, I know I have this many premium cards left. We know Ben's got some red hay shelters in his list. Whether they made it into this matchup, maybe not.
Okay. So we see a Levels of Enlightenment being pitched. And going into the Astral Etchings.
So now we're sneaking this over. This is that Astral Etchings that unfortunately didn't get to see its day in the sun last game. But now it's doing exactly what you want it to be doing. So we're sneaking a good chunk of that damage through. And hopefully there's a nice follow-up here. Oh, no, sorry. That was Ben's last card there got pitched in order to play all of that out with the Uphold Tradition and the Astral Etchings.
Now, with Nu having 3 cards in an arsenal, it's probably unlikely he's going to be protecting the shield, but we'll see how Ben does.
However, we did see Ben there use one of those spare resources to activate Truth Retold. He did activate Uphold Tradition on this turn as well, so he snuck 2 ward in just on the basis of his equipment alone. And, if that's a Kikoi chest as well, then you can cover 3 quite nicely. You may be able to get through it, because I think it's about time we get back to some of those nice 3-block blues that we saw in Ben's list in the last game.
And with this format, you really want effective use of your equipment. So I think we're really seeing here that Matt is really suffering from not having that equipment value. He had his head and nothing else.
Yeah,
so
it's
really,
such a difference maker.
Enigma's managing to pivot there using the equipment. Okay.
So here we go.
Dagger for 1. I don't think Enigma's too worried about that.
No.
There we go.
Let it go on the armor.
Okay.
Another dagger for 1 with 2 resources floating as well. So that might be relevant on the follow-up if we, have something. Okay. A big attack is still very much on the table.
Enigma being able to keep her entire grip there. So now we're coming in for a 3, but with 4 cards. Now, if you can block 6 on that, you're pretty happy, unless there's a Venomous Bite in the arsenal.
Yes, most certainly. Then the question is, well, if you have the chest piece that can defend an extra 1, you might be a little bit more willing to chance that. But it looks like there's some cards in Ben's hand that don't block very well. There's a Waning Vengeance, some awkward 2-blocks, maybe something that can't block. I can't quite see from this angle, but we're about to find out. So it looks like the bluff was called against Matthew there. It wasn't that react, because we'd like to think if it was, you'd play it out on the off chance that you can sneak it through, right?
Ben really taking a gamble there, but if you have no blocks on hand, sometimes that's what you have to do, and at least the instance can be played as a reaction.
Yep. So here we go. Last game, it was that 7 damage free weapon swing that ended up being Ben's downfall. Now he's swinging his own 6-go again, and I think he's smiling about it. He's happy about it now.
Yes. So yes, last round we had rocks, and now we have Anothos.
Yes.
So
It's
Here we
nice
go.
to be on the other side. Although we do see a Justin Nick come down from Matthew there. That is a card that's so much more fun to play than it is to block with.
Yes.
Unfortunate, but necessary when life totals are this low.
Oh, we're seeing Ben think. He's just having a look at his graveyard. Okay. Let's see.
And I think that's...
Banish is still quite empty. That's the other thing. Nu's not really meaning to... she's not managed to banish many cards this game.
Not quite. Sometimes it's hard when there's all that ward up on the board. But at the end of the day, there is still a blue droplet in there. You know, I think you're happy playing that because it's a 1-card 4 when you pitch for your new ability. Or you can do what Matthew did last time and just hit the 7 attack right off the top. Ooh, and the red venomous bite.
So here you go. Down to 2, so everything's going to be coming for lethal now. So the question is, can you turn this around? We saw last time in the mirror, the board state became too big, and could it be repeating itself here?
Well, I think the fact that Matthews had to block from the get-go this turn just to survive left him with 1 card in hand against a board that's going to be swinging a minimum of 10 is a challenge.
And will we see what that chess piece is? I mean, we saw it last round, didn't we? But let's pretend.
There could be sideboard. You know, he came into last round with 4 pieces. He may have drafted a 5th and got real sneaky with it somehow. I'm curious to see what Matthew's arsenal is, because
he's held on to it for a very long time, which
he
is either a
definitely
very
has.
good thing or a very bad thing, and you can never tell until we see it.
I think it might just be one of those awkward scenarios. Yep.
Yep. Oh, and here we go.
There it is. Oh, the pick to pieces.
But without a react, the pick to pieces really isn't picking very much, is it?
It would have gone so well with that attack react that we just saw him block with, unfortunately. But yeah, with no equipment and no cards, there's not a lot of tricks you can try to have up. And now I think Ben's feeling reasonably confident going into this turn.
Of course, the problem with Justin Nick is it needs to target a 1-base attack, so having a red there isn't much good.
Yes, but he also blocked with the red venomous bite, I believe, on the follow-up turn against that hay shelter.
Yes,
so, you know, you're running 2 of just absolute slam dunk fantastic attack reactions. Being forced to block with them this late in the game is really not where you want to be when you're seeing, you know, a lot of the other bits of your deck are kind of those middling yellows. We saw that that Art of Desire Soul get pitched earlier. I think it was turn 1. I don't think that's a card you really want to be playing unless you really have to round something out. You know, how many yellow cards are in this format? It tries to target yellow cards.
Yes. And here you go, Matt's blocking with 2 cards, and it looks like he's going to have to block with, go down to 1. So, yes, it's looking like we might be reaching the end of the game here. Board states in this format are just so valuable in Enigma.
They really, really are. And they're also valuable on the other heroes. I think it's important to remember that a lot of other heroes have, you know, their equipment is their board state, and that can be so, so valuable. And coming into a matchup with just 1, staring down an opponent with 4, you feel like you went to school and forgot to wear your trousers that day. It's that simple.
Misplayed for a very, very sad 1, and we can see there's a waning vengeance on the board already. So I don't think anyone is feeling too sad right now.
Yeah.
I think.
So Ben, even though wasn't able to actually play anything new, attacking, impactful last turn, still managed to swing for 10, still managed to further develop that board. Now we've seen that inner chi come back. We've made another shield. That blue pitch, when Waning Vengeance disappears, creates that other spectral shield. This turn, Ben is going to be able to swing for an awful lot.
And all of a single chi, which really just shows the value of the chi. It's a 1-card play to create 2 shields, one of which has a counter on it. It's just so valuable.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And again, we're seeing, you know, all of these fantastic reacts. They may not be reds, but they're still really good. They just came up for Matthew a little bit too late in the game, a couple turns earlier, and he may have been able to sneak one through, stop some of those spectral shields from snowballing up, or just, you know, killed it that 1 turn earlier.
And having those pick to pieces, it's so vital in the new versus Enigma matchup, isn't it? Just to be able to get through and just break down. It doesn't matter how much wood you have; they're all dying. So it was just unfortunate for Matt that he just couldn't quite line it up. It was there for so long, and he just could not get the reacts to line it up and just destroy the board state. And if he did that a bit earlier, I think we would have seen a very different game.
Absolutely. And I think that goes to what you were saying earlier about a lot of people are avoiding new because you do get those really clunky hands. I have a hand that's 4 stealth attacks with 0 go again. I have a hand that's 4 attack reacts that I now can't play because I have no stealth attacks. Or, any mix of those, or the timing came up awkward. Now my life totals are too low, and all of that push and pull. Meanwhile, these other heroes have just a lot more go again than you do, to be honest.
And we've seen that Nu just can't get cards into banish. If you've got all that ward up, then Nu's just not hitting. And so, although she had that really good, Matt had that really good play early on when there was only, I think, turn 2 with the Transcend, just couldn't repeat that success.
Yeah, certainly. And I think part of that goes to, when you're building your new deck, how much do you want to commit to playing out of your opponent's banish zone, right? Because sometimes they are going to fully sideboard out. Or in the case of Ben's deck here, no, I know my deck is really good. I have 2 Path Well Traveled. I want to give all these blue Mystic attacks go again. And he did exactly that. Yeah, he ate some on the back end after they were played back against him through Nu's hero ability. But at the end of the day, your total damage output outdid that. And I think a lot of Nus are, worried that people are going to be sideboarding out. So now they're taking out some of those Transcend cards. They're reducing the power of their own hero ability. And it becomes that kind of cycle again of, are they playing it? Are they not playing it? Are they sideboarding? Are they not sideboarding? How many Transcend cards did I even draft? Am I in new because I didn't get Transcend cards to draft? Who knows?
And we saw from Ben's deck, the first game was quite clunky in the hands. You didn't quite get things in the right order. But it seemed like the second game got a lot smoother.
Certainly. And I'm not sure if it was difference in sideboarding there as well, because I think there were some difference in density. I don't think we saw quite as many of those blue Mystic attacks, those droplets last game in that Enigma mirror. But it'll be interesting to see if we can get a chance to have a chat with him and say, walk us through your philosophy, what worked, what didn't,
Absolutely. So Ben's going a 1-1, and we'll see how he's doing into the final round.
Absolutely.
Okay. Shall we switch back to interviews then, Alan?
Welcome, traveler. You must be starving. Please, come inside. I think we can satisfy your appetite. Anything you like. Intimacy. Or perhaps ecstasy. Come a little closer. I won't bite. Tell me, what do you desire?
Beware the tongue of the snake. Her fangs shall soon furrow. Pleasure is but the shallow illusion. Walk the true path, and you shall see clear. Those who seek may discover formless, perfect, the serene, unchanging infinite. Eternally present.
Eternally boring. Why don't we play rough?
Embrace the solitude.
Embrace the sensation.
Look within.
Look at me!
Just a breath.
Just a taste.
Enough! A tiger does not fall prey to the snake. The tiger walks its own path. Those who flow as life flows know they need no other force. The heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved, the source of all movement. The center is unbound and free.
Walk the path, seek the truth.
So here we are. We are back at the UK Nationals. I've been on an extended break because that Kano Prism CC game, which happened what it seemed like 3 hours ago, just burnt my brain.
I think that's fair. I can't imagine how Liam felt after that. There's so much thinking in that.
Absolutely. But yeah, we're back to what have we got today? We got a new versus Enigma.
Yeah, so we're going to see another new versus our favorite Enigma of the day, Ben.
Absolutely.
We'll see how it goes. Should be an interesting matchup.
Two very different games as well, right? We had Ben on the first game who lost that one, but then the second game he managed to play a lot more blue cards, a lot more blue, more attack actions, and what have you, to really get that through. But yeah, before we go ahead with that, we've got a raffle going on right now. So yep, there it is, flashed up before your very eyes. £1 per ticket. Obviously, if you can pay using the QR code, that'll be fantastic. And there's a load of things on there, as you can see. We've got Figment of Protection playmat. We've also got Up the Ante as well, the Olympia specialization, cool stuff, and a Shift the Tide of Battle as well. I think there's a multiple of those, about 3 of each up for grabs. So yeah, definitely get your £1 per ticket in. It really helps us on the stream today to support what we're doing here, and obviously all the guys behind the production team as well. But all those are cold fall prizes as well. And fleshandbloodcards.com, another sponsor of the channel today. Just thought I'd shout them out, where you can get all of your UK-based singles. So make sure you go and check them out when you can. And thanks to all of our other sponsors, Heavy Play, Chaos Cards, By the Same Token, and Thistle Tavern as well. So thanks very much for your contributions and keeping this stream alive. That's what we like to see.
Absolutely. It's nice that there's increasing amounts of quality coverage of Flesh and Blood all around the world. It's no longer somebody holding a cell phone over the finals and it's a bit shaky. It's
guerrilla
proper
tactics.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But very, very much looking forward to this. Haven't managed to cast any sort of draft deck games yet. So I'm very much looking forward to it. You've been doing a great job.
Thank you very much.
Today.
It's been an absolute pleasure to do, and I think I'm excited to see the conclusion of Ben's deck journey that we've seen go on. And then after we watch this third round play out, we're going to have a nice retrospective. We're going to watch him draft through that deck as well.
Yep.
So we're following him through the whole process, just a little bit out of order. And I think that retrospective will be really helpful in thinking, okay, here's the cards he had to choose from. These are the decisions that he's made. And then the decisions that he's made around sideboarding, around playing it out, and then, where some of those really clean hands came from, where some of those awkward hands came from.
Absolutely.
But looks like we're ready to go.
Jacob Clements against Ben Westmore. So we've got exactly the same match that we just commented on just now. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one goes. Just having a friendly banter between them. It's nice to see.
Absolutely.
UK isn't allowed any spice. This stream has already been cursed. Don't worry about that. They invited me on after all. Can't be that bad.
So once again, we're looking at that situation of, for equipment versus less equipment.
Yes.
We saw all 4 of those equipment doing so much work for Ben in the last game as well, protecting a massive spectral shield, helping make that spectral shield even bigger. And now it's just a matter of, does Jacob have the right equipment to counteract some of that? Arousing Wave, really good at punching through the ward. We know Ben has a lot of ward on that equipment as well, might negate a portion of that, but it might also be just enough to punch that one over that you need to destroy that big spectral manifestation 3 counter spectral shield.
Absolutely. what we've seen as well is over the course of the 2 Enigma games, it's that spectral shield that gets established that you can just continuously swing over and over again, especially with the astral etchings as well that came in at that moment where it just buffed it to a ridiculous amount. That is a very, very key card to sort of protect when you get that out on field there, that spectral shield, because you can just continuously swing it for free with Enigma's ability. But there's a couple of ways you can play Enigma, right? You can set up and try and protect what you've got, or you can just swing these blues, which we saw Ben do in the last game.
Definitely. And I think if every Enigma player had their choice, it would be, I make a ward with some type of counter on it, I swing it to attack, and then I follow up with some other attack, or vice versa.
Yeah.
Either you start with a droplet with Go Again, and then you play a Haze Shelter. Yeah, Path Well Traveled, give it that Go Again. And then you play a Haze Shelter, and then you swing with it, and you're really happy. Or you start with a Waxing Spectre, and then you drop something massive like a Battlefront Bastion. But those are big luxury, hands that require specific interactions that require these 3-4 cards.
Yeah.
But we've started the game, so Ben took his first turn to play out that blue Waning Vengeance. Not quite as good of a start as he had last game, but better than what he had game 1. And the response from Jacob is to send a yellow Water the Seeds in for 2 with Go Again. And pitching a blue Water the Seeds. So it's one of those questions of, are these the first call picks? Is this your ideal hand, or are you getting some of those less ideal ones out of the way to make sure you have that really nice, clean stealth attack into premium reaction on the follow-up when you have ward that you really want to kill? Because, blue Waning Vengeance is, it's fine. It might attack you for 1, but if Ben's paying 1 to attack, I think you're probably reasonably happy about it. But that Water the Seeds going through, and it's buffed up this Beckoning Mistblade now.
Yeah, so coming for game 2 with Go Again. If it hits, the next attack gets +1 and Go Again. The next blue attack. That's not going to be a blue attack. It's going to be a Desires of Flesh coming in for 3. This cares about the attack actions being banished.
Yeah. So
top card of a deck. Yeah.
We can either banish based on the cards that blocked because of news. The first part of news hero text, the less exciting bit, you can't steal cards from your opponents with that bit, but it does say that your attacks with stealth banish action cards that defend against them at the end of the chain link.
That's right.
So Ben is very much enjoying his current hand. Oh, banishing a Path Well Traveled.
Okay.
So
that means Nu can play that if she gets round to it, right?
Yes, but then Ben gets the chi back.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Once it transcends, yes. Because there's a strange wording on the card. We don't want you to pitch a card of your opponent's down into your own deck. It's very, very interesting. Very interesting. So Ben, I was just about to say at the beginning of this, I don't think we've seen very many Majestic Bombs be played out in interesting ways so far in this game. But here comes Levels of Enlightenment, one of the best all-rounder cards in this set, absolutely.
We know what modes he's chosen on this? Go Again?
So presumably he's going to be choosing those modes now. So he played it, targeted it with Droplet, so it'll be coming in for -1, whatever it is.
Yeah.
I'm assuming +2 Go Again. Maybe draw a card Go Again, depending on how much he wants, or depending on if he has a plan for everything in his hand, or if maybe he wants to fish for an arsenal. So it looks like we're drawing the card here. So we're 2 Go Again. We've also made that Spectral Shield. And it'll be very interesting to see how this turn shakes out.
Just drew into a Cosmic Awakening by the looks of it in hand there.
Which
front card
would be a great thing to pitch on this turn.
Here we go. 2 of Go Again on the Spectral Shield for free because of Enigma's ability. With the Arousing Wave, just taking 1.
Yeah, getting that block value out quite early, just to make sure that, in case you need it to really pump up that 1, you want it on tap, and you don't want to lose that block value in the future as well.
Yeah.
Although, interesting development on drop, because it requires you to target an attack. I'm not sure if Levels of Enlightenment is a valid target before you choose the modes, or if you have to choose the modes first. So there may have been some confusion around there, but we did see it with Go Again and draw a card, so perhaps we need...
Well, this is one of these things, right? You know, the players haven't noticed it. You know, they're playing on. This is just what happens sometimes. Things get missed. And, you know, before people say, oh, UK is cursed again, you know, these things happen in these sorts of events, you know, and the players haven't noticed it themselves.
Yeah.
So there's no need to sort of point it out. It's just what happens.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's certainly, I'd imagine, very much an honest mistake because
Exactly.
every single other Transcend card in the game, you know, or every other Transcend card, play Levels of Enlightenment, play Transcend card, Transcend, pitch that, pick the 2 modes. It becomes that kind of default pattern of play.
Yeah, exactly.
But that turn is resolved. We're set, and we're once again throwing those Beckoning Mistblades, trying to poke away at those free weapons in the form of Spectral Shields from Enigma here.
It's just what comes after the Beckoning Mistblade, isn't it? That's what Jacob has to contend with, is what can I push through after this?
Definitely. So, I mean, Beckoning Mistblade, I think it's a good way, if you have those cards, to start picking through some of the equipment that you know Ben has. Because even if you don't know what equipment Ben has, you know that if it's cloaked, it has the capacity to defend very well.
Just drawing out the legs there. But now coming in with a second one.
And again, is it worth the second? Is it worth the second piece of equipment here, or is it necessarily?
Let me see. He's got an emissary in his hand after this, so he could be. You need an extra card for that, though, don't you? No, you can still throw it for 0, can't you? Yeah, yeah.
It's just if you want to give it go again, or assuming it's Emissary of Wind.
I think so.
But
yeah.
yes. Which it looks to be.
Just trying to see if he's got anything in hand which is making decision of protecting the shield worth doing, or this is a long and hard decision. Yep, it's gone. It is gone.
Which is interesting on the path here. So Jacob definitely kept a lot of information in reserve there. The alternative line would have been actually swing 1 more damage by, instead of swinging that second Beckoning Mistblade, just play that fact-finding mission by pitching the Emissary. But I think being able to, you know, that one go again, those little tricks add up to being able, keeping that information matters more than one attack sometimes. And here we see Ben, again, opting to play that Haze Shelter on defense. So 2 cards for 4 defensive value, covering it.
Yeah, because the blue is pitched. Obviously, they will come in all pitch values, those cards. But if they care about the blue, and the red is obviously warding 4. So clean, nice and blocked there.
And once again, you know, using that floating resource to activate the Truth Retold, putting that Haze Shelter back to the bottom of the deck like we saw him do in Game 1. And now, you know, that 2 cards to block 5 seems about right. And here's another Haze Shelter. So that's why he didn't play out on an offense, because normally what you want to do is you want to play these out. Pitch, play out a Haze Shelter, attack with it for 4, and then, you know, maybe do something else. But if you have 2 Haze Shelters, if you don't necessarily have the resources, you can't pay for the Uphold Tradition to be able to swing both, you can just get that value of using it on defense. So here, once again, these daggers are coming through. This time we have that headpiece ward available. But Jacob does have, you know, he's got 1 resource floating, he's got 3 cards in hand, and that 1 in arsenal. So I'd imagine we're going to be seeing a second dagger on the follow-up. So that 1 bit of armor.
I think he's playing it very safe, isn't he, with these double dagger swings and then seeing what comes out afterwards, rather than just trying to get over the top. He's just trying to manage the ward at the moment until maybe you can draw into those things later that really push over the top. See Nimblism in hand, and is that a hiss as well, or is that?
Well, so there's a hiss and a double trouble here. I think Jacob's turn. He's definitely going over the. He's definitely going over the ward. Absolutely. So the double trouble is going to hit 4 plus the buff value of that hiss, which looks to be a red, I believe. Not 100% certain on that, which will give it go again, which he can then play a Nimblism into what I believe to be a Bonds of Memory.
Yeah.
So we're going to be seeing a total of 1 up to 13 damage come out from Jacob this turn, counting that Beckoning Mistblade that just went through.
Okay.
So this is exactly one of those turns where, you know, this is, if you're Ben, this is probably what you're using your life buffer for, right? You're ahead on 5 life. You have some ward on the table. It's not ideal that it's only ward 1 because you've not pitched the blue, but you can change that if you want to.
All right.
So it was exactly that. And so his counts as 1 attack reaction for Double Trouble's criteria. And we're adding the
And
Slither
then we
on
go
top,
again. Yep.
which gives it the go again, and also triggers Double Trouble's innate ability when 2 attack reactions have been played on it.
Yeah.
We're buffing it up an extra 2, and we'll be presumably banishing 2 cards off the top of Ben's deck as well.
Which are hopefully blues for Nu's ability later. We will see.
Hopefully. It depends.
Mm.
You know, there are some new decks that, you know, don't necessarily look to do that. And it depends a lot on, you know, what your opponents are running in. If they're being really aggressive, like we saw Ben last game running those really nice blue,
Absolutely,
those blue
yeah.
Mystic splashing attacks, or the water attacks, I should say.
Spillovers and
Yes.
droplets and, yeah.
Your Tidal Surge we saw come out as well.
We saw that come out of the banish, didn't we?
We did indeed,
Yeah.
yes.
It's good stuff.
Yeah. And we also watched them play out 1 for 6 as well.
Yep.
So we've got the full range of those coming up from Ben's deck. But if you're a new who's not built to banish and play those from your opponent, then it might be a little bit of lost value.
Yeah.
It is that cycle that we were talking about earlier of, you know, do I sideboard out? If I think they're sideboarding out, then I don't want to run these awkward non-block cards that maybe don't get me exactly where I want to be.
True, yeah.
Anyways, so that's been resolved. Pitched a blue for a Waning Vengeance to then buff up that Haze Spectre. And now we are into the second part of this attack. So no damage taken on the first step at the cost of those 2 instant auras. But we do still have to deal with a Bonds of Memory coming in for 6.
Bonds of Memory. That's the one that banishes the top card at the banished card from the graveyard, yeah. Okay.
Correct.
And if it's the same name, they gain life. Cool.
Yes.
Does this gain a life effect ever come into effect, do you think?
I think it depends on your new deck and exactly where you are. I think a lot of times it kind of can work out for you because you do banish off the top first. So, you know, you've got really good options. Well, so here we're seeing this this Bonds of Memory. It's going to be banishing Spillover. It's going to be banishing First Tenant of Wind.
Yeah.
So we don't get that graveyard effect, but we do have 2 nice blues that got banished there. 2 very playable blues.
Yeah.
To add to that. And at that point, you know what? You're probably happy playing Spillover, stealing the path well traveled, give it go again.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yes, Ben ends up with the Chi, but you know what? It's probably worth it if you get to keep your turn going strongly after that.
He's just taking it straight to the face and following up with a wounding blow for 4. Absolute classic.
It's a really good 1-card turn.
Yep.
1 card, 6 damage. With the ward still left on the board afterwards. So now
we can see a Transcend in Jacob's hand. Has he got a blue as well?
He might just be pitching it. It's just a little bit too awkward. And again, we're pitching it for that dagger, which when you're trying to poke down those spectral shields can definitely be useful. But when you're down 8 life and you're really trying to poke down that last one, it can be a little bit awkward. You're going to need to have a really good follow-up. You're going to want to make really good use of that 1 floating. You know, a good stealth attack into a good react would be good. Art of Desire Body. So here, this is, you know, reasonably likely to gain that life. These decks are running a good amount of reds. Just under half, I would imagine, from Ben. Based on what we've seen so far, maybe a little bit less. And we do have that 1 resource floating for either a Rousing Wave to sneak it through, or if Jacob's holding a more premium react to try to lower that life.
Oh, okay.
Oh, very interesting.
This is the one that reveals the top 3 cards in the yellow, and then they get to choose 1 to add to the chain if it's blue. And then if it's blue, the defense becomes 0.
Correct.
So what's pretty good about this card as well, though, is it shows you what the next turn's going to be for Ben. Like the Astral Etching's there, the Spillover. He knows what's coming next now.
Absolutely.
So that's
and
pretty
now,
nice.
Yeah. And you also get to choose what card your opponent leaves on top as well.
Yeah.
So you know you might know what you're banishing here, and I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, he did choose the Astral Etchings.
Get that out of there.
Well, the alternative is we saw another path well traveled. So if you then add a second path well traveled into Ben's banish zone, then
you can play that as
you,
well.
you get to play out that spillover, that droplet, and then a third attack out of there as well. So that could have been a line, but I think when you're on 7 life, taking away the attack reaction from the Illusionist player seems a very
And we've seen
solid
how
play.
valuable that has been in the last game. The Astral Etchings, I think in both Enigma games, really put on work for getting that Spectral Shield, establishing it, and then just continuously swinging with that ridiculous weapon at that point. Like you were saying, it's like a rock with no downside, or an Othos with no downside.
And this is just another solid turn coming from Ben here. This is exactly what your Enigma decks would want to be doing: dealing some damage, building a ward, attacking with that ward.
Yeah.
Right. So here we're coming in for 7 damage, and we have a little bit of ward on the back end for it too.
That's what I mean. It can start at both ends, right? You can start with the ward that's already been established with the counter, or you can end with the ward, or you can chuck all of those attacks with the go again if your Transcend Pathwell Travels line up.
Definitely.
So, yeah, pretty good stuff all round.
Interesting. So we saw a Nimble Strike block come out from Jacob there. There was a Nimble Strike in his graveyard, so that would have otherwise been turned on. I'm curious to see what the attack... Oh, okay, there we are.
There we go.
That's why. Why would you block with Nimble Strike when you've got Nimblism in your banish zone? Well, because you've already got the Nimble Strike in Arsenal. There you are.
Cool. Pretty good follow-up. Just raw 5 damage with Go Again.
It definitely is. And you're floating those 2 resources, so worst case scenario, it's going to be probably a dagger into a stealth attack. Or best case scenario, maybe you get to play something nice and big like a fact-finding mission.
Yeah.
It's a gravekeeping, which
pretty
is
good.
the next best thing to fact-finding mission. You lose 1 life, but if you're new, it might be even better because you get to banish a card of your choice. You can add to all of this. So, wow, there's so many good cards in there. If New manages to activate her ability, there is
very wide
12 damage and a card draw off that single chi pitched.
Jeez.
Okay. Okay, maybe -1 damage because Ben does get that path well traveled turned into a chi back into his hand.
Yeah.
That he could then pitch for Spectral Shield, but very interesting.
Oh, it's swung right round the back now, hasn't it?
Yeah. Oh, and there we are. And that is first Tenet of Chi win. So another way to give one of those attacks go again.
Yeah.
So again, we're looking to really chain 1, 2, 3 attacks out of that banish zone when we can. Although I think we've only got 2 in there for the time being. Then the question becomes, that's a fantastic plan. It's the flashy ending that everybody wants to see.
Absolutely. Let's hope we get there.
But you're on 5 life. Do you have enough runway to get there? You're threatening 5 damage. You can really bring Ben quite low, depending on. Oh, there we go. He did choose to take that damage.
Okay.
But now he's got 4 cards, and we've seen Ben's deck do
It's going to start
11.
off with a Spectral as well, I think. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
Get a 4 ward. Sorry, yeah, it's 1 ward, but 3 counters on it. So it swings for 4 with Go Again. There
Absolutely.
we go.
And this is exactly it. We've seen Ben's deck put out 11, 12, 13 damage off of 4 cards before.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're on 5 life, it's hard to keep those cards to transcend.
And this is the issue you get into as well when you have to start blocking with cards from hand against auras. When it gets to this stage, you can't crack back as much, can you? To try and clear them and get through.
So this droplet is just for 2 right now. However, it is also threatening lethal because any blue instant or any blue instant aura, any of the transcend cards can bump this right up to 4. And really threaten Jacob's life total here.
Oh, of course, yeah, because you play a blue card instant, it turns it on instant speed. Yeah,
correct,
okay,
yeah.
That's pretty sick.
So a lot of sneaky attack reactions coming out of Ben, whether they be through that Astral Etchings or through these types of plays here.
Oh, I think he does have it as well, doesn't he?
Well,
yeah.
and he knows he has it as well because...
Oh, of course, because he looked at the deck earlier.
Yeah, he saw it off of Intimate Inducement as well.
That's right.
Which... I would... Oh.
Oh, okay.
All right. Unfortunate.
Damn. Wow.
Well, And we had a second 10 of the wind, and it looked like a playable hand on the follow-up, but sometimes if your opponent has it, your opponent has it, and there's so many things to keep track of. Being distracted by that fantastic new combo that you were building up in that graveyard, or in that banish zone, pardon me. There's too much information in this game. Some of it slips through.
Absolutely. But we just saw Ben take it down, and that's the draft that we're going to follow on the next segment of the stream today.
Absolutely.
We're going to be following how Ben has drafted that deck, so make sure you stay tuned for that. So we're going to get a full breakdown of that as well, which you're going to run through with us, aren't you? I believe.
Yeah. I believe I got Paul coming back for that, and we're going to talk through, and it'll be nice to have that retro, hindsight's 2020. So we're going to know exactly, this was a fantastic card, it won you that game. Oh, this wasn't a good card because you happened to draw it on a clunky hand. You should have seen the future, you should have known better.
Yeah,
it's really nice to have that hindsight, and it'll be interesting to see the logic.
You've casted all three of them, so you'll be able to maybe go back in time and see what happened, because that first game was a lot different to what we've seen going forward in the last two.
Definitely.
So, but yeah.
And it'll be interesting to see if that was a sideboard option or if it was just you drew some clunky hands.
Exactly.
Because it happens in this format. It happens in every card game.
But we just heard from the production team. Hopefully we're going to get Ben in for an interview. So stay tuned.
Brilliant.
Don't go anywhere.
Hi, welcome back to the calling. And no, not the calling, National Championship, sorry. Can't get used to being at one of them. Ben, well done. That was brilliant. It's always nervous when we, film over your shoulder. We're going to see that later on. Well, we'll be up next when the other draft's going on. What were your feelings sort of like straight after the draft?
Yeah, I think the draft went relatively okay. I was well positioned from the other Enigmas. I didn't open any of the insane good Enigma cards. There's a Waxing Spectre, which we saw in the first game. Is a really good card. Comes in for 4. So I didn't get any of those. So I was like, my deck felt okay. It went how I thought it would. 2-1.
That's what you wanted out of it. When I said, how did you feel? You went, yeah, okay, I think it's a 2-1 deck. It was like, okay, we'll see. I mean, Anton, he got up on you on the board. His board state was amazing. Played that Etchings. And you were just, it's just like, that's horrible. But you had that, you did the same to Matthew in the second game. And Matthew's reaction as soon as you did that was exactly the same. And it was like, yeah, I kind of know how you feel there.
Yeah, it's a very good card. Being able to give +3 at instant speed, it can blow out games. And then you need to clear so you don't want to you end up taking damage because you need to clear the shield. So it's a really good card to be able to draft. I luckily got one, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you managed to stop Jacob from playing out of your banish zone. So like he started to put some nice cards in there. Were you nervous at any point?
Yeah. So my deck had a lot of good cards for Nu. So all of the tides and the spillovers and stuff, she can obviously play them for free. So she can give them go again. Yeah, he had a big turn waiting to happen. I'm kind of a bit more comfortable playing that sort of style of Enigma now because people have been trying to trim the amount of chi they're running in their deck. When everyone first started drafting, everyone was like, oh, get 3, get 4. Sometimes people have been coming back to 2. So sometimes the news don't have as many. Like I think Matt said, he only had 1 in his deck.
Okay.
So if they don't have the chi, they can't play out your banish. So you're all right. But yeah, there was a big turn brewing for Jacob, so it was good to get the game over.
Did he say that he was planning on the big rock finish?
Yeah, definitely. Jacob knows how to sequence quite well. He made a very conscious decision to not banish the levels out of my graveyard and banish just the tide, which would just give go again. So it's a whole card just to give go again. Yeah. But he knows that he can then go again, rising tide for like 14 damage. So if he keeps those 2 chi cards at the end, I'm dead in the water. Yeah, it's not great, but yeah, a nice performance. I think it was what I expected, like you said. So
yeah, so you're quite happy. We got second draft coming up. You'll probably stay in the same pod, I would have thought, wouldn't you?
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, top pod. Jake Warburton's looking quite good, sort of like to top that pod. We'll just confirm that later on. He's still playing Anton. But he was one of 2 Zens, and he's quite happy with his deck, apparently.
Yeah, both Anton. Obviously, I played Anton, but I talked to Jake. He said his deck is really nice. It's just all gas, no breaks, Zen, loads of damage, loads of untames, loads of nice. Yeah.
It's quite surprising. I mean, sort of like we've seen in the past, Ninja's very popular in draft. It doesn't seem like the most popular. Like people don't really want to be playing him. Sort of like people are kind of like going towards Enigma. They're going towards Nu, and sort of like Zen is kind of like being left alone, which I find quite strange.
I've found from talking to the other pods, it's really weird. I think the distribution, rather than being normally, it's like the two heroes is normally the worst hero of the set. But I think all 3 are very good. So it's become more of a preference thing. So if someone likes playing Ninja or playing Assassin, I've drafted Assassin once in all of our drafts, so I'm really shaky if I had to draft Assassin. So I obviously lean to the other 2. So I think that's kind of what's happening. There's some other pods that only had 1 Nu in them. We obviously had 2 Zens. Ours was quite nice.
Did you stay open for as long as possible? Because I see later on in the pack 1 there was quite a lot of Ninja coming around. Was there any waverings?
Yeah, definitely. When Jake passed me the pack that had 2 good red Ninja cards in, I was like, oh, maybe there's no one in Ninja. Turns out he took an even better Ninja card. But yeah, I took the breed and I was like, oh, okay, we'll see what happens. Then it dried up again. I was like, okay, it's fine. It was just that 1 pack. Sometimes you get a weird distribution.
Yeah.
So I just carried on, drafting. Kind of, I stayed open for quite a long time, which I think kind of benefited knowing what seat I was in.
I mean, you had an amazing pack 1, pick 1. I mean, I was just there, just going, I can't say anything. The room's quiet anyway, and it's just like, oh my god. I mean, people are going to see it.
Yeah.
I think most people would agree with you on the pack 1, pick 1.
Yeah, for once, kind of the money card of the set is actually a good pack 1, pick 1. It was a bit shaky into Nu. You can definitely they get to play it for free. Yeah, you're definitely not doing amazing, but it's just such a good card. It keeps you open as well, which is great.
Jacob did say, why have you got that card in against me when you played it? Obviously, we're talking about levels of enlightenment.
I could only replace it with a yellow block 3, and I just felt that being 1-on-1, I was like, I'm going to go for the high roll that I get to draw it and I get to play it, rather than he banishes it and he gets it. But I think that was a kind of a small conscious decision that just like at 1-on-1, I want to try and push to win the last game. if it had been the first game of the whole pod, I might have made a different decision. But yeah, as the last game of them, I just
Brilliant. Okie dokie.
Right,
Right,
thank
go
you
get
very
some
much.
rest. You've got another draft to get through.
Thank you.
And then day 2 to make.
Yeah.
All right, mate.
Thank you very
all
much,
the very best,
Baz.
Ben. Stay tuned. We're going to have Ben's draft coming up next with commentary over the top from the lads. So grab a drink and strap yourselves in as everybody does the next draft. All right. We'll see you soon. Hi everybody, welcome back to the UK Nationals in Liverpool. I would say sunny Liverpool, but the lights are going down now. It's getting up to late on a Friday at Super Armory. I'm joined by one of our sponsors for this stream, Chad Valentine from Flesh and Blood Cards. Thank you so much for sponsoring us, Chad.
No
it's
worries,
awesome that you're doing this. Tell us a little bit about Flesh and Blood Cards, what you do, where can people find you?
Okay, so we'll get the obvious things out of the way first. Fleshandbloodcards.com. Dead easy, yeah, you can't miss that. So that's where you'll find the cards, and we're also at events all over America, Europe, the Far East, Japan, etc. now, and you'll see us at pretty much every Pro Tour, calling, US Nationals, UK Nationals, yeah, anything like that. If there's ever an invitational, we'll be there too, and Worlds, obviously, we've been Worlds last few, and we'll be there. Or we may be there in Osaka this year.
You don't know yet.
Oops,
you
yeah.
haven't had your invite. Has it been? Have you been given the okay?
You don't get invited.
Okay.
It's a lot of work to get there, but I think I've understood what needs to be done, and we should be there this year. Yeah.
Okay.
It's the one we've been waiting for all along since when we first started dealing in Flesh and Blood. Me and Isaac, my son, everyone knows him, I think, pretty much now. Isaac Murray. I've been saying to him, eventually this game's going to go to Japan, and it'll be massive, and that's when you will get to visit Japan. I've been loads of times from the past with other games.
Yep.
I said, but when it hits Japan, it will take off, and we'll get to go together and visit Japan, and I'll show you around. And we missed out on Tokyo. We just missed it. For Osaka, I think I've finally found all 5 pieces of the puzzle.
Okay.
And we'll be over there. So yeah,
I think most people must recognise you, like you're saying. So, like, you're pretty much at every major event.
Yep.
You know, I bumped into you at Warsaw. You know, I didn't even know you were there. I got on the plane, and there you were on the plane. It was like, oh wow, there's Chad.
Mate.
It's brilliant.
Yeah.
There's Isaac too, and Kane, your other son, that helps you out. So, like, you know, you are the trio that goes round.
Yeah.
You can pick up some fantastic deals. People are trading with you all day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You asked how it started, so I should really answer your question tonight.
That's
So,
right.
I was a Magic dealer for a very long time. One of the first people in the UK to deal Magic the Gathering cards, and I realised very early on that for Magic to be a successful game, and I thought it should be, I thought it was a great game, you had to have card availability. People had to be able to get cards, and the card pool in the UK was very small. And I was prepared to travel outside the UK, and no one else was at the time, to get more cards and bring them into the UK for a small premium for myself. Obviously, I wanted to cover my costs to go to places to get the cards.
Yeah, absolutely. You're a business.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was utterly professional about it. I was always good at trading cards, you know, and my the way I wanted to do it always was small profit, large number of deals, and that way everyone's happy, including me. You know, get my bills paid. I get to go and do what I like doing, which is trading cards. You know, I've always liked buying, selling, trading things, collectibles.
Yeah.
But cards are small and thin, and you can get lots of them in a small space, and they're easy to carry around and stuff. So I did Magic for a very long time. I'd owned everything it was possible to own in Magic the Gathering. I'd been to every event in the world, every country in the world where Magic had been. I used to work for Wizards of the Coast, and when I left Wizards and set up as a Magic singles dealer, I set about, you know, going around the world gathering cards to bring back to the UK to help the UK's best players get the cards they wanted to play, the decks they wanted to play.
Yeah.
And helped a lot of people do really well. You know, got to travel around the world. Don't get to see much of the world. Get to trade with people in the world.
You get to see convention halls.
Yeah, convention halls. But, you know, meet the same people as they travel around the world as well.
Yeah.
Eat great food. That's really important for me. That's why I'm such a big lad. And, yeah, I did that for over 20 years. And then I sold up to Magic Madhouse. Before it was Magic Madhouse, Mike, the owner, said, hey, would you be interested in selling up? I said, well, actually, no, just had my fourth kid, and I'd like to be a dad for a while. So I spent 7 years raising my kids. Then I got the itch to get back involved in trading cards again. And I started to trade cards, Magic cards again with Isaac, you know, mentoring him, showing him how to do it, you know, how to make friends playing cards and trading cards. And we started to get very successful at doing Magic cards together, me and Isaac. We were travelling around, you know, the UK to places and doing Magic and doing stuff online. But I finally got sick of Magic when they brought out Modern Horizons 2. Remember it come out, and there's about 6 or 7 versions, different versions of each card. And I'd heard about Fab at the time, and I was like, right, I've got about 500,000 Magic cards left, maybe 150, 200,000 pounds worth. And I was like, that's it. I don't want to buy any more Magic cards. They're just ripping people off. And I have 6, 7 versions of each card. They're just wringing the money out of people. And literally, I sold up within 2 months, got enough contacts to sell everything. I sold up in 2 months and spent everything on Flesh and Blood. And I went all in on Flesh and Blood. I said to Isaac, this is the game. And he was playing at Grand Prix and doing really well at Magic. He's like, no, don't play another game. This is the game, I'm telling you. They've got organised play. The cards are great. The game's great. The community is great.
Yep.
And sure enough, you know, the trigger was that we'd seen this card game and there was nowhere to buy singles in the UK.
Yeah.
There was 1 or 2 people having a go at being dealers, but I'd got, you know, by this time, 25 years experience of being a dealer. So I travelled everywhere in the world, bought and sold everything, you know, knew how it all worked, great network of friends and people to work with. And I was watching these people offering like 10, 20% in cash, or in trade 40%, maybe 50 at a push. And they hadn't got the cards. They were offering terrible deals, you know, very lacklustre. And I was like, well, I don't really want to get back into card dealing, but I'm going to, because Flesh and Blood's a great game. I want people to get the cards. I want to get the cards to play with, and I want Isaac to get the cards he wants to play with. So we, that was it. I sold out. Sorry, I sold out the Magic, bought a load of Flesh and Blood to get going, and I think we came in just at the end of Monarch Unlimited when it was going out, and at the start of Tales of Aria coming out. And
I know you've trading from 2021.
That's
when I first bumped into you. 2021. I was like, right, this is Flesh and Blood cards. It's now on the scene.
Yeah. Well, I sat at Nationals in Leeds at the Armoury, and I've got loads of money with me to buy cards. The dealers didn't have the cards, I had cards, and we had got loads of cards with us to trade with people, and it was just impossible. And I was like, how are the players going to get cards if no one's opening enough boxes or getting the cards? So that was it. I was like, right, okay, well, I'll do this professionally the way I did Magic. I want to make sure that the players, because I really like the players. I met a lot of people. I was like, these are great people, completely different to the Magic crowd, no toxicity, really good people, And I understood, as I understood with Magic, that if I can get enough cards into these people, firstly, they can make the next one to make. Secondly, the prices go down. I want my son to play this game. I want to play this game. High prices are not good for the game. It freezes people out. So if I can use my financial clout and the knowledge I have, the network of people that I've worked with in other games, to get in lots and lots of cards and drive the prices down to somewhere very reasonable, and sort of offer a consistent supply, that's what I'm going to do. And well, here we are, 3 years later, and me and Isaac are in Las Vegas, Singapore, Liverpool, Birmingham, obviously, just come back from Minneapolis, Barcelona. We're all over the world, buy, selling, trading cards, meeting great people, eating great food, and continually buying in and trading in more cards. And honestly, we make enough money to fund the journeys and the food we eat there. And so Isaac has got the cosplay deck, and as you know, Isaac's a great player.
He is. He does very well.
He's not quite cracked it yet, but he'll get a little bit of luck at some point. I mean, all the best players know him, and he chats to them, so he'll make that eventually. I think make the jump to the top level. But we'll keep bringing cards in and making it cheap for people to play this absolutely fantastic game, and it is. Barry, no word of lie. This game, I was like getting goosebumps thinking about it. That this game. After playing Magic for 30 years, I was a pro player as well,
Yeah.
And to come and sit down with this game, and I always hated mana problems. No mana, all mana flood, mana screw, As I say in France, pas de mana, pas de chocolat. It means, no mana, no chocolate, the French saying. And I don't mind losing at a card game. But if I sit down in front of you with my deck that I've carefully put together and spent hours thinking about, and I don't get a game because I can't draw a third land, that's not a game.
Yeah.
And here we are, where they finally fixed the problem. You don't have to worry about money. You can just get on and have your devious plans, get out there, get all your gear on, start off fully kitted out, cast every spell in your deck. Absolutely brilliant. I'd salute James White for making such a top tier game. It's honestly, when Magic came out, I was like, it's the best game ever made. And it's took a long, long time. Almost 30 years later, say 25 years later, that I could turn around and say, this is the best game. And here we are.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Hey, everyone, tell your friends, get involved, play Flesh and Blood. It's absolutely brilliant. And it's cheap. And if you go to our shop, fleshandbloodcards.com, you can get all the cards you want, generally for £1 for Majestic, 50p for a rare, 20p for a common. You can't go wrong.
No, that's awesome. Thank you so much, Chad.
No worries,
Thank you so much for sponsoring us.
No
It's
worries,
brilliant.
buddy. Anytime.
Really appreciated. Thank
Right,
you.
I'm off.
No, don't go
Cheers,
anywhere.
all.
We've got to close out yet.
Well, I'm closing out. I've got work to do.
Right, so stay tuned. More games to come. Chad's got to get back to his table. All right.
Welcome back, guys. Okay, so we've just finished round 6, and that means we've got the standings. So this is the first time we've seen the standings as well since round 3. So it'll be really interesting to see how everyone gets on with the draft.
Very exciting to see, who we're cheering for, where they are. So we're going bottom up. We've had a couple of drops at this point, it certainly looks like. And everybody here is paired, or the image shown is pairing their CC hero. So, we were talking about how we've seen basically one of each of these heroes go undefeated in Swiss after 3-0. And, there's representation all top and bottom on the board here.
Absolutely. So, going on the way up. So, you can see Zen very much all the way through, isn't it? It's very even distribution. So, some Zens have done really well, but some seem to be struggling.
Indeed, and there's a lot of news floating around this kind of 2-3 range. There's 16 in the whole tournament, and we can see 2, 4, 6, 7 on this page alone. So, maybe some of those news are running into a clunky hand or just an awkward matchup, that type of thing. But other than that, are we seeing any of those, that one hero? One of our 2 Phis is down here, unfortunately. But we'll have to see where the other one is.
So that means one's higher up, so it'll be exciting to see where they're up
Definitely.
to. Okay, moving up. Okay, where's the second 5? We've seen them that. We have not seen them at. So
maybe they were on page 1 and we missed it.
Okay,
maybe.
Potentially. But yeah, now we've got the Riptides. We've got Declan now on 3 points, and Adam James.
We're seeing some of Arcano show up as well. I'm sure everybody's got a couple of names that they're recognizing on this screen as we go forward and up.
So you're starting to see the Brutes. Of course, the Brutes had a really good match with heavy hitters, but I think they're starting to meet their match again in this meta.
They've definitely been tamped down. KO's no longer the best aggro deck, but maybe still has really good play in these kind of more mid-range plans. But, how much does Zen respect a mid-range plan? Yet to be seen.
Absolutely. So if we move on next to start to get to the higher players. Okay, so now we're starting to get to the 4 and 2s. Here we go. Here's the Kano. Here's the new. There's a Victor. So people were really being quite down on Victor, but actually there's some Victors that are doing okay. Now we've had 3 rounds of draft and 3 rounds of CC, but
certainly
some are hanging in there.
But we did also see some Victors do well in the CC, and I think with Victor, a little bit of what you're doing is you're playing roulette with Gem. You're playing roulette with the matchmaking software, seeing if you get those good matchups, you might be really good up there. If you get the wrong ones, maybe you end up on the tail end. We'll see as we keep going.
And it's great to see Scott Mines there with the one and only -IO. So it's at 29th. So hopefully they can hang in there.
Indeed. And there is that other Phi as well. So, there are some of those 1 or 2 heroes coming out, showing representation up on the higher end of things, still very much in it for day 2 and even for top 8 as well.
And Finley Shepherd there is at 25th. So Finley Shepherd, he was the finalist on the Battle Hardened in the last Liverpool calling. So the Battle Hardened on day 2, he was on the finals against Rob Catton playing, and he was playing Bolton then. So clearly a Bolton aficionado who could have good results tomorrow.
Definitely.
Okay, moving on.
Lots of exciting names to follow with here.
And here we have the top, the big hitters. Okay, let's see who's at the top. So Andrew Rayner, Scottish player. Now we've been talking up this Riptide deck all day, and the Scottish players, I think there's 4 Riptides from Scotland, and I think they've pretty much the same deck with a few variations. So clearly we got some good results here. And Matt Folks, our first Nats champion, is at 5th at 5-1, as is Jake Warburton, who has been top 8 of a Pro Tour. So we've got some really big players here.
Yeah, a lot of the big players are up towards the top here. I think, we see a couple of the Riptides on this page, still very much live. We've got new representation here as well. So, maybe you didn't run those clunky hands, or you figured it out how to bypass some of those elements. And again, we see another nicely ranked Victor. I think this is roughly the spread I would have expected to see at this point after a mix of draft and CC. But I mean, the real hole that you want to be looking at is what comes up after this second round of draft, because you can have the best CC deck, but if you end up going 3-6 on it, or even 4-5, it is unfortunate. It's the side effect of this double draft day.
Absolutely, and also shout out to Alex Chitu, the reigning champion. So we saw him win round 1, and he is 12th with 5-1. So he's doing really well today. So so we can see there's a spread. Now there is a lot of competition for Zen here. We weren't seeing the Zen dominance that we were maybe expecting.
Not quite, but I still think there's enough Zens up here that we're aware of it. We've just not seen any on camera yet, so maybe that's why we're letting it slip under.
We keep being asked when we're going to show Zen. Maybe tomorrow.
Definitely.
Oh, Anthony, you know who Jason Rolfe is, don't you? Ask that question. So Jason Rolfe is Team Sigil, so he's done really well as well. I believe he was 10th at the Nats last year, and yep, if we can get the screen back. So where's he up to? He's at 20th this year, so he's still at 4-2, so he's still in it.
All right, and let's swap over to draft to see how Ben took that deck to that 2-1 finish. See the drafting process of getting there. So we do have that hindsight, so we're going into this. We can be, a little bit more smug. I wouldn't have made that decision because he drew it at the wrong time. Being able to see into the future is really useful for those kinds of things. And here we go. Here's our pack 1. Setting the tokens aside. Waiting on, and this really is one of those things that these called drafts, these timed drafts, there's a lot of downtime and dead time, and you've got 10, 15 pods going at once, and if somebody does something, you have to wait, and here we are waiting at the very top of the draft while everybody gets organized. So
absolutely. Okay, so what's the first pick going to be?
I mean, there's a lot of good cards in there. Well,
oh, there you go.
There you go.
There's not a decision, really, is there?
Well, I mean, there's a decision. It's just a really good one to make, realistically. Levels of Enlightenment is a phenomenal card. It's so good in every hero. The only thing you might want to do is side it out against new, but, we saw Ben keep it in, and it ended up paying off for him, that no fear type of playstyle. But there are a lot of these other premium reds in here. Harmony of the Hunt, one of Zen's best reds. Red Double Trouble, probably New's best red, I would say. Maybe one of the attack reacts. Even Yellow Spectral Manifestations is pretty happy. Yep, there you go.
Showing us the camera there. He's happy with that.
And rightfully so. Who wouldn't be? All right. So now we're shuffling up and passing along. With these double-sided cards, you have to play a little bit of that honor system of, I'm not going to look desperately for that edge to see what the person 2 seats down has taken. The judging team here is absolutely cracking on it for everything.
Okay.
So,
he's putting Biting Breeze to the top.
Ooh.
He's thinking about Ninja. Now we know he didn't go into Ninja. Oh, Wounding Blow, another great generic. So, you're looking at maybe staying open there.
Absolutely. There's, again, you've got these good choices that could take you into these heroes. At this point, I think your first decision is, do I stay open or do I pick something specific to a class? If I do pick something specific to a class, all right, I'm looking at this Biting Breeze. What signals is that sending down the line? Are there any other good Zen cards in this pack? Do I want to send those, yes or no? Or do I want to say, you know what, we're going to take a pause, we're going to take a Wounding Blow, and we're going to be happy that we have 2 really premium cards that any hero can run and be absolutely thrilled with.
And there you go. Slamming that Wounded Blow. It felt like he made that decision quite early there, but it's always good to assess all your options.
It's good to assess all your options, and it's good to memorize everything else that's in the pack as well. Because when that wheels around and you go, oh, wait, there was a ninja, or there was an assassin rare and an assassin foil in here. Those are both gone. Maybe assassin's a bit thinner, right? So, again, another fantastic card that works really well in all 3 heroes, right? Path Well Traveled, Evasive Leap, solid. Considering the Arousing Wave there as well. And then we've got some blue towards the middle and the back of the pack. But
absolutely, and we saw it used to great effects. When giving things go again is massively powerful.
Absolutely, and we know that the final deck is going to have a lot of those blue splashing cards that pair so well together with Path Well Traveled. But again, looking through that whole deck, memorizing it. Evasive Leap, a very good card, but more so in Enigma than in the other heroes. For other heroes, it feels a bit more of a sideboard option rather than being, uniquely good at protecting that ward.
Absolutely. And those Transcend cards, they add only a tiny bit of value, but the key thing is you're not really losing a card because you get that chi back. So it's a really good way for the design to be able to give you little augmentations, whereas you'd feel really bad using the entire card for a go again. But when it's a Transcend and you get the blue back, you're not really losing anything.
Absolutely. So here we've seen a lot of, well, one, we see a lot of Illusionist cards in this pack. One, because it's a foil, and another one because I think there's a rare Haunting Spectre floating around. But the equipment is still in here as well. I think this is, if you're Ben, you're thinking, okay, people have chosen cards. There's so many Illusionist cards in this pack, and none of them have been taken. People are actively choosing to not send Illusionist signals as they come through.
Absolutely.
So at that point, you're taking that fantastic piece of gear that really bumps any Enigma deck from medium. Well, I think it's worth so many points on its own. It can go from bad to medium, from medium to good, from good to fantastic. And again, rewarded with a lot of Illusionist cards in this pack, and still good blue Mystics. So probably some people committed really, really early in this set. It goes back to the philosophy of, am I forcing the hero that I've seen work and that I know works in this set, or am I staying open? Am I drafting my seat? I think Ben so far is doing a very good job drafting a seat, staying open. You did third pick Uphold Tradition, but even if you don't end up in Enigma, I think you're still happy with that realistically. Your first picks have been phenomenal.
Okay. So we next pick we've got. Okay, biting breeze. So again, he's still considering ninja.
And again, that Breed Anger. Those are two premium red ninja cards. So at this table, you're also thinking, okay, somebody's probably not chosen ninja up to this point. And those solid blue illusionist bases that you're being passed, that single-minded determination, that essence of ancestry mind, they're good, but they're not your game winners. They're your fillers, right? But here you go. You see, staying open even more. We've chosen one illusionist card. We've now taken one ninja card. We're really noticing, those are the two open lanes that we've seen so far.
And now we've seen Cosmic Awakening. It's we know who picks this one, but let's see what he decides.
But you know what? I think it is a really good. The other thing that it looks like he's thinking about there is that Rising Tide, which can be fantastic. He knows he has the. He knows he has the Path Well Traveled already. He does already have a couple of targets for it. But yeah, we're taking that Cosmic Awakening, that solid blue base. Again, keeps you super open, and it's just such a fun card to play out.
If you play it out, and if you can't, it's still a 3-block, and 3 blocks are important. Okay, next back. Oh, okay, so he's going back into Illusionist at this point.
At this point, I think you're seeing a pack that has red Waning Vengeance and red Astral Etchings. I think Astral Etchings is probably Illusionist's third best card in the set, and Waning Vengeance, you have Uphold Tradition, which turns your Waning Vengeance into instantly just a Waxing Spectre, which is where you really want to be. So at this point, I'm imagining that Ben's pretty happy with his decision. Again, you're seeing two Illusionist cards. Again, Spectral Manifestations, an absolute premium card. This is his first pack that he sent out, I believe. So we've come all the way back around. That Spectral Manifestations did make it all the way home. Again, probably another good sign that you're in the right spot. But even then, he's thinking he's opting for the blue 3 blocks instead.
Yep.
So, interesting choice. And, leaving that yellow Spectral in there, it's not as good as red, but it's still very, very good. Maybe sending some Illusionist signals down the line to try to maybe cut somebody a little bit.
Yep. Hey, Shelter there, solid card. I mean, it can be quite conditional, needing that blue in pitch, but when you can get it out and protect it, it's really valuable.
Definitely, and we saw him use it. I think we definitely saw him use it as highs and its lows last game as well. Or over the course of the 3 games that we watched him play. Sometimes it was an awkward, 2-card 4-block.
Okay, so we're just filling up pack 1 now. It just seems to be closing things off. There's no amazing picks. It's just a solid base.
We say that, and yet 3 decent Illusionist auras to choose from. Again, not your super premium cards, but you know what? They're playable. We saw that red Essence of Ancestry get played out pretty well. And again, we're Ben's happy. Almost every single card in this pack is playable for.
Fantastic. And a blue playable card, that's all you want from pack one. So we've had one ninja card, and other than that, it's all illusionist playable. So.
Definitely. And that wash away there, I think is interesting, because I've heard people evaluate it in very, very different ways. I think if you're actively looking to transcend with a little bit of defense, if you're playing a transcend new, it can be really good. If you're playing a bit more of a defensive, Enigma can be very good. But I know a lot of people think it's absolutely the best or absolutely the worst. Where do you think you land on that one?
I'm always offensive from these aspects, and I don't know if I'd say absolutely worst, but it's probably down there.
Fair enough. It's one of those cards that's terrible when it's terrible, but so good when it's good.
Yeah.
It does so much of what your deck might want to do. But Ben now taking an opportunity to look through this, saying, 4 reds, 1 yellow, and then the rest blues, and 1 unplayable with a solid, with a really solid piece of equipment on the back end. So we know he ends up with 4 pieces of equipment. I think if you end pack 1 with 1 piece of equipment, you're probably pretty happy, realistically speaking. And then,
And the same with Transcend. If you finish with 1 Transcend, you've still got space to fill it out. You're not completely empty just yet.
Yeah, you're definitely on rate. But I feel like there's few decks that want to run exactly 3. I feel like you want to run either less or more, depending on what your specific plan is, right? If you're new, do you need to transcend exactly once in the game, or are you trying to transcend to get value every single turn? What do you think your opponents are doing? If you're Enigma, you probably skew more anyways. And if you're Zen, I think it depends on your deck. Are you running a lot more of those droplets, or are you just running ninja attack, red flex claws, swing a weapon, finish it with gravekeeping?
Okay, next pack. We're just looking through. Oh, looking that head. Oh, there we go. Then you see spectral manifestations. Yeah. That's what you want. It's foil card hiding at the back there.
Absolutely. If you're Ben, you're thinking, you're getting some of these best cards on the pick 1. Yellow Blanche, also a good card, worth thinking about, worth memorizing this pack. There's no shortage of good cards in this pack. It's hard to beat Spectral Manifestations. Pick 1. It's hard to beat Levels of Enlightenment. Pick 1. On your pack 1 as well. Even keeps you open. So, 2 really, really good cards coming to Ben. And the nice thing is, Levels of Enlightenment was a Majestic. This was a foil. You're not sending any information down the line as you go. Right? So you get to stay open. You get to be aware of those signals that you're sending as you keep going.
Absolutely. And certainly at the beginning of pack 2, you maybe want to keep the signals in mind, because maybe it's not important everyone's locked in, but there may be a few people looking to pivot.
Definitely.
Oh, so we've seen the Path Well Travelled again, the second one. Oh, so he's trying to pick between the feet and the Path Well Travelled.
Which I think is very interesting, because if we look at his deck, I believe he only has, 2 really good targets for Path Well Travelled at this point. And, you're thinking on it, well, if you take Path Well Travelled, you probably have to, or if you take a second Path Well Travelled, I should say, you probably commit a little bit more to drafting those future droplets, to drafting that tidal surge that you see in the future. Whereas if you just take those boots, you get to protect a Spectral Shield, and you get to swing it for free again at some point on your turn. So, a lot of decisions to be made here.
Okay, and he's going for the feet.
Yeah. So it's, no, he's not.
No, he's not going.
He faked us out very well.
Okay. Very much a 50-50 split decision there.
Definitely.
Okay.
And again, we see another good Transcend card, and there's that Tidal Surge. So you took that Path Well Traveled. You took that Path Well Traveled because it works so well with these types of cards. The Tidal Surge comes right afterwards. I think you take it as a side. Consider that Tidal Surge.
So then if it was early in the pack, maybe he'd be going for the Nimble Strike. But right now he doesn't really have many targets. He has no nimbleisms. He just doesn't really have much use for it. So I can see why he's focusing on the blue and focusing on the Transcend right now, which really plays into what Enigma wants to do.
And I think, again, he's faced with that option of, do I go for the open thing of Homage to Ancestors, which, is just always good in Enigma. It's always free value. Well, if you can play it, you gain 1 value on play, you make a Spectral Shield, you swing that Spectral Shield for free, assuming you have the blues to back it up to be able to transcend, right? That's a really good rate. Or we watch, you take that spillover, you work with the synergies that you've built into your deck, rather than, you're drafting your individual deck. You're not necessarily drafting what the, marginally best cards are in a vacuum, which is such an important part of this, right? This Enigma deck might be entirely different from what you practiced drafting last week, or it might be weirdly similar to a Zen deck that you did draft last week. There is that back and forth.
Absolutely. Okay, so we're just counting up. And okay, so yeah, we had a bit of a judge call here, so we slowed things down, but we're picking up the draft and the cut and edit there. Okay, another powerful travel. You just keep seeing them.
A third one. I'm curious
So
as
there
to
you have
who's-
waning.
That's a lot of path well traveled, opened and passed in this set. So at this point, I think if you're Ben, you're thinking, okay, clearly very few other people are going for the I play a good blue attack, give it go again with path well traveled strategy, which is, you talk about being open on heroes, but being open on a lot of these subtypes, or these sub-archetypes, I should say, is also very important.
It's almost like a B plan, isn't it? You've got your main plan on all your reds, pitching to your reds, and then also all your blues interacting kind of provides a backup plan for when you have a slightly more awkward hand, and when you can just get that extra little bit of value by comboing off on your blues.
Definitely. No deck is going to be all Flex Claws, or all Spectral Manifestations, or all Waxing Spectres, or all Hisses, right? You need to have that fill-in for your blue base. Sometimes it's just, those first tenant of cheese that all block 3 and they're fine. Other times it's actively fantastic, where you get to piece together these combos.
Just think about the tenant of chi there.
Yep. So Gravekeeping is sometimes an interesting consideration in Enigma, but it's a lot of times it doesn't quite fit your cost curve, because you're playing an aura, you're attacking with an aura, and then you have that one floating. It works fantastically well with Spectral Manifestations, but it's a bit narrow. But again,
Droplet, another one that combos well with your path well traveled. So
Yep.
really focusing on that little combination there.
And we saw in the long run it did pay off in those 2 games against Assassin. The overwhelming force of those being pushed through ended up working in his favor, and didn't end up being too detrimental to him when they were played out of Banished when they were.
Okay, so he's Vengeful Apparition red and also Solitary Companion red. So but going for those
First
10 of
tenant
Chi.
So yeah, lots of things to think about. There's really no card in this pack where you go, wow, this is phenomenal. You either have a good 3 blue blocker or, some awkward illusionist things that, if that Vengeful Apparition was blue, I think it'd be great. If you can, find something to pair with. But for now, play it safe, because that first tenant also plays decently well with those cards. You don't get the refund of the card like you do with Path Well Traveled, but it can give it go again. And here, you're looking pretty thin. There's a lot of ninja in this pack, and it's not phenomenal. I mean, is there even anything worth hate drafting, or do you just take the playable blue at the back and call it a day?
It's Ben, of course he hate drafts. Look at that. There we go.
There you go. Mask of Eyes and Whiskers. Well, see, I think that's an interesting choice, because, all right, there's clearly very few ninja players at this table, right? Because there's now a surplus of ninja cards. We're deep into pack 2. You're going to take the card that recurs that conversion. I mean, well, one armor, fantastic regardless, right? If you can steal equipment, I think it's the best piece of equipment to steal. But maybe the fact that it's lasted this long means, 1, everybody's already got their Mask of Eyes and Whiskers, or 2, it's not necessarily required, because you don't need to shuffle that Chi Unleashed back in the deck if you have 3 copies. Right?
Absolutely.
Or that Pouncing Chi, whatever it may be.
But so far, his deck's pretty solid. He's not too worried too much about the deck limit here. He's got some cards to play around with, so hate drafting, I can see why.
Absolutely. He's got plenty of sideboard space. He knows he's got his blue base. He doesn't necessarily want it to be that. I think it was it a single-minded determination? It was one of those illusionist auras that takes an action point and blocks a little bit. But now we're seeing we saw that yellow Waxing Spectre, a very good card that is one of those premium cards in a non-premium color, which I think halfway through a pack, you're pretty happy to see.
I think I would be too, yeah. So he's gone for the blue there. But certainly, we saw his deck had a lot of defensive value, but was sometimes struggling with that offensive, especially in that first game. And having that waxing there, even if it's not the ideal pitch, just allows you to sometimes be on the offensive a bit more.
Definitely. It's an attack with go again, right? Those are never bad.
Yep.
So we've seen a lot of those, at this point I think we've seen a few first tenants be drafted, which can be pretty good. They're blue block 3s. They all have go again. They can turn things on in a pinch. They play well in 4-card hands where your opponent's not really pressuring you. There we go, again, taking a blue card that blocks as we're cycling through. Oh, and here, very interesting choices between some less than ideal colors. So, Waning Vengeance blue at least has that kind of, that Ward 2 pseudo effect. It makes that Spectral Shield if you've pitched a blue to play it. And we saw him put it to some decent use on the offense. We also saw it be a little bit less than ideal when you're on the back foot just a tad. But this seems to be...
Okay, coming to the end of the deck there. Okay.
There you go.
Good, again, good block value. He's not got too many instant blues, has he? He has got he has got a lot there, which do block, so he's not too worried about taking at least a few instants just to fill out the deck.
Certainly.
Okay.
And Sigil of Solitude, decent block or decent sideboard card in against new if you do decide that you are worried about that, right?
Yeah.
So I think at this point in Ben's head, you're probably wondering, are my blues good enough that I can just punch through any transcend and card steal that new can do to me, or am I going to need to swap through and swap out my blue base for all those Sigil of Solitude, and those tenets that are a little bit less. Pack a little bit less punch when played against you.
And the thing that jumps out to me right now is we're into the end of pack 2, but we've only got one bit of equipment, so he's really relying on that. We saw he had 4 by the end, but really, if you're going into pack 3 with that only one piece of equipment, you are thinking, when am I going to see it?
Oh well, yeah, definitely. I would imagine if I was going into pack 3, maybe I can sneak 2 equipment. If I pick one, take whatever equipment it is, and just hope it's not some gloves. It's worth noting he does have 2 equipment. He can just only play one of his choice because he did take that Mask of Wizened Whiskers. And it's certainly too late for that Zen pivot at this point. All right, taking our little rest before pack 3.
Yep, opening pack 3 now.
So Ben knows he has plenty of blues to work with. And it's a really strong blue base as well. Maybe we're trying to look for some of those more premium reds, even a solid yellow. I don't know if you pass on yellow Spectral in pack 3 like we saw him pass in pack 1 there. Those decisions, even if you are decided you are going into Enigma, change a little bit as you know. Okay, I have a base. I have my blues. They block. They can do a little bit of offense. I can go for the class-specific power cards, even in the weird colors.
Okay. Oh, that's front bastion. Love to see it.
Those are some very good options.
Moon Chakra.
Moon Chakra, indeed. So you've got some Transcend cards, but the question is, do you have enough ward that you really want to protect with Moon Chakra? Possibly, or do you want to keep building up that blue base with Battlefront Bastion? Maybe you're even considering building in more Chain Enders with Emissary of Wind. Or, Tidal Surge. It does what your plan wants to do, just, even more effectively than some of the other cards you've drafted.
Yeah. Again, focusing on this Mystic base rather than just going purely Illusionist.
Definitely. Because I think, with cards like Haunting Spectre, you can only use your gloves once, right? You can only give that go again once, which means you have to put an attack with go again before it. Generally speaking, which the best way to do that is use those path well traveled into those blue cards that you're picking. So if you pick one card, it's buoyed by the other options you've done into this. So there we see a piece of equipment that I would imagine Ben would be keen on. But there's always these ever tempting Transcend and big blue attacks.
But right now, if I was him, I would be thinking about equipment. You really can't really turn down equipment at this point of the game.
You have that fantastic red Spectral Manifestations. You want some equipment to be able to save it once it's on the board. And you want to be able to do that without spending a card, right? And we saw him navigate that during the games fantastically by saying, all right, here's my card with counters on it. I'm now going to buff it up, flip over 2 ward equipment, and then be more than happy to use my instant Kikois to keep that alive as long as possible. And that's how you build those 6 attack spectral shields.
Oh, and there you go, being rewarded there for holding out. We saw a truce foretold in the first pack, but didn't pick it then, and now it's coming up in the third pack. So very lucky there.
Definitely. And then I think the question is, what's the other option? Once again, is that the perpetual? Do I take a transcend? Do I take a blue attack that gets buffed? In this case, that spillover, or do I take that piece of equipment or that slightly more prime illusionist piece? Yes. And I think Ben has made this decision so many times. It's only now that we're comfortable with the amount that we have of blues and transcend cards that, okay, we'll pick up the equipment and we'll be able to protect what we're trying to build.
Fantastic.
But it is also worth noting there's still a lot of moving parts in and around here. And I think Ben's navigating this draft quite well with them. A lot of his blues are really playable, trying to avoid some of that clunkiness.
Yes. Okay, droplet standing out again.
There you
that
go.
Combo with the path well traveled.
It's standing out, and the other thing is there's not anything amazing on the back end. Again, you have that perpetual transcend versus that blue attack versus, the equipment here is a bit specific. Can you really go down to exactly 1 to then get a chi to work with that? It's a bit of a risk. But yeah, playing it safe. We're sticking to the plan.
Absolutely. The deck's taking form now. It just needs a few more power cards, doesn't it? You can see you've got a very good strong blue base, but just what else is going with it at this point?
Yeah.
So if I was Ben, I would be thinking, what can I do just to fill out this deck and just cap it off? Because he's got a very strong foundation. He's got his 3 equips at this point. So yes, I think he just needs that few power cards to push it through. But he's just not seeing those waxings, is he?
No. Waxings are a hard card to get. So in this pack, blue Haze Shelter, red Sigil of Solitude, another First Tenant. You've probably got enough First Tenants. Drop in the Ocean's pretty good. You've drafted some blue auras, like you've got that blue Waning Vengeance. You're probably happy playing that out, combining it with a Drop in the Ocean. It's not the highest value play, but it is definitely a solid option to work with.
Absolutely, and it's just so versatile. You can play it on your own turn, you can play it on your opponent's turn. It doesn't dictate your turn for you.
Definitely.
That has a lot of value to it.
Yeah, we saw that play on the levels of Enlightenment where, sure, you lost 1 attack, but you gained that second mode, which, my apologies, I got that one wrong. I clearly need to go redo that judge test. But again, we're faced with some mediocre illusionist cards or a good mystic card. And the option here seems to be good mystic card the whole way down. Or the choice here seems to be good mystic card the whole way down.
I would be thinking, I wish I'd taken that third path well travelled at this point. You've got so many. You only had 2 at that point to really combo with them, but now you've got 5, 6, 7. You've got a lot of your base of your deck is that
absolutely
form factor now.
But at that point, at that density of, okay, we have transcend cards, we have a lot of these blue attacks, they all block 2 or 0. To what degree are you confident that you can protect those wards? Yeah. If I were Ben, I'm thinking, okay, maybe I can protect a spectral shield if I use some hand and some equipment. But other than that, I don't think I'm going to be able to, protect red Haze Shelter.
And Tidal Surge there. So again, just strong blues.
It's at this point you almost wonder, he may actually be able to pivot and still have a technically playable 30-card deck.
Certainly, I'd be worried about new. Why are we seeing a uphold tradition at this point? That's
because there were probably 4 in the box or 3 in the box, and just one too few illusionists. But yeah, just look at this pack. There's so many illusionist cards left in it, which if you're Ben, says if you are an illusionist, you're a well-seated illusionist, to say the least, because the other illusionist hasn't had their pick of 2 out of that pack yet. Oh.
And he'll be probably wheeling that Haze Shelter, or he's looking at the Evasive Leap as well. Okay, he's looking at all three of those. He's deciding which one.
And if you're Ben, this is a fantastic wheel, because you send all three of those cards out. We saw him thinking about, which one of these options do I take? And he's come back and he's spoiled for choice on all of those. And he's opting to go for what I think is the much more offensive option of Haze Shelter rather than the Evasive Leap or the Moon Chakra. Because at this point, you've got your 4 Transcend cards, I believe. Maybe not quite enough to reliably land that Moon Chakra.
Good. Waning Vengeance, just a solid blue. Doesn't block unless you pitch another card to it, which can be a double-edged sword in a manner of ways, but hey, at least it creates that spectral shield for you.
And it's instant speed. Wow, a spillover this late in the pack. That is phenomenal. And again, at this point, if you're Ben, I think you're thinking, all right, there's a couple of really good ninjas in here. What's my plan against them? And I think running those blues is a good plan.
Okay, going for the Kokoi there.
That Koi Blessed Kimono.
Koi,
that's the one when you go to run, search your deck, find a chi. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So, not the Kikoi.
Oh, sorry, the other Koi.
Yes. A lot of fish swimming around in this water.
And in a way, that in many ways, that's your little mini Traverse in Draft, isn't it?
Very much so. Yeah. But, going down to 1 is so dicey into so many of these other heroes. Everybody has sneaky attacks in this set, right? You've got Grain that tips the scale, which everybody has access to. You've got the Mystic attack as well. Assassin is full of attack reactions. Even Zen can do a sneaky thing.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's Ben's deck, and we went to 2-1 very well. I was a bit worried for him in the first round because that really was just a dominated
it was.
mirror, but then he just pulled it back against the Noon in rounds 2 and 3.
But I think it goes to show that, we saw that deck. I think looking at that deck, you go, that looks like a deck that's pretty solid into the Illusionist mirror. You get to play a blue, path well traveled, develop an aura, pitch, attack with it. But, those hands, when they don't come up, they don't come up.
Great.
But he certainly made the most of it, and I look forward to seeing him how he goes through the rest of the week as well.
Fantastic. So they're just drafting up now for the second draft. So we'll be getting to them once they've registered their decks, etc. But for now, we're just going to go over a bit of the raffle. We had some questions about what was up for the raffle and what was in each tier. So to start off with, we have Matt.
We have a big stack of Matts here.
Okay, so first of all, we have Shift the Tide of Battle, which has been, I believe, a special events at conventions, that map. So that's a very special map for at the moment. It's very hard to get. Okay, and we've got 2 of those, and then 3 of those. And then we have the world's map from Barcelona.
Yes. We have that.
The Figment of
Protection, it looks like, yes. So many figments, so fantastic. And we also have I believe this was UK calling exclusive.
Yep.
Maybe it snuck up at another calling.
Yep. So yeah, this was calling exclusive. So each region, Asia, America, and Europe, got a different hero of heavy hitters. So Liverpool callings was Olympia.
Yep. And up the ante. I think probably the best art in that cycle of mats, to say the least.
And talk about up the ante. The expansion cards for Olympia are coming in, so he's slowly creeping in. It might be some time, but he will be in the meta soon.
Waiting on signature weapon.
Maybe he'll get a signature weapon along with Betsy. Give Betsy a signature weapon first, please. And then we've got some battle hardened and cooling promos. So we've got the Raised an Army pack of, I believe it's 3 promos in there, and then the Wage Gold pack, I believe, was some from battle hardens. And then finally cold foils. Yes. So we have Iris of Reality. Way back it went from the Monarch.
Old school Armory promos as well. Iris of Reality making its way back into Prism decks now.
And certainly, I remember this because in the UK, these were the very first Armory promos because it was just after lockdown, and this was the first Armory set that came out when we opened out of lockdown. So lots of fun memories of that set. And then finally, the Nebula Blade from Arcane Rising. And Viscerai, he'll be back soon, won't he? He's had a bit of a holiday.
He will. But, we got 2 new Rune Blades. And a sword that swings for 4 with an on-hit effect is, it might fit the cost curve on Lightning decently well. You're either paying 2 to use your hero ability or paying 2 to swing Nebula Blade, depending on what your turn is. I definitely plan on testing it with Aurora.
Does it combo with the Florian ability of creating an extra token, or that's only attack action cards? I need to go back and look at the hero first.
I will need to double check.
Yes, because
on the
that could be
exact
good.
text.
Okay,
It
so that's in tier 1, and we'll go on to tier 2 and things later on in the weekend tomorrow.
Yep.
But yes, so that's what's up for the raffle. If you'd like to support us, it's £1 per ticket. We have free shipping in the UK, and if it's international, we can discuss that, whether it's delivering to an event that you're going to, or to discuss costs of postage. And so yes, if you'd like to go through for the QR code, so £1 per ticket, and you have as many tickets as you like, and that really does support the stream. The stream is self-supported, so if you like what we're doing and like to support what we're doing, and Alan and Baz, they've been really working hard on the tour circuit in the UK.
Absolutely. Don't so much do it for our sake, do it for everybody who you don't see right now, because they've done a lot more than we have, and they certainly deserve it more than we do.
Fantastic. So I'm going back onto break, and it'll be Az and Demos, so it's round for the first round of draft 2 soon. But first, everyone's got to register their decks, and they're just finishing on drafting, so we'll have a bit of a break, and we'll have some videos. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Hi everybody, and welcome back to the UK National Championships from Liverpool. I've been joined by one of the stream sponsors, Stuart from Thistle Tavern. Thank you so much for sponsoring the stream. Tell us a little bit about Thistle Tavern and what you guys do.
Yeah, hi everyone, I'm Stuart. So Thistle Tavern is jointly owned by me and Andrew Rayner, based up in Aberdeen, Scotland. Thistle Tavern, we've been trading online, selling Flesh and Blood singles to start off with since last April. We have now branched out into a few more games. You might have seen on the website, we've got Sorcery, One Piece, Lorcana, but Flesh and Blood still remains our favourite game. The one that we're here down in Liverpool for the second time vending. We were here earlier this year.
Yeah, absolutely, the calling, yeah.
Yep, so at the moment, we're currently in the process of getting our store ready in Aberdeen. We're going to be opening a physical premises on the 29th of this month. An exciting joint venture for us there. We're looking forward to welcoming people in to get their hands dirty playing the games that we've been trading online so far at thistletavern.com.
Yeah, you've done really well. I mean, Andrew's like a mainstay player in the UK scene. You guys kind of like lost your store in Aberdeen, didn't you? Like your gaming store, and that's why you made Thistle Tavern. That's why you got together. That's what I heard. Is that true?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. So me and Andrew, we've been playing games together for about 4 years now. Started with Magic the Gathering. Post-COVID is when Andrew really got into Flesh and Blood and convinced me to join in a couple of armories, and I've been playing as well. Not quite to the same standard, but that's fine. So when our store closed the start of last year, we started playing in the local store that we still have. It's a Geek Retreat, which is fine. We saw how busy they were getting. We wanted more. We thought, you know what, there's actually room for a second store in Aberdeen to really help push and grow the scene. And that's what we're looking for with the Thistle Tavern Games Hub. We're basically going to invite people down to play games. We're definitely going to encourage a lot of new players to come down. We're looking at running 3 fab events a week, CC Armory, a draft and Blitz, just trying out a few different things to see where we can start to pool other gamers in from different games.
Yeah.
Because, for us, and certainly for Andrew, he thinks it's the best game on the market right now.
He's doing extremely well. Thank you so much for supporting sort of like the UK. I mean, you've travelled far for conventions as well. You did sort of like was it Warsaw you were at? You've done some of the other international ones, haven't you?
Not vendoring, but Andrew certainly has travelled to most of the international. He was obviously at the Pro Tour in LA, which was a great experience for him and a great chance for Thistle Tavern to meet some of our international customers as well. We definitely enjoy coming to these bigger events. We just feel like with the store opening, we're going to take things a little bit slower for the rest of this year and only try and travel where there is a real key need for vendors to support the local scene. Obviously, we enjoy getting out of Scotland and coming down. Hopefully, soon we'll start to see some of these bigger events happening in Scotland. But who knows what the future holds.
There's a growing scene up there. You guys, when it comes to ProQuests, sort of are certainly pulling the numbers up in Scotland now. So it's fabulous to see. So Thistle Tavern, where can people find you on the web? What's the website?
Yep, the website is just thistletavern.com. So you can go in there and browse through all the different products that we're offering. Obviously, for those that are supporters of Push to the Point and Baz yourself, there is discount codes available through their patrons, so I would definitely encourage people to support their local content creators as much as they support their local game stores. And hopefully, if anyone is traveling up to Scotland, I mean, we're definitely looking at running regular monthly events that are sort of like bigger win-a-box style things, and hopefully within a few short months we'll be able to host our own fab sanctioned events.
Excellent. Brilliant. Thank you so much for coming on, Stuart.
Yeah,
brilliant.
Appreciate
Thank you so
it.
much for
Cheers.
sponsoring us. Stay tuned. There's more action to come. More rounds, more fantastic draft rounds and CC. So stay tuned. Bye. Hi everybody, welcome back to the UK National Championship, and I've been joined by Ed Cardle from By the Same Token, no
Hello.
stranger to coming on and having a chat with me. Thank you for sponsoring the stream.
No worries.
Do you want to tell us what you guys do?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm from By the Same Token, and we make kind of a large amount of different tabletop accessories in acrylic for loads of different games, basically, and hopefully bling them out and make them a bit more immersive and a little bit cooler for everybody involved, a little bit clearer.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, you make them for the game that really matters, which
Indeed.
is Flesh and Blood.
The only important ones, to be honest.
You've come with a special token today for the stream, sort of like transcend tokens. Sort of like these are coming in sort of like a blue and a white one as well.
Yeah, we've got a few different variants.
Yeah.
I mean, these are we got real secret drops here because these came off like the Lazarus prototypes like literally yesterday. And so first look.
Yeah. So as soon as sort of like LSS announced sort of like new rules, you're straight on it, designing the tokens. You made some for heavy hitters, especially sort of like the Vigor tokens, Go Again tokens. Who sort of like if you watch my show, you know, you very kindly did giveaways for that. So what you do for the community to make the game a lot more accessible and a lot more easy to see what's going on is fantastic.
I think the thing about it is that like anything that's made is something I want anyway. Like this thing, and I hope that's really obvious when you play with them, because like I want to play with this. I think it's useful, and hopefully you will too. You know, like.
Yeah. So yeah, you'll see them on the stream today. Sort of like most of the tokens, sort of like Ed tokens, or By the Same tokens that have been made. You've made an amped one already. Sort of like they showed Rosetta the new set sort of like last week, and you've made an amped already. So you can't see very well.
That is.
He's trying to get it, but yeah.
Soon we'll all be making rune chants, doing all sorts of badness.
So excellent, that's brilliant. I wish you all the very best. Who are you playing in the main event?
Dash, Inventor Extraordinaire.
Are you playing your Hanabi build?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can go faster than Zen. Let's prove it.
I played your list in sort of like my little online league. Yeah, it didn't go well against Zen. He had an 8-card hand, and I had sad panda face. But it is very nice. It is cool. Playing with Hanabi Blaster it's a lot of fun. It's whether or not you have enough time to build the counters up on the gun to really get it rocking. What special tech have you got against him?
We have, if I can find some rainbow foil cards, we have combustible couriers.
Okay.
And we have boom grenades. Now the idea is, because I run three Spark of Geniuses in the main, that is a dead card. I do not want to give tempo away to get an item, so we're turning that into basically an extra 0 to 60. And I hopefully have enough T-bones that he's never going to throw his items in front of that. They're either already gone, he's already done his stuff, or we've disrupted him enough that it's not clean, whatever he does. Okay. And we'll see.
Okay. What about Enigma? I mean, you know, wards. I know you do straight damage. You haven't got a lot of on hits. Like, you know, you're saying you've got combustible courier to try and make people block. But sort of like Enigma is like the other, sort of like we'd say the bogeyman, but you know what I mean, it can be a bit sticky.
Enigma's a funny one. I think I run that goes a bit more towards the kind of item heavy. We can wait a minute to build up. Once we start sweeping away the wards for the first time and get the momentum rolling, I think it's quite hard for her to really stop and get the state built up again. If we can do that consistently and just keep alternating max V, Hanabi, max V turns, it's very difficult for her to get back in the game, and you just present too much damage for fatigue a lot of the time.
Nice.
Like,
Brilliant. Okay, we'll see how it goes. How are you feeling about draft?
Terrible.
Okay, well, at least you're honest.
We'll see. I'll happily pull a cold foil and leave. No, it'll be good. I'm excited. But yeah.
The thing is, we've seen it before. Sammy Braben, sort of like, well known for playing Icelander at the time, went into last Nationals, smashed the field with Icelander, got into draft. Very poor drafter then. Things have changed for Sammy now. He's put a lot of time into it, but then he pulled it back with the last CC rounds and managed to get into the top 8. So it's still possible, but it's very dodgy.
It is dodgy.
You know, you got to put the practice in with draft. You know, especially sort of like at these stakes. Dude, Thank you so much for
Thank
sponsoring the
you.
show. I look forward to the more sort of like tokens that come out with Rosetta when we start seeing more keywords that come through. But I wish you all the very
Definitely.
best.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Stick around. There's more games to come. So, maybe get a quick drink and then pop back and, we're on to the next round. All right.
This is the RFG deck box. The top has a translucent shell with a polished showcase window. This allows you to display your favorite card, like your commander, and makes it easy to always find the right deck. And the top and bottom shells magnetically connect, so it stays nice and neat during gameplay. This is the RNG dice box. It magnetically attaches to your deck boxes so that you can easily move it from deck to deck. Unlike competitor deck boxes that either have a dice compartment or not, this way you can manage a single dice kit and move it from each deck so you never forget your dice. To access your dice, simply slide open the tray and magnetically snap it to the shell. And when you're done, slide it back in and the magnets lock it all in place.
us to preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
So, good afternoon and welcome back to the UK Nationals. We got another 3 rounds of draft, and we're going to be seeing Anton again, who you commentated on in the first round.
Absolutely.
Of the first round of draft, and he absolutely piloted that Enigma deck extremely well. It was the Astral Etchings again, wasn't it? They're establishing the ridiculous Spectral Shield.
It was
as
swinging.
well as, and all the rest.
Yep, swinging for 7 every turn. And I think the main thing on that deck there was the phenomenal discipline with which he held back a lot of those aspects. So we'll see here. He managed to draft Enigma again, perfectly seated, as far as you can be from the one other Enigma in the pod.
Yeah.
I imagine there was plenty of cards running around there. And once again, in this top pod, we see 3 news, which I find very interesting because, going into this thing, a lot of people have been a bit hesitant on new, it can sometimes have clunky hands. Things don't necessarily tie together altogether. But in both of these top tables that we've looked at, there have been 3 news. So maybe that speaks to the distribution of the pack, or maybe the top players know something that we may necessarily don't.
We've got some big names there as well. We've got Jake the Baker Warburton in this pod as well, along with Matthew Folkes, Benjamin Westmore, who we've seen a lot of today. And I believe the match that we are going to see is between Andrew Rayner and... who else? Who is it? Anton, that's it. Anton, directly above him on the screen there. But yeah, pretty stacked pod. And here are the players.
And here we go.
6-0 as well. Lovely old job.
Yeah.
And the first Enigma versus Zen that we've seen today. So
Definitely. First Zen we've seen on camera at all today.
That's true.
Which is, I think, a refreshing change of pace based on...
Saving it all for tomorrow, my friend.
Definitely. Some of the other Nationals coverage. We're expecting to see a good amount of Zen tomorrow.
Yeah.
But yeah, some of the last undefeateds left. Let's see who can hold on to that crown as we get into this game. So once again, we're looking at Anton showing up with that full equipment suite that did him so well in the previous draft. Andrew opting, having 2 equipment here, but one of them is those Strides of Reprisal, phenomenal to work with. And again, Anton's got a great start here. He's got an instant speed aura that he's playing out right off the jump, like we saw in his previous game.
And this is a blue matters card as well, isn't it? If you've done a blue, you get a spectral shield, or is it when it dies? I can't remember.
When it dies, you get a spectral shield.
I see.
So, Anton's probably looking to, certainly prepared, finding an excuse to pitch a blue. You get 2 spectral shields off the back of it. That's, phenomenal board that you've developed there.
So coming in with a Harmony of the Hunt. This is a 3 attack, which creates a tiger.
Because he's pitched the blue as well.
He's pitched the blue. That's the one. That's the one.
So it's one of the better starters in Zen. It's that default starter that's phenomenal because it pairs so well with the cost curve on your Tiger Taming Kakara.
Absolutely.
You can do this for 3, Staff for 2, Tiger for 1. So on the back, it's a 2-card 6 at absolute base, and Andrew's got 2 more cards to work with to add a little bit more juice in here. And at this point, Anton's thinking, you've got your Waning Vengeances. Waning Vengeance is an aura that you're really happy to let block.
Yeah.
Rather, you're not necessarily looking to squeak as much offensive value out of it as possible.
And there'll be times as well. Is it if you've pitched a blue card when it dies, so you can actually get that spectral shield when you're defending if you'll play a blue card? Yeah.
Yes,
you can.
Correct.
Yeah. So
yeah. So here we have that blue card pitch. The Tiger Taming Kakara is coming in. At this point, if you're Anton, you could let it hit, let that Waning Vengeance die. Exactly. It makes a spectral shield. That spectral shield might cover the tiger that follows it up.
Yeah. Cool.
Seems to be a decent enough pairing.
Yep. So the wash away is a defense reaction. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
And it's buffed up if you've played another blue card this turn. So it works super well with the Transcend cards.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, I think you're still getting a decent amount of value out of this if you're Anton because, okay, sure, it didn't get +2, but it basically got +1 because you've managed to make the Spectral Shield.
Exactly, yeah.
On the follow-up. So here's a Breed Anger. Phenomenal. Tiger came before it, so now it's got 4. It's got Go again. I think this is one of the, unsung heroes of that common combo suite that Zen has between the Chi Unleashed, the Breed Anger, and the Pouncing Chi as well.
Yep.
Because this one, it's not a turn ender, it's a turn extender. So this one does get the Go again on it. It does cost that 1, but not much follow-up there. But, I think if you're either of these players, you're reasonably happy.
Beautiful Marvel Tigers, absolutely Pebble Hat.
Most definitely.
Thistle Tavern as well, Andrew from Thistle Tavern, one of the sponsors of the event today, so make sure you go and check them out when you can. Vendors can play as well. Absolutely. Just a bit of counting going on here.
Yeah, so that breed anger made that tiger in the banish zone, so it got played out for 0. Just for a little bit of fun, I suppose, keep the banish zone tidy. It's not like a lot of those Mystic Ninja cards, because they're just a regular Ninja card, that make tigers in hand that you can arsenal and then get value of in future turns.
This one, utilize them there and then.
Yeah, now or never. Play it out for 0. It's a little bit fun. It makes the chain look a little bit longer. Always the dream of a Ninja player.
Oh, this is a good start. A Waxing Spectre pitching a blue. This is the one that comes in with a counter if you pitched a blue. So straight away coming in with Go Again, which is a nice little start.
It definitely is. 4 Go Again. You're going to have some type of follow-up here.
Mm-hmm.
And even if that follow-up is just that free Spectral Shield for 1,
you've established one of these weapons on board now that if they start blocking with it, that's where you're going to get a lot out of the game, right?
Definitely. So. And interesting to note here that, you've got your ward 3 up with Waxing Spectre. Maybe you're happy to let that go.
Mm-hmm.
But Andrew doesn't have an arsenal. And when you're only playing with 4 cards instead of 5, sometimes it gets a lot harder to punch through some of those.
Well, it's a full card, isn't it?
Well, absolutely.
Yeah. So you see a Battlefront Bastion just covering that up, and also the next 1 damage that's going to be coming through is also prevented.
It's the best way to cover up the weapon swing into the tiger.
It really is, yeah.
So we'll see if Andrew can make one here, and if he does, if there's value in it. He certainly can.
Cool.
Playing a Harmony of the Hunt.
And to note, that one goes to hand because of the blue card pitched.
Correct. It's one of those Mystic Ninja cards
that,
let you put it in hand, so when you're playing CC, you can banish it with Art of War if you want to.
There's quite a few of those, isn't there? Quite a few of those hunt cards, I think they're called, which do the same sort of thing. But yeah, Crouching Tiger for 1. Here we go. Again, nice cold fall representation.
Definitely.
There's another Bastion in hand there, and a Grave Keeping as well, I think. Yeah, that's...
And I mean, Companion of the Claw for 4.
What does this one do?
This is...
red.
It's the 2-cost version of Harmony of the Hunt. So 2 cost, if you've pitched a blue, make a tiger in your hand.
Yeah.
So this tiger's made in hand, probably going to end up in the arsenal. But now Anton has to find a way to block this 4, probably. If it were 3, it'd be so easy. You just throw the other Battlefront Bastion in front of it.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can do 3 and a piece of equipment. So it's 2 for Battlefront. The Kikoi...
1 for equipment and 1 for the prevention. Yeah.
Exactly. So the Kikoi isn't actually defending there. It's an instant that you destroy to then get an extra point of prevention. So it's blocking 2, preventing 2.
So, I mean, if you can craft your Enigma decks to really just make sure you cover up these little points of damage here and there, you can just keep this Waxing Spectre around for absolutely ages, which is what he's doing again here with a potential follow-up with a 2 floating. I don't know what that could be at this moment in time.
I think it's a Grave Keeping that we saw earlier.
Oh, of course.
So
Yeah.
4 damage into 5 damage off of 2 cards. 2 card 9.
Very
fantastic.
Good. Yeah.
That's brilliant in CC.
Again,
even better in draft.
You just don't want to block these auras with cards from hand because, it's going to get to that point though eventually. But yeah, this is a good one. This is a good follow-up. Choosing to banish a Breed Anger with the Grave Keeping.
Yeah, you don't want to see that recurred with, with cards like Preserved Tradition.
Yep.
Or I was going to say Mask of Wizened Whiskers, but we can see that Andrew doesn't have that in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
But is otherwise, a good card to do that with. And when you do have that, you usually try to do it reasonably early if you're trying to transcend to make sure that things like this don't quite happen.
Yeah.
But Anton looks to be sitting pretty. He's got the life lead. He's got the Waxing Spectre on board. Andrew deciding it's, being forced to block. There looks to be a lot of blue in that hand, so maybe that extra 1 damage off of Tiger Form Incantation wouldn't quite have gotten him there.
Mm-hmm.
Acknowledging that the pure value of the equipment that Enigma can get out.
That is a solid turn, though. Sitting on an arsenal as well and just threatening that damage. Crazy.
And he's had it for a few turns as well. So I'm curious if it's an offensive card or a defensive card.
Mm-hmm. This is Untamed, I believe this one's called.
It is indeed. So when this attacks, the next tiger you play will get +1 power, which is a very good effect if you can make one. You guarantee that you get that buff. And Anton's hand seems to block a little bit awkwardly, but it is otherwise a very good hand. So maybe it is time to let
it fold.
Yeah, let the Waxing Spectre fold, rebuild, enjoy the life lead that you have, and cycle it back. Because this turn, Andrew does have that tiger that we know in his arsenal. So that'll be coming in
for a 2 and then a 1.
For 2 and then a 2, because it gets the buff off of the Kakara and off the Untamed.
Oh, yes, okay.
Yeah. Which, if you're Anton, you're probably happy taking that damage. Right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, you've decided you're not protecting your board. You've got plenty of stuff left. And there's that tiger for...
Should be for 2, right?
Unless we missed something on Untamed.
Yeah, I'm just trying to flick through the book that was given to me.
Have we confused an attacks and a hit effect? I don't think so.
Next crouch target player's compensating is +1.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
the players
should have come in for 2.
Players haven't noticed, so
we'll see if it matters.
Yeah.
At this point, Anton's hand looks really good. Flesh and Blood is a game of inches where 1 life usually does matter, but we'll see.
Especially in these sorts of things as well. But we will see. It is a very commanding lead. And starting off with the blue Waxing Vengeance. That's going to be swung.
Yeah. So this is coming in for 3. You got that 1 resource floating. You really wonder what's going to happen here. You're almost guaranteed it's going to be the Uphold Tradition being flipped up.
Or maybe is it? Do we know if he's got an Astral Etchings yet? Because that can do the same sort of thing, right?
It can only be played at instant speed if you have a Spectral Shield.
Oh, I see.
So
right.
he'd have to jump through a lot more hoops of playing a blue and then transcending and then pitching for the chi and then making the shield and then using it. But yeah, so it is that Uphold Tradition, which turn your waning, turn your Waning Vengeance into your Waxing Spectre, and then swing 7 damage right afterwards. Absolutely phenomenal.
That card is ridiculous, isn't it? Uphold Tradition.
It's a fantastic card, and it's the times when you play Enigma without it just feel so much clunkier.
Yeah.
Because it's made a massive difference on this hand, because otherwise your option would have been, I guess, make Waning Vengeance, I suppose, by pitching the second card, or use it to block on the other turn, but being able to play it, attack with it, and then follow it up with your big 7 damage finisher is phenomenal. So we're seeing Andrew come in with another Companion of the Claw here. Generally the less preferred of these Zen starters, because that 2 cost doesn't play too well with the Kakara, especially on these, not full 5-card hands where you're happy pitching 2 cards.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, 4 go again in draft is always going to be good. It's just a matter of being able to pay for it, pay for the follow-ups, I should say.
What does the follow-up look like for Anton after this, then? He's got 3. That's 3 ward, isn't it, on board there? The Waxing Vengeance, Waning Vengeance.
Here we go. And he also has 1 off the Uphold Tradition.
Of course.
So we're preserving Tradition first to get that back into the deck, which will then transcend, which will then make the Moon Chakra. Preserve Tradition, I believe you have to grab an action card. So we're swapping out the Waxing Spectre for the action card there, the Battlefront Bastion. Not to be confused with the Illusionist Headfeast, which is just an aura, which can be a non-action aura. There's lots of little differences with the cards of the set that you got to keep track of. So that Moon Chakra is protecting 3 because we have transcended this turn as the blue, and the extra 1 off the Uphold Tradition.
So again, just squeezing all of the value out of those blocks in these situations is just absolutely pivotal.
Definitely
protecting that vengeance again, or protecting that aura again with these calculated blocks.
But we can also see he's got another red Waxing Spectre in hand, so maybe you're happy letting this one go as well.
Maybe, yeah.
Or maybe you want to commit to really building the board, because when Andrew's on 1 life, he's got Blade Break 1 on those boots. Maybe he's got 1 defense on the gloves. He probably has 1 defense on the gloves. But from this point forward, any break point that you can swing is worth so much more.
Yeah.
And it's really easy to pick and choose which breakpoints you swing when you have 16 life.
Very much so. Absolutely.
Yeah. So you get to choose, how much do I want to defend this Waning Vengeance? we're pitching the Inner Chi, so we're looking to double up on the effect of that Waning Vengeance. So now there is a blue in the pitch zone, so it will create a Spectral Shield when it leaves, which will cover that 1 damage coming in from the Tiger that you know is going to be... There it is.
Yeah, it's just so intricate, but just making sure everything is covered and having an aura which has Go Again on it still available to you on your follow-up turn.
Definitely.
Crazy.
And I think it's a moment like that where you're looking at Andrew's gloves and you think that's probably not the generic Mystic one that just gives +1.
Yeah.
Because if it were, you'd want to flip it up there because then it also gives you a point of armor to cover the next breakpoint. So if you're Anton, you're thinking, okay, you've got a reasonable guess. You've just got to play around those breakpoints at this point. Battlefront Bastion is a great way to do that. Your armor is a great way to do that as well.
Coming in for 4 with Go Again on this Waxing Spectre, pitching a blue, so it's got a counter on it. One of the best ones, I think, in this deck. There we go. Here's the... That's just to prevent one, isn't it? That one there that he's...
Yes, it is.
It's not no special if you're on 1 life situation. That is just prevent
No,
one.
no. That's limited to the chests, which are very interesting, but I think everybody's quite low on them now.
Yeah.
But these things tend to be a little bit cyclical. Everybody's low on them now. You don't expect them. Maybe they get good in the future. Maybe they just stay bad. Who knows?
Exactly.
So here we have 3 Go Again. Fantastic starter, Biting Breeze. This one is, in another world, you might be debating, this is one of Zen's few on-hit effects. Do we let this hit? Will that Tiger matter in the future? However, if you're Anton, you're not debating whether or not it hits. You're debating how to prevent the damage.
Yeah.
Right? So you're giving it 3 with the Essence of Body there. And then we're sending a fact-finding mission, 6 damage. That can be a little bit awkward to block when you're an Enigma. If you've already committed 1 of your 3 blocks... But that's why you put those defensive cards in Arsenal that Anton seems to have done.
Do we know what those defensive cards were based on... Oh, no, this is a brand new draft, isn't it, of course?
Yes, it is. So this is the first time we're seeing it. I think we may have been able to glimpse it before we put it in the Arsenal one time, but I didn't see it by the time it was in there, or I've just forgotten. It's the advantage of casting. You don't have to keep every single bit of information memorized.
Absolutely.
That's your player response. So we've got a big blue sky, which we're transcending. So that is
plus a drop in the ocean, which makes it -1.
Exactly.
Pretty
So
good.
the attack goes to -1. The big blue sky blocks for its base of 2, plus an extra 1 because that drop in the ocean was played as well. And we're also seeing the moon chakra come down for blocking with much more than enough.
That is ridiculous.
The 3 would have been enough, but because we've transcended this turn, we get the bonus on it as well.
Wow. And again, just showcasing how defending these pieces is absolutely pivotal to winning this.
Absolutely. And once you're now committed to blocking with your what would otherwise be a really nice Go Again attack to play. Anton's now just trying to do a little bit of the math, figuring out, well, I can only really attack once more this turn, but it seems to be enough. He gets the fist bump from Andrew.
Indeed. Wow.
Again, another just very well played game by Anton. Good discipline on holding back those blues to save them to transcend when you know you need to, using that arsenal really effectively. And honestly, just doing the best thing from the jump, which is have instant auras to play out from the jump.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's a fantastic advantage, and if you can craft your deck, we saw 3 red Waning Vengeance over the course of that game. We saw 2 red Waxing Spectre over the course of that game.
We saw in effect Waxing Spectre of the Uphold tradition as well.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So this deck was drafted very much find those instants, play those instants, and you can get into that really nice turn cycle of play the instant, attack with that instant aura, give it Go Again because it's a Waxing Spectre, or give it the +1 off of Uphold Tradition, and then swing again with some other attack, like we saw with that big Battlefront Bastion turn.
Absolutely. Fantastic. Well played, Anton. Well played.
Absolutely.
Team Sigil.
Yes.
Absolute representation. Bunch of lovely guys in that team. But even the chat were like, let's get Anton on again. He's an absolute beast, and rightly so with that showing.
If you had any questions on how to draft a pure play Enigma deck, I think watching Anton play, definitely a good way to go about it.
Absolutely.
Phenomenal work.
But, we've got 2 more rounds of the draft, and don't go anywhere. We are going to be casting more of this, and hope everyone's having a fun time. It's getting late here. It's like 10 to 7 in the evening.
Definitely is.
We've had a couple of delays, so thanks to everybody who stuck around to the very, very end. These things always go long. There's a little bit of delays here and there, so appreciate everyone's patience. But it's been a great time.
Yeah.
And can't wait to do it all over again next round. Really.
Most definitely. I thought my favorite thing was playing Flesh and Blood. Turns out talking about it's just
good.
nearly as good. Absolutely.
And you're very good at it as well, I must say.
Thank you.
Yeah. You
learn from the best.
Wow, yeah, exactly. You cover up the worst. That's what you do.
All right.
All right. But yeah, don't go anywhere.
Hi, welcome back to the UK Nationals in Liverpool. I've been joined by Anton. We've seen you a few times now. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Undefeated 7-0 at the moment. Enigma, you went 3-0 in the last pod. I thought Jake might have pipped you in the last one because I was watching when I was talking to Ben. He seemed to be smiling at the time, but you must have wiped the smile off his face. You're doing all right with Enigma, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't thinking of just forcing Enigma or anything like this, but in both spots I just got the cards, and it was my seat basically.
Yep.
So I was like, okay, let's go. And the first pot was good, but this one was another level because I was getting like some red cards that you shouldn't be getting this late.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's only 2 Enigmas in your pod.
Yes.
So that's why you had like a good pick later on.
Yes.
I mean, you started that game that we just saw against Andrew, 2 waxing vengeance.
Yeah.
Like, you started on 26 health. You're quite happy with turn 0 that way, aren't you?
Yeah, well, that was a little bit high roll, but to be honest, I have a lot of auras in the deck and instant auras, so it was very likely to at least get one, I think, there. But it's still like good luck. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say no.
Dude, you put them in the deck for a reason. It's just like if they come up, they come up. You play them. But it's sort of like if they come up turn 0, you just like, yeah, okay, I can't stop smiling here. So you're more happy with this pod, this deck you've built than the previous one, and you 3-0'd the last one. So it's looking quite good for you potentially.
Yeah, I mean, you never know because I feel like in this draft format, sometimes some games you just lose because of this, or like drawing really bad or things like this. But I mean, the deck is very good. I don't know, we'll see, but the deck is better than the other, that's for sure.
Nice. Let's talk about CC. So you're playing Dash as well. You're playing the same deck as Alex Kitsu. You've been playing Dash for a while. Did you work on the deck together with Alex, or?
Yeah, I mean, he worked mainly in this deck. I'm not gonna take any
credit.
Yeah, credit, because he's been working a lot in the deck. I work a little bit, but I was focusing on Dash.io. No, in the beginning, Sam, but then I didn't like it much, so I was like, okay, let's try Dash.io. But I just didn't have the courage to bring it, and I was like, okay, let's bring Dash. It's been working really well for me, and I like the deck. I like mechanologies.
Yeah.
Let's go for it. So yeah.
There's one Dash.io player here. That's Scott Mines. So he worked on that deck with Mara Faris. He's doing all right. So yeah, hopefully we'll see him sort of like later on tomorrow. So draft. So like you guys were drafting yesterday. So what team tactics did you come? What tactics have you got going into the draft itself? Because you've drafted two good decks.
Yeah, so I mean, so my team series have been like practicing like crazy for this draft format, because it's gonna be also in the Pro Tour. So
yeah,
and we have like great players, draft players. So what was the question? I forgot.
Tactics going into draft.
Oh yeah. So I would say that in this format, I haven't played many formats because I started like 1 year ago or something like this. But in this format, forcing is very dangerous. Because if you get cut, it's really bad, really bad. So the best thing you can try to do is stay a little bit open, pick the good cards, and try to find your seat. Sometimes it's very difficult to find your seat, and the deck is gonna be mid or bad. But most of the time you will end up with a decent deck, and then from there you can work from.
Nice. Okay. I wish you all the very best for the rest of it. Potentially we could have you on again and see how your journey rides through this one.
Yeah.
It's always nice to see sort of like a player riding high. But all the very best.
Thank you.
7-0. May it continue. So good luck.
Thank you.
Stay tuned. We're going to come up in the next round of draft. So make a drink, and we'll see you soon.
Welcome, traveler. You must be starving. Please, come inside. I think we can satisfy your appetite. Anything you like. Intimacy. Or perhaps ecstasy. Come a little closer. I won't bite. Tell me, what do you desire?
Beware the tongue of the snake. Her fangs shall soon furrow. Pleasure is but the shallow illusion. Walk the true path, and you shall see clear. Those who seek may discover formless, perfect, the serene, unchanging infinite. Eternally present.
Eternally boring. Why don't we play rough?
Embrace the solitude.
Embrace the sensation.
Look within.
Look at me!
Just a breath.
Just a taste.
Enough! A tiger does must not fall prey to the snake. The tiger walks its own path. Those who flow as life flows know they need no other force. The heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved, the source of all movement. The center is unbound and free.
Walk the path, seek the truth.
Hi and welcome back to the National Championships from the UK. I've been joined by former UK National Champion 2022, George Roger.
Hello, how you doing?
Right, mate. Pleasure to see you as always at the big events.
And you?
Team practice. This is what everybody wants to know. Sort of like you're, what you could say, the team captain of Team Toxic.
Yeah.
How's practice been going for the new meta?
It's been going really well. We've done a lot. Like it's been pretty full in for the last few weeks now. Everyone's very well prepared, I'd say, and like ready for draft and CC, and yeah, it's gone really well. And I think it's the most prepared we've been for nationals.
Okay, okay. Yeah. We'll look forward to later. So sort of like, has the US nationals was obviously last week. Has that influenced basically what you've been playing, or were you kind of like on track?
I think it's influenced some of the players. A few of us had locked in anyway what we were playing. So we saw things that we kind of expected to see in the nationals. There were a few surprises, like the Enigma doing so well. But like under further inspection of data, like we saw reasons why Enigma did so well. So
okay,
yeah.
So some people switched to Enigma. Now she's on the radar.
Yeah, people are on Enigma now, and people are on fit cards to beat Enigma.
Okay. Now, obviously, this is going out when the event's on. People aren't going to know prior to nationals. Yeah. I'm expecting you to be on Zen.
I am on Zen.
Right, okay, yeah. Obviously, you won on 5. I was just like, yeah, George is a Zen boy through and through. So, have you gone with needles, or are you like Ewan did, or are you on something else? Because Twitter, you went, I hope US Nationals doesn't spoil the sauce. So
I mean, so he was very similar to me, Evan, where he went for a different weapon because I'm also not on Kakara.
Okay.
I'm on Talishar instead.
Okay, right. Fair enough. Hopefully, we'll see how well you do. We'll get you on stream. Yeah. So, going back to practice, you've been drafting in person, or you've been drafting sort of like digitally?
We've had draft camps. We've gone physically and drafted, done some drafts this week as well, and then loads of drafts online.
Okay, so you think draft is pretty much locked in? Are you in the forcing Zen, or are you sort of like looking for certain cards for certain heroes?
There are like, I think you have to stay quite open in this draft. You can't really force a hero because you can get really screwed.
Right.
So you have to really read your signals that are coming towards you in the first pack and be prepared to pivot from what you want to play. I'd still say you take the best card to start with, and then sort of go with the flow. You have to like really sort of vibe it out and see what's coming your way before you make a decision. I don't think you can force, unfortunately.
Right, not like previous drafts.
No, no.
You've gone right, force Fi. He's the best ninja in the room.
Yeah.
So yeah, I wish you all the very best, mate.
Thank you very much.
No crown this time.
No, but I'll try and get it back.
Yeah, indeed. I wish you all the very best. I'll try not to lose it. When you win, I'll try and stay composed. Right, let's get back to the action.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. So we've had one round of our draft 2 into the second round. So how did it go?
We definitely have. It was just another really decisive Enigma matchup. Anton showing really what that deck can do, especially when piloted really tightly. But before we get into more of those individual games, let's take a look at what the breakdowns were this time. So we've flipped on our head here. There's more new than there is anybody else. In our previous draft, we had more everybody else than there was new. So either players have really changed their opinions, or maybe these boxes just said, you know what, there's better new cards, you can go in more so on there.
Absolutely, and to see 28 Enigma compared to everyone else, people are being a bit wary now of the auras. Maybe that there was a bit of overdrafting and people are stepping back in the second draft?
Yeah, it's also hard sometimes to commit to Enigma when all you're seeing is like off-color vengeful apparitions or, you know, too many solitary companions, things that you want one or two of to make nice combos, or, you know, maybe more of, but you only plan on playing them out once. If you don't see those cards that really push you into Enigma, I think those mediocre Enigma cards are a lot more mediocre than, you know, the mid-range new cards and the mid-range Zen cards. They still deal damage. They're still sneaky. In the case of Zen, they still have Go again, right? You can do a lot more with them.
Absolutely, and Zen seems to be the solid pick, really. It's you know what you're doing. It's classic Fab. You're attacking. You sometimes mostly you're attacking.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think people feel very confident, very stable on Zen, but you still have to get that sequencing right. So.
Yeah, definitely. There's always a lot of talk in various, you know, draft formats of, okay, what's the stable 2-1 deck? Right, I've done really well throughout the rest of the day. I will be perfectly live and happy going into day 2 if I can 2-1. Right. That might be Zen for a lot of people. It plays straightforward. You don't really need to worry about misplaying a ton unless you're on defense, right? There's no super complex sequencing that you're really worried about. You can play it. You can go, all right, I'm a good Fab player. I can bring up my Fab fundamentals. I can push that Zen deck to that 2-1, and I can be reasonably happy with it, right? Whereas maybe a lot of people are feeling a little bit dicier on Enigma here because, you know, sometimes it can be that all or nothing deck. I know I think I've drafted, you know, the 3-0 Enigmas and the 0-3 Enigmas, more so than I've drafted a 3-0 Zen and an 0-3 Zen.
Yeah. And I'm hearing a lot of it out in the field. I've had a few chats with players, and I've heard a lot of people saying the same for new, where it's very much a 0-3 deck or a 3-0 deck, and they just don't know where they stand with it, and it feels like a risk, especially at this time when you've got people who are really defending their contention for the top 8.
Definitely. And, you know, we are going to one of those games where we're looking at two players who are both 5-2, so they're very much fighting to stay live and in a good position for day 2 for qualifying for that top 8. A lot of players, you know, they come in, they're like, all right, I'm comfortable with CC. Let's see how we can get through on draft. And if you can make it out with an X-2 record after day 1, and you go back to that nice, comfortable CC deck that you're on, I think any player would be happy with that.
Absolutely. So we've got Jake Warburton, the Wonder Bread, as he's known, on Zen, and we've got Callum Young on New. Now, these are both two very flexible players. I've seen them over the years perform on very different decks. So we've seen Jake's perform very well in Aelia, getting to the top 8 of a Pro Tour. As Callum Young, I've seen him, he was an Icelander back in the day. I've seen him on Victor. I've certainly had chats with him about Levia. So really, we've got two here who are very flexible. I think Jake has generally been on the aggro matchup, so I'm not surprised to see him on the Zen. But let's see how they do now.
Absolutely. And it is one of those things where, you know, I think we've seen a lot at the top tables that we've looked at today. It does seem to be a lot of flexible drafting your right seat rather than necessarily forcing something. And I know that was a lot of people's discussion points as they came into this was, you know, oh, I don't know if other people in my pod are going to force because that seems to be a semi-viable strategy back and forth. All right, so here we are. We're thinking. It looks like Jake's thinking about what to do on his go first. I mean, swinging Kakar is, you know, rarely a bad option against New. But is it the best thing he can do? He's doing that calculation now.
And so we're starting with Water the Seeds. Just a nice 3-go again.
It's a good middle-of-the-road card on turn 0 where you know you have plenty of cards to pitch for resources and everything. You're probably a lot happier playing it out than you are necessarily in a later turn where maybe you want it to make a Tiger rather than, you know, have its more generic effect. Jake's still debating on his follow-up here.
And really think about his arsenal, isn't he? He doesn't.
He is.
Yeah.
Well, we saw a Pouncing Key there. And, in a draft game, are you looking to arsenal your pouncing key, or are you looking to block with it, cycle with it, pitch with it, and then bring it back up with your Zen hero ability off of that chi? And it really depends on how much you've set up your deck to transcend.
Yeah. And of course, just throwing out one attack and then arsenaling, you really let your opponent cycle their hand there, which can be very dangerous into turn 1.
It can be. Although in this format, there's a lot of cards that just block awkwardly, that if you do that and they do it a little bit awkwardly, maybe you sense some weakness and you push forward. I think the other thing worth mentioning here is we've got some really nice equipment suites. Jake bringing a full set of cloaked equipment. We'll figure out what that is throughout the course of the game. And Callum bringing those phenomenally powerful Mystic Assassin equipments. They turn on Double Trouble single-handedly. Having that +1, having that go again, really helps manipulate exactly how you want your turn to shape up.
Absolutely. So we had a question in chat about whether this is draft or CC. So we are in the final 2 rounds of draft. So although Jake is bringing in the Marvel Zen, he is playing as young Zen, not adult Zen.
So
okay,
we've had a really big follow-up here. Deep Blue Sea, which gets +1 for each blue card that it's had in the banish zone. So I think that Kikoi went to block that Mist Blade previously. Yeah, so this doesn't have go again.
Yeah.
But hey, 7 damage is never bad on one card.
So and being able to arsenal a card as well?
Absolutely. It's where you want to be, because a lot of times new shines on those 5-card hands. A lot of times those 3-card hands are really awkward, because you can use all your resources. You're pitching a blue, you're swinging the dagger, you're playing an attack, you're reacting to it, but it doesn't feel like you've done exactly what you want to do. When you have those 5 cards, you can really go wild.
Absolutely.
So Jake...
Just starting with a Gakara and just getting that armor block straight in really early.
Yeah, because you want to have those available on offense. Zen really doesn't... I think there's one on-hit from Zen, other than maybe Maul, but you're not using that for this. Or you're not using that armor for that.
Straight into Untamed.
So that'll buff up the next tiger. If a tiger comes in here, it'll be a nice big tiger, but we'll see if we can make it.
Absolutely.
Jake definitely took... Oh, it'll be a really big tiger if it comes in.
Wow.
Possibly a tiger for 3. You don't see that very often in draft, but we'll see if we see it. And if not, you know what? 1 for 4 go again is always good. Leg tap was a staple for a reason.
Absolutely. Oh,
the
Majestic weakest link. So this may be difficult. What has the new got in hand? I can't quite see his hand there.
It looks like it blocks. Is that gravekeeping and possibly something else? It looks like to me.
So he's not too worried about that.
You're not worried about the on-hit effect, but 6 life does really equal up those totals. Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Gravekeeping and a yellow Bonds of Attraction there.
It's still very equal on the life. Both heroes going very aggro here, so be interesting to see how much New can keep up with Zen on the aggro match.
Well, we saw there were some, those were 2 yellows. So, oh, well, there we go.
There you go.
Double Trouble coming off from the jump. So the nice thing for Jake here is that he knows the amount of surprises that he should be expecting, which is presumably we're going to pitch something. It might be pitch, give go again with the boots, buff up Double Trouble, and then swing Gravekeeping. Or we might just see it buffed up straight to 6 and then arsenal that last card. But it seems that these players are content to be trading big blows back and forth.
And certainly having that equipment there means it's very public information that he can get the 2 reacts, and certainly you wouldn't be doing that with 2 cards in hand unless you did have 2 good reactions, probably a hiss in there. Otherwise, you'd be pitching into the daggers. So it's very open play right now about what he's just trying to get the damage in, and Jake could block this for 6. It's very clear what's about to happen.
Yeah, you can figure out what Callum's lines are if you are Jake, and you did see that off the Gravekeeping. But now the question is, what's the best way to mitigate it? Is it worth blocking the Double Trouble? If you commit 2 cards, is he still going to react even though Double Trouble doesn't specifically deal damage? There's a lot more math on the blocking side of this than there is on the attacking side of this.
And that's why New likes it. Make the opponent think more than you do.
Definitely. And some people gloss over that when it comes to draft because all of that new disruption is limited to the Majestic and above tier in this set. But, in draft, the best disruption, on 20 life can just be 20 damage. You can just get there.
And there we go. Getting that sliver in to give it go again, making it a 5.
And then the fun question is, what comes off the top? Because it's 2 cards banished here once Jake takes that damage. Oh.
Okay. So he's not too worried about the transcend, because the good thing is, if New uses a transcend, it'll go back to Zen's hand. So generally, New does not like to transcend if they can possibly help it. But that Tenet of Chi...
The Tenet of Chi could definitely be useful. And the thing is, if you're confident in your ability to kill Zen, you don't care about giving them the Chi. If you've done the math and you know you're coming in for lethal damage, they can't use that Chi defensively very effectively at all. I guess theoretically they could turn Aqualapse face up if they really wanted to, or use it for Aqua Seeing Shell. But outside those very fringe scenarios, I think you might be happy doing that.
So Jake's just thinking about his outs here.
Yeah. So that weakest link has been banished to make sure that, if there is another Rising Sun Setting Moon in there, or sorry, not Rising Sun Setting Moon, a Preserved Tradition, that weakest link doesn't get cycled back, because it's a tough card to see once. It could be backbreaking if you see it a second time, at a more inconvenient time, to say the least.
Especially at the end, when those transcends are going to be in hand.
Definitely.
Okay.
So Jake, once again, opting just to take all that damage and say, I can come back with something even better. And you know what? It looks like he can. He's going to have a Tiger. He's going to transcend. It looks like that's a Mauling Chi in his hand. Maybe he can find that Pouncing Chi from earlier. If he can extend to find a second Tiger somehow. Oh, no. He'll get it. He'll get one Tiger off of this, and then once again off Zen. So he will be able to basically double Tiger combo this turn.
Absolutely.
Well, if that's the line he's taking.
Yeah, it's coming in.
Yeah.
Seems like it's just got the perfect hand. Like, to draw that off fresh, you love to see it.
Or, you know what, he could just not. It looks like he's not opting to Zen here and is instead just going to be playing the Tiger and pitching the Homage into... Or I guess you could play the Homage, gain 1 life, and then pitch it as a regular blue rather than activating your Zen ability. There we are. The line is making more sense now.
It's 1 over the top, down to 11.
Yeah. I am still slightly curious as to why he didn't play out the Homage. Because it would transcend. It would still come to your hand as a blue. You can still use it for that reason. Maybe he's thinking the game's going to go a little bit longer. And he wants to save it as a surprise for later. Who knows?
And being at 4 health, leaving a New 2 cards. Not too much New you can do with 2 cards, but still, you're a little bit scared here that you're going to have to start blocking out necessity rather than choice. So
definitely,
you really need to think, how many turns left have I got in this game?
And I think that's why we saw those waves of Aquamarine be flipped face up here, because it's going to cover a dagger at the very least. It may cover something more awkward at best. And Jake has 2 more pieces of equipment that could be defensive. Having those Kikois can be absolutely fantastic, because 1 Kikoi perfectly counters a Rousing Wave, unless it's picked to pieces, that is. And Callum's now thinking through what may not be the turn he was hoping it to be.
A yellow Bonds of Memory. That's, yes. He's got a blue Chakra in hand. It looks like he's going to be saving that.
Yeah, it's such a good starter, especially if you can transcend off the back of it. 0 for 3, go again, blue that blocks 3. Again, if you can transcend off the back of it. But it looks like he may not be able to, so he's happy blocking with it here. Doing the math on, well, which new reacts could it be, theoretically. Just a Nick is offline. Everything else really scary costs 1. The only other thing it could be, I think the only 0 cost would be Intimate Inducement, or if we get into the Grain that tips the scales, those generic Mystics. Jake really
in the tank
agonizing over it, and I think rightfully so. You're fighting to stay alive. You took 2 big gambles. You took a lot of damage to swing back a lot of damage. It worked out pretty well in your favor, and you're wondering, why has Callum chosen these 2 cards to hold? Is it because they pair very well together, or because he's coming in for a mediocre attack and then a good arsenal target?
And Callum's really made good use of his arsenal throughout the game, whereas Jake's really been playing hand-to-hand, which is partly the hero makeup of what you end up with this matchup. But it'll be interesting to see whether Jake does slow down a tiny bit just to get that arsenal just to close the game, or whether he's not willing to take that risk at this point in the game.
Well, that's exactly it. When life totals are this low, losing a card to then save an arsenal is always a gamble. So that Bonds of Memory banishing the Tide Shocker, or the Wind Shocker that blocked there, that's probably a card you're very happy giving to Callum, realistically speaking, because it's hard for them to make a Tiger, and if they do, it's only worth the 1, especially with what else is currently in that banish zone. So now Jake, he had all that thought on blocking. Now he knows what he's coming for on the offense, starting with the Nimblism, which won't affect the Kakara, but will affect the next attack, because it may matter in terms of, if you break the chain after the Kakara, you lose the buff on that hypothetical Tiger, whereas Nimblism will hit the next attack that you play this turn. And there's the Flex Clause. Ooh, and very well done. So now there's an awkward 7 to cover. If Flex Clause hits, he does get that Tiger, and that Tiger is now worth 1. So Zen's quite unique or very limited on-hit effects are becoming relevant here, and you do see it does pull out the Kikoi as well.
But Callum using the last of New's armor, so from out here on in, if he's blocking, it's going to be from hand.
Oh, that's exactly it. And it's, there's a lot of 3 go-agains in Zen decks. Callum has got 3 life. He may have to be prepared to give that up. Meanwhile, Jake has a little bit more flexibility in terms of what that armor may be able to offer.
Classic dagger for 1, go again. So Jake doesn't know what's in the arsenal. We know we're not too worried about it, but Jake will be. Okay, so we are using the equipment box now. Okay, so Desire of Flesh. So we know it's the chakra that's in the arsenal.
Yep. And you know what? If this does come through, it's probably going to net Callum a life, because for each attack action card that's banished, he's going to gain 1. So that's probably 1 off the top of the deck, and that's going to be 1 that gets banished from New's ability. So this card does have stealth, so New's ability, once the chain link resolves, will banish the defending action cards.
So it's facing a Arousing Wave to bring in the Fang Strike, but then the counters with the equipment.
Kikoi, yeah.
And that is the value of equipment in this set. Really, those surprise reacts, it just allows you to respond to them and just close them up nice and cleanly.
And that's exactly it. When you see that Arousing Wave across the board, you know you're keeping 1 Kikoi for exactly that, because you're not letting that Desire of Flesh trigger come through, which I think we may have missed. I think that Wounding Blow should be banished.
Oh, of course, of course.
Wow. And using 2 fantastic non-attack action cards here to make what's going to be a very, very large Tiger.
And it's pretty close to New needing to block out now, so they are really grinding this game now as it slows down in the final steps. So it's about who can really close here.
Yeah. Oh. A lot of Mystic cards in Callum's hand. The question then becomes, how well do they block? So you know that 1 card in hand is going to be Tiger, and you know it will be coming in for 7 damage after this, which is pretty impressive. So 3 card, 9 damage this late in the game when your opponent's on 3 it's a good play that you want to be making.
Absolutely. And pretty soon, Zen's going to be coming in with those annoying breakpoints, which is really what you don't want to see once you're below 5 health. So,
okay. So
they're noticing now that the Wounded Blow should have been banished.
And more importantly, that it should gain 1 life off that Desires of Flesh as well.
Yes.
So I imagine... Well, they noticed it. We'll see what the resolution is in the long run.
Yeah.
Ooh, so we have a 2-block spillover. We have the 0-block/1 block drop in the ocean in Callum's hand. And I can't quite tell what that last one is. We have a Tenant which blocks 3 quite nicely, which is very nice. And then, is that last one a Deep Blue Sea?
or a big blue sky? There's a lot of blue, and it's all very pretty, but I can't quite make it out from where I am.
No. Just a bit of glare from the cameras there. It's fine. We'll see it in good time.
Yes.
Okay, so a tiger for 7, and that's the biggest I've seen a tiger.
Absolutely.
Wow.
It's
great play from Jake.
Yeah, ninjas are making good use of non-attack actions. So here, drop in the ocean, unfortunately, being used to block, well, to reduce the power of an attack by 1 with no transcend on the back end of it, because all of those blue cards were defended with rather than being played. So the turn is just passed back.
Okay, and the news just drawn straight back up. So now you're leaving Zen with a 4-card hand, and I can see a transcend in News hand. So this could become awkward fast. I can see he's at 2 hisses in hand.
That's what it looks like. Ooh. And a double trouble.
It was a hiss and a venomous strike. So,
okay.
So
now, this is the card you would love to see 3 turns ago when you have 10 life still.
Absolutely. But too late in the game for this, and we are coming through with a Harmony of the Hunt blue, which is great because it will allow Jake to transcend. And at this point, I think he really needs to create those breakpoints.
Interesting that Jake is choosing not to play grain that tips the scale yet here. It looks like Calamari reached over for that life. Okay, there we go.
There it comes in. There we
go.
Yeah,
all right. It looks like he was told to take a pause there. So good target. It's going to reduce Callum to 1. And it transcends, so we can, find something really nice, surely. There's lots of things left in this deck, and at the very least, it makes a tiger and leaves as much to swing that tiger taming Kakara, which, at this point, anything's a breakpoint, anything's lethal. Kakara into tiger is a fantastic 2-resource attack.
And of course, New close to the game by playing the opponent's cards, whereas Zen just looks in her own deck and brings out the best attack.
Yeah.
Why play your opponent's cards when you just play your own?
Yeah, self-reliance rather than reliance on others. It truly is the deck of the self-made person.
Okay. Jake's just deciding what he wants to do.
Probably just thinking at this point about chain optimization, figuring out, what's the most annoying way I can swing for 4 instead of 3, or for 2 and 1 instead of 3.
Yeah.
Really breaking it out to make sure. I think Jake, if he knew that there was a no block in Callum's hand, would just be going, oh, you know what, I have enough attacks. This'll do. But sometimes when you got to play around that 4th card in hand, the math becomes a lot more of a challenge.
Yeah, and if you want to maintain your place for the top 8, you really do need to optimize every single point of value. So I can completely understand why he's slowing down here, making sure you choose the right card. We don't know the deck lists, but certainly we have seen most of the cards now. It does seem to be like we're cycling back around.
Yep. So it's a blue Key Unleashed, which is, I feel like in this scenario you probably want one of the ones with Go Again, or something that doesn't cost 2, because a lot of times if it costs 2, you're choosing between the Kakara or playing out the Chi Unleashed. We'll see how it goes, though. There's still 3 cards in hand. We know 2 of them are tigers, but the damage probably gets there in the end.
And even having to block 1 tiger feels bad. You do not want to be doing it, especially at this stage of the game. You just want to be throwing something back. And
here it is.
To see all these reactions have to be used for blocks, it's heartbreaking. Okay.
And there we go.
There we go. Yep. And that finishes the game. So Jake wins it.
Very well done. And a really nice back and forth between these 2 heroes. I think, they both had some really fun haymaker turns that they got to play in there.
Mm-hmm. And I felt like New was just 1 turn off getting that pivotal turn to be able to close the game and force Zen to block. We saw New was doing a lot of the blocking there, but really it was only about 1 react off just forcing Zen to block for life as well. So a very close game.
And that's exactly it. That's why Flesh and Blood really is a game of inches. And when you start with so much less runway in a 20 life format, it goes really, really quickly. You can only really afford 1 or 2 of those no block turns. As we saw, each of those 2 had it. And it could have been, something, if that 2-card hand from New was tighter than just yellow Bonds of Memory, if you could push 5 damage off of that, that would have been phenomenal. That would have turned the tide of the game, but that's just how, that's how the cards flip sometimes, and, it's always exciting to see the back and forth.
Absolutely. So we've got one more round for day one. So the players are really building up for that just final round to push through to be able to carve out their spot in day two. So yes, I believe we'll be moving over to an interview with Jake, and we'll close it off there. We'll see you later, guys, for the next round.
We are Chaos Cards, your ultimate destination for trading cards, tabletop games, hobby accessories, and all things flesh and blood. We're a family business with a passion for gaming, having grown from a small local shop to a leading player in the industry. Our friendly team is here to help you find the perfect addition to your collection, whether you're a seasoned gamer or just starting out. Discover the Chaos Cards experience today. Visit us at chaoscards.co.uk.
Hi, welcome back to Nationals, the National Championship at Liverpool. Jake, the Baker Warburn, well done. 6-2. You played Zen last time, went 2-1, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you feel that you've got a better deck this time than last time?
I think it's marginally better. I've got a red key unleashed, which made the difference because it's 7 power. Yes, last round I had a yellow, and the 1 power really made a difference. And also I've got 4 ward equipment in this one. Actually, one's an attack reaction +1. So last time I only had boots, chests, and obviously you have all these extra cards in your sideboard that you can't use, so you definitely want the equipment if you can get it.
Yeah, I mean it paid off. Like Callum made a 3 attacker +4, and you quickly switched the instant in to cover it up. Yeah. So it certainly did help stem the tide. It's very sort of like touch and go. One attack reaction could have sort of like turned the tide, so to speak. The missed trigger on the Desires of Flesh could have changed the game again. But this is where we're playing. We're playing in little margins, and if you forget a trigger, it's what I mean. It can mean a lot in a game.
Yeah, I missed transcending just to gain 1 life because I pitched the gain 1 transcend and I realised after I could have just gotten a 3 life, but luckily for me it didn't really matter because I won on 4.
Did that card come back? Because you did transcend later. I know when you played it, like commentary team just went, "No, that's strange. Why didn't you transcend then?" And when you actually pitch stacked, that's when you kind of kicked yourself. You saw yourself go, I could have done that.
Yeah, I just missed. I think It's been a very long day, so
Yeah, it
that's
has. Yeah, it certainly has. These it's what 9 rounds today. One more round to go.
Yeah.
But you're either playing probably Matt Folks or Anton, both on Enigma.
I've played Matt Folks in this pod, so I think it'll be Anton then.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. So you played him on round 3 of the previous pod, and he got the better of you.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, the strategy of blocking with 4 cards and having a spectral shield that you can swing for free, and it's got like 5 counters on it, is quite a good one.
Yeah, apparently so. Yeah, he did that. He did that versus Ben. In the stream game. So, and then Ben did it again. Ben did it back to his opponent the next time. So, talking about tactics and stuff like that. Obviously, you're part of Team Catton. You work really closely with Rob. You helped develop the Prism deck, which he went on to win, sort of like calling Liverpool. Have you got any special sauce for this weekend for the UK Nationals?
We're both on Zen. Don't know if I can talk about specific cards, but there's some. Well, it's not too dissimilar from Evans, who won the US Nats.
Okay.
But I think we took out some cards that I think are a bit underwhelming. Maybe not Harmony of the Hunt, red and blue. I don't really like those cards. We replaced them with more powerful cards, I guess.
But we've seen how sort of like metas change. The style that UK plays is different from the style that the US plays. So there's going to be cards that basically, you're always going to go, I don't think it fits in where, we play as a nation.
Yeah.
So, that's probably why you've changed them out.
Yeah. Took some, well, I think we were already on a card that was in the top 8. Not the list that won, though.
Mm-hmm.
I know that some teams are on Talishar here for their weapon.
Yeah.
I think you need something a bit more spicy than that to end your turn on, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, turn ender.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not as spicy as Salt the Wound, is it? It's never going to be. I'm coming in for 4 instead of lots.
You really have to take cards from Zen, because if you look at the actual stats, each card can be worth 5 damage, which is unheard of, really. So if you take 2 cards from them, you've saved yourself 10 life.
Yeah. Well, we'll see that. We'll see what happens, sort of like going into day 2. Maybe we'll see a Zen, one with Talishar, one with Needles, and, we can sort of like look at that debate actually on the match and see how it turns out. But until then, the best of luck.
Thank you.
Day 2 is looming. You're 6 and 2, so you're in at the minute.
Yeah.
You don't want to be in the X and 3 bracket, that's for sure. And then it comes down to the lap of the gods, whether or not Gem allows you to be in or not. So stay tuned. Last round of draft coming up for today. Grab a drink and get right back to us. All right, we'll see you soon.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects. Snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
So we are back. I didn't know who was going to open that.
You've opened it. You've opened it. So we've kind of set into a rhythm now where I'm the one who opens. Now you open. It's fine. We're reaching a new groove.
We're back again.
Yeah.
It seems like it's been a while, though. We were last doing some CC, weren't we?
We were.
So we're going to be doing it all over again tomorrow. But yeah, it's been a fantastic day. So thanks everybody who's tuned in so far. Thanks to all the sponsors. Thanks to all the viewers. Wherever you might be out there in the big wide world watching this, it's been a fantastic day. And we're going to be cracking into some CC tomorrow. But first of all, we have one more round of drafts to get through today. I'm not entirely sure who we've got. We're going to get that in our ears very, very soon. Yeah, we've had a good spread of games. Enigma is the one I'm sort of leaning towards as being one of the standouts today for the draft portion, with some really, really good intricate play lines.
Absolutely. It's all about that tempo play, about
yeah,
holding up that ward and then letting it go and then coming back with a power turn. So, yeah, it's been really interesting to see the Enigmas, and those ends are really wiping up the Tigers.
Absolutely. Yeah, we saw Jake the Baker take the last one on Zen, so it's good to see. If you like the stream, if you like what we're doing here, if you like the production of everything, then the best way to support that is via the QR code, which is above our heads floating around here. It helps support this stream directly. It helps support our involvement and our sort of energy today. And there's a lot of cool prizes that are attached to this as well. But think of it as a way to support us and what we're doing today.
And Baz and Alan, they've been doing a lot of work behind the scenes, so running back and forward, spotting tables and all sorts. So thanks to them for organising this whole thing. We are just the voices in front of the camera. Everyone behind us has done so much more work than us.
Oh, absolutely.
So we'll go through a few of the pricing. So for Tier 1, we have a whole load of mats. So we have the Figment of Triumph, I believe. Oh, should we bring that one down? This is the Worlds mat from the Cooling in Barcelona.
Absolutely. Yeah, we got Up the Ante. Absolute Olympia specialization. Olympia will be good one day. I know this. I know this.
We promise.
We promise. But yeah, we got that. So
and then we've got this, I believe it's a con exclusive at the moment. So this Shift the Tides of Battle playmat that's been going around this summer.
Yeah, we got multiple of those.
Oh, 3 of those.
3 of those, baby.
And then finally, onto the cold foil packs.
Yeah.
So we've got some rainbow foil and cold foil packs. So build an army for all those Kasai players. I believe that includes the cold foil sellsword.
Yep.
And the Wage Gold extended art promos.
Absolutely.
And then finally, the old armory promos from way back in the day. So we have the Iris of Reality from Monarch and the Nebula Blade all the way from Arcane Rising. Do you remember those days?
I actually got into the game during Monarch, so I remember Iris, but not so much Nebula Blade. But yeah, absolute Viserai staple.
Absolutely.
Well, Rosetta was a Viserai
staple. And we keep saying, is it going to be good for Florian? We'll see. We'll see.
We will see,
We'll see.
I'm sure he'll get his own sort of specialised weapon, won't he? That set looks cool, though. We haven't really spoke about that today, but that looks really cool.
We'll get on to that tomorrow. We'll make sure that we've got a note for that to discuss the spoilers that we've received the last few weeks tomorrow between games. So if you'd like to support us, please. And then we've got some more tiers that might be coming up tomorrow. So we'll speak more about that tomorrow.
Yeah, it all depends on how well this does, and how much sort of money we raise on this, because there is another tier behind it. But we're going to reveal how that works tomorrow as well. There's some spicy prizes in those extra tiers. So make sure you donate in if you want to help us. Then let's do this. Let's get to those other tiers.
Absolutely. So thank you very much, everyone. I hope you've had a good day. Let's launch into the final round. So.
Well, I just got
something in your ear?
I just got Alan in my ear saying,
"Oh no,
spoil one of the tier 2 prizes."
Okay, which one do you want to spoil?
Which one do you reckon? Which one do you reckon? Nobody can see this.
No one can see what we're doing.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, let's do those 2. So in terms of mats, we've got the Herald of Triumph all the way back from Monarch.
Oh no, it's that one there. That one there. That's tier 2. Oh no.
No, that is.
That is tier 2.
That is tier 2. And in terms of promos, the Battlefield Bastion in extended art, we've been seeing that a lot in draft today.
Absolutely.
So that will be coming up in the tier 2 portion.
And there's more as well. There's a lot more. So make sure you donate if you want to help the stream, help us cover all the costs here as well, because there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes, and those guys are doing a fantastic job behind the scenes there, which are not always camera facing. He's in our ear again. Let's go down to the match. Lovely old job.
And here we go. So we've got
Zen Mirror. Let's go.
Zen Mirror. Andrew Rayner versus Jake Warburton. So the Baker versus the Rainer.
Absolutely, we're not keeping people holding around today whatsoever.
No.
This, last game of the day, just absolute face, tigers, swipes, all sorts.
Yeah, grab your coats, guys, because we won't be here for long.
Exactly. Let's see how it goes. But Jake sporting an absolute full equipment suite in comparison to Thistle Tavern, and again another one of the sponsors of the stream today, showing that they can show up as well. Starting off with a tiger form incantation. So I believe that is the one that makes a tiger a few picture blue. I believe. Hopefully we get the card flashes up there, but...
Yep. Okay, straight into the Kakura.
Yeah, create a crouching tiger in your hand. That's going to come in for 2 now. Yeah.
Lovely marble tiger there.
Absolutely. Yeah, 2/2.
Oh, okay.
Blocking
Nice
with his
easy
own
block.
tiger form.
2, another 2. Give me another. No, don't block with the weakest link. Okay, he's blocked with the weakest link.
He is the weakest link.
That is
Goodbye.
a very sad block.
Absolutely. Some Brits would get that reference.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get that reference.
Yeah, just thought I'd throw it out there just in case. But holding on to a grain that tips the scale, which gives them an attack +1 at instant speed and transcend if possible.
Okay, into Jake's hand. He can double transcend, but the question is there value there?
Is that a wounding blow as well? It is, isn't it? I think.
Yep.
Yeah. Absolute classic from the old days.
Absolutely, he's just
the
thinking it
present,
through. So this doesn't have a lot of go again, but you can do something with it. So let's see how he feels.
Do the Kakara and then do something else, perhaps? Or is he just going to swing the...
Or is he just going to transcend and get a combo card?
Yeah.
He's got a number of lines he could do here. It's really a bit of everything.
Bit of analysis paralysis.
Yeah.
But
he's just thinking of probably thinking about what he wants to Arsenal for next turn as well. Maybe
Yeah.
that wounding blow is probably more effective maybe for next turn.
Mhm.
Just finishing off with a 0 cost is just a really nice way to
Nice
get
chain
that
ender.
little extra bit of damage through. So
Yeah.
we just let the players think about what they want to play. Others having a little chat amongst themselves.
Absolutely. Hi, Az and Paul finally got home. Hope you're doing well, Ian.
Hi, Ian.
Anton looks like a T1000 Terminator. I didn't see that comment. That's funny. Brilliant. He's been doing so well today.
He's been
Absolute
smashing
Enigma masterclass.
Absolutely. I don't think we'll have. We might have to wait for tomorrow morning before we get the standings for the end of day 1. But
Yeah.
it's been really interesting to see. He's been smashing it on draft.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, Jake's still figuring out how to compose this turn here.
That's then. It's all about the sequencing. So need to. Oh, he's about to get up. No, he's not about to sit down. Okay.
So
okay. So
that's-
Kakara.
So it is a Kakara to start.
Pitching the wounding blow. Okay. So he needs his blues.
Cool. This is preventing the damage up front, plus whatever one extra piece of damage comes through afterwards.
So ideally, you'd like to be throwing that 3 for 7, but sometimes the block's more valuable.
Exactly. Okay, she's going to buff. That buff's going to be eaten up by the prevention, but it's just getting the double transcend off on the grains, which goes straight back into hand.
Absolutely. And just eating through that prevention, sometimes it's quite valuable. Sometimes, okay, you didn't hit, but hey, at least your next attack will hit when you get the break point.
Yeah.
So. Okay.
And of course, the double transcend popping off there, which is a lovely old job. Which is he's got a watery attack in hand as well. Is it Rising Tide?
Oh, it's Rising Tide. I was about to say Tidal Surge. It's not a Tidal Surge. When we can only see half the art, sometimes it's a struggle to see which one's which.
There's a lot of
Okay.
tides and water and everything. But yeah.
Get the Tiger and get that combo card. Okay, see which one he wants to bring out of his deck.
I'm not sure in the last game. I'm not sure we saw. I didn't see Jake do much Zen Chi stuff. It was just all up front stuff, I believe.
It was just one at the end, right
One
at the end.
right
but
at
it
the
came in with the blue. I believe it was pouncing key, so it wasn't like a power attack because it was quite near the end of the game.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
Certainly at the moment it's very early, so he has. Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Key unleashed. So he has all these red attacks still, so that really helps when he's doing his combos of just closing the game out as fast as possible. And right now we're on a game of 20 versus 21, so we'll see how this one goes and how much damage comes through.
Where did the life come from?
From the transcend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just to gain life 1, isn't it? Yeah.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, because another thing with these transcend cards is some of them have to target something, so some of those are quite hard to pull off, aren't they? But the the things like the gain 1 life and stir the pot and those sorts of things really easy to get off.
Yep. So it was a homage to
That's the
Ancestors,
one.
which just gives a +1 and also grain that tips the scales for the +1 on the attack. So +1s all around.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
So Tiger's coming in for 1 from the Kakara.
And this can be followed up by the Key Unleashed, which is a 7. Is it 7? What if you play the
7,
Tiger?
I think. Yeah.
Oh yes.
We'll wait for the dice to come out. Okay. I'm giving it a +1, getting it to 8. So.
Wow. Okay. Key Unleashed. Yeah.
Bang. That has unleashed the key.
Absolutely. And he's been able to Arsenal card as well. So really good stuff.
Fantastic play there. And we are seeing that Jake's got a full suite of equipment, whereas it looks like Andrew's just got 2.
That's
so
it.
That can always make a huge difference in these draft games. Okay, just coming in for a fact-finding mission for 6. So no go again, just a simple attack. But being able to see what's face down, it might be variable. At least you find out whether you've got a which cloaks equipment you have.
Yep.
Or maybe just which Arsenal. It'd be interesting to see what Andrew wants to get off this if
it hits.
If it hits. But right now, maybe Cheek doesn't care. I mean, going down to 15 when the opponent's on 13, that's pretty attractive.
With a
right
5-card hand, yeah, absolutely.
But he's putting things aside for blocking, so
Yeah.
maybe he's thinking about it. So we can see, is that Water the Seeds? Yep, Water the Seeds red, I think that is.
That's the generic one that buffs power with 1 or less or something, isn't it?
Correct,
On the back end, yeah.
Anything that's got a base of 1 or less just gets +1. Great for those Tigers.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, he's not thinking about taking it, is he? He's thinking about conserving some stuff here.
Considering all these options.
Maintaining that life lead and then maybe just filtering a little bit to try and come back with something else later.
Maybe just throwing in some armor. We'll see.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think. Do we know what Jake's armor suite is? I think we do, because we've seen him on this pod, haven't we, already? So we should know what it is, but I can't remember.
I haven't seen exactly what it is. I cannot remember because I'm in a very present state of mind.
Exactly.
Right now.
You have to be on these things.
I am in the Zen state whereby the past is just a figment.
Exactly.
So,
wow.
yes.
Look at that philosophy coming out on the stream today.
So we'll be seeing it through because you had to see it for the opponent's eyes as well.
You
so
do.
Absolutely. The opponent doesn't know, so we pretend we don't know.
Exactly.
And pretending is exactly what it is. So let's see what Jake does. Oh, he's just picked.
Can you tell this is the last round of the day?
Yeah. We've all had some great fun. It's been a great day.
It really has, yeah. 12 hours of this now, Paul. Doesn't seem like it, does it?
Don't
12 hours.
Don't say the numbers. Never tell me the numbers. Okay, blocking cleanly. The stream is the stream disappeared for us there, but we are back.
Yep. Cool. So it's just gonna return.
Yep, Tiger Incantation. Okay, create a Tiger. And then
I mean that's
Kakara.
That is a good 2-card hand, isn't it? Let's be honest. A Kakara, then a Tiger for 4, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Good stuff.
I'm blocking with the Incantation.
And then whatever this, if there's a follow-up after this, the 2 resources, I'm not sure, but maybe not.
Nope, just closing it up.
Cool.
Nice, clean 2-card play there.
Absolutely.
And already with these 2 turns, Zen's down to 10 versus 21. That's quite a big life gap.
Yeah.
So Andrew really needs to use this turn to close it up.
And that's what separates really good players from other players is the knowing when to block, knowing when to just conserve what you've got rather than just trying to race it out.
Absolutely. There's times when you need to wait for a bigger hand.
Exactly.
Maybe blocking out is the way to get there.
Yep.
So we'll see. Nimblism. Okay, I think he's thinking about what to play there. I don't think you'd ever choose to block with a Nimblism. Yeah, I think Jake's deciding whether he wants to block at all. Because when you're on 21 life, you can take 3 damage. What's 3 damage?
Yeah, I mean, it just represents another Crouching Tiger if this hits. So just depends how wide this can go. But again, maybe just trying to conserve life at this point. It's been a fantastic day. Thanks for everybody who's joined us so far. Got to do it all over again tomorrow, but for CC and the top 8, of course. Hope you'll join us.
Looking forward to it. We'll probably see some Zen at that point.
Probably, yes. Without a doubt. But thinking long and hard about this Biting Breeze coming in for 3 with Go Again.
Okay.
Choosing to block with a Harmony of the Hunt, which I believe does not block for 3. But then the Skycrest Kakoi. Covering that up.
The Kois we've seen today have just been so clean and just covering out that little tiny bit of breakpoint. It's been brilliant to see.
Anton in the Enigma game has been really good at covering up those one pings that come through and threatening his auras. I know we're speaking about it on this game, but it's just been amazing to watch. But yeah, Crouch Tiger coming in for 4 because of the Tiger form played earlier, and the Kakara.
Absolutely. Okay, see what Jake's got in return. Luminite says they have to travel, so they're going to miss the games tomorrow, but don't worry, we'll all be on YouTube, so you'll be able to catch up afterwards.
Yeah.
And we might have a little plan so we can get a few more games in. We're going to see how it goes tomorrow and have a team meeting tomorrow morning, so we'll see. We might have a few more than just 3 games in the top 8, but
Should
we'll
be a
see.
stacked day tomorrow of all CC. Hopefully we can sequence it correctly. But that's what the PayPal link is for. Donate and we can help make it happen. Everyone running around like blue-ass flies behind the scenes.
Okay, taking that 2 from Kakara.
Mhm.
And again, Jake's just maintaining that life lead. I think if I was in Jake's seat right now, I'd be pretty happy.
Yeah.
Andrew's really one who has to reach beyond to try and get that extra damage in right now.
Maybe there's something in Jake's deck that he's searching for as well to just try and just push it well over the top.
Yeah.
Just filtering out and just sending back two card hands. But yeah, here we go. 2 go again. Buffing up the next Tiger.
It helps us work out their plays when they start pointing at cards.
They do, yeah. So that's a rising sun, setting moon.
Thank you very much, Jake. Really appreciate it. Yeah. That's the card, Jake.
That's the one.
Yep. But you need to play another card first. Okay. Yep, take the damage.
I know that we're being sort of fairly casual on this sort of round 9 game, but these players are still taking it extremely seriously.
Absolutely. For these players, it is contention really for top 8 because I believe they're both. Yep, they're okay. So Andrew's on X1 and Jake's on X2. So really, for Jake, he needs to be doing well because he really wants to finish the day on X2.
Yeah. So those first tenets are always pretty good. They're obviously blue block 3s, aren't they? So they're always pretty good picks.
And the other good picks are the emissaries coming in for 0 for 4 in this format. Works so well. Sometimes you don't even really mind about this the secondary ability. You just want to attack for 0 for 4.
Exactly. Yeah, it's optional, isn't it? So
absolutely,
it is a great chain ender.
Sometimes you don't need to draw a card. So
no. Do they block 3 as well? I missed the card
block
flash up.
For 2. They
oh,
block
okay.
for 2. So
I
yeah,
was
they're
gonna
not
say.
so good. If they block for 3, they'd be too good. I mean, Wounded Bull that does nothing blocks the 3.
That's true.
So
Yeah, very true.
If you that blocking an extra 1 is the ability for Wounded Bull.
Yeah.
So okay, we've got Nimble Strike, so we can fetch a Nimbleism from. Great play there. All the way back from Welcome to Wraith.
Absolutely. Banishing that to give it +1 and go again. So it's coming in for 3.
And it's really interesting to see the differences in draft between the Zen in Miss Vale and Katsu in Welcome to Wraith because they've got some similarities there, but they're very much different in terms of the way they play.
Yeah.
And of course, without the with Kodachis, you don't really get Kodachi locked, but sometimes Tiger Lock seems a lot worse.
Yeah. So he is transcending. So obviously the Nimble Strike is blue that he played earlier. So that's gone into. I'm not sure whether he sunk a card or not, but regardless, he's going to be activating Zen, getting a Tiger, going to get a card.
Oh, does Wounded block 2? Oh, apologies there.
Wounding Blow, he meant. That's what we meant.
Wounded Blow.
Yeah, that's what we meant.
Oh, yeah, sorry, we mean Wounded Blow, not Wounded Bull. Sorry about that.
It's late in the day, Luminite. Please forgive us. But we meant Wounded Blow. But yeah, so we got a Tiger and then the Key Unleash for 5.
See, for a blue to come in for 5, you're still happy, aren't you? That's up there with all these watery attacks. So, yeah, you can't be too upset. But certainly, Andrew's done well to close up the gap. 5 versus 9. He's getting there. It's just about who can now start forcing lethal earliest. We're just talking a tiny bit about
shuffling the deck for some reason. Don't know why. Must have missed something there.
I think it was from the Zen ability, maybe. He didn't do the full cut, so they wanted to do that before they went to the next turn.
There we go.
Yep, very clean play from players.
Starting off the chain with a Tiger Taming Kakara, which I'm sure is a play on the Slay the Spire characters that go Kaka, Kaka. I think it's one of those.
The cultists.
That's it, yeah, those ones. The ones that gradually increase in power.
We won't discuss other IPs in the channel.
Oh, yeah, maybe not. Whoopsie.
Okay, deciding to move to block 2.
Jake making this look easy. Yeah, he's a fantastic player. He's had some great results.
And it's got that nimblism, but I didn't quite see what colour it was. Was it a blue one or was it a red one? Oh, walking the card across the table.
The Baker is here, absolutely. Jake the Baker. Love and life.
Absolutely. Okay, our Harmony of the Hunt. Coming off the 3 and creating a tiger. Okay. And then just coming in for 1. Yeah, just tiger for 1.
Cool. Probably going to take this to the face.
He is. But he's still not revealing those last 2 equips, so maybe he'll decide he just wants to do a block just to... maybe he wants to save it for when it matters.
Andrew having the Stride of Reprisal is a fantastic card in CC, which I'm sure we'll see tomorrow in the combo of Traverse the Universe. that combo has been all over the shop recently.
It can also be helpful in draft. For example, you've got Catch a Tail, which Chase the Tail, sorry, which can be very difficult to play unless you've got an extra tiger. And just being able to create an extra tiger on demand, just when you know you can create one, having that second one, it's so much value.
Absolutely, yeah.
So maybe that's why Andrew's keeping it. Maybe he's got a plan for when he wants to. But sometimes you just keep it because it works well with the Kakara. And if you can't create a tiger, then just get one from your shoes.
Cash it in, yeah.
Okay.
There's a tiger in my boot. I can smell the bread already. Absolutely.
Okay.
He's baking.
It's
in the oven. It's in the oven.
Oh, it's all about the sequencing. So arranging the cards in his hand. Okay, let's see how he plays this turn out. Okay, Harmony of the Hunt blue.
So pitching a blue, getting the Crouching Tiger in hand, coming in for 1 with Go Again.
Yeah, put the tiger, put the stripes, and get the tiger.
Yep. Sitting on a 5-card hand now after this.
Oh, it was a red Nimblism. Okay. So coming in for a neat 2 into 4. So.
Not sure.
No.
What
will
sure
it be
what,
+1?
Yeah.
Does the Harmony of the Hunt give it an extra?
No, Harmony of the Hunt just
it just creates a tiger, doesn't it?
Yeah, it buffs
so
itself, I think.
4. Yeah. That's fine. So yeah.
And we didn't catch what Jake has got in his arsenal, Ash, unfortunately.
No.
I'm not sure what's in there.
Now it's just about closing up the game because those decks are getting quite low. And it looks like Andrew might be threatening lethal as well. So this could be the turn where it turns around in Andrew's favour. It'll be interesting to see. Starting off with a simple 2.
I think there might be a few reds in Andrew's hand as well, but you might be able to capitalise on towards this late stage as well. I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, once you take 2, getting into 4 against a ninja, they can probably threaten 4 into you.
They can indeed.
It's about choosing when he wants to block right now. Maybe decides he can get the value from blocking for 2 rather than all these awkward break points and 1s. So, and Jake's doing the full back lean back now. Okay. Oh, we can see a Chi. Chi is in hand. Okay. Yep, he's just going to take it.
Sourdough starter. Brilliant.
Okay, into a 1. Keeping it simple, just these little attacks, but often Zen can just finish off with 1 big attack that ruins your day.
Yep.
So let's see how it goes. Oh, Breed Anger.
You get that one flashed up. I think it's at the back of the book somewhere. There it is. When this attacks, if a Crouching Tiger was last combat chain, it has Go Again and create a Crouching Tiger in a banish zone.
Absolutely.
So not going to hand, but still being able to be played.
Yep, just getting that out there. You might as well play a tiger if you've got one.
Exactly. Just mental fatigue at the opponent, isn't it, really?
Yeah, if you attack them for 0, it gets them a bit tired.
Exactly, that's right. Yeah, they're like, oh, okay.
Okay. So we have a Transcend and we have a Stir the Pot. And what's that? A Flex Clause as well?
I think so, yeah.
Yep.
Cool. So pitching a Chi to activate Zen, create a Crouch Tiger in a hand, search deck for a combo, and you can play it this turn. Getting the Pouncing Chi. The blue version.
But the Flex Clause, I believe, is a red, so coming in for 4 and creating a tiger. So this could make the difference. And then that will give the pouncing key a +1. So it should be a nice little combo here. With the draft, you're not pulling off a lot of these big combos, but you get a lot of nice little ones that really just get you the value.
Yep.
Especially when the opponent's on 2. And the question is, these little break points, they all add up.
We haven't seen a blue card be played yet this turn, so can he get the other Transcend off?
I don't think he's aiming to, unless he's got something in Arsenal. Although he could off the pouncing key.
Yeah.
So maybe that's his plan. But he wouldn't get any extra value from it.
So coming in with the Crouching Tiger. Followed by the Pouncing Chi.
Yeah. Mind you, it is the I believe it is the preserve tradition that he's got in hand, isn't it? Oh, no, it's Stir the Pot. Okay, yeah, so it has no value whatsoever at the moment. Yeah, he's just going to pitch that away. Oh, okay, we've seen there's a water attack there.
One of them, yeah, Rising Tide or Spillover or something along those lines. Can't make it out from the flash that we just got there. Ooh,
Rising Tide.
Rising Tide.
Yep. Coming in for 5.
Wow, that's a... Oh, okay.
Just fighting for life there. Okay, yep. Blocking 2 over the top with the one from the battlefront and then the equipment. Oh, okay, yep. And taking 1 over.
Yes, that would have been lethal if it wasn't for the arms. That would have been lethal. Wow.
But now, Andrew's not in a good place having to block
that's,
for Tigers.
Tempo lost.
So we'll see if Jake can close it off here. This might be it, or it might be a few more turns as they inch closer. Okay, so he's got another cheese, so he can always start searching for another card he needs. But it's probably all going to be blue from here on out. And another Rising Tide.
And that's the one where if you've played a blue, it becomes a 4, a blue 4, right? I believe so.
Is it a 5?
There's 3.
Yes, it's a 3 into a 5.
3 to 5. That's it. Rising bread, absolutely. Look at all the bread puns coming out today. Lovely old job.
Yeah. All of Jake's locals coming out onto the stream. So thank you everyone for joining.
Absolutely.
Okay, it's great to see the support for the players. We've really got some great players in the UK at the moment, and yeah, we're seeing some really tough competition at the top.
Absolutely.
Okay. Water the seeds there, which could be quite good for just getting that tiger a tiny bit bigger.
Yeah, it's actually 1 then buffs for another 1 by 1, isn't it? So is that right? It's the blue one is a 1.
It will get 1.
Yeah.
It could also be used just to get, if you can get 2 tigers out, get 2 1s, which is very valuable when you want the
Does it buff all your attacks, does it?
Well, it'll be the next attack.
The next one, yeah.
So if you do it before the weapon, and then use the weapon, and then you use the... Yeah, it depends how many tigers you can generate.
Yeah.
So you just have to make sure you don't stack on 1 tiger, you separate it onto 2 tigers, but really it just depends on the sequencing. You might not be able to play that way, because creating 2 tigers can be challenging sometimes.
But all of those little ones do matter for Andrew right now, with him being on 1.
From here on out, it's blocking all the way. So there we go. We've got Biting Breeze there, coming in for blue. So that's 1 go again. Yep, Kakara for 2.
Stripping the hand.
Yep. And then I think he's got a Transcend in hand. So I think this Rising Tide will kill Andrew, but he's just buffing it just out of
there we
friendliness.
Go.
There you go.
Wow.
Great game from both players there, but just that Jake was just always keeping it a tiny bit ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He always just had that tiny bit of aggression, which really comes in second. It's where you get the edge.
And it was sweet. And it was that moment as well, as those moments in the game where Jake chose to not take all of the damage, conserve some life, and then just carry on. It's those moments where you realise, okay, I'm going to try and conserve my life a little bit here, and that really make a difference towards the end. So,
absolutely, congratulations to Jake, ending on X2, which is a great record at the end of day 1. Great to come into day 2 with, and congratulations to Andrew as well. Although he did lose that much, he is also going in at X2 with a really good record there. So that was only his 2nd loss of the day. So we'll see how they all perform in day 2. So I don't think we'll have the standings in time for the end of this round, but we'll be able to bring them first thing in the morning.
Absolutely. Yeah, we are going to take a short break, but then we're going to come back and we're going to wrap this all up for you and just recap the day before we close off. But thanks to all of our sponsors on the show today. We've had Heavy Play come in and sponsor us with some awesome little sleeves you can get with like rounded edges. So go and check them out. Chaos Cards as well, fantastic sponsor, nice game store out of Folkestone. I visited them myself, done a little tour video of them on my channel, so definitely go check that out when you can as well. Great shop, great people. By the same token, some fantastic guys do some awesome tokens you would have seen on the stream today as well, just making everything a little bit clearer, your board state a little bit better. Thistle Tavern as well, which you just saw Andrew play in that game. Yeah. So,
great representation for that store. They really are a really tight community there and really competitive as well, so it's been great to see them growing the game over the years.
Absolutely. And last but certainly not least, fleshandbloodcards.com from the UK, supplying us all with the singles that we need to play in the CC that you'll see tomorrow.
Fantastic. See you guys soon.
See you soon. Cheers.
We are Chaos Cards, your ultimate destination for trading cards, tabletop games, hobby accessories, and all things flesh and blood. We're a family business with a passion for gaming, having grown from a small local shop to a leading player in the industry. Our friendly team is here to help you find the perfect addition to your collection, whether you're a seasoned gamer or just starting out. Discover the Chaos Cards experience today. Visit us at chaoscards.co.uk.
the curved sleeves. Now you can get the sensation of going sleeveless with the curved sleeves. The rounded bottom corners perfectly match the corners of your card and feel great in hand. The top corners are still squared off to provide maximum tear resistance and weld strength. That asymmetrical design also means that when you're shuffling, you won't accidentally place a card in upside down.
Hi everybody, welcome back to the UK Nationals, Liverpool. So that is all the rounds done. We're going to bring the standings up so you can see the movers and shakers, see who's at the top and who's at the bottom. We're starting sort of like 46th place. Harrison Shaw made it into the top 8 last time.
Okay.
Of the UK Nationals.
Yep.
Lost out to Jamie Faulkner. Bruno Krakow from Southampton on new. He's not doing too bad. Patrick Declan with the Riptide, Scottish Riptide.
Oh, that was a cracking game earlier.
Yeah.
If you get a chance to watch this back, go and watch that game. It's the second game of CC. We'll do a little recap on that in a bit, but that was an amazing game to watch.
Yeah, indeed.
Aelia v Riptide.
A little shout out to Francesco Giorgio and the perils of not reporting. So he didn't report on the last game and he's left the building. So
Oh, no. Great. Brilliant.
He's down in 38th place. What was the result? I don't know. He's gone for a beer.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he's now down in 38th. So, Scott Mines, the only player on Dash.io today.
Okay.
He's using, sort of like he worked with Mara Faris on the build. He's doing well, set himself up nicely for the last 3 rounds of CC, and hopefully he can push up and get a good placing for tomorrow. There's been some good results. Darren Hazelden is on Prism. So not normally a Prism player. Normally you see him playing sort of like Riptide.
He likes his Rangers, doesn't he?
He does like his Rangers, yeah. So he's playing Prism today. Jamie Faulkner, last Nationals runner-up on 30th place. Kind of dropped 2 games sort of like early on, and he's clawing up his way back up the table. But he's very good at draft.
Yeah,
did very well at Utrecht, calling Utrecht. Battle hardened draft, made it into the top 8. So a bit of a draft specialist is old Jamie, and a illusionist specialist as well, because he did very well on Dromai.
He did indeed, yeah. Nice to see Steelfer up there as well on Zen. Just want to shout out fellow content creators, Finbar.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Does very well with ninjas, so no surprise that he's picked Zen.
Yeah.
So going over to the next one, there we go. So sort of like this is the
wow.
top. Liam Canning, we saw him earlier playing a very unfavoured match against Prism. But
that was a brain burner, that was.
It was, but the thing is, a lot of people sort of like on the stream went, "Oh, what are you showing this for?" But we had a really good game versus Dash, showing sort of like people flipping into fatigue. It's very mid-range. It went into a fantastic sort of like Ranger that was really aggro and then turned into nail biting, and then we had a very mental game, sort of like round 3 with Matt Folks on Prism and sort of like a Liam Cannon on Kano. Very slow, very mental.
Yeah.
But yeah, a challenge nonetheless.
Nice little mixture of games we've had on CC today. So we are going to repeat it all again tomorrow as well with the CC stuff. Lots coming up.
Yeah. Finley Shepherd from Canterbury did very well with Bolton. Was runner-up, calling Liverpool against Rob Catton's debut of Prism.
Do you know what Bolton that was? Is it Hatchets, or do you know any idea what it was?
I don't know. I don't think he's playing Hatches, to be fair. Thomas Hall on Victor. Always plays Guardians. Not afraid of new in this meta. And stuck with Victor, part of Team Toxic, a new member. Shamir, best player in Pakistan. Come over to represent UK still. 17th place with New. He said he was going to do well with New, and he has. So very well done.
Man of his word.
Yeah, indeed. 2 locals to me, Nathan Hills and Benjamin Westmore, 15th and 14th place.
Yeah.
It's always nice when you see your locals do very well, and they smash me every week. So it's nice to see
you're just the punching bag for them guys then.
It's nice to see him smashes something else.
Absolutely, yeah. A shout out to them too as well, because they both play at Mystic Games, which is the store which is closest to sort of my area in Witney, Oxfordshire. So that's where they normally play as well. So
yeah, you've covered them when they had a ProQuest.
Yeah, that's right.
So
good stuff.
Where we got champions. So George Roger, 2022 champion, 12th place. He's running the Talashar Zen. Alex Chitu, 9th place with Dash. So he's doing really well. Dropped 2 games. So he's still in contention. 2023 champion. Can he be our first champion, defending champion, to get it back? Our first double champion. And first champion, Matthew Folks, in 2nd place. We saw him with Prism. He said he had the best deck in the room yesterday. He walked in, he went, "I've got the best deck in the room." And Yeah, he's been doing very well. Wasn't too confident on draft in the interview that sort of like I had with him.
Okay.
I don't know if Alan's played that interview, but he was very normally sort of like when you interview Matt, he's very sort of like very confident.
Yes.
He exudes confidence. But when he was talking about draft, he was a little bit sort of like downplaying it.
Mm-hmm.
But he's done very well. He beat Anton in that last pod when Anton said he had a better deck when he went 3-0. Matt Folks beat him. So just shows the caliber of Matt, really.
What were they on in draft? Enigma Mirror, was it?
Yeah, it was Enigma Mirror. Yeah. Nice. So very good. And Matt knows Illusions.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
He was playing that at UK Nats as well.
Yeah.
Not UK Nats. Sorry, the UK Games Expo. He was playing Prism as well.
Yeah, he's been playing Prism for ages. And Anton on who was on Dash as well. He's playing the same list as Alex. So fantastic results for Team Sigil. Okay,
yeah, good stuff. But we're here to wrap up the day. This has been a fantastic day today. I got Alan in my ears, a little bit behind the scenes. That big thing above my head, this is how you support all the people that have been behind the scenes, the casters, all of the jobs that we've been doing today, the 12-hour shift that we've put in today. That is how you support us directly by paying £1 for a raffle ticket. There's a load of good prizes. There's going to be some more prizes announced tomorrow as well on the second tier, so make sure you stay tuned for that. But yeah, just been a fantastic day overall. Thanks to everybody who's tuned in. We've had a great day. If you want to re-watch this stream, just a quick recap on what's happened. We've had CC, Dash versus New. That was Alex as well. Key2, we're repping that Dash deck. We've had Aelia versus Riptide, Kano versus Prism. We've mentioned it already a little bit. We followed Ben Westmore in the draft section, so make sure you go check that out. And Anton as well, just really, really showing us the value that you can get out of these Enigma decks as well in this format. But yeah.
Absolutely.
But thanks to all the sponsors as well. I've got them all here. Heavy Play, Chaos Cards, by the same token, Thistle Tavern and fleshandbloods.com for supporting us on this stream as well. It means a lot. And again, this is all done from the Tabletop 2014. This is all done ourselves, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, best way you can do that is by hitting that little PayPal button, which is in here because it's reversed. But yeah, for a raffle prize and help and support this show directly. But we're going to be back all over again to do it tomorrow for just strictly CC, which is going to be really fun.
Yeah, the last final sort of like tense games.
Yeah.
We find out who becomes the national champion, who gets to wave that flag, the world champs in Osaka.
Yeah.
What an honour to do that, to make that walk with everybody cheering. So
absolutely.
Worth playing for.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I'm going to.
I thought you were going to start crying then, mate.
No.
Waving that flag. Yeah. But yeah, thanks everybody. We'll see you all over again tomorrow here on Tabletop 24, baby.
Yeah. Goodbye, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.